Chapter 82. The Thoughts of MOU. Human woman, why do you disturb this king's repose? The colossal amethyst-winged lion king suddenly roared in human speech from the heavens. MOU was not taken aback by this magical beasts. Upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, possessed considerable intelligence, capable not only of articulate speech but also of transforming into humanoid forms that I wish to exchange something for the Lion King's amethyst spirit crystal. As MOU anticipated, Yun Yun's intention was indeed the amethyst spirit crystal. An exchange? Splendid. I am currently in the phase of transformation. If you can procure a transformation pill for me, I shall grant you the amethyst spirit crystal. What say you? The amethyst-winged lion king erupted into hearty laughter. Upon hearing this, MOU couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "Is this amethyst-winged lion king truly foolish? A transformation pill is a 7th grade elixir. Even you, a creature of such stature, would find it a challenge to acquire one who would trade such a treasure for a mere amethyst spirit crystal?" As expected, upon hearing the Lion King's demands, Yun Yun shook her head gently, saying, "Apologies, but I doubt there are many in the Gamma Empire who could present a transformation pill. However, if you're amenable, I can offer 3 5th-grade magic cores along with a high-level profound technique for your cultivation in exchange." Hearing Yun Yun's proposition, MOU furrowed her brow. As a sect leader, her terms were rather underwhelming. 3 5th-grade magic cores may be invaluable to others, yet for the 6th-grade amethyst-winged lion king, renowned as a ruler of the Beast Mountain range, it would be inconceivable to lack magic cores. Even those of the 5th grade, as the sovereign of the Eastern Beast Mountain range, it could effortlessly gather several 5th-grade magic cores with a mere sweep. Moreover, high-level profound techniques and combat skills were rather commonplace. Even in small towns like Wutan City, auctions for such techniques had taken place, indicating their lack of significant value. Only when techniques and skills reach the Earth grade do they reveal their transcendent worth, garnering true admiration. Thus, disregarding the inherent conflict between humans and magical beasts, the stark disparity between the Lion King's lofty demands and Yun Yun's meager offerings rendered conflict inevitable. As anticipated, the amethyst-winged Lion King outright rejected Yun Yun's proposal. Following the breakdown of negotiations, Yun Yun slowly raised a peculiar longsword in her hand, somewhat resignedly stating, "If that is the case, I shall have no choice but to take it by force." With a gentle lift of her hand, a small azure tornado suddenly manifested in the sky. Initially measuring merely 2 meters, it rapidly swelled in size, transforming into a colossal vortex within moments. In the realm between heaven and earth, the azure tornado howled and spun, uprooting the mighty trees below, which were then mercilessly shredded into a flurry of wood shavings by the violent winds. Humph. The Beast Mountain range is not your human territory, nor is it your place to wreak havoc. Gazing at the increasingly formidable tornado, the amethyst-winged Lion King let out a low growl that resonated through the mountains. As the lion's roar echoed, the amethyst crystals adorning its body blazed with brilliance. In the blink of an eye, a surging violet flame erupted fiercely from within, gradually coiling and ultimately converging into a colossal pillar of purple fire. Upon witnessing this, MOU swiftly sought refuge, leaping away to a distance of several kilometers. This level of confrontation was far beyond his reach. Even merely spectating presented considerable peril. As MOU retreated, the fierce battle between Yun Yun and the amethyst-winged Lion King raged on with fervor. Concealed on a hillside several kilometers away, MOU intently observed the distant clash, murmuring, "The amethyst-winged Lion King's defenses and physique are extraordinarily formidable, while Yun Yun possesses a profound understanding of various wind attribute techniques. If nothing unexpected occurs, it is likely that the amethyst-winged Lion King will soon resort to its true trump cards." No sooner had MOU's words left his lips than the battle indeed took a turn. "Human woman, you have worn away my limited patience." The amethyst-winged Lion King's growl, tinged with fury, reverberated from its massive jaws as its purple aura intensified. Moments later, a radiant purple light enveloped the skies. After a brief period of brewing, the brilliance suddenly constricted, compressing the vast expanse of purple light into a deep violet column, scarcely half a foot in width. Sealing technique. Sensing the energy within that deep violet column, MOU mused that certain extraordinary high-level magical beasts possess unique innate abilities. For instance, the most powerful race in the beast realm of the Dou Qi Continent, the Void Ancient Dragon, is inherently capable of wielding spatial power to traverse the void. It appeared that the amethyst-winged Lion King bearing an unknown lineage, naturally understood some sealing skills. Recalling that the amethyst-winged Lion King seemed to have a third-tier small beast, Mou thought, since he was keen on forming a pact with a magical beast. Why not choose it? A magical beast that masters sealing techniques harbors greater potential once successfully cultivated. It could serve as both a formidable ally and companion, making it exceedingly worthwhile. With this thought, Mou's dark eyes remained fixed on the unfolding battle, knowing that his forthcoming plans would necessitate collaboration with Yun. At that moment, the deep violet light column in the sky shot forth like lightning, its speed terrifying, almost flickering as it appeared before Yun in just 2 swift bounds. Amethyst seal, a violet beam of light, in a manner both devastating and relentless, pierced through the numerous wind shields that Yun had erected before her, ultimately penetrating her very being. Ultimate wind, desolation strike. The peculiar longsword in Yun's grasp trembled violently, and a slender, almost thumb-sized beam of profound light erupted forth instantaneously. Though sealed, as one of the formidable warriors of the Gamma Empire, she possessed her own hidden trump cards. With a sharp crack, the beam surged toward the head of the amethyst-winged Lion King, striking precisely upon the crimson horn atop its head, cleaving it mercilessly in half. The fracture of the horn inflicted excruciating pain upon the amethyst-winged Lion King, which let out a furious roar, its claws infused with unmatched ferocity, crashing down upon Yun's chest, struck with tremendous force. Yun immediately spat a small mouthful of blood, her complexion paling slightly as she swiftly turned, her azure wings flaring, vanishing in an instant at the edge of the horizon. Observing the wounded creature still capable of unleashing such terrifying speed, the amethyst-winged Lion King emitted a violent roar brimming with murderous intent, its horn damaged and strength compromised. Search for her. We must locate that human woman. With its massive head directed toward the mountains below, the amethyst-winged Lion King's sinister growl, imbued with bloodlust, set the surrounding beasts into a frenzy of movement. Upon hearing this, Mou's expression turned grave, channeling his energy through his feet as he swiftly pursued the fleeting azure shadow. He had to find Yun before the other beasts did. Chapter 83. Healing. With the conclusion of the great battle, under the command of the amethyst-winged Lion King, the mountains echoed with the frenzied search for Yun by the beasts. Meanwhile, Mou, undisturbed by any of the creatures, quietly sought out Yun. Fortunately, luck was on his side. He discovered the injured Yun by a flowing river. Beneath the cascading waterfall, a beautiful woman clad in simple garments floated above the water, her closed eyes and pallid complexion indicating that her injuries were severe. Fortune smiles upon me. I have found you. Upon spotting Yun, Mou's dark eyes glimmered as he swiftly plunged into the water, lifting her into his arms. The rushing currents had soaked Yun completely, revealing her enchanting figure, and Mou was momentarily captivated by her delicate, jade-like skin, which felt exquisitely smooth to the touch. However, this was not the time for idle thoughts. Hearing the distant growls of wild beasts, Mou hurriedly made his way back to his cave. He cautiously returned within a 50-meter radius of the cave, exhaling a sigh of relief. He then encircled the area with the aura of the Vermilion Bird's heavenly thunder. The power contained within the Vermilion Bird's essence exuded a high-level beast pressure, thus deterring most creatures from entering this protective circle, rendering it a relatively safe haven. Cradling Yun, he entered the cave and gently laid her on the stone platform. Upon closer inspection, he was indeed struck by her breathtaking beauty. But Mou was too preoccupied to indulge in such thoughts. His gaze fell to her chest, where 5 horrific claw marks marred her delicate skin. It was evident that these wounds were the cause of her unconsciousness. Urgent healing was imperative. Mou could not bear the thought of having searched so hard for Yun only to lose her to her grave injuries. Such a fate would jeopardize all his plans. Fortunately, among the 5 jade vials gifted by the little physician, there were a couple of medicinal herbs suitable for treating external wounds. After spending a quarter of an hour, Mou successfully concocted a healing potion. Just as he was about to unfasten her clothing to administer the remedy, Yun's eyes suddenly fluttered open, her beautiful gaze shimmering with a mixture of coldness and embarrassment as it fixed upon him. You are awake? Mou was taken aback by her sudden awakening. Regaining his composure, he calmly raised the small jade vial in his hand and spoke softly. Do not worry. I merely wish to assist you in your healing. However, since you are now conscious, you may proceed on your own. With that, he set the vial beside her and stepped back a few paces. Although Mou was not unfamiliar with Yun, his understanding was solely based on the original narrative. He could not predict whether she might react violently. Thus he chose to remain cautiously vigilant. Observing Mou's retreat, Yun let out a slight sigh of relief, her gaze softening as the coldness diminished. Yet, when she attempted to tend to her own wounds, she found her entire body enveloped in a state of numbness. With a slight struggle, Yun gently closed her eyes. Just as she prepared to open them again, she noticed the young man approaching her with a warm smile, saying, "Allow me to assist you with the medication." His smile was genuine and pure, and his dark eyes held an innocence devoid of any distraction. Observing this, Yun felt her inner guard relax a fraction. Assured that Mou posed no threat, she softly replied, "Thank you. There's no need for gratitude. Our meeting is a matter of fate. Since I have brought you to safety, I shall see it through to the end," Mou replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Yun couldn't help but take a closer look at the handsome young man before her. She had always considered herself to be of a serene and composed nature, a sentiment echoed by the elders and her master within the sect. Yet, the young man's unflappable demeanor seemed to surpass her own by a notable margin. A mere novice warrior, standing before her, a formidable battle emperor, exuded a remarkable poise, showing no signs of panic or disarray. His eyes, deep and unfathomable, resembled an abyss. Tranquil and unruffled. How peculiar this young man is. Which noble family does he belong to in the empire, or is he from a neighboring realm? Yun thought to herself, casting a lingering gaze upon Mou. Unbeknownst to Mou, who stood beside her, he caught a faint fragrance mingled with a hint of blood as he cautiously tore a small section of her garment near her chest. Beneath the pristine white fabric lay a light blue metal armor, shimmering like flowing water. Upon this armor were 5 deep claw marks, from which trickles of blood seeped forth. This armor must be of 5th or even 6th grade, had it not been for its protection. The attack from the amethyst-winged Lion King could have easily torn her upper body apart. Gazing at the light blue armor, Mou, a master craftsman, immediately discerned its quality and thought to himself, "I must remove the armor to properly treat her wounds." Addressing the blushing beauty before him, Mou maintained his composure and spoke in a calm tone, "I need to take off the armor to facilitate your healing." At his words, Yun's body visibly trembled. Yet she was not one to be overly modest. Taking a deep breath, she gradually closed her beautiful eyes, her long lashes fluttering gently. Her voice remained steady, "Please proceed." "I apologize for the trouble." Seeing her demeanor, Mou couldn't help but smile inwardly. Though she appeared indifferent to most matters, she exhibited a certain shyness regarding the interactions between men and women, lacking the poise one would expect from a battle emperor. He helped her sit up from the stone bed, then turned his back to her, sitting cross-legged on the stone surface. As he gazed at her alluring silhouette, he slowly began to remove her upper garment, carefully unfastening the familiar metal clasps of the armor. Once the armor was removed, Yun's bare upper body was revealed to Mou's eyes, albeit only from the back, standing before a stranger with her upper body exposed. Her fair skin gradually flushed with a soft pink hue, and her delicate form quivered slightly. "Exercise caution with your hands and eyes." At that moment, Yun suddenly issued a warning. Hearing this, Mou raised an eyebrow. Although Yun possessed beauty and grace that were unparalleled, he was no naive youth easily intimidated. However, recognizing that their upcoming plans necessitated her presence, he suppressed his displeasure and chose not to dismiss her. He retrieved a set of large black robes from his spatial ring and draped them over Yun's form, knowing that the allure of her fair skin would be too much to bear. Observing Mou's actions, a blush crept onto Yun's cheeks, and the coldness in her beautiful eyes diminished slightly. Once she lay down, Mou turned to face her, gently lowering the black robe to reveal a small portion of her pristine skin and alluring curves. He then took out some clean cloth from his spatial ring and began to carefully wipe away the blood around her wound. As Yun gazed at the composed youth diligently tending to her injury, a sense of gratitude flickered in her eyes. After meticulously cleaning the wound, Mou produced the medicinal concoction he had just prepared and delicately applied it to the injury, finally wrapping it up with care. "Thank you," she said, her eyes sparkling with sincerity as she watched him skillfully bandage her wound. Chapter 84. Life in the Cave Since Rescuing Yun. Mou had heightened his vigilance regarding the safety of their surroundings. He scanned the area continuously, noting that the beasts within the Monster Beast Mountain range had become increasingly agitated. Fortunately, the aura released by the vermilion bird's heavenly flames proved remarkably effective. Although beasts occasionally wandered nearby, the moment they caught a whiff of that soul-chilling presence, they hastily retreated, allowing the two to remain undetected for several days. Upon returning to the cave, Mou found Yun, who had been resting on the stone bed, now seated gracefully on the stone slab, her hand supporting her chin as she watched him return. A gentle smile graced her lips as she said, "You're back." Nodding slightly, Mou retrieved several rabbits he had caught in the dense forest from his spatial ring. He sat down with a thud, igniting a fire, and casually inquired, "How is your injury?" Yun Yun rose slightly, a waft of delicate fragrance accompanying her as she approached Mou. With a slight furrow of her brow, she sighed. "The external wounds are not severe, but the sealing spell on my body will take several days to unravel." "Very well, then you should rest here for a few days. It is quite safe in the vicinity," Mou replied, tending to the rabbits as he admired the sight of Yun Yun, now clad in his attire, exuding an air of effortless elegance. Sitting gracefully, Yun Yun watched Mou roast the rabbits with a hint of curiosity. "You are quite bold, venturing into the depths of the monster beast mountain range with your strength as a fighter. Which family do you hail from? I have yet to encounter such a talent in the empire of Jama." Upon hearing this, Mou did not conceal the truth, stating, "There is no way to avoid it. I have been pursued to this extent. As for my identity, I am Mou of the Shao family from Wutan City." Upon hearing his words, Yun Yun furrowed her brows, and as if recalling something, she softly inquired, "Is it the Shao family from Wutan City? Is there not a young man named Shao Yin in your clan, who possessed great talent in his youth, but has gradually declined in cultivation?" Noticing that Yun Yun seemed unaware of Shao Yan's restored talents, Mou was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that, as the leader of the Yunlan sect, it was understandable she might overlook such trivial matters. Mou felt no need to conceal his identity, especially since he did not intend to attend the 3-year appointment with the Yunlan sect. After turning the roasted rabbit meat in his hand, Mou nodded and said, "Indeed, Shao Yan is my cousin. How do you know of him? If you see him in the future, please take care of him. By the way, what is your name?" Although Mou was well aware of the situation, he deliberately posed this question to facilitate communication without arousing suspicion. "My name is Yunji. As for your cousin, I have heard of his annulment with the Nalan family while in the imperial capital. That incident stirred quite a commotion, so naturally, I have heard his name." Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she avoided Mou's profound gaze. Perhaps due to the sealing of her powers, Mou found it somewhat amusing that this seemingly composed and authoritative Dou Huang possessed a hint of girlish shyness. After a moment, he offered the roasted rabbit meat to Yun Yun, who tore off a small piece, her red lips moving slightly as she savored it with an elegant demeanor that was quite delightful to behold. "Once you have recovered, do you still plan to seek out the purple crystal winged Lion King?" Mou inquired casually while eating, for without Yun Yun, he would not dare approach the lair of the Lion King. "Yes, I need the purple spirit crystal," Yun Yun sighed softly in response. "Ah, I see. The strength of the purple crystal winged Lion King is not vastly superior to yours. It is merely that the sealing technique is exceedingly formidable. As long as you can evade it, there is indeed a chance," Mou remarked slowly. He refrained from proactively discussing cooperation, recognizing his current disadvantage. To do so would forfeit his bargaining power. Upon hearing Mou's words, Yun Yun's beautiful eyes suddenly sparkled with interest, and she gazed intently at the handsome young man. "Curious, do you truly hail from the Shao family of Wutan City?" The profound aura and exceptional vision emitted by the youth led her to ponder whether he might be a prince secretly nurtured by the imperial family. After all, aside from the Yunlan sect, which other power in the Jiama Empire could cultivate such outstanding talents? In response, Mou could not help but roll his eyes at her, saying, "Would I go so far as to deceive you about such matters? After this is resolved, let's bring him into the Yunlan sect. A talent like him should not be squandered," Yun Yun thought to herself upon receiving Mou's confirmation. However, she soon thought of Mou's cousin, Shao Yan. Would Mou develop a prejudice against the Yunlan sect because of Yinran's incident and refuse to join? Perhaps during the 3-year agreement, she could persuade Yinran to go easy on him, or even bring Shao Yan into the Yunlan sect, compensating her cousin with the status of a direct disciple. Regardless, even if he chose not to join the Yunlan sect, leaving him a few suitable cultivation techniques and battle skills would still serve as a repayment for his life-saving grace. Shaking her head, Yun Yun ceased her contemplation. Noticing that Mou had finished his meal and was now in meditation, she sat down beside him, closing her eyes and slowly dissolving the purple crystal seal within her body. During the days Yun Yun worked on breaking the seal, their relationship gradually grew closer. Thanks to Mou's attentive care, perhaps due to Mou's extraordinary demeanor and eloquent speech, Yun Yun did not display any haughtiness or nobility while conversing with him. Their tranquil life in the cave continued for 2 days, yet on the 3rd day, it was abruptly shattered by a sudden roar of a tiger. This was the cry of a 3rd-tier magical beast, the Thunder Rock Tiger. How could it have been discovered? Upon hearing this roar, Mou furrowed his brow. He had intentionally released the aura of the vermilion bird's heavenly flame around the cave. How could a 3rd-tier beast dare to approach? Hearing his words, a flush of embarrassment crept onto Yun Yun's delicate face as she shyly confessed, "I apologize. I went out for a bath today." Taken aback, Mo couldn't believe such misfortune had befallen him. Gripping his spear tightly, he admonished, "Women are troublesome. Stay here and don't move. I'll draw that beast away." Facing a third-tier magical beast, he knew he was in for a tough battle. Were it not for the accompanying purple crystal source and the small beast, he would have preferred to leave this woman behind. "Your strength is still." Looking at Mo, who was turning to leave, Yun felt even more guilty and hurriedly stood up, saying, "No, you can't go." The third-tier beast had bested even her prized disciple, Nailin Yinran. Mo's situation was even more perilous. "Stop." Suddenly halting, Mo turned back, his voice low and commanding, "Don't cause me any trouble. Stay put." Startled by his sudden outburst, Yun stared blankly at him, struggling to comprehend. How dare this little fellow shout at her so? "If you don't behave, I won't care for you anymore." In the midst of Yun's anxious gaze, after a quarter of an hour, Mo finally returned to the cave. However, the young man appeared rather disheveled, his aura significantly weakened and a large stain of blood marking his chest. "Mo, are you all right?" Upon seeing him return, Yun's face initially lit up with joy, but she quickly noticed his injuries and rushed over to inquire, "What happened?" "Cough. Do you think I look fine?" Mo spat out a mouthful of blood. A sudden pain shot through his head, and his consciousness began to blur as he collapsed. Moments ago, in order to contend with the formidable third-tier beast, he had once again unleashed that soul technique, resulting in a significant depletion of his soul power. Barely a few days after it had been restored. Observing the situation, Yun swiftly embraced Mo, cradling the young lad tenderly in her arms. Thankfully, following their previous encounter, Mo regained consciousness rather swiftly this time. As he awoke from his stupor, he vaguely sensed a warm, delicate arm encircling his waist. "You're awake," Yun exclaimed with delight, her previously furrowed brows easing into a gentle smile upon seeing Mo open his eyes. "Yes, I feel better," Mo replied, rubbing his throbbing head. His primary usage of soul power meant that his physical injuries were not severe. "Here, have some water," Yun said, her lovely face reflecting concern and regret as she held a bowl of clear water to his lips, noticing the pale pain etched on his features. At this gesture, Mo, who had initially intended to reach out for the bowl, let his hand fall, allowing Yun to bring the refreshing liquid to his mouth. With a beautiful companion by his side, providing attentive care, it was no surprise that Mo's spirits lifted considerably. However, this tender position and intimate act elicited a blush on Yun's cheeks, making her, usually so composed, feel somewhat uncomfortable as a wave of unfamiliar emotions surged within her. "I apologize, I didn't anticipate it would lead to this," she said, moved by the boy as sacrifice, and, coupled with her own sealed powers, found herself more grounded. Not one to admit fault easily, she surprisingly offered an apology to Mo. Hearing this, Mo silently mused that were it not for the forthcoming plans, he would hardly indulge her in such a troublesome habit. Maintaining his calm demeanor, he replied, "It's all right. Though the trouble is considerable, I can still manage." Seeing Mo's unwavering confidence, Yun grew curious about the means by which he had driven away that third-tier beast, for it was comparable to a formidable human grandmaster. In the Jamma Empire, few among the younger generation could withstand such a powerful foe at his age. Not even her esteemed disciple, Nailin Yinran. Though curiosity lingered, her recent interactions had led her to sense the boy's extraordinary nature and the mystery surrounding him. Furthermore, given that he had sustained injuries due to her, she refrained from pressing for answers. Relieved, Mo felt assured. He trusted Yun's character would not lead her to betray him. After all, his judgment was based on the original narrative, and its accuracy was uncertain. However, the fact that she did not pry into his secrets indicated that she was indeed trustworthy. "I'm hungry," Mo declared, feeling famished and utterly drained after the fierce battle with the third-tier beast. "Oh," Yun paused, taken aback by his words, before realizing that the little rascal was implying she should prepare a meal. As the esteemed leader of the Yunlan sect, she had never lifted a finger to engage in mundane tasks. Even her master, Yunshan, had never tasted a meal prepared by her. Mo gestured to the wounds adorning his body, implying that she should show some empathy for his plight. Observing this, Yun couldn't help but chuckle, suddenly recalling something that made her hum lightly. "Serves you right. Who told you to show off? You're still quite young, yet you insist on calling yourself old master." Despite her teasing words, Yun gracefully turned towards the barbecue pit, leaving behind an enchanting silhouette. As she squatted down to tend to the wild boar over the fire, Mo took a moment to reassess her. He was taken aback to discover that, as a sect leader, she possessed a charming and adorable side. Shaking his head, he formed a meditative seal with his hands, settling into a cross-legged position to enter a state of cultivation. Beside the fire, Yun, glistening with perspiration, skillfully managed the turning of the boar. This wild boar, freshly hunted by Mou, was particularly large compared to its kin, promising sustenance for several days. After half an hour, she roused him from his meditation. Feeling the pangs of hunger, he gazed at the generously portioned roast boar, its surface charred to perfection. And with a wry smile, he looked up at Yun, whose beautiful eyes were fixed upon him. "Is this your roast boar?" he asked. "This is my very first attempt at cooking. Even if it turns out poorly, you must finish it. Otherwise, once I recover." Yun's lips curled slightly, and she pointed at the roasted boar, her words laced with an unmistakable hint of threat. Hearing this, Mou chuckled, drawing forth a dagger to slice the most delectable portion of the boar's hind leg and presenting it to her. He then ravenously began to devour the remaining meat on the stone slab. Seeing this, Yun smiled in return, gently biting into the roast boar. Mou's appreciation for her culinary efforts filled her with satisfaction. As he consumed the food voraciously, the gnawing hunger gradually subsided. Yet, when he had eaten barely half of the roast meat, a frown began to form on his brow, and he uncomfortably shifted in his seat. "Mou, have you noticed something amiss?" Yun, standing before him, suddenly asked, her cheeks flushing crimson. Upon hearing her question, Mou raised his head, his heart racing as he beheld her. Her once lively eyes now appeared hazy, and her delicate face was adorned with an alluring blush. Indeed, something was not right. Mou let out a bitter laugh, realizing that his body had inexplicably become feverish. Alarmingly, this rising heat had stirred the malevolent fire within his heavenly gang thunder body, exhibiting a tendency to spread uncontrollably. With a long sigh, he found the sinister flames intensifying, and he desperately compressed their expansion with his fighting spirit. Yun felt an increasing heat enveloping her body, a sensation so intense that she yearned to shed her garments. However, being a formidable Dou emperor, even with her powers sealed, her composure from past experiences remained intact, allowing her to forcibly suppress the fervor within. Upon careful reflection, both individuals concluded that the issue likely stemmed from the roasted wild boar they had consumed. During the hunt, I had discovered the carcass of a coiling serpent nearby. Could it be that this wild boar inadvertently ingested a coiling serpent, resulting in some form of mutation within its flesh, rendering its blood infused with toxins? Mou, battling against the unholy flames of desire within, speculated. The coiling serpent, notorious for its lascivious nature, is also a primary ingredient in concocting certain potent remedies, thus making Mou's hypothesis quite plausible. Upon hearing this, Yun's delicate face momentarily froze, only to be replaced by a flush of crimson. In frustration, she stamped her foot and exclaimed, "How could we encounter such a predicament? What should we do now? Let us suppress it with Dou Qi. After all, the coiling serpent is merely a first-tier magical beast, and given the transformation caused by the boar's toxins, it should not be overly effective. A bit of suppression should suffice." With that, Mou promptly closed his eyes, channeling his Dou Qi to subdue the rising flames of desire. Watching Mou with his eyes shut, Yun attempted to harness her own Dou Qi for suppression. However, as she began to circulate her energy, she was horrified to discover that her Dou Qi had been completely sealed by the amethyst crystal, leaving her with nothing to quell the flames within. As the inferno intensified in her heart, Yun's beautiful eyes grew increasingly dazed, the flames threatening to consume her reason and draw her into a state of surrender. "You must manage it on your own. I cannot remain here any longer. I need to get outside." A gust of cool wind swept through the cave, momentarily refreshing Yun's senses. Gritting her teeth, she dashed toward the cave's entrance. Mou, who had been focused on suppressing the internal flames, turned pale at her words. "If you go out, what will happen when a horde of magical beasts descends upon us? We haven't even finalized our cooperation, and you might lose your life." Hastily opening his eyes, Mou leapt from the stone bed and swiftly embraced Yun from behind. "Yunji, do not go out. If you lose your reason upon exiting, you should know that certain magical beasts are equally interested in human women, like the coiling ape." Upon hearing the name coiling ape, Yun's face turned even paler. She had heard of this beast with a notorious reputation for its depravity, and the mere thought of being sullied by such a creature filled her with revulsion. Caught in a dilemma, driven to desperation, Yun suddenly opened her mouth and bit down on Mou's shoulder. However, the proximity to his masculine essence caused her to gradually loosen her grip. The lingering coolness from her bite sent a shiver through Mou's body, rekindling the flames he had painstakingly suppressed. His arms tightened around her slender waist, holding her firmly in an embrace. Originally, the inner energy of Mou could merely suppress the toxic forces, yet upon Yun's arrival, the sinister flames ignited by her celestial thunder body became uncontrollable. If her spiritual power had still been in its prime, it would have been manageable. However, after battling the third-tier magical beast, her essence had been thoroughly depleted, leading matters to spiral into the worst possible outcome. Gently placing the woman on the stone bed. The clarity in Mou's gaze gradually faded. Chapter 86, The 5-Year Pact. With a resounding clap echoing through the cave half an hour later, following a fervent encounter, the heated breaths gradually receded, and the sound of somewhat unsteady footsteps hastily exited the cavern. Once the footsteps had vanished, Yun, trembling, opened her eyes. Gazing at the chaotic marks on her body, the mingled scents wafting beneath her nostrils, and tears began to cascade from her beautiful eyes uncontrollably. Given her status, few dared to gaze upon her so brazenly, let alone engage in such intimate and uninvited familiarity. The thought that her preserved purity had been inexplicably snatched away by a boy significantly younger than herself within this small cave left her feeling a maddening sense of despair. Having lost her energy, Yun seemed to have shed some of her usual aloofness and frigid demeanor, her elevated status appearing to be temporarily sealed deep within her consciousness. In former times, she would have unsheathed her sword without hesitation, cleaving Mou into 18 pieces. However, if her energy had not been sealed, even the slight efficacy of the toxin could never have clouded her mind. Lying on the stone bed, Yun bit her red lip tightly, her delicate features flickering with uncertainty, lost in thought. Emerging from the cave, Mou sprinted towards the nearby waterfall. Although the raging fire within him had mostly been released, remnants lingered, making him feel as though he were ablaze. Coupled with the lingering traces and scents on his body, he yearned desperately for a refreshing bath. With a splash, upon seeing the lake before him, Mou leapt in like a carp, plunging into the depths and allowing the icy water to cool his fevered skin. While swallowing a few mouthfuls of lake water, he settled at the bottom, crossed his legs, and began to channel his energy to dispel the lingering flames. As the water's chill invigorated him and his energy gradually returned, the fiery sensation within him began to recede, the tumultuous heat quietly subsiding. With a sudden break in the calm lake's surface, Mou's head emerged, and he wiped the water from his face, gazing up at the blazing sun. Feeling somewhat exhausted, he exhaled deeply and slowly swam to the shore, pressing his body against the rocks as he gasped for breath. With narrowed eyes gazing at the sky, Mou gently touched his nose, as the image of Yun, embodying a noble and exquisite beauty, resurfaced before him. Previously, within the cave, she had appeared as a goddess of grace, yet now she revealed the most enticing and alluring demeanor in his presence. Ultimately, accompanied by a faint cry of pain, Mou found himself inextricably entwined with this regal lady, having taken away her most precious gift in a moment of confusion. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Mou, no novice to such intoxicating sensations, found himself overwhelmed not only by the lingering pleasure, but also by the looming trouble it brought. This situation had escalated far beyond his intentions. He had sought collaboration with Yun, yet inexplicably, he had taken away her body entirely. While he recalled that a similar incident had occurred in the original tale, where Xiao Yinzi managed to halt the course of events at the last moment, and they found common ground, Mou, however, had plunged headlong into the abyss, snatching away her most cherished possession unanticipatedly. Summoning the power of mystic thunder to dry off the moisture clinging to him, thoughts of Yun's enchanting visage filled his mind. Mou furrowed his brows, contemplating whether to bolt at once. Although it might seem irresponsible, Yun was a formidable Dou Huan. Should she regain her strength and unleash her wrath, he could very well find himself at her mercy, leaving him with no recourse for defense. After a moment's reflection, Mou squinted and ultimately decided to return to the cave. A gentleman acts with intention and refrains when necessary. Having acted, he was not one to shirk responsibility. In his previous life as a supreme being, he held his pride dearly. Moreover, even if she were merely a Dou Huang, or, heaven forbid, a Dou Zun, he would not flinch in the slightest. As he approached the cave, Mou exhaled softly and stepped into the cool interior, directing his gaze towards the stone platform. Only to be taken aback, Yun, who ought to be lying there, had vanished. He hastily advanced a few steps, intending to use his soul force to search for her, when suddenly a chill gripped his neck. A peculiar long sword, exuding an icy aura, pressed closely against his throat. His body went rigid, and casting a furtive glance behind him, he beheld Yun clad in a blue robe, her expression as frigid as her weapon, standing poised with the sword in hand. Feeling the icy touch at his throat, Mou maintained an air of calm, lifting his gaze to meet hers, and slowly articulated, "Given the circumstances, I have not come to apologize, but rather to convey a matter of importance." At his words, a flush of indignation crossed Yun's frosty visage. How could he have committed such an act, robbing her of the most sacred aspect of womanhood, yet express no remorse? Her beautiful eyes flickered, and the long sword in her delicate hand pressed even closer against Mou's throat, drawing a faint line of crimson that trickled forth. Her gaze flickered, and she suddenly noticed the reddened imprint of a palm upon Mou's face, evidently the source of the resounding slap that had echoed in the cave moments earlier. Gazing at the somewhat absurd handprint, Yun-Yun's icy demeanor softened ever so slightly, yet she remained aloof as she coldly inquired, "What do you wish to convey?" "I wish to say, Yun-Ji, become my woman," Mou replied in a tone of indifference, though his words bore an undeniable firmness. Confronted with this sudden declaration of dominance, Yun-Yun's icy countenance faltered, a flicker of panic dancing in her beautiful eyes. As if it was Mou who wielded a sword against her neck, possessing the strength of a Dou Huang. Fixating on the boy's resolute black eyes and profound aura, Yun-Yun suddenly felt a pressure she had not experienced even in the presence of her master, her state of mind subtly shifting, unwittingly placing her in a position of vulnerability. "Let us consider today as if it never occurred," she uttered wearily, slowly lowering her longsword. After their intimate encounter, Yun-Yun candidly revealed, "My true identity is Yun-Yun, the sect leader of Yunlan sect. I am also the master of Nalan Yinran, who was once betrothed to Xiao Yan. There exists both personal grievances and a clear disparity between us. It is impossible for me to become your woman." Dou Huang. That was an insurmountable chasm. Perhaps you might one day cross it, but certainly not at present. Moreover, the proud and noble Yun-Yun could not fathom that a mere youth with the strength of a Dou Qi could ascend to such heights. Even with his exceptional talent and mysterious methods, they were not guarantees of becoming a Dou Huang. "In 5 years, I shall break through to Dou Huang." Shaking his head gently, Mou gazed at Yun-Yun with confidence. He understood the vast difference in identity and strength between them, yet having been reborn, all he truly lacked was time. Given 5 years, he was certain he could achieve the rank of Dou Huang, a Dou Huang in his 20s. Even Yun-Yun raised her finely arched brows at Mou's words. The notion of advancing from Dou Qi to Dou Huang in 5 years was unprecedented. However, seeing the confidence in the boy's eyes, and recalling their days of cohabitation in the cave and the passionate encounter they had just shared, a complex emotion flickered in Yun-Yun's beautiful gaze. Finally, biting her crimson lip, she acquiesced, "Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. In 5 years, I will await your arrival as a Dou Huang." Chapter 87, Collaboration. Having established an unconventional 5-year pact, the two gradually fell into silence, uncertain of what to say after the recent events. As their silence enveloped the cave, an awkward stillness settled in, for after today, it seemed they could scarcely return to their previous camaraderie. This silence persisted until noon, when Mou seized the opportunity to venture out and capture a few wild rabbits. Squatting beside the fire, he absent-mindedly stirred the flames with a stick until a sudden awareness compelled him to lift his gaze, only to find himself locking eyes with a pair of enchanting, expressive orbs. Their gazes met momentarily before both pretended nonchalance and diverted their attention elsewhere. Once more rolling the roasted rabbit, Mou extracted a piece and offered it to Yun-Yun. "You should eat. I am not hungry." Lowering her eyelids, Yun-Yun spoke softly, yet as soon as her words fell, she felt a slight contraction in her lower abdomen. After all, the vigorous battle she had with Mou that morning had drained her energy and strength as much as a confrontation with a formidable emperor-level opponent. Reflecting on this, a faint blush flickered in Yun-Yun's eyes, barely perceptible, before she stubbornly closed her eyes, dismissing her stomach's protests. Rest assured, this rabbit is herbivorous. Observing Yun-Yun's refusal, Mou continued, "If you do not eat soon, I shall personally feed you." Opening her eyes, Yun-Yun tightly pursed her lips and raised her face, only to behold the strikingly handsome youth standing before her, adorned with a warm smile. A soft light glimmered in her gaze. Undeniably, Mou's exceptional looks, coupled with a depth of character that belied his youth, were particularly alluring to women, especially after the unique aura he exuded during their earlier encounter. Yun-Yun sensed that the venom contained within the snake had gradually begun to dissipate. Yet, the unusual masculine energy radiating from him, akin to a source of fire, irresistibly captivated her, ensnaring her in a delightful warmth from which she could not extricate herself. Realizing this, Yun-Yun inwardly reprimanded herself for her earlier indulgence, casting an apologetic glance at the youth. It seemed that throughout their interaction, the fault did not lie solely with him. It was merely the hand of fate at play. With a soft sigh, Yun-Yun finally reached out to accept the roasted rabbit before her, savoring each bite as she chewed thoughtfully. Perhaps the food eased her spirit, for after swallowing, she softly remarked, "Tomorrow, I should be able to break the seal." At her words, Mou's heart stirred. He had not forgotten his previous intentions. After this intimate encounter, he planned to return to Yun-Yun, driven not only by his inherent masculinity, but also by an undeniable longing for the treasure belonging to the amethyst-winged Lion King. With a light chuckle, he replied, "That is splendid news, congratulations. Once I regain my strength, I shall seek out the amethyst-winged Lion King again," Yun asserted solemnly. "Do you require my assistance in any way?" Mou inquired. Given their current rapport, though he was considerably weaker, his question did not seem out of place. Yun, absorbed in her thoughts, was unaware of Mou's eagerness to assist her. Listening to Mou's words, Yun pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly, whispering, "The purple spirit crystal is typically found within the cave of the amethyst-winged Lion King. My initial intention was to stealthily enter, but I was ultimately detected. Once I restore my strength tomorrow, I will again divert the amethyst-winged Lion King's attention. And I would like to request your help in entering its lair to locate the purple spirit crystal. Although I am uncertain of your capabilities, with your strength, you should be able to access the cave's interior, as few other beasts dare to venture there." Upon hearing this, Mou nodded. With Yun outside drawing the attention of the amethyst-winged Lion King, this was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Strangely, after a passionate encounter with Yun, the soul power that had previously been depleted due to diverting the third-tier beast, the Thunder Rock Tiger, not only fully replenished, but also surged rapidly, seemingly on the verge of breaking through to the fourth-tier alchemist level. Faced with such an anomaly, Mou could only attribute it to the side effects of the Heavenly Gang Thunder Body, where this crystal, as you approach the amethyst spirit crystal, it will heat up. You can locate it by relying on the intensity of the heat, smiled Yunji, as she retrieved a small diamond-shaped crystal from a verdant spatial ring on her finger and offered it to Mou. Accepting the diamond crystal, Mou hung it around his neck and raised his face with a smile, saying, "I will do my utmost." Gazing at Mou's smile, Yun nodded slightly. After sharing these words, the two seemed to run out of topics, and the atmosphere fell into silence once more. "By the way, I heard you prepared 3 fifth-tier magic cores and advanced techniques to exchange with the amethyst-winged Lion King for the amethyst spirit crystal. Could I borrow one of the fire or lightning attribute 5th-tier cores? I promise to return it to you manifold in the future," Mou said, suddenly struck by a thought as he looked at Yun. Now that the two had inadvertently established a romantic relationship and made a 5-year pact, Mou had already regarded Yun as his own. Although he felt a twinge of embarrassment borrowing from his own woman, he thought that repaying her double later would suffice. A 5th-tier magic core was a rare find and would undoubtedly bring him significant benefits. At his request, Yun was momentarily taken aback. Although she did not understand why Mou needed a 5th-tier magic core, his first request stirred an inexplicable feeling deep within her. After contemplating for a moment, she replied softly, "These 3 magic cores belong to the sect. Even as the sect master, I cannot lend them to others at will. However, I can authorize one. Once my strength is restored, I can gift you one as a token of my gratitude for saving my life." Mou waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for us to speak of gratitude between us. Even if I borrow this magic core from you, I dislike being indebted to others, even if that person is my future partner." Hearing Mou refer to her as his woman made Yun's cheeks flush, and she felt a curious intrigue towards the boy's unshakable confidence. 5 years of battle prowess was no small feat after tidying up the fire pit. The awkwardness of sharing a space at night due to the events of the day lingered. Noticing that Yun seemed to be on the verge of embarrassment, Mou decided to turn away, saying, "There are many beasts roaming at night. I will keep watch outside." As Mou turned, Yun fixed her gaze on his retreating silhouette disappearing into the darkness beyond the cave, her tranquil state of mind rippling with unexpected emotions at his repeated assertions of her being his. A soft sigh escaped within the cave, gradually fading into silence. As the warm morning light bathed the slumbering Mou, he gradually opened his eyes, still clouded with sleep. In that fleeting moment of awakening, the youth abruptly turned his head. Within the cave, on a stone bed, Yun sat in meditation. Today, she adorned herself in a pristine white dress. Her previously languid phoenix ornament now gathered, exuding an aura of subtle nobility. Her beautiful visage radiated elegance, and the faint trace of vulnerability from days past had completely vanished. Seemingly sensing Mou's awakening, Yun gently opened her eyes, her gaze sweeping over him, revealing a flicker of complexity. "Awake?" she inquired, her voice reminiscent of its former clarity, yet imbued with a touch of chill. Mou raised an eyebrow, unperturbed by Yun's demeanor. A woman of her caliber would not develop affection simply due to personal loss. Only through the acquisition of strength could he earn such regard. Reflecting on their 5-year pact, a surge of determination welled within him. He addressed Yun. "The seal has been broken. Let us seek the crystal-winged Lion King." Chapter 88, The Commencement of Action. "Here, take this 5th-tier magic core." Upon regaining her strength, Yun emanated an air of nobility and grace. Her voice, cool and composed, accompanied the glimmer of her jade hand, revealing a red crystal imbued with terrifying, violent power. This is the magic core of the 5th-tier beast, the Diamond Fire Ape, obtained by my master under fortuitous circumstances. Yun slowly extended her hand, presenting the 5th-tier magic core before Mou. Ah, a trophy from the Yun Mountain, he mused inwardly upon hearing her words. As he grasped the magic core, Mou regarded it with a calm demeanor before stowing it within his beast ring. He had no immediate intention of using the Xianlei to devour the core. For one, Yun was beside him, and for another, through his understanding of Xianlei, he realized that the energy feedback from the Zhuchua's heavenly flame was limited. Excessive energy could potentially overwhelm his body. Thus, even if he were to consume this 5th-tier magic core, the energy he could harness would only reach a tier 2 to 3 maximum. Surpassing this threshold could jeopardize his physical integrity. It would be wiser to reserve it for a breakthrough to a grand fighter, maximizing its efficacy. Seeing Mou accept the 5th-tier magic core with such tranquility, a hint of surprise flickered in Yun's beautiful eyes. Although the Crystal-Winged Lion King had not deemed this 5th-tier magic core significant, it was nonetheless a 6th-tier beast. The fact that a mere fighter like Mou remained so composed in the face of such a treasure was truly remarkable. Very well, let us set forth, Yun declared, her excitement ignited by the acquisition of the magic core, as well as the prospect of the accompanying crystal source and the crystal-winged lion cub within the cave. Indeed, she murmured with a slight nod, her body quivering slightly as a pair of azure energy wings unfurled gracefully from her back. Observing the situation, Mou was determined not to resemble the shameless and undignified Xiao Yinzi from the original tale, who allowed Yun to embrace him in a bid to gain some advantage. A subtle tingling sensation coursed through the purple tattoo on his back, and with that, his began to circulate through its designated pathways, manifesting a pair of violet energy wings that extended forth gracefully. Although the violet wings lacked the grandeur of the azure ones, they were nonetheless complete in their own right, lending an air of striking elegance and otherworldliness to the young man. At that moment, Mou stood alongside Yun, their azure and purple wings harmoniously complementing each other, creating an illusion of unity between A and A that transcended their actual disparities, resembling a pair of exquisite lovers instead. Upon witnessing the violet wings sprouting from Mou's back, Yun's serene and beautiful eyes rippled like autumn waters, stirred by a sudden wave of surprise. The boy's display of transforming into wings had startled her, leading her to momentarily believe that Mou was a concealed powerhouse. However, she quickly sensed that he remained at the level of A, realizing that the youth had merely employed a rare flying. Amused by Mou's unwillingness to bow to her despite his struggle to maintain the in his wings, Yun found herself secretly chuckling at the prideful youth before her. The extraordinary display of talent from Mou gradually ignited a thought within her. Perhaps, in 5 years, he could indeed achieve the status of, "Let us set forth," she said, shaking off the sudden notion that had intruded upon her mind, her cheeks slightly flushed. Throughout their journey, although Yun's strength far surpassed that of Mou, she refrained from flying at full speed to avoid alarming anyone, thus allowing Mou to keep pace despite his inferior abilities. Surprised that he could barely match her speed, Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. The more she interacted with Mou, the more secrets she uncovered about him. "By the way, was it you who instigated Nalan Yinjin to withdraw her engagement from my Xiao family?" Mou inquired, seeking to engage her in conversation during their flight. Upon hearing this, the usually regal and proud Yun felt an inexplicable discomfort, as if concerned that this topic might provoke a negative impression of her from Mou or his family. After a momentary hesitation, she replied softly, "Yinjin is a disciple I hold in high regard. I do not wish for her to be constrained by marriage. In a century, she has a significant chance of succeeding the position of the Yunlan sect's leader." Realizing that her words might have been inappropriate, she glanced at Mou, who remained calm, and added, "If you find my remarks unsatisfactory, I can send an elder to the Xiao family to apologize." As a dominant force within the Gamma Empire, the gesture of dispatching a Yunlan sect elder would undoubtedly grant great esteem to both the Xiao family and Mou. However, upon hearing these words, Mou waved his hand dismissively, stating, "There is no need. The damage inflicted upon the Xiao family and my cousin Xiao Yan is irrevocable. Moreover, you are unaware that your choice will result in the Nalan family losing an excellent son-in-law and your esteemed disciple losing a worthy husband." Upon hearing this, Yun furrowed her brows, her heart filled with disbelief at Mou's exaggeration. As if perceiving her thoughts, Mou chuckled lightly. "Huh? My cousin Xiao Yan's talent is not inferior to mine. When the 3-year pact between him and Nalan Yinran approaches, you shall see that he is no ordinary individual." Hearing Mou praise Xiao Yan's talent, and even compare him to himself, Yunyun's expression grew considerably somber. Through her observations over the past few days, she was acutely aware of Mou's unfathomable abilities. However, the fact that the so-called waste of the Xiao family possessed such talent left her astonished. Could it be that the Xiao family was truly formidable, a veritable breeding ground for geniuses? Contemplating this, she silently resolved to diligently urge her own disciple to cultivate, ensuring she would not fall behind Mou's cousin. Why do you, with the surname Mo, find yourself in the Xiao family? After Mou posed a few questions, Yunyun curiously gazed at him. Taken aback, Mou's expression darkened momentarily. There was little to conceal regarding this matter. So he proceeded to recount the grievances between himself and the Mo family of Yinqing. The Mo family of Yinqing? Pursued by Mo to this extent? As Mou narrated his experiences, a chill settled upon Yunyun's fair visage, reflecting her disdain towards the Mo family. I have heard that the Mo family of Yinqing has some connections with the Mulan sect? Mou teased, observing Yunyun closely. Hearing his words, Yunyun's expression darkened. It seemed that their mutual connections were anything but favorable. From this day forward, there shall be none. Yunyun's voice rang out coldly. Though her tone was subdued, it exuded an imposing aura of authority. As the current leader of the Mulan sect, her words signified the severance of any ties between the Yinqing Mo family and the Mulan sect. Turning to Yunyun, Mou was taken aback by the significance she attributed to him. With a mere statement, she had effectively distanced the Mulan sect from the Mo family. As for Yunyun personally annihilating the Mo family, she clearly would not go to such extremes at this moment. Yunyun, who regarded the Mulan sect as her own family, would naturally refrain from arbitrarily acting against factions that sought refuge within her sect, as such actions would lead to dire repercussions. To remove the Yinqing Mo family from the sphere of the Mulan sect was already the extent of her capabilities, especially with the previous sect leader and numerous elders exerting influence beside her. Thank you, Mou nodded gratefully. Without the backing of the Mulan sect, the Mo family would be much easier to deal with as they were merely a single spirit fighter. No need for pleasantries, Yunyun replied, casting a glance at the young man beside her. A faint sense of foreboding stirring within her that news of the annihilation of the Mo family might soon reach her ears. Chapter 89. The Contract with the Little Purple Crystal-Winged Lion King. A quarter of an hour later, Mou and Yunyun arrived at their destination. Gazing upon the imposing mountains in the distance, my eyes were drawn to a massive cave concealed beneath the branches, barely visible. This was the lair of the amethyst-winged Lion King. My intention was to attempt to slay or injure it, while you, my dear companion, should choose the opportune moment to stealthily slip into the cave. Turning her head, Yunyun pointed towards the distant cave and instructed me. Understood, I replied with a nod. With all arrangements in place, Yunyun ceased her chatter, unfurled her wings behind her, and gracefully ascended into the sky, swiftly darting towards the cavernous entrance with the speed of lightning. Her figure remained unhidden, and as she approached within 100 meters of the cave, a chorus of beastly roars echoed across the mountains. Human woman, how dare you show your face? Today, I shall take your life to avenge the destruction of my horn. The furious roar of the amethyst-winged Lion King erupted violently in the heavens. With the sound of its wrath, a purple shadow shot forth from the cave, crashing into the dense forest, igniting yet another fierce battle. Casting a glance at the aerial skirmish, I too commenced my mission. My form transformed into a shadow, swiftly darting into the thicket, concealing myself as I made my way towards the cave atop the mountain. Emerging from the woods, I beheld the vast cave entrance looming before me. After circling the forest, I climbed to the mouth of the cave, utilizing the rocky cover to quietly position myself directly above the entrance. With my body slightly arched, I suddenly propelled myself into the cavern. Inside the cave, it was not as dim as I had anticipated. The surrounding walls were intermittently adorned with purple crystals that illuminated the space. After traversing the elongated passageway, I soon encountered two diverging paths. After a quarter of an hour, feeling the increasing heat, I finally reached the exit. Stepping out into the cavern, I surveyed my surroundings, my gaze ultimately resting upon the central area of the cave. There, a mass of purple crystal had formed a pedestal over a meter high, upon which lay a violet orb the size of a human head, quietly resting. As my eyes scanned the purple sphere, my brow furrowed with intrigue, a flicker of delight passing through my pupils. The symbiotic amethyst source, I exclaimed. This was one of my primary objectives for this venture, and upon witnessing the orb, a weight lifted from my heart. The moment my palm made contact with the symbiotic amethyst source, I gasped, instinctively retracting my hands. After channeling my energy to absorb the intense heat, the searing sensation dissipated. It appeared that I would need to shatter the outer shell of this orb. With this thought, my mind stirred, and I summoned forth the Dou Qi's Inferno Thunder. The mind commanded the vermilion bird's thunder, and in the next moment, this crimson lightning swiftly spread towards the shell of the accompanying amethyst source. With a crack, after several breaths, as the thunder coursed over the sphere, a fissure emerged on its surface. Instantly, the crack widened and then, with a resounding boom, shattered completely. As the amethyst source broke apart, a violet liquid began to flow forth. Observing this, Mou quickly retrieved a jade vial from his interspatial ring and fervently poured the violet liquid into it. Although the exterior of the amethyst source was scorching, the liquid within was surprisingly cool to the touch. Despite the sphere appearing quite large, the violet liquid contained within only filled 6 small jade vials. With the amethyst source located, the next task was to find the purple spirit crystal and tame the third-tier amethyst winged lion king. Carefully stowing away the 6 vials of amethyst source, Mou felt a surge of satisfaction. He swiftly exited the passage and turned towards another corridor. After walking for a brief moment, the view before him once again opened up. Pressing his body against the cave entrance, Mou peered out with one eye, gradually scanning the cavern nearly filled with amethyst stones. As his gaze moved to the center, it came to a halt, where a diminutive amethyst winged lion king lay quietly in slumber. Gazing at the sleeping creature, Mou's eyes sparkled. It must be said that this little amethyst winged lion king lacked the imposing aura of the 6th-tier beast outside, yet it still exuded a faintly extraordinary presence. Just perfect for you. He thought about contracting this magical beast and riding it in the future, which would certainly be impressive. As Mou approached, the 3rd-tier amethyst winged lion king seemed to sense something, slowly opening its beastly eyes, raising its majestic form, and cautiously surveying its surroundings. "Hey, over here." As a voice resonated, the little amethyst winged lion king turned its grand body, suddenly discovering a human standing behind it. Upon seeing Mou, an enraged roar erupted from its mouth, and the small lion glared fiercely at the human before it. "I must say, treating your future master in such a manner is not advisable." Witnessing the irate little lion, Mou swiftly formed hand seals, and a tremendous surge of spiritual power erupted forth, pressing down upon the creature. Though the beast was still in its growth phase as a 3rd-tier magical beast, its prowess even surpassed that of Mou. Fortunately, Mou's spiritual strength had significantly increased previously, and while magical beasts often possessed formidable physical strength, their souls were typically their weak point. Otherwise, it would not be easy to subdue this little beast by force. Sensing the formidable soul pressure emanating from Mou, the small beast began to exhibit signs of agitation. As the offspring of the amethyst winged lion king, it possessed intelligence far surpassing that of an ordinary 3rd-tier magical beast, instinctively retreating to seek the counsel of its father. Observing this, Mou would not permit its escape. He relentlessly exerted his immense soul power upon the small beast, which under his control, coalesced into a needle-like form that forcefully penetrated the creature's mind. In contrast to the beast's tough exterior, the soul shell within its mind proved exceedingly fragile. Thus, under Mou's exquisite manipulation of soul power, it acted like an incessant drill, persistently assaulting the beast's soul. After several moments, a breach appeared in the weakened area of the soul shell. Mou's expression brightened as he directed a continuous flow of soul energy through the opening. With a pained roar, the small beast's soul sea was infiltrated, and it lunged at Mou in a frenzied manner. In response, Mou deftly evaded the creature's onslaught, while simultaneously suppressing its autonomous consciousness with his soul power. After several tense moments, he sensed the opportune moment had arrived and formed an intricate hand seal, releasing an enigmatic aura. The soul seal, a secret method of binding magical beasts that Mou had mastered in his previous life, allowed him to imprint a mark within the beast's mind, establishing him as its master. He had covertly learned this technique at a prestigious beast taming sect, enduring numerous life-threatening pursuits as a consequence. As the soul seal gradually took shape within the small beast's mind, its resistance intensified. The imprint's consolidation slowed significantly, and at this rate, even without any unforeseen interruptions, it would take nearly half an hour. Mou's brow furrowed. Indeed, given his current strength, contracting a 3rd-tier magical beast proved excessively challenging. Half an hour was a luxury that Yun could not afford to wait. Resolutely, Mou retrieved a vial from the earlier 6 bottles of companion crystal essence, summoning the vermilion bird's celestial thunder once more, and poured the essence onto the mystic thunder. As the crimson essence infused, the red lightning surged dramatically, and a powerful aura radiated forth, hinting at the might of the vermilion bird enveloped within the thunder. With a smile gracing his lips, Mou divided his soul power, extracting the aura of the vermilion bird from the mystic thunder, forcefully directing it toward the small beast's mind. With a thunderous roar of the vermilion bird reverberating within the creature's consciousness, it detonated like a bomb, unleashing the formidable presence of a high-tier magical beast within the small beast's mind. The latter, upon encountering the former, immediately exhibited a reaction akin to a mouse confronted by a cat. The previously steadfast will to resist instantaneously weakened. Seizing this opportunity, Mou felt a surge of joy within, swiftly channeling his soul energy to inscribe his own soul mark within the creature's mind. After a mere 20 breaths, as the little beast's heart pulsed with a typical beat, the mark was successfully embedded in the psyche of the small, amethyst-winged beast. At that moment, the ferocity and rage that once resided in its eyes vanished, replaced by a tranquil bewilderment, as if it had transformed into a different creature altogether. After a brief interval, the young amethyst-winged lion king appeared to regain its senses, shaking its large head, and finally, its keen gaze fixated intently on Mou. A glimmer of reverence emerging from the depths of its eyes. Under the scrutiny of Mou's dark orbs, the little amethyst-winged lion king gradually lowered its head and knelt, offering its right forepaw in a remarkably anthropomorphic gesture of loyalty. Thus, this young amethyst-winged lion king welcomed its new master, Mou. Chapter 90. The Departure of the Fair Maiden. The third-tier magical beast, the little amethyst-winged lion king, has been successfully tamed. Observing the small creature kneeling before him in fealty, a smile graced Mou's lips. Although the journey had been fraught with challenges, the outcome was ultimately gratifying. Contracting a magical beast and inscribing a mark within its soul was no simple feat had it not been for Mou's formidable soul power and his masterful control. Coupled with the final assistance from the mighty vermilion bird, achieving success would not have been so straightforward. Now that the inherent amethyst essence and the beast were perfectly secured, it was time to seek the purple spirit crystal. Aiming the frost magic beast ring at the creature, a blinding white light flashed forth, and under this radiant illumination, the imposing form of the little amethyst-winged lion king abruptly vanished. The beast ring truly proved its worth. Gently caressing the beast ring in his hand, Mou extended his soul energy inward, discovering the little amethyst-winged lion king peacefully resting upon a soft patch of grass. The frost magic beast ring formed its own space. The mountain river stone, being a natural spiritual stone, could simulate various environments suitable for magical beasts, which also elucidated the great value of mountain river stones in his previous life. Having resolved matters concerning the little amethyst-winged lion king, Mou proceeded deeper into the cave. Within the cavern, he retrieved the crystal gifted by Yun, now emitting a gentle warmth. Clutching it tightly, he moved slowly through the cave, guided by the fluctuation of temperature. After meandering within the cave for a while, Mou's steps abruptly halted at the spot where the little amethyst-winged lion king had once knelt. He crouched slightly, extending his hand to gently tap on several nearby amethyst stones. When his fingers struck a stone at the edge, a hollow sound resonated from below. Hearing this sound, Mou's expression brightened. With swift precision, he began to pry open the stone slab, and a dazzling beam of violet light erupted forth. After a brief moment, the violet radiance gradually dimmed, and Mou slowly opened his eyes, casting his gaze towards a small crevice. There, nestled within, lay an irregularly shaped, fist-sized, sharp violet spirit stone, quietly resting. At last, I have found you, the purple spirit stone. The moment this sharp violet gem appeared, the crystal in Mou's hand became searing hot, prompting him to swiftly stow it away in his spatial ring. He then carefully extracted the violet spirit stone from the crevice, placing it alongside the crystal in the ring. With the acquisition of the accompanying purple crystal source, the third-tier beast, and the purple spirit stone, Mou felt a sense of fulfillment in his endeavor and did not hesitate to turn and retreat. However, just as Mou prepared to leave the cave quietly, the crystal winged lion king, unbeknownst to him, had returned. Its enormous, blood-red eyes, larger than lanterns, fixed menacingly upon Mou, filled with terror and ferocity. Damn it, my son's aura has vanished. You brat, prepare to meet your end. At that moment, as Mou was about to depart, a violent torrent of violet flames erupted from the sky, accompanied by the furious roar of the crystal winged lion king that echoed through the heavens. Oh no! Mou's expression changed instantly upon witnessing the violet flames. The wrathful strike of a sixth-tier magical beast was far beyond his current capabilities to withstand. Just then, a delicate huff sounded, and Yun appeared before Mou, her jade-like hands gracefully swirling in front of her. A fierce azure tornado manifested around her, violently spinning and repelling the overwhelming violet flames that threatened to engulf them. Let us go. Before Mou could fully comprehend the situation, Yun's azure wings fluttered, and she swiftly embraced him, retreating through the air. Mou felt somewhat embarrassed at the sudden intimacy, But he set aside his concerns and tightly grasped her slender waist. He was not in a position to partake in the battle between the emperors. Enveloped in the warmth of her embrace, a faint blush appeared on Yun Yun's cool visage. Yet she brushed aside her modesty, allowing Mou to hold her securely. As they retreated rapidly, Yun Yun wielded an unusual sword that danced through the air with an enigmatic arc. In an instant, the sword trembled, and a crisp command escaped her rosy lips. To the extreme of the wind, obliterate. Upon hearing Yun Yun's command, the Crystal Wing Lion King let out a grave roar, its massive body plummeting downwards. Its colossal head shaking slightly as violet light surged through the sky once more. However, just as the Crystal Wing Lion King prepared to unleash its most potent force to counter Yun Yun's devastating attack, one that had previously shattered its sharp horn, Yun Yun flapped her wings, swiftly stowing her sword into the spatial ring. With a twist of her body, she leaped with Mou, disappearing into the horizon. Cunning human, for the vengeance of my slain offspring, I, the Crystal Wing Lion King, vow not to rest until I have my retribution. As Yun Yun abruptly turned to leave, the amethyst-winged Lion King realized it had fallen into a trap. The violet radiance enveloping its body gradually receded, and the disappearance of the young amethyst-winged lion's aura provoked its furious roars, echoing through the mountains for an extended period. Upon hearing the phrase vengeance for my fallen child, Yun Yun cast a surprised glance at the indifferent Mou in her arms, who appeared utterly unconcerned. Momentarily suppressing her curiosity, embracing Mou, Yun Yun soared toward the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range with the swiftness of a shooting star. After a while, having ventured far from the mountain's depths, she sought a secluded spot and gently descended. You have slain the third-tier amethyst-winged lion? She asked, her expression growing cold as she released Mou. The young amethyst-winged lion was a formidable presence among third-tier magical beasts, one that even a 7- or 8-star dome master might struggle to contend with. How could Mou have accomplished such a feat? Reluctant to disclose the matter of the contracted magical beast, Mou vaguely replied, I did not encounter that third-tier beast. Perhaps this little creature merely wandered off to play. Not wishing to delve deeper into the topic, Mou retrieved the purple spirit stone from his spatial ring and handed it to Yun Yun. Gently caressing the smooth, lustrous purple spirit stone, Yun Yun set aside her thoughts of the young amethyst-winged lion and smiled at Mou, saying, Thank you. Mou waved his hand dismissively, replying, No need for thanks. This is merely a promise fulfilled. With that, a silence enveloped them, marking the conclusion of this chapter and the moment of parting. Now that I have the purple spirit stone, I must take my leave, Yun Yun murmured softly after a while. Indeed, Mou nodded, having anticipated her words. As the first woman in his rebirth on the Dou Qi Continent, the impending farewell stirred a sense of reluctance within him. Yun Yun felt similarly, biting her red lip. She scanned her surroundings cautiously and suddenly whispered shyly, Please close your eyes. Startled by her request, Mou hesitated but complied, shutting his eyes as instructed. Upon seeing his closed eyelids, a blush spread across Yun Yun's delicate face. With graceful fingers, she slowly unfastened her simple dress. As her fingers glided down, a perfect figure, akin to a sculpted jade, was unveiled amidst the dense forest, radiating the essence of spring. Elegantly shedding her garments, Yun Yun carefully removed the peculiar blue metallic inner armor, shimmering with an extraordinary glow, and, slightly bashful, hastily donned her dress. When Mou opened his eyes once more, he beheld Yun Yun cradling the metallic armor, softly stating, This heart of the sea armor is crafted from a rare metal produced within the belly of a 6th-tier sea beast, the three-tailed blue whale. Its defensive capabilities are contingent upon the strength of its master. Although you currently possess the power of a fighter, it seems you are on the brink of breaking through to a dome master. At that point, even a typical attack from a great dome master will hardly harm you. You have aided me several times, and consider this my reward to you. Upon hearing this, Mou shook his head and said, There is no need for such formality between us. You should keep this precious item. Just remember, wait for me for 5 years. Noticing Mou's refusal, Yun Yun narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, forcefully placing the inner armor in Mou's embrace, and huffed. Come back to educate me once you've broken through to the Do Huang level. I shall take my leave now. With that, Yun Yun cast a complex glance at Mou, suddenly stepping forward to gently press her red lips against his forehead. Then, with a swift flick of her azure wings, she gracefully soared into the sky. Moments later, the enchanting figure gradually faded from Mou's sight, leaving the youth gazing longingly into the distance. Chapter 91, 2-Star Dome Master. His fingers slowly caressed the coolness on his forehead, where a faint, lingering fragrance seemed to remain. Sighing, Mou remarked, 5 years of promise. I never anticipated I would find myself making such a naive commitment. While he was confident in his ability to achieve the Dou Huang breakthrough, the uncertainties within those 5 years brought him a touch of pressure. Yet, where there is pressure, there is motivation. Remembering the high Xian armor bestowed upon him by Yun Yun before their parting brought warmth to his heart. Holding the metallic inner armor, he was surprised to find it radiating a gentle warmth, rather than the expected chill. As he squeezed it in his palm, it felt unexpectedly soft, akin to silk, which was quite peculiar. At the same time, a faint fragrance lingered in the air. Mou then carefully unfolded the metallic armor, revealing 5 distinct claw marks left by the purple crystal wing Lion King. In the future, I may have the opportunity to eliminate these claw marks. After all, as a refiner, that is my duty, he murmured while tracing the varying depths of the marks. After examining the high Xian armor, Mou imitated Yun Yun's earlier actions, removing his outer robes before donning the inner armor, and finally putting his clothes back on. Wearing the armor felt surprisingly comfortable, gliding over his skin like silk. Had he possessed this armor during his previous battle with Moin, he surely would not have found himself in such a dire predicament. With this matter settled, it was time to focus on advancing to the Dosher level. Reflecting on the precious bottle of companion-grade purple crystal essence that the Dou Qi Burning Sky Thunder had just consumed, Mou felt a pang of regret. This substance was far more valuable than a magic core. Moreover, having tamed the young purple crystal wing Lion King, he realized that once it broke through to the 4th tier and consumed the companion-grade essence, it would leap to the 5th tier, granting Mou a formidable ally akin to a Dou Huang-level magical beast. However, given the circumstances, he held no regrets. Especially since without the Zhuqiu's might unleashed after devouring the essence, he would not have succeeded in taming the young lion. With thoughts of his impending breakthrough, Mou returned to the cave he had visited earlier. Emerging from the forest, the fiery sun at the horizon had already descended significantly. After gazing at the sunset for an extended period, Mou let out a melancholic sigh and turned, gradually vanishing into the concealment of the trees. Unbeknownst to him, upon a secluded peak, a woman clad in a pristine white dress stood gracefully. It was only after she observed that Mou had safely exited the dense woods that she gently exhaled in relief. Watching the silhouette of the youth fade away, she sighed softly, finally relinquishing her lingering attachment. With a slight flutter of her azure wings, she transformed into a fleeting azure shadow, swiftly soaring beyond the confines of the Beast Mountain range. Returning to the cave, Mou found himself alone, a stark contrast to the harmonious days spent in companionship not long ago, which left him feeling a tinge of discomfort. Shaking his head, he cast aside the sense of loneliness and approached the stone bed, where faint traces of blood still lingered, prompting him to touch his nose in reflection. Sitting cross-legged, he formed the seals for meditation and immersed his consciousness within. As Mou entered a state of cultivation, the vermilion bird's heavenly flame began to continuously channel energy back to him. Eventually, his body almost resembled a black hole, voraciously absorbing the torrent of arcane thunder energy that surged into him. Delving deeper into his inner self, Mou hastily guided this energy, consuming a vial of companion-born amethyst essence. The vermilion bird's heavenly flame feasted heartily, resulting in an immense influx of energy. Despite Mou's fervent attempts to control the overwhelming tide of energy, he struggled to fully contain it. The sheer magnitude of the energy was simply too terrifying. This was precisely why he had refrained from immediately consuming the 5th-tier magic core, as the feedback from the arcane thunder energy would either explode him or be squandered in vain. Fortunately, this was not Mou's first encounter with arcane thunder energy. Under his meticulous guidance, a portion of the energy that surged into him began to circulate through his meridians, gradually refining into pure fighting energy, which he eventually infused into the silvery vortex within him. With this infusion of potent fighting energy, it was as if a colossal stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, creating immense ripples. The previously leisurely rotating vortex suddenly began to spin at a rapid pace with the influx of fighting energy. Under Mou's control, the arcane thunder energy dispersed throughout his body was drawn into the vortex with fervor. In the midst of this cleansing torrent of energy, Mou discovered that his meridians and bones were growing increasingly resilient and expansive. An overwhelming aura subtly radiated from the youth. After absorbing a considerable amount of pure arcane thunder energy, the now silvery vortex had shrunk to less than the size of Mou's palm. After greedily absorbing the energy of the mysterious thunder for a considerable while, the rapidly spinning silver-white vortex suddenly came to a halt. After a brief pause, it astonishingly began to rotate in the opposite direction. The radiating mysterious thunder energy was nearly flung across every part of the body by the silver-white vortex. Whenever this energy came into contact with the meridians, bones, and flesh, Mou discovered that it gradually melded into them. At the moment the suction ceased, Mou who was seated cross-legged in the cave, abruptly opened his eyes. In an instant, his black hair floated as if stirred by an unseen wind, and his garments billowed without a breeze, emanating an imposing aura far more formidable than that of just a few hours prior, awakening from within him. He had broken through to the rank of a Dome Master. Feeling the surge of power within him once again, Mo smiled faintly. Yet he did not immediately conclude his cultivation. He sensed that the remaining mysterious thunder energy within him could still support further breakthroughs. With this thought, Mo formed another set of cultivation seals, immersing his spirit into the vortex, gradually mobilizing the immense thunder energy, and began to wash it continuously through every part of his body. Under Mo's meticulous control, the remaining mysterious thunder energy was continuously absorbed, becoming the vital essence that would aid the young man in achieving another breakthrough. As several hours elapsed, the young man maintained this posture for half a day. However, upon closer observation, one could discern an increasingly potent aura slowly manifesting around him. As night fell and the moonlight cascaded into the cave, illuminating the young man's handsome face, he suddenly opened his eyes, accompanied by the explosive emergence of an even more formidable aura. He had ascended to the rank of a 2-star Dome Master. The garments on his body, which had been billowing, gradually settled against Mo's skin as he expelled the stagnant energy that had been purged from within him. In less than a year, Mo had advanced from a fighter to a 2-star Dome Master, a feat achieved through relentless effort and dedication. Becoming a Dome Master signified that Mo had transcended the common ranks. Although this level was still considered lower tier on the continent, it was undoubtedly superior and more formidable than the rank of a mere fighter. Not to mention, in the vicinity of Qingshan town, a Dome Master was regarded as a top-tier combat force. Clenching his fists, a sensation of unprecedented vitality coursed through every part of his being. Only upon stepping into the realm of Dome Masters could Mo truly appreciate this power. Standing still, he suddenly extended his right palm, then clenched it sharply. Instantly, silver Dou Qi surged to the surface of his body. After manifesting, the Dou Qi suddenly retracted, only to gradually adhere to the outside of Mo's garments, forming a protective layer akin to a shield of Dou Qi. The combat attire known as Dou Qi, a hallmark skill of the Dome Master, stands as one of the most pragmatic abilities, enhancing speed, defense, and attack during battle. Gazing at the resplendent silver lightning garb adorning him, Mo's lips curled into a smile. With a rapid flurry of punches, invigorated by the prior cleansing of Xianlei energy, he discovered that he could unleash sharp, slicing gusts solely through the might of his physical prowess. With his current capabilities, even without relying on soul power, confronting typical 5 or 6-star Dome Masters posed no challenge, signifying a considerable augmentation in his combat strength. Furthermore, after consuming a vial of the companion purple crystal source, the evolution of the Dou Qi Lei finally reached its nascent phase. The growth of Xianlei encompasses 4 stages: nascent, growth, maturity, and peak. Previously, the Dou Qi Lei existed in a primordial state, akin to a nascent lightning source, while the companion purple crystal source, much like the small purple crystal winged lion king, had resided within the maternal beast for many years, inevitably absorbing the formidable power of 6th-tier magical beasts over time. Upon devouring this power, the Dou Qi Lei successfully assimilated it as nourishment, thus breaking through to the nascent phase. Although the Dou Qi Lei had yet to regain its full vigor, the initial display of power in this nascent state was already apparent. With a mere thought, a crimson lightning bolt materialized in his hand, accompanied by crackling currents, echoing faintly with the sound of a Zhuqiue's cry. At this moment, the Dou Qi Lei exuded a remarkable sentience, emanating a formidable thunderous might and a searing heat that elevated the cavern's temperature significantly. Combining the ferocious elements of thunder and fire, it ranked among the most destructive forces within Mo's arsenal of Xianlei. With his strength ascended to a 2-star Dome Master, the Xianlei experienced notable growth, rendering this expedition immensely fruitful. On the following dawn, Yu rose early, preparing to depart from the cavern, for it lay deep within the Beast Mountain range, teeming with high-tier magical beasts. Given that he had abducted the son of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, lingering here was unwise. After gathering his belongings, he cast a lingering glance at the cavern imbued with special significance before swiftly making his exit. Half a day later, as he observed the increasingly sparse forest around him, a sigh of relief escaped his lips. He had now reached the periphery of the Beast Mountain range. With a bit more distance, he might encounter mercenary groups venturing into the mountains to hunt magical beasts. After traversing a small grove, the daylight began to dim. Shaking his head in resignation, Mo was about to search for a place to rest when his gaze halted abruptly. In the distance, a flickering campfire rose steadily. Were there others? Momentarily taken aback by the sight, Mou pondered briefly before advancing towards the source of the flames. As he drew closer, Mou discerned 5 figures by the flickering campfire, 3 men and 2 women, each armed with close-range weapons and adorned with identical insignias upon their chests, suggesting they belonged to the same mercenary group. Upon witnessing this scene, Mou shook his head, intending to depart, when suddenly he caught wind of a familiar name. Halting his steps abruptly, Xian. As he listened to their discourse, a faint furrow formed upon Mou's brow, prompting him to suppress his presence and gradually approach, eager to overhear their conversation. Alas, how could a place like this attract a grand fighter? Such formidable beings should be basking in glory within the imperial cities rather than venturing into the Beast Mountain range, a youthful male voice lamented. I have heard that this grand fighter has come to pursue a youth named Mou, which is why he has arrived in our Qingshi town. A mature man interjected. Indeed, it is said that a bounty of 100,000 gold coins has been issued for any trace of this youth. Enough to even stir our captain's interest, another added. Our captain's mere interest pales in comparison. It is rumored that the Wolf-Head mercenary group has directly aligned themselves with this grand fighter. It appears that Mou has incapacitated his son and even slain the second captain of the Wolf-Head mercenary group, an esteemed 9-star fighter. The Wolf-Head mercenary group is utterly despicable. Not only have they allied with the grand fighter, but they have also shifted the blame onto Xian. Another voice chimed in. Indeed, Mushi is known for his ruthless methods. It is said that Xian is acquainted with the one named Mou, and that the grand fighter has captured her, subjecting her to days of interrogation. Our captain even personally pleaded for her, only to be grievously injured by a single strike. The other mercenaries who have benefited from Xian's kindness can only seethe in silence. The middle-aged man sighed. Upon hearing this, Mou's brow knitted further, piecing together the unfolding events. It seemed that Mou, having failed to eliminate him previously, had returned to Qingshi town and captured Xian to probe into his whereabouts. Contemplating this, a surge of murderous intent ignited within Mou. Akin to a blazing inferno, Mou's relentless pursuit would culminate in his demise within Qingshi town. Sensing the sudden emergence of this overwhelming malice, one of the middle-aged men by the campfire shifted his expression, abruptly turning his head, his gaze piercing toward Mou's location, demanding, "Who goes there?" Realizing he had been discovered, Mou ceased his concealment. Unsure whether these mercenaries were friend or foe, he recognized that with his current strength, such concerns were trivial. As the youth approached, illuminated by the firelight, a strikingly handsome and fair visage emerged before the mercenaries' eyes. Then, they heard a name that left them utterly astonished. I am Mou. Chapter 93. The Awe of the Little Amethyst-Winged Lion King. Mou. Upon hearing that name, the expressions of the 5 mercenaries immediately shifted, prompting them to swiftly draw their weapons. This young man, known for crippling the Wolf-Head mercenary corps vice leader and inciting the wrath of a formidable warrior, was regarded as an exceedingly dangerous individual by all mercenaries within the confines of Qingshi town. Consequently, upon hearing Mou announce his name, the 2 young female mercenaries, who were quite attractive, became so flustered that they could barely maintain their grip on their weapons. Mr. Mou, our paths do not cross. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? The middle-aged man spoke first. Raising an eyebrow, Mou offered a slight smile. Your encampment here is of no concern to me. However, it seems that the protagonists of your recent discussions happen to be none other than myself. At this, the mercenaries exchanged glances, embarrassment flashing across their faces. What had begun as mere idle chatter had unexpectedly brought the subject of their conversation before them. Yet, observing Mou's demeanor and words, they discerned that he did not embody the ruthless and malevolent persona propagated by the Wolf-Head mercenary corps. Ah, Mr. Mou. We did not intend to speak ill of you behind your back. For this, we sincerely apologize. With that, under the guidance of the middle-aged mercenary, they all bowed respectfully to Mou. This individual had managed to slay Gan Mu, the vice leader of the Wolf-Head mercenary corps, a 9-star fighter. Thus, the most formidable among them, the middle-aged man, a mere 5-star fighter, naturally displayed great humility. Seeing this, Mou waved his hand dismissively. In that case, let us consider it forgotten. However, I would like to inquire about the happenings in Qingshi town and request to stay the night in your esteemed establishment. Is that agreeable? Upon hearing Mou's request, the mercenaries exchanged glances, engaging in silent communication before the middle-aged mercenary nodded. Of course, it would be my pleasure. My name is Ka Gang. Welcome, Mr. Mou. Ka Gang then turned to the nearby young woman, instructing, Ling Er, please set up a tent for Mr. Mou. All right. The girl named Ling Er, who appeared quite young, readily nodded in response to Ka Gang's request, her eyes glimmering with curiosity as she glanced at Mou. At Ka Gang's invitation, Mou approached the fire, during which he became acquainted with the names of the other 3 mercenaries. How is Shaoxian? As soon as he settled down, Mou eagerly posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind. When parting ways with Shaoxian, he had deliberately given her a communication talisman to alert him in times of danger. Just moments ago, Mou had probed with his spiritual sense, confirming that the talisman was intact. Thus, he wondered why she had not informed him of any peril. Shaoxian. Upon hearing Mou's inquiry, the mercenaries fell into silence. But eventually, Ling Er turned back and spoke. Sister Shaoxian has been captured by the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps for several days now. From what my father has disclosed, it seems that in a few days, they plan to publicly execute her in order to force your appearance. And your father is? Oh, Ling Er's father holds a prominent position within the Bloodshed Mercenary Corps and is acquainted with many from the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps. Upon hearing Mou's confusion, Ka Gang promptly elucidated. The Bloodshed Mercenary Corps, Mou murmured softly, recognizing that, like the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps, it is one of the 3 major mercenary groups in Qingshi Town. Given that the young lady's father is a high-ranking member of the Bloodshed Corps, it stands to reason that her assertions carry weight. A flicker of cold light flashed in Mou's eyes. Mou and the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps had indeed incited his ire this time. By threatening him with the little healer, they would inevitably face dire consequences. Mou, are you going to rescue the little healer? At this moment, another woman clad in a green robe mustered her courage to inquire. Rising to his feet, Mou cast a calm glance at the woman in green, but refrained from answering her question, instead turning away and slowly making his way towards his designated tent. Observing Mou's silent retreat, Ling Er and the woman in the green robe could not help but express their disappointment. Although they were unaware of the precise nature of Mou's relationship with the little healer, they had heard that she had not revealed even a whisper of information about him in recent days. While he seemed indifferent to her plight, an act that appeared rather callous and selfish. As they contemplated this, an air of disdain subtly surfaced on their faces. Upon reaching the tent and having unzipped the outer flap, Mou suddenly halted, turning to address the middle-aged mercenary behind him. By the way, Uncle Ka Gang, could you assist me with directions tomorrow? I need to return to Qingshi Town as soon as possible, if feasible. Guiding me to the headquarters of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps would be ideal. With that, Mou turned and stepped inside the tent, slowly zipping it up. Is he truly heading to the headquarters of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps? There awaits a grand fighter. Upon hearing Mou's words, Ling Er, the young girl, exclaimed in astonishment. Mr. Mou, he must be going to rescue the little healer, Ka Gang speculated slowly, recalling the boy's calm demeanor from earlier. At this, the others present were instantly taken aback. Rescuing the little healer from the clutches of a grand fighter was tantamount to courting death. Despite their previous disdain for the boy as perceived selfishness, they could not deem him cowardly or timid. After all, few possessed the audacity to delve into the den of a grand fighter. Yet, Mou's current actions left one to ponder whether to label them as noble-hearted or foolishly reckless. Having acquired the information he sought, Mou entered the tent and promptly fell asleep, showing little concern for Mou and the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps, given his current capabilities. Not to mention, with his formidable spiritual prowess, nearing the threshold of a 4th-tier alchemist, in the presence of the small amethyst-winged Lion King, he was quite capable of dealing with Mou. As Ka Gang and the others took turns keeping watch, the night passed safely. With the dawn breaking softly, Mou emerged from his tent. Mr. Mou, you're awake. Once everything is packed, we can set off. Upon seeing Mou emerge, Ka Gang hurried over, speaking with deference. Is something the matter? Mou inquired, noticing Ka Gang's hesitant expression. Well, Mr. Mou, the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps is on the hunt for you. Their headquarters is also home to a formidable great fighter. Is it wise for you to go there? Despite having no acquaintance with Mou, the well-meaning Ka Gang felt compelled to offer a warning. Waving his hand dismissively, Mou replied confidently, Thank you for your concern, but I must rescue the little medical sage, and I intend to eradicate the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps. Not even a great fighter can impede my resolve. Observing the youthful bravado, Ka Gang shook his head in reluctant disbelief. After much insistence from Mou, they successfully returned to Qingshi Town half a day later. Witnessing the bustling crowd and the cacophony of sounds, a smile graced Mou's lips. He then turned his gaze to the south of the town, where the headquarters of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps loomed. Uncle Ka Gang, thank you for guiding us. Mou said, looking at the imposing entrance of the mercenary group, situated 100 meters away. He retrieved a black cloth bag containing several thousand gold coins from his storage ring and handed it to the middle-aged man before him. A guide deserves compensation. I am not one to bully others with my status. Mr. Mou, there's no need for that. Ka Gang began to refuse. But Mou tossed the bag onto him, waving his hand as he turned to stride toward the entrance of the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps. Watching MOU's retreating figure, Ka Gang and his companions felt a surge of respect, regardless of whether MOU was reckless or loyal. It was rare for someone to confront danger with such grace and composure. "Let us return as well," Ka Gang said, turning away. "Where to?" the young girl Ling Er asked, puzzled. "To inform our Blood Battle Mercenary Corps leader. I have a feeling that Mr. MOU may bring us an unexpected surprise." Meanwhile, as MOU approached the gates of the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps, the mercenary stationed there was about to shout a warning to drive him away. However, upon recognizing the boy's face, he froze in astonishment, a wave of excitement washing over him. "MOU, it's MOU." Yet, before his shout could escape, a bolt of crimson lightning sliced through the air, and in an instant, the five-star fighter was rendered lifeless, as if scorched by electricity. Inside the hall, the leader of the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps, Mu Shi, a renowned expert in Qingshi Town, was bowing and scraping before a figure cloaked in black, showing deference akin to that of a subordinate. "What is happening? It has been so many days without any news of that little wretch." The cloaked figure was none other than MOU, who, after failing to hunt down MOU, had come to Qingshi Town to recover from his grievous injury and to enlist the help of the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps in tracking down MOU. Given Mu Shi's personal vendetta against MOU, he was more than willing to assist. "My lord, it appears that MOU has taken refuge deep within the Beast Mountain range, where formidable high-ranking magical beasts abound. My mercenaries lack the courage to venture too far." Mu Shi explained respectfully. "Useless. All of you are utterly worthless." Before Mu Shi could finish his words, a hoarse and sinister roar erupted from MOU, narrowing his eyes as he gazed at the emptiness of his right sleeve. MOU was suddenly reminded of the mysterious abilities MOU had displayed at the edge of the abyss. A chill ran through him, and a deep-seated killing intent surged within his eyes. "No matter what, we must locate MOU within 3 days. Otherwise, the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps will no longer have any reason to exist." Upon hearing this, Mu Shi felt a tremor in his heart, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The words of this grand fighter clearly indicated an intention to annihilate the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps. Realizing this, Mu Shi hastily proposed, "My lord, what if we use the little medical fairy to lure MOU out?" "Oh, does that wretched girl refuse to divulge anything?" MOU scoffed. "Humph," regardless of her silence. MOU and the little medical fairy must share a bond of significance, given their joint treasure-seeking efforts. If we employ public execution as a means, I cannot believe that MOU will not show himself. As Mu Shi spoke, a ruthless glimmer flickered in his eyes. Should this malicious plan be executed, considering the influence the little medical fairy wields in Qingstone Town, it would likely render the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps unable to establish themselves there in the future. Yet, for the sake of eliminating MOU, all was deemed worthwhile. The treasures acquired from MOU could even usher in a new era of prosperity for their corps. Just as Mu Shi was contemplating these schemes, a mercenary suddenly burst through the door in haste. "Captain, MOU has stormed in through the main entrance." "What?" Mu Shi was momentarily taken aback. MOU, too, was stunned by the news, but quickly regained composure, leaping to his feet and striding forward to seize the reporting mercenary. "How many men does he bring?" "Just him alone," the mercenary replied, his expression peculiar. "Just one?" MOU's face twitched as disbelief washed over him. He had anticipated that MOU would have summoned several powerful fighters from the Shao family, or perhaps that terrifying Dou Wang who had once made him tremble. But upon realizing it was merely MOU alone, he exclaimed in astonishment, "You mean he dares to charge into our headquarters by himself?" The mercenary nodded vigorously. "This little brat, has he lost his mind? Does he think he can confront me alone? Let him witness the terror of a grand fighter." A cold smile curled upon MOU's lips as he darkly resolved to step outside the hall. "It is fortuitous he has come. It saves us the trouble of searching. Mu Shi, dispatch your men to seal the main entrance. I will ensure he understands that this place shall be his grave." "Understood." Mu Shi nodded heavily, a savage grin spreading across his face. He swiftly called upon a subordinate to execute MOU's orders. "Let us proceed and uncover what grants this impudent wretch such audacity." With a flick of his hand, MOU let out a chilling laugh and was the first to step out of the grand hall, swiftly making his way towards the courtyard, closely followed by Mu Shi and a throng of subordinates. The group rapidly traversed the foyer before arriving at the courtyard, where they beheld a youth clad in a blue robe, standing with a smile. At his feet lay a dozen mercenaries, their bodies charred black as if scorched by lightning, while the once formidable entrance now lay in ruins. "MOU, it has been quite a while," the young man remarked, lifting his gaze to meet the gloomy figure of the cloaked man, his eyes flickering to MOU's vacant right arm. With a cold smirk, he continued, "Today, you can remain here forever, little impudent wretch." Ignoring the chaos around him, Mo Yin's venomous eyes fixated intently on Mo. As he took a step forward, pointing a finger at the youth, his expression morphed into one of grotesque malice and resentment. In response to this ominous declaration of death, a peculiar smile crept upon the young man's lips. Old fool Mo Yin, today your adversary is not me. Startled by the words, Mo Yin paused, then cast a wary glance around. Could it be that the Shao family had truly dispatched someone? Cursed be it, had he known. He too would have sought aid from the family, hoping for the Grand Elder's personal intervention. Observing Mo Yin's sudden wariness, Mo revealed a hint of disdain in his eyes as he caressed the beast ring on his right hand. In the next moment, at the prompting of his will, a colossal magical beast materialized in the courtyard. As the small amethyst-winged Lion King appeared, the previously empty courtyard became significantly more congested. The sight of the immense beast, coupled with the powerful gusts generated by its flapping violet wings and its formidable aura, rendered the countenances of Mo Yin and the members of the Wolf Head mercenary group as grim as frost. A third-tier magical beast. Chapter 94, The Might of Thunder. Upon witnessing the sudden manifestation of the third-tier magical beast, Mo Yin and his compatriots were initially taken aback, soon followed by an overwhelming sense of shock and fear. A third-tier magical beast, typically found only in the depths of the Beast Mountain range, possessed strength comparable to that of a human grandmaster. How could it possibly appear in the human settlement of Qingshi Town? As their astonishment morphed into alarm, the small amethyst-winged Lion King surprisingly flew before Mo, bowing its massive form with its head lowered, resembling a loyal sentinel. The sight left Mo Yin and the members of the Wolf Head mercenary group utterly dumbfounded, their mouths agape in disbelief. Could this third-tier magical beast be Mo's battle companion? In the continent of Dou Qi, acquiring a companion beast capable of aiding its master in combat requires the establishment of a bond, as there are no mystical contracts to bind them. Thus, to attain such a beast, one must cultivate mutual affection. However, magical beasts are inherently wild creatures, and only a fortunate few have the opportunity to earn their friendship, and subsequently, their loyalty. For instance, the first-tier magical beast, the Blue Eagle, which the little healer had saved years ago by chance, was the reason she gained its friendship and loyalty. Yet, even so, her Blue Eagle was merely a first-tier creature, while the one before her was a formidable third-tier beast. They could hardly fathom that Mo, hailing from a distant continent, possessed the means to fully contract magical beasts, rendering the elaborate emotional nurturing methods unnecessary to earn their loyalty. Meanwhile, outside the Wolf Head mercenary corps courtyard, many mercenaries had gathered to witness the spectacle, including members from the other two major mercenary groups in Qingstone Town. Kargan, have you encountered that Mo? Is this magical beast his battle pet? The leader of the Blood War mercenary corps gazed gravely at the powerful beast hovering above the Wolf Head's encampment, astonished. Shaking his head, Kargan replied in disbelief, Mr. Mo has never revealed his magical pet, so this is the source of his confidence in confronting the Wolf Head. On the side, Ling Er and others, who had previously met Mo, were equally astonished, their mouths agape. Who would have imagined that the youth possessed such capabilities? They realized they had been narrow-minded. Mo, should you wish to challenge me, you must first contend with Ziwa. Mo teased, gently stroking the head of the small purple crystal-winged Lion King. Ziwa was the new name Mo had bestowed upon it. Upon hearing Mo's words, Mo Yin's lips twitched. As a formidable great fighter, he sensed the extraordinary nature of the magical beast before him, undoubtedly ranking among the elite of the third-tier beasts. Even some 7- or 8-star great fighters might find themselves outmatched, especially in his current state, having lost an arm. Little bastard, do not be arrogant. Although he was unaware of the mysterious means Mo had employed to tame a third-tier magical beast as his battle pet, Mo stood alone, while the entirety of the Mo family was behind him. If this news were to reach his family, the elder would personally intervene, and even a third-tier beast would meet its demise under the elder's prowess. Thinking of this, Mo cast a reluctant glance at Mo. As a top assassin of his clan, it was a profound humiliation to be thwarted time and again by a mere fighter. Captain Mushi, I will intercept that third-tier magical beast. You all focus on dealing with Mo. Mo turned to Mushi, his tone laden with significance. He understood very well Mo's capabilities. Not even Mushi, a mere 2-star fighter, could contend with Mo alone, let alone the entire Wolf Head mercenary corps. Once Mo and that powerful beast joined forces, he feared he would meet his end here. After all, the youth's exceptionally potent spiritual power left even him at a loss. However, Mo was indifferent to the lives of these mercenaries, viewing them merely as cannon fodder. Upon hearing Mo Yin's words, Mushi's expression brightened. To him, the most challenging obstacle in the arena was that third-tier magical beast, with Mo-in taking on that responsibility. The pressure had suddenly eased considerably. As for Mo, he perceived that although he had slain the 9-star Dome Master Ganmu, his strength was at best akin to that of a 1-star Dome Master, rendering him incapable of posing any challenge to either himself or the entire Wolf-Head mercenary corps. The moment Mo perished, the magical beast would undoubtedly depart as well. Observing the gleeful expression on Mushi's face, a flicker of disdain flashed in Mo Yin's eyes before he leaped forward, landing before Ziwa. You little wretch. Do not presume that possessing a third-grade magical beast grants you the audacity to act arrogantly. As his words fell, a tremendous surge of Dou Qi erupted from within him, swiftly enveloping his form and transforming into an extraordinary, obsidian Dou Qi armor. Ziwa, eliminate him. Witnessing Mo Yin's reckless challenge, Mo was momentarily taken aback, then patted Ziwa's beastly wings, directing his command. With a low, thunderous roar, a sound reverberated throughout the entirety of Qingshi town, from Ziwa's gaping maw. As the lion's roar echoed, the purple crystals adorning its body radiated with brilliance, and in the blink of an eye, a torrent of purple flames surged forth, curling and dancing in the air. What a terrifying display! The onlookers, both inside and outside the arena, wiped the sweat trickling down their foreheads in astonishment, their throats dry with awe. As the son of the purple crystal wing lion king, Ziwa, despite not possessing his father's formidable might, still ranked among the elite within the third-grade magical beasts. With a powerful flap of its wings, the flame-wreathed Ziwa charged at Mo-in, exuding an aura of ferocity. This is dire. Upon witnessing the oncoming purple flames, Mo-in hastily conjured black Dou Qi into whips to defend himself. Yet, when these whips encountered the flames from Ziwa's wings, they dissipated as easily as mist under sunlight. Damn it! Realizing the tenacity of Ziwa, Mo-in shouted angrily to Mushi and the others. What are you waiting for? Quickly deal with that little wretch. Attack, kill him. As Mo Yin's fury escalated, Mushi pointed decisively at Mo, his chilling voice laced with murderous intent. Once this brat was swiftly dealt with, the third-grade magical beast would be left without a master and would naturally depart. Upon hearing their leader's command, the surrounding mercenaries tightened their grips on their weapons and, in unison, roared with ferocity as they charged toward Mo. Standing upon the steps, Mushi gazed grimly at the seemingly composed youth amidst the encirclement, his fists slowly tightening as he declared coldly, "No matter what happens, you must die today." However, scarcely had he finished speaking when an exceedingly terrifying scene unfolded. The 80 or so formidable mercenaries, nearing the youth by a mere 10 meters, were suddenly met with a crackling sound of electricity reverberating through the courtyard. Accompanying this sound, a tangible crimson lightning bolt manifested in the air, spreading through the courtyard with the swiftness of a lightning strike. At the moment the thunder was unleashed, all the mercenaries within the courtyard were immediately overwhelmed by an overwhelming sense of extinguished mortality. Their bodies convulsed as if struck by a powerful electric shock. And within mere moments, accompanied by the sound of bodies crashing to the ground, only Mushi remained standing in the courtyard. 100 men, annihilated in a single strike. Chapter 95, The Annihilation of the Wolf Head. Instantly decimating 100 men. As one of the 3 major mercenary groups in Qingshi town, the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps boasted around 100 elite mercenaries, a crucial factor in their ability to maintain a foothold in Qingshi town. Yet in that fleeting moment, this formidable force capable of encircling and slaying a fighter was effortlessly dispatched by the young boy. Who exactly is this Mo? Outside the courtyard, the leader of the Blood War Mercenary Corps witnessed this scene and could not help but swallow hard. The combined might of these 100 Wolf-Head mercenaries was something he would normally regard with caution. Yet here was a boy who, with a mere wave of his hand, resolved the situation with ease. Such prowess appeared godlike in his eyes. Ka Gang was equally stunned by the spectacle. In their previous encounters, he had only perceived the boy as possessing a uniquely striking aura, not foreseeing that beneath his seemingly frail exterior lay such immense power. At that moment, Mo-in gazed upon the scene with a grim expression, disbelief flickering in his eyes. A 2-star fighter, how could this be possible? Sensing that Mo emitted no trace of spiritual energy, Mo-in was astonished. Just half a month prior, the boy was merely a 9-star fighter, still a step away from becoming a true fighter. Yet now, not only had he transcended to become a fighter in mere weeks, but he had also attained the rank of 2-star fighter. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Just as Mo-in was lost in thought, a glimmer of cunning flickered in the enormous eyes of the purple fire beast beside him. With a flap of its violet wings, a barrage of terrifying purple fireballs erupted like a meteor shower, hurtling towards Mo-in. This is bad. Sensing the rising temperature around him, Mo-in was momentarily taken aback, only to turn and behold a horrifying sight. clusters of spherical purple flames hurtling towards him like cannonballs. The death spear. In response, the black fighting energy within Mo-in surged forth, coalescing in midair into an enormous black spear, measuring 2 to 3 zhang in length, radiating formidable might as it pierced through the oncoming purple fireballs. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from the clear sky. The black spear collided violently with the purple fireballs, each releasing an extraordinarily terrifying energy. The sheer force of the clash caused the surrounding mercenaries to change their expressions drastically, hastily seeking refuge from the devastating power that could inflict grave injuries or even death upon them. Bang! After a moment of fierce stalemate between the fireballs and the spear, the purple fireballs ultimately shattered the black spear, hurtling mercilessly towards Mo-in. Confronted by the terrifying purple fireball, Mo-yin's expression darkened. Before he could even muster his fighting spirit, a fireball erupted explosively before him. With a thunderous crash, Mo-in was violently thrown back. A mouthful of blood erupted from his lips, dispersing into a mist of crimson in the air. His retreat sent shockwaves through the crowd, as it became evident that the wolf-head mercenary group would likely vanish from Qingyang town today. The orchestrator of this chaos was the calm young man within the courtyard. Mo, I shall remember this grievance. Await the vengeance of the Mo clan. Mo-in, severely wounded, gradually rose to his feet, appearing particularly disheveled, with burn marks covering his chest and his breath feeble, akin to a dying ember. Clearly, the attack of the purple fire had inflicted severe damage upon him. Oh, I know not of the Mo clan, but you shall not escape today, Mo remarked coldly, regarding Mo-in as one might view a lifeless entity. The power of the purple fire was indeed extraordinary. In Mo's eyes, even a 7 or 8-star great fighter might struggle against it, let alone the injured Mo-in. With that, Mo flicked the Zhuke burning heaven thunder, the crimson lightning darting forth like a serpent towards Mo-in, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity. Mo-yin's pupils dilated in shock as a surge of potent current coursed through him, causing him to violently expel blood mixed with shattered organs. Fixing a resentful gaze upon the young man before him, Mo-in gradually succumbed, the vitality within him rapidly waning. As he beheld the charred, lifeless body, Mo gently closed his eyes and exhaled. This was the first individual who had posed a death threat since his rebirth, and within a mere half-month, he had vanquished him. Witnessing Mo's unrelenting execution of Mo-in, the leader of the wolf-head mercenary group, Mu Shi, felt a tremor of fear. A powerful great fighter had fallen, and all his subordinates lay slain. What kind of demon had he provoked? Lord Mo, it was this man who coerced me. I bear no ill will towards you. Mu Shi hastily ran before Mo and knelt, imploring for mercy. In the face of overwhelming strength, Mu Shi seemed to choose to plead for his life, even though Mo was the nemesis who had dismantled his decades-long enterprise. After praising the purple fire and, to the astonishment of the onlookers, securing the colossal beast within his beast ring, Mo coldly commanded, "Take me to the little medical fairy." Of course. Mu Shi nodded, glancing at the mysteriously vanished little purple crystal-winged lion, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. However, a flicker of malice crossed his eyes as he readily agreed. Just as Mu Shi prepared to rise and lead Mo, a sinister smile suddenly crept across his face, and his faint azure fighting spirit swiftly surged within him, coalescing into a razor-sharp azure whirlwind blade in his hand. The wretched cur should perish. Feng Xiang shall kill. With Mu Shi's venomous shout, the formidable blade of fighting spirit in his hand swiftly lunged towards Mo. In such close proximity, even a 5-star battle master would likely sustain grave injuries. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Mo seemed caught off guard. Slowly, he extended his right arm to counter the attack under Mu Shi's triumphant and malicious gaze. Just as Mu Shi believed that the azure blade in his hand would easily shatter Mo's arm, the youth suddenly let out a low growl, and a powerful aura erupted from within him. Thunderstorm body. The 20 lightning runes on his right arm instantly blazed to life, while an overwhelming sense of strength surged within Mo's being, rendering his physical prowess comparable to that of a second-tier intermediate magical beast, unmatched in ferocity. Boom. His right fist swung fiercely, striking directly at Mu Shi's azure blade. In the latter's terrified eyes, Mo's fist resembled the claws of a beast, accompanied by the sound of wind being split, shattering the azure blade and descending upon Mu Shi's chest with tremendous force. Puff! With this devastating blow, Mu Shi's body shot forth like a bullet, crashing violently against the wall of the courtyard, reducing it to rubble. Soul power detected Mu Shi's position. He lay lifeless, having been struck dead by Mo's single punch. Outside the courtyard, onlookers gazed in shock at the boy who had delivered the fatal blow to Mu Shi, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Chapter 96, The Secret of the Small Valley. Mushi is dead. The wolf-head mercenary group is annihilated. This once prominent mercenary group, one of the three great factions in Qingstone Town, has now become a relic of history. Though the rise and fall of mercenary bands have been commonplace throughout the ages in Qingstone Town, it is unprecedented for a single youth to obliterate a powerful mercenary group boasting 100 elite warriors. At the same time, this news rapidly spread to every corner of the town, leaving all who heard it in a state of disbelief. Meanwhile, Mou was too preoccupied to pay heed to the commotion. After dealing with Mu Shi, he retrieved the mother token of the flying message token from his spatial ring. Following its guidance to locate the child token, which indicated the whereabouts of the little medical sage. The mother token not only alerts the bearer to danger, but also allows them to sense each other's presence within a certain range. As he took out the mother token, a curved map appeared upon its surface, prompting a slight smile from Mou. If his assumptions were correct, the end of this curve would lead him to the location of the little medical sage, still ensconced within the headquarters of the wolf-head mercenary group. Following the map inscribed on the token, Mou walked slowly along a secluded path until, after a while, he encountered a rather eerie small dungeon. At the entrance, security was tight, with over a dozen fully armed guards stationed there. It appears these individuals remain oblivious to the events transpiring in the front yard. Observing the mercenaries steadfastly fulfilling their duties, Mou mused to himself. In order to swiftly locate the little medical fairy, Mou summoned the Xianlei. And with a flash of lightning, the crimson thunderbolts soared through the air like a dazzling serpentine light, rendering the 10 or so mercenaries unconscious. With the arrival of the Zhuke burning heaven thunder at its nascent stage, Mou found it unnecessary to expend his own fighting spirit against these combatants. As he approached the prison, he noted the absence of mercenary guards. Surveying the dense array of cages, Mou's brow furrowed. The mother card had indicated that this was the terminus of his search. Just as he was about to search each cage one by one, a young girl clad in maid attire suddenly approached. Without hesitation, Mou seized her. Gazing into the girl's terrified eyes, he inquired directly, "Where is the little medical fairy?" Following the direction of her trembling finger, Mou instantly flashed to the indicated cage, with a sweep of his hand. The chains of the cell shattered with a resounding clatter. As he opened the cage, the anticipated foul odor did not assail his senses. Instead, a subtle fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted forth. This aroma reassured Mou that the maid had spoken truthfully. A cursory glance revealed a young girl in a white robe lying in the corner of the cell. Who else could it be but the little medical fairy? As if sensing an arrival, the little medical fairy slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing the youth, the coldness in her beautiful gaze dissipated, and her pale face flickered with surprise and concern. "What brings you here?" she asked, her tone tinged with worry. She had grasped the gravity of her predicament and was aware that a Grand Master of the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps was stationed nearby. While Mou's daring endeavor to rescue her deeply moved the little medical fairy, it also stirred her apprehension. Supporting the little medical fairy, Mou noted her frail breath and pallid complexion, a testament to the suffering she had endured in recent days. "Fear not, for I am a healer. I can swiftly mend these wounds. Moreover, they have not harmed me in pursuit of your information." He continued, "By the way, a Grand Master from the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps is in pursuit of you. You must leave at once." The little medical fairy initially smiled, but then a thought struck her, and she hastily addressed Mou. Observing her expression, Mou seemed to surmise something, gently brushing his fingers through her disheveled hair, his face betraying a hint of guilt. "You refrained from using the card to inform me of your peril due to that Grand Master, did you not?" Before she could respond, he pressed on, "I apologize for having implicated you. However, that Grand Master is now deceased. You need not worry any longer. I have come to take you home." At his words, a look of astonishment crossed the little medical fairy's pale visage as she incredulously exclaimed, "You killed the Grand Master? How is this possible? Ah, so you are permitted to have combat pets while I am not? My magical beast, a third-tier creature, is more than capable of handling even formidable combat masters." Mou chuckled lightly, choosing not to mention the matter of the soul contract. Upon learning that Mou also possessed a combat pet of the third tier, the surprise in Xiao Yixian's beautiful eyes deepened. As someone who owned a first-tier magical pet, the Blue Eagle, she was acutely aware of the significant barrier that existed between magical beasts and humans. She had merely fortuitously rescued an injured Blue Eagle, thus earning its friendship, but being a first-tier magical beast, it possessed a mindset not vastly different from that of an ordinary wild animal. The fact that Mou had a third-tier combat pet, which already exhibited some intelligence and a greater hostility towards humans, was indeed unprecedented. However, considering the various methods employed by the young man, such a revelation was not entirely surprising. Coughing suddenly interrupted Xiao Yixian's contemplation of Mou's formidable abilities, and her complexion turned exceedingly pale. "Are you all right?" Mou inquired with concern, gently patting her back. I am fine. Since you have dealt with the wolf-head mercenary group, we should return. I know a place that is well suited for my recovery, Xiao Yixian replied with a faint smile. Despite her pallor, Mou nodded, carrying Xiao Yixian as they exited. Upon witnessing the numerous cold, lifeless bodies devoid of any aura in the courtyard, Xiao Yixian gasped in shock, her red lips covering her mouth in astonishment. It was at that moment she comprehended that Mou had annihilated the entire wolf-head mercenary group. The suffering you endured has been avenged, Mou remarked nonchalantly. Observing Xiao Yixian's astonished expression, in response, Xiao Yixian found herself at a loss for words. The brutality of exterminating an entire mercenary group for her sake seemed excessive. Yet, deep within her heart, a sense of gratitude stirred. Producing a short flute from her pocket, Xiao Yixian played a peculiar sound wave and then addressed Mou. The place we are heading to is a small valley, one that Xiaolan is familiar with. Xiaolan, the first-tier magical beast Blue Eagle, was Xiao Yixian's combat pet, and Mou nodded in agreement. Before long, a blue falcon circled down, letting out a piercing cry as it approached the two. After securing Xiao Yixian on its back, Mou gracefully leaped onto the eagle's back. The blue eagle soared into the sky, making a swift turn before gliding away, soon disappearing into the azure expanse above. As Mou gazed at the gradually vanishing Qingshi town, a hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. Qingshi town was the very first starting point of his journey in the Dou Qi Continent, and perhaps in the future, when he achieved great success, he would occasionally reminisce about the small town nestled beneath the magical Beast Mountains, where he had first experienced a life-threatening pursuit. Under Xiao Yixian's guidance, they chose not to traverse directly through the magical Beast Mountains, but instead arrived at a location abundant in energy. In this location, Mou was not unfamiliar. It was indeed the very basin where he had once followed the medicinal herb-gathering team, abundant with medicinal plants. However, this time, he soared into the depths of the basin under the guidance of the little medical fairy. What do you think? Is this place not splendid? She inquired, glancing at the secluded valley that was completely isolated from the outside world, shrouded in thick mist. It was extraordinarily hidden. Had it not been for a chance encounter by Xiaolan, it would have remained undiscovered by him. The little medical fairy, perched on Mou's back, smiled shyly. Indeed, Mou's gaze swept across the valley, veiled in a faint mist of energy, and he sensed the abundant natural energy here would greatly benefit Xianlei's growth, perhaps enabling a swift breakthrough to a 3-star Dou Qi. Furthermore, the valley was home to various rare medicinal herbs and uncommon materials for refining weapons. Shall we stay here for a while? There are some herbs needed for treating my wounds and concocting the 7-colored poison scripture, the little medical fairy suggested, looking down at Mou with a tone of negotiation. Certainly, Mou nodded in agreement. Although his ultimate goal was to reach the Mulan Empire, enhancing his strength before that was equally advantageous. Such an extraordinary place for cultivation was not easily encountered, and he hoped to achieve a breakthrough to 3-star Dou Qi during their stay, despite the valley's isolation, which meant they could only rely on the little medical fairy's blue eagle to fly out. Mou felt no concern. With the presence of Ziyin and Ziyun, he was confident that he could escape should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Seeing Mou's agreement, the little medical fairy beamed, nodding with delight. She whistled to the blue eagle, allowing it to soar freely, then led Mou to a corner of the valley, pointing at a modest thatched shelter. This is a simple dwelling I constructed previously. It may be humble, but we shall reside here for the time being. Not a problem. I have stayed in caves within the Beast Mountain range. Mou glanced at the shelter and nodded, his thoughts drifting to the caves and a rather enchanting scene that had once unfolded there. What is on your mind? The little medical fairy inquired curiously, noticing his distant expression. Oh, nothing. I merely feel that with such beauty by my side, what does it matter if we reside in a thatched hut? It is like a paradise away from the world, Mou said with a gentle smile as he carefully set the little medical fairy down. At his words, the little medical fairy's cheeks flushed, her heart racing. After a few moments, she playfully shot him a glare, raising her tiny fist in a mock display of defiance, and huffed, "You better not think that just because my strength is lesser, you can act recklessly. And if I were to act recklessly, what then?" Mou replied with a mischievous grin, stroking his chin. The little medical fairy's determination to endure suffering in prison without revealing her whereabouts touched Mou, and he could not help but regard her as a true friend. Humph. The delicate nose of the little healer scrunched slightly as she gracefully raised her jade hand towards Mou, saying, "Why don't you give it a try? I shall go gather herbs now. Feel free to wander about." With that, she turned and made her way towards a patch of medicinal plants in the distance. Observing her retreating figure, Mou couldn't help but shake his head. This future queen of poisons was still exceedingly charming and adorable at this moment. Alas, as one afflicted by the calamity of the poisoned body, Her fate was immutable, and the only assistance Mou could offer was to help her manage her toxic constitution. He ventured in the opposite direction of the little healer, constantly surveying the surrounding terrain. As he delved deeper, a frown creased his brow. The landscape here was rather peculiar. It was uncommon for such rare herbs to flourish in such large numbers in one place, and for reasons unknown, the energy present was remarkably pure. Every cause must yield a consequence, and every consequence must have a cause. A place imbued with such pristine energy could not have simply come into existence without reason. It undoubtedly harbored its own secrets, albeit ones that were not easily uncovered at present. Contemplating this, Mou felt a stirring of curiosity within him. In his previous life, it was this very principle of causality that fueled his inquisitive explorations, leading him to numerous serendipitous encounters and valuable gains. Regrettably, he currently possessed only the strength of a 2-star Dou master, rendering many of his methods inaccessible. To be in such a treasure-laden place, yet remain uncertain on how to explore, it was indeed vexing. However, recalling that the little healer had once brought Xiaoyan here, and that Yao Lao had not detected anything amiss, his frustrations began to dissipate gradually. With a calm mindset, Mou focused on his own cultivation. In the secluded valley, he and the little healer led a tranquil existence, one diligently honing his Dou Qi, while the other immersed herself in the study of poisons, both respecting each other's solitude. These peaceful days were surprisingly fulfilling. For a long time, Mou had relied on the energy feedback from Xianlei for his training, and now, absorbing the energies of heaven and earth felt somewhat disconcerting. The breakthrough to a 3-star Dou master proved far more challenging than Mou had anticipated. After all, he had only recently transitioned from a 2-star Dou master. Even though the valley was rich in energy, it was improbable that he could achieve another breakthrough in such a short span. After nearly half a month of cultivation within the valley, although his Dou Qi was becoming increasingly robust and concentrated, the sensation of a breakthrough still eluded him. Consequently, he gradually reduced his nearly all-consuming daily practice of Dou Qi, occasionally taking time to practice Dou techniques in the valley. Amidst this leisurely existence, Mou would even release Ziwa for a stroll. While the beast ring mirrored the outside world closely, it lacked the essence of natural energy. Thus, every few days, he would let Ziwa out to hunt magical beasts or consume certain herbs. However, as he noticed the sun setting gradually, Mou furrowed his brow. In the past, Ziwa would invariably return promptly at this hour, yet now there was no sign of it. The imprint of the spirit remains. The purple fire could never betray itself. Just as Mou was preparing to venture out in search of answers, a lion's roar echoed from deep within the valley nearby. Upon hearing the roar of the purple fire, Mou, as its master, immediately wore an expression of peculiarity, for he understood its meaning. The purple fire was indicating that there were secrets within the valley. Chapter 97. The mysterious beast remains. After deciphering the implications of the purple fire's roar, Mou was momentarily taken aback. Though the purple fire was a 3rd-tier magical beast and the offspring of the Crystal Wing Lion King, its intelligence was only marginally superior to that of 1st and 2nd-tier beasts, still falling far short of human intellect. If the purple fire had not discovered any secrets within the valley itself, how could it possibly perceive anything more? As for the notion that the purple fire might betray or deceive him, such a thought was unfathomable. The imprint of the spirit constituted an exceedingly tyrannical master-servant contract. In Mou's previous life on that continent, it was the exclusive secret technique of the foremost beast mastery sect, one he had painstakingly acquired after numerous near-death experiences. The spirit imprint of the purple fire's soul could only be undone by Mou himself. Even a Dou Zong expert would be powerless against it. This was merely a reflection of Mou's current weakness, as his soul power was comparable only to that of a 3rd-tier alchemist. Once his soul strength ascended to the 6th or 7th tier, it would likely be beyond the reach of even Dou Zun or Dou Sheng to erase. Any forced attempt to obliterate it would only result in the annihilation of the contract's beast soul, causing irreparable damage. Contemplating this, Mou's eyes brightened with sudden realization. Since the purple fire could not deceive him, could it be that the valley's secrets were related to magical beasts? The more he pondered, the more sense it made. After all, this was the magical beast mountain range, the very lair of magical beasts. It was hardly surprising that the purple fire could sense something unusual. Mou, what is the matter with the purple fire? Just as Mou was about to set off towards the purple fire, the little medical fairy, having also heard the roar emanating from the depths of the valley, curiously turned her beautiful eyes in that direction and inquired. Having been in the same valley, she had naturally encountered Mou's magical companion and admired the young man's ability to command a 3rd-tier magical beast with the strength of a Dou Shi. It's nothing significant. It seems that this little fellow, the purple fire, has discovered some secrets in the depths of the valley. And that roar was simply a notification for me to take a look, Mou explained with a light chuckle. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise flashed across the little medical fairy's beautiful eyes, and she then covered her rosy lips with a soft laugh, saying, "The purple fire should not be a lion. It ought to be a dog, with a nose keener than that of any canine. However, although I have spent some time in the valley, I have yet to venture into its depths. Perhaps the purple fire has indeed made some discoveries." Understanding the implications of her words, Mou nodded in acknowledgement. He took the little medical fairy's delicate hand and hurriedly made his way towards the interior of the valley. As he held her hand, a blush instantly crept across the little medical fairy's face. However, when she tugged at her hand twice, only to find that the young man's grip tightened with each attempt, she relinquished her struggle, shyly lowering her head. Little medical fairy understood that this was Mou's kind intention. Although her wounds had healed considerably over the past few days, her physical constitution remained quite frail. Hand in hand with little medical fairy, Mou ventured into the depths of the valley, where they soon spotted Ziwa digging earnestly in a deep pit. With a joyful roar upon seeing Mou's figure, Ziwa flapped its wings and swiftly flew to Mou's side, excitedly pointing at the pit with its claws. Oh, could there be some secret within? Mou exchanged a glance with little medical fairy. Although Ziwa could not speak, its expression conveyed a sentiment easily understood by all. Let us go and investigate. With a gentle pat on Ziwa's wing, Mou lifted little medical fairy into his arms and gracefully leaped onto Ziwa's back. Despite the distance to the deep pit, they arrived at their destination in mere moments, thanks to Ziwa's swift flight. Such a vast pit, exclaimed little medical fairy as she was set down, gazing at the enormous depression with a diameter of several dozen feet. From afar, it seemed unremarkable, but up close, its enormity was truly astonishing. Mou, too, observed the pit with curiosity, as if a meteor had crashed to create this immense hollow. Suddenly, as Mou pondered the peculiar sight, Ziwa let out a soft roar and darted to the right side of the pit, rapidly clawing at the ground. To Mou and little medical fairy's astonishment, a massive, white jade-like finger joint emerged from the earth. What is this? Mou's eyes brightened at the sight. He grasped little medical fairy's hand and leaped to where the enormous finger joint lay. What a colossal finger joint! It resembles not that of a human, but rather that of a beast, little medical fairy exclaimed in shock, gently caressing the enormous white jade finger joint that was as long as a human leg. Mou nodded in agreement, scrutinizing the extraordinary beast's finger joint before glancing beyond it into the depths of the pit. A glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes. If he were correct, an unimaginably massive beast must be buried beneath this pit. Gazing at the immaculate, white jade finger joint, which seemed to harbor a certain ferocious energy, he deduced that this beast had possessed formidable strength in life, possibly being a 6th or even 7th-tier magical creature. No wonder the energy of this valley was so abundant. It was likely that this beast had encountered a formidable foe and had perished here, its robust body creating this vast pit. As countless years passed, the beast's flesh gradually decayed, and its remains became buried, yet the immense energy it contained had rendered this valley rich in pure celestial energy. Discovering this secret of the valley, a smile crept across Mou's lips as he looked down into the pit and remarked, "It appears the secret lies beneath. Let us excavate." Upon hearing Mou's words and gazing at the vast chasm before them, the little healer momentarily faltered, her eyes wide with astonishment as she regarded Mou for quite some time before slowly inquiring, "How long do you suppose it will take us to excavate such a massive pit?" In response, Mou shook his head and, with a light chuckle, turned to the side and remarked to Ziwa, "It is not we who shall dig, but rather it is it that will excavate." Ziwa, noting the direction of Mou's gaze, the little healer gently covered her rosy lips and laughed. This creature was indeed discovered by Ziwa, and it seems it will also be the one to do the labor. You have been exceedingly kind to it. However, it appears that Xiaolan could also be summoned to assist in the digging. With that, the little healer produced a flute from her bosom and began to summon her magical pet, the blue eagle. Upon hearing the first half of her statement, Mou felt a twinge of guilt towards Ziwa, but upon witnessing the little healer calling upon her own magical companion to assist in the excavation, he could not help but reflect on how the true experts in employing magical pets were indeed their masters. Thus, under the diligent efforts of the excavation experts, Ziwa and Xiaolan, after 2 hours of toil, the buried remains of the magical beast finally emerged from the depths of the pit. Both Mou and the little healer fixated intently on the slowly revealed skeleton of the magical beast. As the true visage of the beast's remains came into view, the little healer could not suppress her astonishment, covering her rosy lips, while Mou's expression grew grave as he regarded the scene before him. The remains of this magical beast were considerable in size, measuring at least 8 to 9 meters in length, yet it had long since perished. Its flesh and blood now in a state of decay. What stood out most were the enormous wings, now reduced to white bones, and the massive skull resembling that of a lion, which bore two spiraled horns that were beginning to rot. The skull and wings possessed a peculiar quality, resembling jade, emitting a faint phosphorescence. Any discerning observer would recognize that within the skull lay a peculiar energy. Could this be the skeletal remains of the purple crystal winged Lion King? Chapter 98. Ziwa's Advancement. Is this truly the purple crystal winged Lion King? Mou remarked, taken aback by the familiar shape before him. He recalled having watched from a distance the battle between Yun Yun and the sixth-tier purple crystal winged Lion King. Thus, he was quite familiar with the appearance of an adult purple crystal winged Lion King. The current remains bore a striking resemblance to that of the purple crystal winged Lion King, with the only notable differences being its larger size and the presence of an additional spiraled horn upon its forehead. However, despite the age of this magical beast's remains, the powerful aura it exuded was subtly more formidable than that of the sixth-tier purple crystal winged Lion King. Mou surmised that this was likely the corpse of a seventh-tier magical beast. A seventh-tier magical beast? Upon hearing this, the little healer gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth in astonishment as she beheld the colossal remains. A seventh-tier magical beast was comparable to a human Dou Zone, a true master standing tall within the continent. The presence of a single Dou Zone within a family or faction could instantly elevate it to a first-rate power, even in the central state, where it could command a status as a second-rate force. To her knowledge, even in the present-day Gamma Empire, it seems that a formidable Dou Zone warrior has not appeared for many years. Mou gazed intently at the colossal corpse of the magical beast before him. The remains of a seventh-tier beast were of immeasurable worth. Even if he had no immediate use for it, he was certain that opportunities would arise in the future. Roar, roar. As Mou's eyes glimmered with greed while fixating on the beast's remains, Ziwa suddenly approached, growling softly at him. It affectionately nudged Mou's shoulder with its massive head. Oh, do you wish to feast upon its flesh and blood? Mou inquired, pointing at the enormous carcass. Despite being unable to articulate words due to the soul imprint, Ziwa nodded eagerly, resembling a docile kitten as it gazed up at Mou with affectionate eyes. The soul imprint was not a cruel and sinister master-servant contract. It did not require torturing the magical beast to assert control or display the master's authority. Instead, it merely altered Ziwa's consciousness, implicitly acknowledging Mou as its master, fostering unwavering loyalty. If one were to draw a comparison, it would be reminiscent of the Kodoame Tsukumi technique from Naruto, wielded by Uchiha Shursui. Thus, apart from recognizing Mou as its master, Ziwa's other behaviors remained unchanged. Seeing Ziwa's demeanor, the little healer couldn't help but chuckle softly, expressing her envy towards Mou. Ziwa is so adorable. It's still a third-tier beast, yet poses no intimidation whatsoever in your presence. Given that you have made the little healer laugh, feel free to indulge in the flesh of this beast. Mou waved his hand dismissively, smiling at Ziwa. At his words, the little healer's cheeks flushed slightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling like autumn waters as she gazed tenderly at the young man. Roar, roar. Hearing Mou's words, Ziwa let out excited roars before hastily rushing towards the massive beast's remains. Due to the considerable passage of time since its death, the corpse of the magical beast had very little flesh left. Only a few parts retained some putrid remnants. Nevertheless, Ziwa feasted heartily. It appeared that this magical beast had a noble lineage in its prime. Observing Ziwa devour greedily, Mou mused silently. In the realm of magical beasts, the hierarchy of bloodlines was distinctly recognized. High-tier beasts typically looked down upon those of lower bloodlines. The purple crystal wing Lion King clan, known for their innate sealing abilities, possessed a prestigious bloodline. However, given Ziwa's voracious appetite for the remains, its lineage must surely surpass that of the purple crystal wing Lion King. Considering the beast's two prominent horns, one more than the purple crystal wing Lion King, could it be a magical beast of an even higher bloodline within the lion species? Mou could only recall the existence of three major super beast families within the beast realm of the Dou Qi Continent. However, apart from the illustrious Tai Su ancient dragon, which rightfully holds the title of the continent's preeminent beast family, the other two, the Tian Yao Phoenix clan and the Jiu Di Ming Python clan, are somewhat inconsistent with their reputations. Mou remained uncertain whether there were other formidable beast families concealed within the vast expanse of the continent, for it is indeed boundless. Perhaps the owner of the beast carcass before him hails from one of those hidden, powerful clans. As Mou pondered, the petite medical fairy suddenly spoke up. Mou, may I collect a bit of ash from this beast carcass? Taken aback by her request, Mou chuckled softly. This is indeed your territory. Moreover, it's only fair to share. I could even grant you half of it. Upon hearing his words, The medical fairy hastily waved her hands. No, no, that's unnecessary. A 7th-tier beast would be a waste for me. I merely wish to study the ash to concoct a new poison. Realizing her sincerity, Mou nodded, acknowledging that the remains of a 7th-tier beast could pose challenges for an ordinary individual. Approaching the carcass, Mou's right arm shimmered with 20 streaks of lightning, and an overwhelming force surged within him. With a powerful strike of his fist, he shattered the segment of the phalanx he had first laid eyes upon, sending it crashing down at the joint. Truly, it was the remains of a 7th-tier beast, exhibiting an astonishingly robust skeletal structure. Handing the sizable segment, nearly the size of a human leg, to the medical fairy, Mou couldn't help but massage his shoulder. Mou, this is far too much, she said, gazing at the colossal phalanx while retrieving pain relief medication from her pocket to apply to his shoulder, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It's nothing. Take your time to study it. By the way, should Xiaolan eat some of that putrid flesh? Such high-tier bloodline beasts would surely benefit it, especially before the purple flame finishes its meal. In response, the medical fairy glanced at the trembling blue eagle hovering in the air, exasperatedly shrugging her shoulders. I wish to let Xiaolan eat, but it dares not. Turning to observe the quaking Xiaolan, which was continuously chirping as if to bolster its courage, Mou couldn't help but chuckle. Even a deceased 7th-tier beast exudes a terrifying pressure that is overwhelming to a 1st-tier beast, akin to an emperor facing a beggar, instilling an immense sense of dread. Earlier, when they had begun to excavate, Xiaolan could not withstand the formidable aura of the high-tier beast and had retreated to a safe distance. In contrast, the purple flame, with its commendable prowess and equally impressive bloodline, managed to withstand this pressure and greedily devoured the flesh of the carcass. After a quarter of an hour, once the purple flame had consumed all the decayed flesh, it gradually came to a halt. Simultaneously, an inexplicable aura began to rise around it, and as this aura intensified, the figure of the purple flame grew taller, with its violet wings stretching and igniting in flames. Upon witnessing the scene, Mou was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment, "Is Ziwa on the verge of a breakthrough?" Chapter 99. The Collection of Beast Remains. Ziwa is advancing? As he observed Ziwa devouring the putrid flesh of the mysterious beast carcass, a profound transformation took place, filling Mou with delight. Currently, Ziwa was a 3rd-tier magical beast. Should it successfully advance, it would ascend to a 4th-tier beast, comparable to a human spirit fighter. As the offspring of the Amethyst Wing Lion King, Ziwa was born with the strength of a 2nd-tier beast. For ordinary humans, decades had passed, yet for the long-lived magical beasts, it was merely the end of their infancy. Ziwa had just transitioned into its growth phase, achieving 3rd-tier strength in a mere few years. However, the journey to break into the 4th tier would typically require decades of accumulation. Yet, after consuming the essence contained within the unknown beast's flesh, Ziwa appeared to have drastically shortened this timeline. Mou couldn't help but marvel. Could this mysterious beast truly originate from a superlative beast lineage? After pondering for a long while, Mou found himself at a loss. His understanding of the Dou Qi Continent was limited to fragments from his first life's memories. The continent was vast, and the narrative only touched upon a minuscule portion of its myriad powers and families, many of which remained shrouded in mystery. Resolving this thought, Mou shook his head, deciding to seize the immediate advantage regardless of the beast lineage's origins. As he contemplated this, the transformation occurring with Ziwa gradually came to a halt. Contrary to expectations of a direct breakthrough to 4th tier, Ziwa seemed to have overindulged and fell into a deep slumber. This creature, it appeared, would not awaken anytime soon. Observing Ziwa's slumber, Mou shook his head, yet felt increasingly assured that Ziwa would indeed reach the 4th tier. The advancement of magical beasts differs markedly from that of humans. While humans experience breakthroughs primarily through the enhancement of both the quality and quantity of their Dou Qi, thereby shattering physical limits, magical beasts, with their larger physiques, focus on the further elevation of their bloodline and corporeal form. Consequently, their advancement is undoubtedly a slower process, often spanning months or even years. Mou, is Ziwa all right? Inquired the little medical fairy, her beautiful eyes filled with concern as she gazed at Ziwa. After all, the carcass had been dead for an unknown duration, raising questions about potential viruses lurking in the decaying flesh. Given Ziwa's considerable consumption, its current slumber resembled symptoms of food poisoning. In response, Mou shook his head, chuckling softly. Ziwa is perfectly fine. This time, it has gained a significant advantage. When it awakens, it will likely be a 4th-tier beast. The little medical fairy's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the peacefully sleeping Ziwa, incredulously stating, "Ziwa is about to ascend to a 4th-tier beast? Then, will I no longer be able to call it little one?" With a light chuckle at the peculiar thought process of the little medicine fairy, Mou remarked, It matters not how you choose to address me. As long as I remain its master, you shall be its mistress. The ambiguous nature of Mou's words caused the little medicine fairy's cheeks to flush crimson. She was about to retort, but Mou had already approached the slumbering purple fire, her delicate hand brushing aside the strands of hair that fell across her forehead. Ultimately, the little medicine fairy refrained from voicing her thoughts, letting out a soft sigh before closely following Mou. At that moment, Mou stood beside the massive beast carcass. Observing the imposing figure, nearly 10 zhang in length and exuding a terrifying aura, her expression grew solemn. In contrast to the decaying flesh consumed by the purple fire, this beast carcass held far greater value. It was likely that the entirety of the Jamma Empire could not compare to the remains of this 7th-tier magical beast. The 2 spiraled horns atop the beast's head, the magical blood contained within its bones, and the extraordinary wings imbued with enigmatic energy could drive countless Dou Zone powerhouses to madness. As this thought crossed her mind, Mou swiftly formed a hand seal, and a tremendous surge of soul power erupted from her being. Guided by her will, this soul energy enveloped the beast carcass. It was no easy feat to absorb such a formidable carcass into her storage ring. Fortunately, her soul power had significantly strengthened, or else she would have been left lamenting the treasure, unable to remain in the small valley for years merely for the sake of a carcass. Under the influence of Mou's soul power, the massive beast carcass finally exhibited a reaction. With a resounding roar, it seemed to awaken, rising slowly to its feet. The regal aura of the Lion King emanated from the carcass, reasserting its presence in the world. How terrifying! Is this the intimidation of a 7th-tier magical beast? Witnessing the mysterious carcass stand, even the surrounding space seemed to quiver slightly. The little medicine fairy gasped, covering her rosy lips with her delicate hand. Unable to comprehend the spectacle before her, Mou's formidable soul power, combined with the terrifying might of the mysterious carcass, left an indelible impression on her. Absorb. Gazing at the towering beast carcass, Mou directed her storage ring towards it. With the guidance of her soul power, the nearly 10-zhang-long carcass was finally drawn into her storage ring under her command. Such a fearsome presence felt as though it could shatter her soul power. Taking a deep breath, Mou's complexion turned pale. While absorbing a lifeless entity into a storage ring was a simple task, achievable by any Dou Qi practitioner, the carcass's existence as a 7th-tier magical beast meant that even in death, its oppressive aura could easily crush the soul power of a Dou master. Gently touching the storage ring on her right hand, Mou couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, though it had demanded considerable mental energy. The reward was monumental, a complete carcass of a 7th-tier magical beast, the value of which was truly incalculable. Regrettably, just moments ago, Mou's spiritual energy explored the beast's remains. Yet it failed to uncover the presence of a magic core, which is somewhat disappointing. If the 7th-tier magic core were to be consumed by the vermilion bird's heavenly flame, it could undoubtedly propel its growth from infancy to maturity in an instant. Shaking his head, Mou was not one to succumb to greed. This beast's remains were already an unexpected boon, enriching his journey immensely. To desire more would invite divine retribution. Beside him, the little medical fairy observed as the purple flames and the colossal beast's remains were absorbed into Mou's spatial ring, a flicker of curiosity igniting in her beautiful eyes. It was her first encounter with a spatial ring capable of containing living beings. Yet considering the myriad of mysterious abilities the young man possessed, nothing seemed too astonishing. Let us go. In celebration of today's harvest, I shall prepare a grand feast, she declared with a playful smile, her enchanting gaze fixed on Mou. Within this secluded valley, their companionship felt akin to a paradise untouched by the world. Chapter 100, Poisonous Body and Profound Thunder. Having secured the enigmatic beast's remains, Mou clapped his hands in satisfaction and said to the little medical fairy, "Let us proceed. I am quite eager to taste your culinary delights." Upon hearing this, the little medical fairy paused momentarily, her face lighting up with delight, her lips curving into a captivating smile. The profession of a poison master held a rather unfavorable reputation in the Dou Qi Continent, as many harbored a certain trepidation towards engaging with them, given their insidious methods of poisoning that rendered anyone defenseless. Consequently, those around the little medical fairy often maintained a respectful distance, which made her particularly sensitive. However, Mou welcomed everything she prepared without reservation, and after half a month of companionship, her demeanor towards him had grown increasingly warm and gentle. As they strolled towards the cottage, the little medical fairy playfully turned her head to Mou and smiled, then squatted down, rolled up her long sleeves, and methodically kindled a fire beneath the stone stove, arranging the ingredients for their meal with remarkable dexterity. Observing her busy silhouette preparing dinner for the two of them, Mou suddenly inquired, When do you plan to leave this place? Turning back, the little medical fairy gazed at him with a hint of confusion in her beautiful eyes and replied softly, "What is the matter?" Mou explained, "I intend to depart in a few days. As you know, I must journey to the Mulan Empire." "What a pity. It's not often one finds a friend so well suited to their taste," she remarked, shaking her head with a touch of regret as a glimmer of reluctance flashed in her eyes. "Ah, fret not. Fate will surely bring us together again. I have a strong feeling we shall meet once more," Mou replied with a gentle laugh. "Then I shall borrow your auspicious words. When you achieve great success, do not forget the friend you met in this little town," the little medical fairy said, gazing at the bubbling pot with a smile. Extending her delicate hand, she retrieved a small bowl and poured a serving of mushroom soup, offering it to Mou. Reaching out to accept it, Mou inhaled the fragrant aroma and smiled, saying, "What exquisite craftsmanship. Whoever weds you will surely be fortunate." "What, me?" Hearing Mou's words, the little healer covered her mouth and chuckled. "You must understand that due to its inherent dangers, poison masters are among the least married professions in the Dou Qi Continent." "Huh, that may not necessarily be the case. You are a unique poison master," she continued. "If we happen to meet again in the Dou Qi Continent, you must not harbor any disdain for me." As dinner concluded and the bowls and pots were tidied away, the little healer made her way towards the humble cottage. Just as she was about to enter, she paused momentarily, turned around, and smiled lightly at Mou. Watching the little healer gradually depart, Mou suddenly realized she was preparing to awaken her cursed poison body. In the original tale, Xiao Yin discovered the little healer's secret in this very valley, and regarding the cursed poison body, Mou believed it was better to awaken it. After all, this is a world where strength reigns supreme. Love and kindness are often perceived as signs of weakness. Fearsome as it may be, one with weak abilities can only live without dignity. Moreover, the cursed poison body is not beyond control. A mature cursed poison body could certainly carve out a place among the powerful in the Dou Qi Continent. Shaking his head, Mou returned to his room. He extended his soul power into the beast ring, finding the purple fire still in deep slumber. Judging by its current state, it would likely remain dormant for some time. As for the skeleton of the 7th-tier magical beast, Mou had perfectly preserved it with ice. His current strength was too inadequate to handle the beast's remains effectively, so he could only store it away for future use. Reflecting on the gradual gains of the day, a faint smile crept upon Mou's lips, and in this pleasant mood, he gently drifted into slumber. The following morning, seated upon a rock, Mou slowly inhaled and absorbed the natural energy of the valley. After the excavation of the 7th-tier magical beast's remains, he could distinctly sense the energy concentration within the valley had diminished significantly, and many precious herbs began to wither. As time passed, this hidden valley, rich in extraordinary energy, would inevitably become indistinguishable from an ordinary one. However, both he and the little healer regarded this place merely as a temporary haven, so they felt no regret. Before the valley's energy dissipated entirely, Mou sought to attempt a breakthrough to the 3rd-star Dome Master. Once again, under the blazing sun, he practiced, seated upon the rocky terrain, his garments completely drenched in sweat. He had been fully absorbing the valley's natural energy for nearly 2 hours. As he entered a meditative state and his breathing steadied, a gentle flow of energy swirled around Mou, and upon contacting his skin, it was as if liquid met sponge, greedily consumed by him. As the cultivation continued, the energy surrounding Mou grew increasingly dense, showing no signs of diminishing. Accompanied by the influx of this celestial energy, Mou faintly sensed that he was on the verge of breaking through a barrier, a sensation that felt remarkably familiar. Was he about to ascend to the rank of a 3-star Dome Master? Upon this realization, a smile graced Mou's face, prompting him to immediately intensify his absorption of the surrounding energy. After a brief moment of silence, a faint stream of energy unexpectedly surged from his body, flooding into him with fervor. As more energy poured in, a delicate silver light began to emanate from Mou's skin, his handsome visage resembling that of warm jade. After a brief pause, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a glimmer of profound brilliance shot forth from his pitch-black orbs. He had reached the status of a 3-star Dome Master. Stretching his body, Mou closed his eyes once more to introspect, noting that his cyclone had grown slightly larger. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips as he stood up and lightly leaped. After half a month of relentless training, he had successfully broken through to a new star, achieving the prowess of a 3-star Dome Master. Such rapid advancement was undoubtedly astonishing. With a mere thought, the Dou Qi within him began to circulate swiftly, gradually manifesting as a silver energy garment on the surface of his body. This transformation into an ethereal garment of Dou Qi was a hallmark of powerful Dome Masters. Not only did this garment enhance the wearer's defense, speed, and attack, but it also allowed for superior absorption of energy from the surrounding environment to replenish the body as consumption. Since his ascension to the rank of Dou Master, Mou had yet to employ this technique in combat. Previously, the strength of Mu Shi did not necessitate the use of the Dou Qi garment. Given Mou's profound foundation, the garment he unleashed, combined with the Thunder Body technique, could likely rival a 5-star Dou Master in terms of physical defense alone. Furthermore, with his other abilities, even without relying on spiritual power, he could contend with typical 6- or 7-star Dou Masters. Even if Mou were to return to the Shao family now, his combat prowess would rank just below a handful of the family's great Dou Masters. Once more attuning to his surging strength amidst the rocky terrain, Mou gazed at the midday sun and thought of the little healer awaiting him. With a slight shiver of his body, the purple cloud wings burst forth from his back, propelling him down into the valley below. The fierce wind howled past his ears, and as he descended to within 20 meters of the ground, Mou gently flapped his wings, slowing his rapid descent. He landed firmly on the ground, his body quivering slightly as he retracted the purple cloud wings. After a moment, he straightened up and made his way toward the small, thatched cottage in the valley. As he approached the cottage, a frown creased Mou's brow. Typically, at this hour, the little healer would be preparing lunch, yet today there was an unusual calm. What could this mean? Upon recalling a certain reason, Mou's expression suddenly grew solemn. He approached the quaint thatched cottage and gently tapped on the wooden door. However, there was not a sound from within. With a swift motion, he kicked the door, sending it flying open. Once inside, he was immediately assaulted by a cloud of smoke that caused him to cough violently. With urgency, he extended his right palm, unleashing a fierce surge of energy that expelled the smoke from the cottage. As the haze gradually dissipated, he beheld the figure of the little healer, her eyes tightly shut, her once rosy face now adorned with an eerie array of colors. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Mou directed his gaze towards her hand, where he noticed a small pouch of pitch-black medicinal powder. Standing a few feet away, he cautiously inhaled the scent emanating from the powder. In an instant, a wave of dizziness overcame him, and he felt a tightness in his chest. Only after using the Zhu Chue's heavenly flame to purge the toxins from his body did the sensation begin to fade. He murmured to himself, such a potent poison. Even a Dou Master could easily succumb to it with a moment's inattention. If he was not mistaken, the little healer must have ingested this bag of poison in preparation for awakening her cursed toxic body. His gaze shifted from her hand to her luscious red lips, where remnants of the black powder clung to the edges. Indeed, the cursed toxic body was extraordinary. The strength of a 1-star Dou Master was sufficient to withstand such a venomous assault, underscoring the robustness of her constitution. Observing the graceful figure lying on the bed, Mou felt a surge of emotion. In his past life, he had encountered numerous individuals with unique constitutions, yet most possessed only limited capabilities, some even hindering their cultivation. Conversely, the cursed toxic body not only conferred innate immunity to various poisons, but also significantly enhanced her cultivation potential. It was undoubtedly the reason the little healer could eventually attain the rank of Dou Sheng. However, every advantage carries its drawbacks. Much like the drawbacks of Mou's own thunder body, the cursed toxic body harbored even graver disadvantages. As its very name suggested, the emergence of such a toxic body typically heralded calamity. As Mou recalled the tales of Yao Lao, who had once encountered a woman with a cursed toxic body, he remembered how, in a fit of rage, she had transformed an entire empire into a desolate land of poison, teeming with countless restless spirits. Yet, that woman's fate was not as fortunate as the little healer's. Should a bearer of the cursed toxic body fail to successfully condense a poison pill, they would perish from the ensuing toxic explosion. Lost in thought, Mou noticed that, as time passed, the kaleidoscopic hues on the little healer's cheeks were gradually fading. Is she awakening? He murmured softly, settling into silence for a moment. At last, the little healer slowly opened her eyes, breaking the stillness of the room. The delicate hand stirred slightly, the corner of the little healer's eye glancing at the dark poison. A bittersweet smile gradually emerged at her lips, soon expanding into a deeper sorrow. Suddenly, she pulled the blanket over her face, and a muffled, intermittent sound of weeping emanated from within. How wretched it is that I could not restrain myself. Mou shook his head, then gently patted the little healer's body wrapped in the covers. Upon feeling the touch, the blanket was abruptly flung aside. Gazing at the youth seated at the bedside, the little healer's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, hastily wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. How did you get in here? I came in while you were unconscious. You didn't touch me, did you? The little healer's expression shifted alarmingly, and she hurriedly inquired. Are you referring to the poison in your body? Do not worry, that small amount of poison poses no threat to me. However, have you truly decided to activate the cursed poison body? Mou looked at the little healer. Upon hearing this, she momentarily froze, her delicate frame tensing suddenly. Her lovely face fixed in a distressed gaze upon Mou. You know, I have read the 7-colored poison scriptures, Mou explained, gesturing towards the nearby tome. At his words, the little healer was taken aback, a complex array of emotions flitting across her exquisite features, followed by a sorrowful smile as she bit down on her rosy lips. Then you must be afraid of me, observing the tears tracing down her tender cheeks. Mou chuckled softly, shaking his head and offering a warm smile. He gently patted her head and reassured her, "What do I have to fear? Rest assured, the poison within you will not affect me in the slightest. Trust me, I will not distance myself from you because of it." Upon hearing Mou's earnest declaration, the tears in the little healer's bright eyes paused, her mouth agape as she stared at him. "You truly are not afraid of me? Will you still dare to eat what I cook for you in the future?" "Anytime," Mou replied with a smile. As she gazed at Mou's confident and warm smile, a comforting warmth flowed through the little healer's heart, and she wiped the tears from her charming face. She looked at Mou, her beautiful visage growing serious as she expressed, "Thank you, Mou. Perhaps you will be my only friend in the days to come. Regardless of what the future holds, as long as you still consider me a friend, even if I were to become the feared Grand Poison Master in your presence. I remain the little healer of Qingshan Town, but you must strive to enhance your strength, lest I catch up with you. Remember, I am the cursed poison body. My cultivation speed will be extraordinarily rapid, and I would not wish to poison you." A playful expression graced her face at the end of her words. Hearing this, Mou chuckled, poised to respond, when suddenly a tremor resonated deep within his soul. He soon realized that a dormant power within him, the Thunder Source, was beginning to awaken, as if lured by the promise of exquisite delicacies, and the source of this awakening was none other than the little healer before him. Chapter 101. The Mysterious Poison Demon Thunder. Sensing the shift of the profound thunder within him, Mou furrowed his brows slightly. This was the first time he had encountered a scenario where a force awakened of its own accord without the summoning of its master. Delving into the depths of his consciousness, he found himself in a silent, chilling realm imbued with a terrifying aura. Following the summoning of the Vermilion Bird's Inferno Thunder, what had once been 12 formidable thunders that shook the continent now stood diminished to 11. As Mou's soul force meticulously examined each of the remaining 11 original thunder sources, he was taken aback to discover that the one that had awakened unbidden was none other than the 8th-ranked thunder on the Xian Thunder ranking of the Xintian continent, the profound Poison Demon Thunder. This particular thunder, ranked 2 places above the Vermilion Bird's Inferno Thunder, was a harbinger of extreme and venom, said to have originated from a tempestuous bolt that descended from the heavens in ancient times, capable of devouring the flesh of a powerful practitioner of the most sinister and toxic arts, thus undergoing a transformation, infused with a dreadful toxicity. Even a Dou Zun expert would find it exceedingly troublesome should they come into contact with it, making it one of the most fearsome thunders known in the Xintian continent. In his previous life, when Mou subdued this thunder, it took an immense amount of effort, nearly costing him his life due to the toxicity of the profound poison demon thunder. Fortunately, having already subdued 5 types of profound thunders and possessing the celestial thunder body, he ultimately succeeded. Now, witnessing the profound poison demon thunder awakening of its own volition, primarily due to the presence of the little medical fairy, Mou was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, and with his keen perception, he grasped the realization that dawned upon him. Could it be that the formidable being devoured by the profound poison demon thunder in the void was also someone endowed with the evil poison body? Contemplating this possibility, Mou considered it highly plausible. The evil poison body was inherently a physique steeped in extreme and venom in the original text. The little medical fairy's cultivation of toxic battle energy had instilled dread in countless powerful beings. Should the strong individual devoured by the profound poison demon thunder fall in the void, it would imply that while their power may not have reached the level of a Dou emperor, they were certainly formidable. Perhaps, in an inadvertent act, the profound poison demon thunder absorbed the flesh of a practitioner with the evil poison body. After centuries steeped in toxic battle energy, it ultimately descended upon the Xintian continent, transforming into a terrifying thunder that struck fear into the hearts of many. With this thought, Mou's mind raced, and he suddenly realized that the emergence of the little medical fairy might present an excellent opportunity for the growth of the profound poison demon thunder. Each eruption of the evil poison body was a disaster for others in the original narrative. The initial explosion of the little medical fairy's poison body obliterated a village and resulted in the deaths of 2 elderly individuals whom she cherished dearly. Thus began the transformation of the once kind little medical fairy into the cold and merciless celestial poisonous. This was merely the first eruption. As time progressed, the devastation wrought by the poisoned body would only escalate, to the extent that it could annihilate an entire empire in a single blow. However, this terrifying eruption of toxic gas, a harbinger of dread for any living being, serves as a boon for the ethereal and enigmatic Qian Yin Poison Thunder. Born from the very essence of calamity, the Qian Yin Poison Thunder, which undergoes a transformative evolution only by devouring the calamity-infused toxin, descends upon the divine realm of Shenshao. Thus, to nurture the still juvenile Qian Yin Poison Thunder, there could scarcely be a more suitable sustenance than the very poison of calamity itself. Indeed, should the Qian Yin Poison Thunder aspire to reach its zenith, it must consume a formidable being possessing the calamity toxin constitution. Of course, MOU would never sacrifice the little medical fairy in pursuit of power. Not only is her current strength still too feeble, but the toxin within her is merely an appetizer for the Qian Yin Poison Thunder. Furthermore, the bond they have cultivated during their time together would prevent MOU from transgressing his principles. Besides, the calamity toxin is not exclusive to the little medical fairy. He recalls that the leader of the Ice River Valley, one of the top factions in the central continent, also bears the calamity toxin within him. However, much like MOU's present circumstances, that individual possesses an acquired constitution, albeit the acquired toxin may not be as potent, yet the outcome remains the same. Naturally, it is rather premature to dwell on such thoughts. The Ice River leader is a 5-star Dou Zun, and for MOU to defeat him, he must at least reach the Dou Zun level, a daunting task for one who has only just attained the 3-star Dou Shi realm. MOU, what troubles you? In response to the prolonged silence, the little medical fairy's delicate face shifted, and she bit her lip lightly. Being perceptive, she feared that MOU might reconsider his earlier words. After all, few could endure the terror of the calamity toxin as a companion. Hearing her call, MOU snapped back to reality. Observing the changes in her expression, he chuckled softly, shaking his head as he gently caressed her silky hair. I merely pondered a few matters. Fear not, I have always been true to my word. I, MOU, am a man of my promise. With his reassurance, the little medical fairy exhaled a sigh of relief, nodding with a smile. A flicker of fondness danced in her beautiful eyes, and a crescent smile graced her lips, exuding an adorable charm. MOU, it is truly a blessing to have you. Even if I were to meet an untimely end due to unforeseen circumstances, knowing that I have a friend like you would leave me without regrets. Listening to the young woman's candid acceptance of her own mortality, as if recounting another's fate, stirred a subtle emotion within MOU's hardened heart. What a pitiable girl she is, to harbor such despair over her future. Yet, with the Qian Yin Poison Thunder at hand, perhaps the tragedy that befell the little medical fairy in the original narrative can be averted. Little medical fairy, I have a temporary gift for you. Withdrawing his hand from her hair, MOU gazed into her eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Oh, what is it? I refuse to accept anything unpleasant. The mischievous little medical fairy chuckled, seemingly in high spirits due to MOU's words, even indulging in playful banter. In response, MOU smiled and gently shook his head, reflecting that if his reincarnation could ensure the continued kindness and charm of the young girl before him, then his journey to the Dou Qi Continent was not in vain. Without addressing the little medical fairy's comment, MOU's mind delved deep into his soul, and in the next moment, as his thoughts stirred, a purple-gray lightning essence materialized in his hand. With the emergence of this lightning, an exceedingly venomous aura surged forth, instantly transforming the room into a toxic abyss, evoking visible dread in those who sensed it. Gazing at the continually emanating poisonous energy of the lightning, the little medical fairy's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, as she suddenly discovered an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the lightning, as if they shared a common origin. This entity was the profound Yin Poison Demon Lightning. Observing the little medical fairy, whose aura bore some resemblance to the lightning, MOU slowly spoke. Profound Yin Poison Demon Lightning? Upon hearing MOU's words, the little medical fairy was momentarily taken aback, then gazed at the young man in astonishment. She was aware that MOU possessed a formidable crimson flame lightning, which, although not overwhelmingly powerful in her view, exuded a noble aura akin to that of a sovereign among lightning, radiating an extraordinary presence. However, the current lightning, though seemingly weaker, akin to a flickering ember on the verge of extinction, emanated a sinister essence that sent shivers through the very depths of her soul. Yet, inexplicably, she sensed a familiar aura from this lightning, as if it were akin to kin, stemming from the same bloodline. Noticing the astonishment on the little medical fairy's face, MOU swiftly formulated his response within a few breaths and said, "This is a lightning essence bestowed upon me by my master. Like the crimson lightning in my hand known as the Zhuke Burning Heaven Lightning, it was also acquired by my master during his travels across the continent. According to my master, this lightning appears to have absorbed the remains of a peak-level practitioner of the cursed poison body, thus inheriting an extraordinarily venomous power. However, for reasons unknown, the entirety of the profound poison demon lightning's power has dissipated, leaving only the essence of the lightning. My master entrusted it to me, intending for me to seek energy to facilitate its growth. Yet, since this profound poison demon lightning was birthed from the cursed poison body, it is likely that nothing is more suitable for its absorption and growth than the toxic energy of the cursed poison body itself. To make the origins of the profound poison demon lightning more palatable, MOU also invoked the fictional master from Wutan City and designated the profound lightning as a treasure of the Dou Qi Continent. After all, the Dou Qi Continent was vast and boundless, teeming with countless extraordinary phenomena, while the was renowned among them. No one could definitively assert that there were no other wonders more arcane than. Thus, MOU did not mind revealing the existence of Xian Lei so openly. Unless there were reincarnators from the Divine Sky Continent on the Dou Qi Continent, MOU declared that Xian Lei belonged to the Dou Qi Continent, and it was so. After hearing MOU's account, the beautiful eyes of the little medicine fairy were drawn to the sinister Xian Poison Demon Thunder. And it was no wonder she felt a familiar aura emanating from this lightning, as it originated from the Calamity Poison Body. Contemplating this, the young girl turned her gaze towards MOU, her expression filled with curiosity as she inquired, "What do you mean by temporarily lending it to me?" Holding the fearsome essence of the sinister poison thunder in his right hand, MOU smiled and explained, "I have some understanding of the Calamity Poison Body and know that its cultivation method differs from the norm. Those who possess the Calamity Poison Body do not require years of training in Dou Qi. Instead, they can grow stronger simply by consuming poison. The Calamity Poison Body can transform the toxic energy contained within poisons into a uniquely potent form of poisonous Dou Qi, and the more lethal the poison, the greater the benefits to one's strength. However, poison remains poison. Although the host can mitigate the toxic effects through the Calamity Poison Body, if they consume an excessive amount of poison, to the extent that the Calamity Poison Body can no longer suppress the toxic Dou Qi within, it will erupt, leading the host to suffer a slow demise amidst the torment of 1,000 poisons." With MOU's eloquent explanation, the little medicine fairy's complexion grew increasingly pale. Though she anticipated such a dire outcome, she was still merely a teenage girl. Just as her face became increasingly ashen, her once vibrant eyes dulled with despair. She suddenly felt a warm hand gently patting her shoulder. Raising her gaze, she met the soothing and warm starry eyes of the boy, and for some reason, her heart felt a sudden calm. "Do not worry. The reason I am offering you the Xian Poison Demon Thunder is precisely to help you alleviate this dilemma," MOU said softly, encouragingly patting her shoulder. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of disbelief flickered in the little medicine fairy's eyes as she murmured, "What method?" MOU gazed at the violet-gray thunder in his hand and slowly explained, "The growth of Xian Poison Demon Thunder requires the absorption of poisonous energy. And the Calamity Poison Body, due to its excessive consumption of toxins, will periodically erupt with terrifying poisonous gas. In my view, they form a complementary relationship. If I lend you the Xian Poison Demon Thunder, allowing it to absorb the poisonous gas erupting within you, it could indeed help you suppress the drawbacks of the Calamity Poison Body's toxic outbursts." Upon hearing MOU's explanation, the little medicine fairy's eyes sparkled with hope. This indeed seemed feasible. If she could control the terrifying, annihilating poisonous gas that erupted from her poison body, her kind heart felt significantly lighter. After all, she did not wish to cause harm to countless innocent lives due to her own affliction. The maiden gazed deeply into MOU's eyes as she slowly descended from the bed. She then bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude. "MOU, thank you." Witnessing her gesture, MOU promptly assisted the young healer to her feet, and, meeting her gaze, chuckled. "Ah, we are friends, are we not? There is no need for such thanks. In fact, I should be the one expressing gratitude to you. Without your assistance, I would have struggled to find the abundant toxic energy necessary for the growth of this Xian Poison Thunder." Upon hearing MOU's words, a gentle smile illuminated the young healer's delicate face as she murmured, "Indeed, we are friends. MOU, you are my only friend." Although the Xian Poison Thunder remained in its infancy, she recognized its extraordinary potential, and the trust MOU placed in her touched her deeply. After all, as the host of the Calamity Poison Body, she had countless reasons to covet this Xian Poison Thunder for herself. Little did she know, however, that MOU, as the master of the 12 Thunders, possessed absolute control over each one. Even if she attempted to abscond with the Xian Poison Thunder, MOU had 100 methods to retrieve it. Handing the Xian'in Poison Thunder to the young healer, Mou advised her, from now on, it is entrusted to you. Each time it grows, its power will increase. As its mistress, you may summon it as a means of combat. The rest is for you to explore on your own. In response, the young healer gazed at the thunder she received from Mou, then looked up at him. Nodding earnestly, yes, I will. When we meet again, I will ensure it thrives and return it to you in perfect condition. Hearing her promise, Mou smiled softly. He felt no reluctance in parting with the Xian'in Poison Thunder, for nurturing two thunders simultaneously was quite taxing. His immediate goal was to elevate the Dou Qi Burning Sky Thunder to its peak. Moreover, the young healer was merely a worker. Once she had nourished the Xian'in Poison Thunder to plumpness, he would be able to reap the rewards all at once. Chapter 103, Farewell. After temporarily entrusting the Xian'in Poison Thunder to the young healer, 2 days passed slowly. During this time, with the mysterious beast's remains having been collected by Mou, the pure energy of heaven and earth in the valley dwindled to almost nothing. Seizing the opportunity to absorb the remaining energy, Mou solidified his strength as a 3-star battle master and resolved to depart. As he surveyed the valley, he noticed that the small cottage remained aglow with light. Outside, a slender figure clad in a simple white dress sat on a small chair, leaning against the door, absorbed in a colorful scroll illuminated by the firelight. As if hearing footsteps approaching from a distance, the young healer withdrew her gaze from the scroll and looked at the boy walking slowly under the moonlight. A gentle smile gracing her lips. Have you completed your training? There is still warm food inside. Her soft, tender words, reminiscent of a devoted wife eagerly awaiting her husband's return, were imbued with warmth and concern. As the expression on her face softened further, Mou drew closer, his gaze sweeping over her lovely visage, before he extended his hand to brush away a barely perceptible speck of black powder from the corner of her rosy lips. Observing Mou's actions, the young healer's cheeks flushed slightly. She then retrieved a white silk handkerchief from her bosom and meticulously wiped away every trace of the black powder from his fingers. It's of no consequence. This little poison holds no effect on me. Mou chuckled, allowing her to clean his hand. In response, the young healer cautioned, it is always wise to be careful. I may have to depart tomorrow, Mou suddenly remarked, gazing at her as she wiped away the toxic residue. The delicate hand that was engaged in the task paused momentarily before softening again. She nodded gently and replied, having lingered here for so long, the strange energies of the valley will soon dissipate. It is indeed time for me to leave. Where do you plan to go after departing? The silence lingered for a moment before Mou broke it with a cheerful inquiry. To the Outcloud Empire. I believe it will be more suitable for me. And for the Xian'in Poison Demon Lei as well, she replied with a smile. Ah, the Outcloud Empire, Mou murmured, recognizing that the number and status of poison masters in that realm would indeed facilitate the young healer's growth. In the original tale, she unified all the factions of the Outcloud Empire and established a poison sect to dominate the empire. With the assistance of the Xian'in Poison Demon Lei in this lifetime, her achievements would undoubtedly be even more extraordinary. Nodding thoughtfully, Mou remarked with a light laugh. Then I shall await the day you become renowned throughout the Outcloud Empire. With your capabilities, I suspect that day shall arrive swiftly. As the boy praised her, the young healer smiled tenderly, though in her heart, she wished to remain in this little valley alongside him for eternity, if fate permitted. Shaking her head lightly, she pondered for a moment before, under Mou's curious gaze, she stood and entered the small thatched cottage. After a brief interval, she emerged cautiously, holding a small cloth pouch. Inside this pouch lies a 3rd-tier magic core, which I stumbled upon in a cave within the Monster Beast Mountains. I have no parting gift for you, but this should prove useful. Accepting the pouch from her, Mou opened it to reveal a silvery magic core before him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as the core of a 3rd-tier Thunder Shadow Leopard. Although the significance of a 3rd-tier magic core diminished for him after breaking through to the 3-star Dome Master level, he still smiled and nodded appreciatively at the young healer's thoughtful gesture. Expressing his gratitude, Mou felt somewhat unaccustomed to the atmosphere of parting and quietly lifted his gaze to the starry sky above. Enveloped by the tranquil atmosphere, the young healer fell into a contemplative silence, her delicate arms encircling her slender legs, her vibrant eyes twinkling in harmony with the stars above. In the enchanting moonlit valley, a man and a woman gazed quietly at the night sky, only seeking solace in each other's embrace once the moon gradually dimmed and sleepiness began to envelop them. They nestled against the doorframe, gently surrendering to slumber. As dawn broke, when Mou stepped out of the grass hut, he beheld the serene expanse of the valley where a blue eagle soared gracefully, its piercing cries echoing through the air. You are awake? A melodious voice suddenly resonated from his left as he searched eagerly. Turning his head, he smiled upon seeing the young healer, who, with a basket of herbs in hand, was gathering her bounty. With a playful gesture, he retrieved the storage ring he had obtained from Moyin, stepping closer to take her delicate hand and slipping it onto her finger. Consider this a parting gift. If fate allows, I shall present you with a beast ring in the future, so that Xiao Lan may always accompany you. As she admired the ring on her finger, a gentle smile graced the young healer's lips. Although aware that such treasures were quite precious, she did not refuse it given their current bond. She carefully stored the herbs from her basket into the ring, then stowed away her other items, looking up at Mou with a light-hearted smile. I shall hold you to your promise. Don't forget. Rest assured, I am a professional artifact refiner and would never deceive a lady. Mou replied with a teasing grin. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and turned to the young healer. When I meet my master in the future, I will inquire about how to control the calamity poison body. Fear not, my master possesses profound wisdom and will surely have a solution. Though Mou was aware of methods to control the calamity poison body from the original text, revealing them now would feel out of place and beyond his current capability. So he chose to keep it a secret for the time being. Upon hearing his words, the young healer paused in surprise. Her beautiful eyes locked onto Mou's radiant and confident smile, as if she wished to etch the moment into her memory. Moments later, she stepped forward and embraced him, her voice barely above a whisper. Mou, thank you for everything you've done for me. I will remember you forever. The fragrant embrace was fleeting. She took a breath, seemingly returning to her normal demeanor, then placed a bamboo whistle to her rosy lips, gently blowing it to produce a soft melody that soared into the heavens. As the sound reached the skies, the blue eagle descended, its wings beating strongly, stirring a powerful gust of wind. Let us go. This may be our last shared journey for some years, she said, stepping forward and leaning her soft form against Mou with a cheerful smile. With a smile and a nod, Mou reminisced about the maiden's words while extending his arm to embrace the seemingly delicate waist of the girl. With a powerful push against the ground, their forms shot upward, ultimately landing gracefully atop the back of the blue eagle. Chapter 104, The Yi Family of Haiyan City. In the eastern region of the Beast Mountain Range, atop a peak at the outskirts, Mou gazed skyward at the spiraling blue eagle. He waved to the young lady in white standing elegantly on the eagle's back and called out joyfully, "Little medical sage, let us part ways here. Take care, Mou." The little medical sage replied, casting a lingering glance at the youth on the hillside. A gentle smile graced her lips, tinged with a hint of reluctance. After a final wave, she steered the blue eagle, pivoting her form, and with a resounding call of the eagle, soared westward into the sky. Standing atop the mountain, Mou watched as the faint blue silhouette vanished beyond the distant horizon, and only then did he turn, deep in thought. Entrusting the cultivation of the Xian poison demon thunder to the little medical sage was a bold endeavor, and he hoped that when they next met, she would present him with a remarkable surprise. Gradually collecting his thoughts, Mou redirected his focus to the journey ahead. His current abode was not within the confines of Qingshi town, as such settlements were not uncommon near the Beast Mountain Range. The closest city to him was a grand metropolis situated in the eastern province of the Gamma Empire, surpassing Wutan City in scale and prominence. This city, named Haiyan City, ranked among the foremost of all major cities in the Gamma Empire in terms of overall strength. The primary objective of Mou's expedition was to reach Haiyan City, for only a city of such magnitude possessed a civilian air transport fleet. After all, the Beast Mountain Range lay too far from the eastern border, and to reach the Mulan Empire located east of the Gamma Empire, one must traverse the eastern frontier. Should Mou choose to walk, it would take him at least 4 to 5 months. However, with the violet flames now slumbering, he was unwilling to squander that time. Thus, he opted to travel to Haiyan City and take the air transport to the imperial border. Of course, Mou could have flown directly using the Ziyun wings. But despite having ascended to the rank of a fighter, traversing a significant portion of the Gamma Empire remained a daunting task. Moreover, flying with the Ziyun wings would attract undue attention. The Gamma Empire was vast, and many hidden powerhouses lurked within its expanse. He certainly wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Descending from the mountaintop, Mou arrived at the nearest small town. After a brief rest, he hired the fastest horse carriage available and set off at a rapid pace towards Haiyan City. After spending the better part of the afternoon traversing the landscape, he finally caught a glimpse of the grand outline of Haiyan City. Standing atop the carriage, Mou gazed upon the immense city, its vast expanse reflecting a delicate crimson hue under the waning rays of the setting sun, a curiosity prompting him to steal a glance. In comparison to Wutan City, Blackrock City was undeniably more magnificent, and it was the most grandiose city Mou had encountered since his rebirth on the Dou Qi Continent. The colossal city walls, constructed from neatly arranged black rock, appeared formidable enough to withstand even the mightiest attacks from Dou Wang-level warriors, as Mou discerned. As a city that thrived in prosperity and affluence, Blackrock City boasted the presence of an alchemist guild. However, Mou had no intention of undertaking the alchemist qualification assessment here. His primary vocation was that of a blacksmith. Yet he was not entirely oblivious to the art of alchemy. At the very least, passing the assessment for a second or third-grade alchemist was well within his capabilities. Nonetheless, Mou's ultimate destination remained the Mulan Empire, although alchemists were highly regarded throughout the continent. Successfully passing the alchemist assessment in the Mulan Empire would allow him to seamlessly integrate into the local alchemical community, potentially facilitating his forthcoming endeavor to acquire the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts. After paying the tax at the city gate, the carriage was permitted to enter. Navigating through a somewhat dim passageway within the city walls, Mou's vision was soon met with a vibrant scene. The cacophony of bustling voices enveloped him, causing his preference for tranquility to induce a slight throbbing in his head. Having settled the carriage fare and watching the vehicle depart, Mou was preparing to seek out an inn for a night's rest when snippets of conversation from a few passers-by caught his attention. Have you heard? The Maitel auction will be held tomorrow, and even the head of the Yi family will be in attendance. The Yi family? I never expected the patriarch of one of the 4 prominent families from the northeastern province to personally attend. The items for auction must be extraordinary. I doubt it. The entry fee for such an auction is a staggering 1,000 gold coins, far beyond the reach of us common folk. Mou raised an eyebrow, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes as he overheard the chatter. The Maitel family, being one of the 3 great families of the empire, wielded considerable influence across the realm, and it was no surprise that they would establish an auction even in a small city like Yuten. What piqued Mou's interest, however, was the Yi family and their status as one of the 4 great families of the northeastern province. To stand alongside the Mo family as equals in that region implied that the Yi family possessed substantial strength, igniting a spark of intrigue within Mou. Currently, he found himself at odds with the Mo family, which boasted a dueling warrior among its ranks. Though Mou yearned for vengeance, he felt somewhat outmatched. Even if his purple fire could break through to the 4th tier, reaching the level of a human dueling, it would not guarantee the complete eradication of the Mo family. As for the adage that a gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years, that was a strategy employed only in times of powerlessness. Mou, on the other hand, firmly believed in the principle that vengeance should not be postponed until the following day. With his current capabilities, it is implausible for him to annihilate the Mo family. However, if he could secure an alliance with the Yi family, the probability of success would significantly increase. After all, as one of the 4 prominent families of the Northeast Province, the Yi family undoubtedly possesses a formidable dueling expert. As for whether he could persuade the Yi family to join his cause, Mou believed it was not entirely impossible. Much like the 3 major families of Wutan City, the relationships among the 4 families of this Northeast Province are rife with conflict. In the past, the intervention of the alchemist Liu Qi had ignited a fierce struggle between the Shao and Ge families, culminating in the utter defeat of the Ge family. Mou could hardly believe that he was inferior to someone like Liu Qi, notorious for his lasciviousness. Of course, at this moment, Mou was merely entertaining a preliminary idea. Having just arrived in Blackrock City, he needed to gather more information before determining the feasibility of his plan. As he contemplated this, Mou noticed that dusk had fallen. He promptly sought out a decent inn to rest for the night, and, in the process, to gather intelligence about the Yi family. As for the following day, he intended to visit the Miter auction house, both to search for valuable items and to observe the head of the Yi family. Chapter 105, The 6 Harmonies and the Void Sword. It must be said that the Miter family's enterprise, which spans the entirety of the empire, possesses a distinct flair in the realm of commerce. Early the next morning, upon exiting the inn, Mou was greeted by a chorus of discussions regarding the Miter auction house, clearly indicative of extensive advertising. After traversing several streets and inquiring for directions, Mou, clad in a black robe that obscured much of his visage, finally arrived at a resplendent auction hall. In comparison to the auction house in Wutan City, this one was far more grandiose and captivating in its architectural magnificence. Upon laying eyes on the auction house, Mou momentarily lost his focus, and an image of a woman in a red qipao, voluptuous and enchanting, slowly materialized in his mind. Shaking his head, he pondered the sudden recollection of Yafei, attributing it to the peculiarities of his Tiangang thunder body. Arriving at the opulent entrance, Mou was about to step inside when he was halted by several guards, truly befitting of the Blackrock City auction. The Miter family had guards with the strength of Dou masters. Lacking an invitation, Mou was required to pay an entrance fee of 1,000 gold coins before being granted access to the auction. For Mou, this sum was merely a trifling amount, not to mention the gold coins he shared with the little doctor in the mysterious cave. He had no less than 100,000 gold coins stored in the ring of Moin. Altogether, MOU's assets likely totaled around 4 to 500,000, surpassing the savings of many smaller families. Upon entering the resplendent auction house, just as MOU was about to turn and enter the main hall, he was suddenly met with a wave of astonished exclamations from those around him, prompting his curiosity to turn back and observe. In the adjacent VIP passage, the guards of the Mitter auction house were respectfully bowing to welcome someone. Without making MOU wait long, two figures, one old and one young, slowly entered. The elder, with a stern and dignified demeanor, exuded an aura of unfathomable power. On his exquisitely crafted black robe, a badge displayed 4 silver ripples intricately painted upon the surface of an ancient medicinal cauldron. A 4th-grade alchemist. Seeing this, MOU couldn't help but be taken aback. The individual before him was indeed a 4th-grade alchemist, a status of considerable distinction within the empire. Beside him, standing like a disciple, was a young woman with long, flowing silver hair and a delicate appearance. Her eyes sparkled with clarity akin to the icy springs of snow-capped mountains. Clad in a form-fitting silver gown, the interplay of her silver attire against her jade-like skin accentuated an intriguing, almost metallic chill to her beauty. On her black robe, a single mercury ripple confirmed her identity as a 1st-grade alchemist. It was Master Frank and Miss Shui. MOU was surprised to see Master Frank in attendance, and to learn that Miss Shui had also ascended to the rank of 1st-grade alchemist. Such a renowned master produces exceptional disciples. Miss Shui had become an official alchemist at such a young age, and her future was undoubtedly boundless. How beautiful Miss Shui is, possessing both exquisite beauty and remarkable talent. It would not be out of the question for her to be matched with a prince of the empire. Hearing the admiration around him, MOU nodded in realization. This was the president of the Black Rock City Alchemist Guild and his beloved apprentice, responsible for assessing Xiao Yan in the original story. With this knowledge, MOU lost interest and turned to enter the venue. While a 4th-grade alchemist was impressive, he did not captivate MOU's attention at present. His soul force was merely a step away from attaining the same rank. Just as MOU was departing, Frank's murky eyes suddenly brightened, and he gazed thoughtfully in the direction of MOU's exit, a strange glimmer flashing in his gaze. How peculiar. Although this person is clad in a black robe, he appears quite youthful, yet he seems to harbor a terrifying soul force that imposes a certain pressure upon me. This soul force should at least reach the pinnacle of the 3rd grade or the 4th grade. When did such a talented individual emerge in Black Rock City? Am I misperceiving? Frank murmured to himself, shaking his head. Master, what is wrong? The exquisite young woman, noticing the elder's expression of surprise, paused in her tracks and followed his gaze towards the departing MOU. Upon realizing he was merely an ordinary person in a black robe, she furrowed her delicate brows. In Black Rock City, even an alchemy apprentice would don specially made alchemist attire. Why was her master so captivated and astonished by someone so ordinary? Ah, it's nothing. Perhaps I sensed incorrectly. Let us proceed to the venue. I hear there are some remarkable medicinal materials available today. The elder harbored unspoken suspicions in his heart, for they were indeed too bizarre to articulate. Upon hearing her teacher's words, Shui blinked her beautiful eyes, feeling an inexplicable sense of conjecture. The young man clad in a black robe who had just passed by seemed to have left a significant impact on her instructor. Could it be that he was a disciple of the president of the Alchemist Guild of the Gamma Empire? Contemplating this possibility, Shui raised her delicate brows, yet remained unfazed in her heart. As the foremost alchemist among the younger generation of Haiyan City, she was confident that even Gu He, the esteemed Dan Wang, would not necessarily surpass her. Accompanying her teacher into the venue, Shui surveyed the surroundings but did not spot the black-robed figure, gradually dismissing the matter from her mind. Meanwhile, on the other side, MOU had found a discreet spot within the hall after entering, observing the surroundings with keen interest. It must be said that Haiyan City, as a grand metropolis of the empire, was indeed incomparable to Wutan City. Within the hall alone, the presence of several formidable Dou masters was palpable, and the number of Dou practitioners was countless. In the VIP section ahead, MOU could even faintly sense the aura of a Dou Ling, a powerhouse of unparalleled caliber within the empire. As MOU's gaze wandered, he noticed Frank, the 4th-tier alchemist, engaged in discussion with a distinguished middle-aged man of remarkable demeanor. This man, clad in lavish attire and possessing a gaunt visage, was none other than Yi Tsong, the patriarch of the Yi family of Haiyan City, an 8-star Dou master. According to MOU's inquiries from the previous night, it was known that the Yi family had an ancestor who was a 3-star Dou Ling, though it was rumored that he had been in seclusion for a long time and had not appeared before outsiders. As MOU continued to observe discreetly, the auction officially commenced. The auction in Haiyan City bore similarities to that of Wutan City. Under the lights at the center of the auction hall, a beautiful woman in a flowing blue gown was captivatingly describing the functions of the items in her possession with a sultry voice. Though she may not have possessed the enchanting allure of Yifei, her enticing aura nonetheless stirred the hearts of many men. It appeared that the middle auction house was particularly adept at utilizing beauty to enhance the atmosphere of the auction. In the melodious tones of the woman, even the price of a rather mundane item soared far beyond its intrinsic value. Observing this, Mou couldn't help but marvel at the middle family's ability to maintain their standing among the three prominent families of the empire, undoubtedly possessing certain exceptional talents. If every city within the empire had a captivating auctioneer such as her, it would surely not be an easy feat. The initial items up for bid were rather ordinary, and thus Mou lost interest after a few glances. As my gaze casually wandered, I observed that the conversation between Yi Tsong and Master Frank had come to a halt. A heavy expression had settled upon Yi Tsong's countenance, evidently indicative of some vexation. Noting this, Mou raised an eyebrow slightly. The ancestral figure of the Yi family had not made an appearance in a long while, and Yi Tsong, as the patriarch, appeared burdened with concern. Was it possible? Just as Mou's mind began to wander into speculation, the auction was in full swing, and an item suddenly captured his attention. The golden sunwood, a century-old timber that had thrived atop millennia-old volcanic lava, was now being presented. For those versed in wood-based cultivation techniques or adept at crafting, this was an opportunity not to be missed, with a starting bid of 10,000 gold coins. The enticing announcement reverberated throughout the venue, momentarily stunning Mou. Golden sunwood. Upon seeing the branch infused with potent solar energy, Mou's eyes sparkled. This was the final material he required to forge the fire enclosure. He had even contemplated traveling to the Mulan Empire to seek it out. To unexpectedly find it at this auction was indeed a stroke of fortune. 12,000. A voice rang out just as the auctioneer's words faded. 13,000. Came the immediate response. The bidding escalated quickly, soon reaching a staggering 17,000. Mou glanced around and noted that most of the bidders were practitioners of wood-based techniques. Shaking his head in disbelief, such exquisite crafting materials were being squandered on mere cultivation. It was indeed a profound waste. 20,000. Mou called out as the fervor of bidding began to wane. This price effectively deterred numerous competitors, for they sought the golden sunwood solely to absorb its rich wood energy, an element not irreplaceable. At 20,000, the price was undeniably inflated. With the exit of most contenders, only a few remained in the fray. Ultimately, after Mou announced a staggering 30,000, he successfully secured the coveted wood. While the 30,000 price was exorbitant to others, for Mou, whose wealth exceeded several 100,000, it was not particularly burdensome. Moreover, the value of this golden sunwood, for a craftsman, far surpassed 30,000 gold coins. After acquiring the golden sunwood, the subsequent items failed to pique Mou's interest. This was not to say the auction lacked worthwhile treasures. Rather, it was a reflection of Mou's elevated standards. Several herbs were auctioned, with Master Frank himself bidding on some, including a rare herb known as the blue spirit starflower, which fetched an astounding 300,000 gold coins, leaving Mou somewhat astounded. As time elapsed, the items for auction dwindled, and just as Mou prepared to depart the venue, one last item captured his attention. Behold, we present the final item of this auction, the Six Harmonies Void Sword. A woman in a flowing blue gown delicately presented a jade plate, slightly bending as she revealed a sword that radiated an extraordinary aura under the illumination. The blade measured 3.5 feet, crafted from ethereal, exquisite iron, possessing a faint glimmer of cold light. The hilt was adorned with a golden dragon carving, exuding an air of immense authority, while the blade itself was remarkably sharp, akin to a true edge of the void. However, at this moment, the tip of the revered sword, known as the Six Harmonies Void Sword, appeared as if it had been struck with tremendous force, having suffered the loss of a corner. Furthermore, the entire blade was marred with fissures, transforming this once majestic weapon into a relic resembling an aged man on the verge of collapse. Upon the sword's unveiling, the head of the Yi family, Yi Tsong, seated in the front row, fixated his gaze on the severely damaged Six Harmonies Void Sword, a flicker of an inexplicable gravity passing through his eyes. This sword was once the personal weapon of a formidable spirit fighter, having vanquished countless foes in its master's hands. Yet, it had sustained grave damage during a fierce battle. Nonetheless, the sword's essence remained intact. With the expertise of a skilled craftsman, it could be reforged into a weapon of remarkable potency, estimated to fetch a price of 200,000 gold coins. At that moment, the woman in the blue gown endeavored to extol the virtues of the sword, but as her voice faded, many in the audience gradually shook their heads. Indeed, As the woman asserted, the sword was exceptional. Had it been in pristine condition, even a spirit fighter would have readily paid a hefty sum to acquire it. However, given its current state of disrepair, restoring it would necessitate the intervention of a proficient craftsman. The costs associated with enlisting such a rare expert were considerable. Seasoned artisans were a rarity, akin to finding a phoenix among crows. Thus, investing 200,000 gold coins for what might as well be scrap metal deterred most buyers. Consequently, a profound silence enveloped the gathering following the woman's remarks, as few were inclined to be taken for fools over an almost obsolete treasure. Observing this development, Yi Tsong, seated in the esteemed front row, could not help but furrow his brow, a flicker of disappointment crossing his features. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mou, upon seeing the severely damaged sword, felt an inexplicable sensation stir within him. The sword was not lacking, in terms of quality. It could rival a fourth-tier weapon, only slightly surpassed by the formidable Black Thunder Spear. Despite its considerable damage, the Six Harmonies Void Sword emanated a presence akin to a lost companion, reminiscent of a wandering child. Within it lingered a trace of its master's essence, faint yet perceptible to Mou's keen senses. Reflecting on this, Mou could not help but frown slightly. In principle, a reputable establishment such as the Mitre Auction House should ascertain the legitimacy of each item's provenance prior to auctioning it. Otherwise, it would be quite the spectacle if the true owner of a sold item appeared shortly after the transaction, causing chaos. Therefore, such an oversight would be quite uncharacteristic of the Mitre Auction House. Alternatively, one might consider the possibility that this was a deliberate act. As this realization dawned upon Mou, a flash of insight coursed through his mind. He turned his gaze toward Yi Tsong in the front row of the auction, noticing a hint of disappointment etched upon the latter's face. Instantly, enlightenment struck him, and a subtle smile graced his lips as he declared, 200,000. I shall take it. In Chapter 106, The Battle of 8 Star Masters. The auction concluded with Mou successfully acquiring the severely damaged Liuhe Taishu sword for 200,000 gold coins, a price few were willing to pay for such a flawed item. After the auction, he promptly settled the total of 230,000 gold coins for the Golden Sun Wood and the Liuhe Taishu sword before swiftly departing from the Mitre Auction House. The amusing tale of the auctioning of a battered sword for 200,000 gold coins began to circulate in Black Rock City. Upon leaving the auction house, Mou sensed several concealed presences subtly trailing him. However, he discerned no malicious intent from these entities. They merely followed in his wake, prompting a smile to surface on his face. After traversing a few streets, he returned to the inn where he resided. He then perceived that one of the lurking presences had departed, while the remainder continued to shadow him closely. In response, Mou settled onto his bed, adopting a meditative posture to cultivate his energy, patiently awaiting an event. A quarter of an hour later, after cycling through several rounds of his cultivation, a sudden knock echoed through the room. Hearing the knock, a smile played upon Mou's lips. He was already anticipating the visitor's identity. Exiting his meditative state, he rose and slowly opened the door, revealing a lean, distinguished middle-aged man standing before him. Yi Tsong, the head of the Yi family, one of the 4 prominent families in the northeastern province of the Jama Empire. Upon seeing the visitor, Mou displayed no signs of surprise, as if he had been expecting him all along. Meanwhile, Yi Tsong, upon observing the youthful and unassuming visage of Mou, felt a fleeting pang of disappointment deep within his eyes. Yet, as he met the calm and composed gaze of the young man, an inexplicable flicker of hope ignited within him. I am Yi Tsong, the head of the Yi family. I apologize for the intrusion due to personal matters. Coincidentally, the inn you have chosen is a business of my family. As a gesture of goodwill, I shall waive your accommodation fees for the past few days. Yi Tsong remarked with a smile. Although the rent over the past few days is but a trifling sum for Mou, Yi Tsong, as the esteemed leader of one of the 4 prominent families from the northeastern provinces, speaks with an air of discretion that evokes no ill feelings. Oh, so it is the esteemed head of the Yi clan. I have long heard of your illustrious name. Please, do come in. Despite his considerable status, Mou remains unfazed, for he is no ordinary individual. The ease and composure he displays intrigue Yi Tsong, whose position is typically unreachable for most. The renowned Yi family holds immense prestige within the empire, yet here stands a mere youth who, in the face of such a figure, exhibits remarkable courtesy and poise without a hint of trepidation. This alone earns him a measure of respect from the seasoned Yikon. However, just as Yi Tsong begins to regard the young man favorably, Mou's subsequent words plunge him into alarm. You have come for the Liuhe Taishu sword, have you not? Mou inquires lightly, pouring a cup of tea for him. At this, Yi Tsong's expression shifts dramatically, a flicker of murderous intent surfacing in his gaze. Yet, Upon meeting the young man's cheerful countenance, he suddenly feels that as clan leader, he has overreacted. He hastily accepts the tea and drinks it down to mask his emotions. As he sips the tea, Yi Tsung's countenance continues to change, and he gazes at Mou intently, asking, "What do you mean by that?" The Liuhe Taishu sword is a matter of great secrecy for the Yi family, known only to the upper echelons. How could Mou possibly be aware of it? Noticing the shift in Yi Tsung's demeanor, Mou smiles gently and, with a flicker of thought, produces the Liuhe Taishu sword, placing it upon the table before them. Upon seeing the sword, Yi Tsung's expression tightens slightly. As Mou caresses the severely damaged blade, he articulates his suspicions. If I am not mistaken, this Liuhe Taishu sword is indeed the one the Yi family entrusted to the Mitre auction house for sale. At Mou's words, Yi Tsung's large hand trembles imperceptibly, and he gazes at the young man in disbelief, pondering what else the youth might know. Mou, narrowing his eyes slightly, continues with a light chuckle. The reason the Yi family chose to auction it at the Mitre auction house was to seek a buyer. After all, anyone capable of spending 200,000 to acquire this broken sword must possess the means to restore it, allowing the Yi family to trace their way to a master craftsman. As for why the Yi family has not made this public, it likely pertains to the perils surrounding the life of your ancestral elder. Should the danger faced by the noble ancestor be revealed, the Yi family's position could become precarious. The night prior, Mou had gathered extensive information about the Yi family, including the fact that their ancestral elder had been in seclusion for an extended period and had been adept with the sword in his youth. Thus, upon sensing the faint residue of a concealed spiritual aura lingering on the Liuhe Taishu sword, Mou surmised that the ancestral elder had practiced a technique akin to sword mastery. The swordsmanship of the imperial sword is a technique prevalent among various sects in the realm of Mou's past life, emphasizing the mastery of the sword through the body and the unity of soul and blade. Though its power is formidable, capable of defeating foes beyond one's rank, the bond between the wielder and the sword is profoundly intimate. Should the sword suffer significant damage, its master will also endure grave injuries. Thus, Mou harbored suspicions that this Six Harmonies Void Sword was the ancestral blade of the Yi family, and that the ancestors' prolonged seclusion was not for the purpose of a breakthrough, but rather due to a severe wound to their soul. While the nature of the formidable adversary faced by the Yi ancestor remained unknown, the extent of the sword's damage spoke volumes about the severity of their condition. To restore the Yi ancestors' health, the repair of the Six Harmonies Void Sword was imperative. Minor damages could be tended to by the sword's owner, but such catastrophic injury necessitated the expertise of a master craftsman. However, master craftsmen were exceedingly rare on the continent of Dou Qi, and the Yi family, wishing to keep this secret, dared not publicize it openly. Thus, they resorted to a more discreet approach through the Mitel auction, employing a strategy of baiting. As Yi Tsung's gaze swept across Mou's youthful visage, he was taken aback by the depth of knowledge the youth possessed regarding their family secrets, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "How do you know this?" Mou smiled gently and replied, "Since my youth, I have studied the art of crafting under my master." Upon observing the condition of the Six Harmonies Void Sword, it was evident to me, especially when considering the recent circumstances of your noble family, that I could deduce the general situation. Upon hearing Mou's words and noting the mention of crafting, Yi Tsung's anger transformed into delight. The Yi family's elaborate efforts were indeed aimed at finding a master craftsman. Rising from his seat, Yi Tsung promptly addressed Mou. "Might I inquire where your esteemed master resides? If you can successfully restore the ancestral Six Harmonies Void Sword, not only will we return the 200,000 gold pieces in full, but the Yi family is prepared to offer an additional 500,000 gold pieces as a reward." 500,000 gold pieces, an amount that had once sufficed for the purchase of a high-level mysterious technique in Wutan City for a mere 550,000, clearly reflected the Yi family's sincerity. However, to Mou, gold was merely a numeral. He shook his head and replied, "I apologize, but my master is currently traveling the world, and I do not know his whereabouts." Upon hearing this, Yi Tsung's expression fell, a shadow of disappointment crossing his features. Just as despair began to settle in, the youth's voice resonated once more. "However, even in my master's absence, I am confident in my ability to successfully repair the Six Harmonies Void Sword." Yi Tsung's gaunt face flickered with astonishment at the boy's declaration, followed by incredulity as he asked, "Is what you say truly the case?" Perceiving the skepticism in Yi Tsung's eyes, Mou remained unfazed and responded, "There is no necessity for me to deceive you in such matters. Moreover, aside from myself, is there truly anyone more suitable for this task than me?" As Mou's words struck a chord, Yi Tsung's expression shifted. Indeed, the truth of Mou's statement pierced the heart of his family's predicament. They had been unable to find a more fitting craftsman, given the urgency of his ancestor's condition. It would be prudent to allow this mysterious, confident youth a chance to prove himself. Upon contemplating this, Yi Tsung clasped his fists towards Mou and said, "Then I must trouble you, young brother, to take action. As long as you can successfully restore the Liuhe Taishu sword, my Yi family will certainly repay your efforts." Upon hearing this, a peculiar smile graced the corners of Mou's lips as he lightly chuckled. "Indeed. There is a matter for which I require the assistance of the Yi family." "Oh, what is it?" "As long as it is within our capabilities, the Yi family will certainly lend our full support," Yi Tsung proclaimed with great confidence, for he belonged to one of the 4 prestigious families of the northeastern province of the empire. "I need the Yi family's help to join forces and obliterate the Mo family," Mou declared boldly without any preamble. "The Mo family?" Upon hearing this name, Yi Tsung's expression turned grave, and he gazed at Mou in astonishment. "Are you referring to?" "Indeed, I speak of the Mo family, which stands alongside the nobility as one of the 4 great families of the northeastern province," Mou affirmed with a nod. "What?" Upon Mou's confirmation, Yi Tsung's countenance soured significantly. Although the Yi family was on par with the Mo family, it was evident to any discerning observer that the Mo family had been thriving in recent years, bolstered by their connection to the Yunlan sect, nearly surpassing the other 3 families. The request for the Yi family to take down the Mo family raised doubts not only about whether the family's higher-ups would consent, but also about whether they possessed the strength to do so. "Could you perhaps consider altering your conditions, young brother?" Yi Tsung inquired solemnly. In response, Mou simply shook his head. Seeing this, Yi Tsung expressed his reluctance. "What you may not understand, young brother, is that despite being one of the 4 great families, the Mo family's strength far exceeds that of the Yi family. Moreover, with the backing of the Yunlan sect, even a Dou Wang strongman would hesitate to claim the destruction of the Mo family lightly. Might I suggest you set aside your grievances with the Mo family for now?" Before Yi Tsung could finish, Mou interjected, "There is no need for further discussion, head Yi. I am Mou, and I trust that with the Yi family's intelligence network, you will soon uncover the enmity that lies between me and the Mo family. As for whether the Yi family will agree to join forces in annihilating the Mo family, I believe that decision does not rest solely with you. Perhaps you should confer with your esteemed ancestors." Impudent. Upon hearing Mou's words, Yi Tsung's expression faltered. Given his current status, few dared to speak to him in such a manner within Haiyan City. His countenance shifted, and a formidable aura surged forth. The strength of an 8-star Dou master far surpassed that of the former head of the Shao family, Shao Zhan. "Out of respect for your master, my Yi family may spare your life, but as for the Liuhe Taishu sword, it would be best if you could restore it. If not, it would be wise to summon your master back, for the Yi family of Haiyan City is not to be trifled with." With that, Yi Tsung's expression hardened. The restoration of the Liuhe Taishu sword was of utmost importance to the Yi family's ancestral lineage, and should Mou refuse, he would resort to force. As Yi Tsung's anger flared, within the confines of the room, blue battle qi rapidly enveloped the area, and a faint mist of water coiled around, completely obscuring Mou's line of sight. Water-type battle qi. As the opponent prepared to strike, Mou murmured softly, yet his expression remained utterly unfazed. It was sheer folly for an 8-star Dou master to think that he could compel him to surrender. With a slight tremor of his body, the silvery Dou Qi garment enveloped him entirely, and arcs of lightning surged forth from its surface, dissipating the encroaching mist into nothingness. A 3-star Dou master? As the silver Dou Qi garment crackled with crimson lightning, Yi Tsung's expression shifted in surprise. Such prowess at this young age indicated that the boy before him possessed extraordinary talent. "Yi clan leader, where's the righteousness in such coercion? This hardly seems honorable," Mou remarked with a playful tone. "Humph." Observing Mou's calm demeanor, Yi Tsung furrowed his brow, swiftly channeling his Dou Qi. Several azure water arrows erupted from the mist, hurtling toward him. In response, Mou's beast ring shimmered, and the formidable black thunder spear swept forth, scattering the arrows with ease. Upon striking the spear, the arrows transformed into a puddle of water, coating the weapon. However, Mou, gripping the spear's handle, felt an icy sensation surging within him. Unperturbed, Mou flicked his fingers, and crimson lightning erupted from his palm, swiftly sweeping across the spear to dissipate the chill. "What a magnificent spear, and such peculiar lightning. I never anticipated that at your tender age, you would possess such remarkable artifacts," Yi Tsung exclaimed, astonished by Mou's abilities. With a serious countenance, Yi Tsung waved his hand, conjuring dozens of spiraling water arrows that rapidly formed before him. With another gesture, they surged forth, howling toward Mou. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, Mou gazed upward at the formidable barrage of water arrows approaching him. With a sudden stomp, he unleashed a burst of energy, propelling himself skyward. Evading the onslaught of arrows mid-air, Mou spun around, and 20 lightning runes illuminated, amplifying his physical strength. He released the Black Thunder Spear, which, aided by the force of his rotation, hurtled angrily toward Yi Kong. The spear shot forth, breaking through the air as if tearing it apart. A faint black arc shimmering along its surface. Yi Tsong raised an eyebrow in astonishment at the incoming spear, the boy before him continuously surprising him. Yet, despite his astonishment, Yi Tsong showed no signs of mercy. With a swift motion, he conjured a water dragon over 10 feet long, launching it into the air. The water dragon surged forth, wrapping around the spear, and in mere moments, it ensnared the weapon. Beneath the water dragon's constraining grip, the fierce energy of the spear was rapidly neutralized. And as it came to within half a meter of Yi Tsong's head, it finally came to a complete standstill. Certainly, although you possess a myriad of extraordinary skills, you are merely a combat master. Return to the Yi family. As long as you can restore the 6 Harmonies Void Sword, our clan shall not impose any difficulties upon you, stated Yi Tsong with a tranquil demeanor. I have already expressed that in order to mend the 6 Harmonies Void Sword, you must acquiesce to my terms, replied, a smile gracing his lips as he nodded slightly, and subsequently, he swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Observing his actions, Yi Tsong was momentarily taken aback, his brows knitting together. However, after a brief moment, his expression transformed drastically. He sensed an overwhelming surge of soul energy emanating from the youth before him, one that was not much inferior to his own formidable prowess. How is this possible? As he felt this powerful aura, a look of astonishment finally broke through Yi Tsong's previously calm facade. Chapter 107, The News of. Yi Tsong gazed up at the youth before him, his countenance now grave. After a moment, he exclaimed, "Young man, what kind of secret technique is this?" The formidable display exhibited by the youth astonished even Yi Tsong, who, as a member of one of the 4 great families of the Northeast, was well aware of the terrifying capabilities of those elite factions. Impossible. Although this boy possesses various techniques, it appears that his cultivation level has not surpassed the profound stage. This is certainly not characteristic of those powerful factions. Despite a flicker of trepidation in his heart, Yi Tsong gradually quelled these emotions, seeking solace within himself. Regaining his composure, Yi Tsong's expression turned serious as he summoned a long blade, which shimmered into existence. As the fighting energy surged rapidly within him, a frosty blue aura materialized atop the blade. When infused with fighting energy, the long knife radiated with a sharp, azure brilliance. In the realm of fighting energy, it is customary for individuals to project their fighting energy outward upon reaching the great combat master stage. At this juncture, if one envelopes their weapon with fighting energy, their attack power can be significantly enhanced. Clearly, as current momentum had compelled Yi Tsong to adopt a defensive stance. With a firm expression, Yi Tsong wielded the long knife imbued with formidable fighting energy, unleashing a flurry of sharp water blades that rapidly coalesced above. The sound of slicing wind reverberated as they hurtled towards. Unfazed by this onslaught, regarded the barrage of water blades with calmness. He brought his hands together, forming a gesture, and then gently closed them. As his palms collided, an invisible energy erupted forth like a lightning bolt, causing the multitude of water blades to transform into mist with a resounding crack. What powerful soul strength! Gazing at the water blades that had inexplicably dissipated into vapor, Yi Tsong's gaunt features momentarily froze, and he involuntarily uttered, disregarding Yi Tsong's astonishment, swiftly formed hand seals again, and his soul energy morphed into a spiral shape, directly descending upon Yi Tsong from above. As the spiral soul seal was wielded, it seemed to tear through the very fabric of the air, leaving behind a faint black trace in its wake. Although the soul attack lacked the grandeur of martial techniques, the moment the spiral soul seal was unleashed, Yi Tsong's expression grew exceedingly grave, for he sensed a perilous threat to his life. Cautiously stepping back, Yi Tsong tightened his grip, then swung the long blade imbued with deep blue energy towards Mou in a fierce thrust. Observing Yi Tsong's audacious choice to confront him head-on, a flicker of faint derision passed through Mou's eyes as the spiral soul seal accelerated, culminating in a violent clash with the blue blade. The collision between the spiral soul seal and the long blade unleashed a ferocious ripple of energy, fracturing the ground beneath them in a spiderweb-like pattern. As their forces met, the long blade was contorted into an arc, and with a sharp command from Mou, it snapped with a resounding crack. In a single exchange, Yi Tsong's weapon was effortlessly shattered, causing his expression to shift to one of palpable dismay. He had not anticipated that the youth before him possessed such formidable soul power. If he was merely a strong dome master in terms of energy, it seemed he had already reached the pinnacle of a third-tier alchemist. To possess such immense soul strength at the Dome Master level was utterly unprecedented. Yet, for reasons unknown, as Yi Tsong grappled with his discomfort, A sense of relief gradually settled within him. The existence of such potent soul power suggested that MOU's claim of being able to repair the Six Harmonies Void Sword was not mere bravado, but a genuine assertion of capability. Outside, the members of the Yi clan, alerted by the sounds of battle, hurried inside, led by several capable guards. Upon witnessing the devastation within the room and the broken blade in Yi Tsung's hand, their eyes widened in shock. Despite the Patriarch's status as an 8-star Dou master, the struggle against a mere youth appeared to be a considerable ordeal, with no apparent advantage gained. Patriarch, should we summon the clan for assistance? The leader of the guards, a seasoned Dou master, regarded MOU gravely before addressing Yi Tsung with respect. Furrowing his brow, Yi Tsung glanced at the composed MOU beside him and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need, you may withdraw." At these words, the guards exchanged uncertain glances, and ultimately, under the guidance of their captain, retreated together. Once they had departed, Yi Tsung looked at MOU with a serious demeanor and inquired, "Can you truly repair the Six Harmonies Void Sword?" In response, MOU casually toyed with the spear in his hand and replied, "To speak candidly, this spear, named the Divine Might Black Thunder Spear, is of my own forging. Coupled with the soul power I just demonstrated, I trust Patriarchy harbors no doubts now." What? Upon hearing MOU's words, Yi Tsung's gaze suddenly flickered with astonishment as he beheld the spear, which rivaled the quality of the renowned Ryoha Taishu sword. To his surprise, this magnificent weapon was crafted by the young boy himself. Initially, he assumed it was a gift from the mysterious master MOU had mentioned, only to discover it was the boy's own creation. If what the young man claimed were true, then not only could he restore the Ryoha Taishu sword, but he could forge another without difficulty. With this thought, Yi Tsung felt a wave of relief. The Yi family had finally found a skilled artificer capable of repairing the Ryoha Taishu sword. However, as he recalled the boy's conditions, his expression fluctuated between contemplation and uncertainty. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, "Young brother, regarding your conditions, I shall return home to discuss them with my ancestors, and I will provide you with a response in a few days. Indeed, I shall be in awaiting the esteemed Patriarch's favorable news," MOU replied, nodding. He could afford to wait a few days. With MOU's agreement, Yi Tsung let out a sigh of relief, despite MOU's youth. The latter's displayed prowess compelled Yi Tsung to treat him with utmost seriousness. After they reached a mutual understanding, Yi Tsung left a card worth 200,000 gold coins on the somewhat damaged table, a casualty of the recent battle, retrieved the Ryoha Taishu sword, and took his leave without lingering. MOU allowed Yi Tsung to depart without interference, but just as the latter was about to exit the room, MOU's voice resonated once more. "By the way, Patriarchy, I have news for you. The Yunlan sect will soon sever its vassal relationship with the MO family. If all goes as expected, this announcement should be made public in the coming days." What MOU shared was information imparted by Yun, and he trusted that the leader of the Yunlan sect would not deceive him. Upon hearing MOU's words, Yi Tsung halted in his tracks, surprise flickering across his face. After a moment of contemplation, he exited the room. Watching Yi Tsung's retreating figure and casting a glance at the 200,000 gold coins left on the table, MOU allowed a subtle smile to curve his lips. If all went as planned, the Yi family had been inadvertently drawn into his ambitions. Chapter 108, The Ancestor of the Yi Family. The morning light streamed through the intricately designed window, casting dappled patterns on the floor, reminiscent of a blooming flower, warm and vibrant. Within the room, MOU sat cross-legged upon the bed, slowly opening his eyes. A faint flicker of thunderous light danced across his dark pupils before swiftly dissipating. Stretching slightly, MOU inhaled the refreshing morning air, a wave of comfort washing over him, spreading from his lungs to the entirety of his being. It had unknowingly been 3 days since his brief encounter with Yikong. Before departing, Yi Tsung had ensured that MOU was provided with an exquisite room, and during these 3 days, MOU had consumed the 3rd-tier magic core gifted by the little medical sage, further enhancing his strength, which had now reached the pinnacle of a 3-star Dou master. Unfazed by the rising strength, MOU remained patiently awaiting a response from the Yi family. If all went as anticipated, they would not reject his request, for they had little choice left. As he contemplated this, a sudden knock echoed through the air. Upon opening the door, a somewhat familiar face came into view. "I am Yi Zhan from the Yi family, here on the orders of the clan leader to invite you for a discussion." The man, appearing to be in his 30s, spoke respectfully to MOU. Seeing the visitor, MOU offered a faint smile and quickly recalled their previous encounter. Indeed, this was the leader of the Yi family's guards who had rushed in during his altercation with Yikong, confirming his identity. MOU nodded and said, "Then lead the way." At his words, Yi Zhan immediately took the lead with utmost respect. Despite MOU's youthful appearance, The clan leaders and ancestors' regard for him, combined with the formidable strength he had displayed, compelled Yizhen to set aside the dignity associated with being a great fighter. Navigating through bustling streets, Mou followed the Yi family guard, making nearly a half-circle around Salt City before gradually arriving at the Yi family's headquarters, located at the heart of the city. Standing at the end of the street, Mou gazed at the imposing structure resembling a fortified castle, nodding in mild admiration. The Yi family, indeed one of the four great clans of the eastern province of the Jimar Empire, had evidently invested substantial resources into this heavily fortified stronghold. Along the towering walls, every few dozen meters, patrols were stationed, and in certain gaps, Mou could faintly discern the glint of sharp arrows, reflecting a chilling light under the sun. A cursory sweep of spiritual energy revealed that above the fortress, at least a dozen vigilant eyes were monitoring the surroundings. Anyone attempting to breach from above would likely find themselves riddled with arrows from the concealed archers. The Yi family truly upholds its reputation as one of the four great clans of the Northeast Province. Their defenses are commendable. Infiltrating without raising any alarm would not be an easy feat, Mou remarked, his gaze sweeping over the fortress. Yizhen, hearing this, displayed a hint of surprise. Every member of the Yi family took pride in their castle's defensive capabilities, yet to Mou, it merely seemed commendable. For someone like him, who had witnessed various elite sects' protective formations, such praise could be considered quite generous. In the Yi family's grand hall, two figures stood in discussion. Yizong, is the investigation's outcome accurate? Inquired an elderly man, his hair grizzled and clad in a light gray robe, his voice barely above a whisper. The old man, bearing the weight of many years, possessed eyes that seemed to have witnessed countless seasons, yet his entire demeanor was overshadowed by a palpable aura of impending death, clearly indicating he bore grave injuries. The venerable ancestor, having thoroughly investigated, discovered that Mou is indeed the son of Mo Jingyun from the Mo family. It was revealed that Mo Jingyun's father had committed a grave error in the past, prompting Yizong to continuously express his respect. Upon hearing this, the elder's murky eyes brightened, and he murmured, "So, he wishes to leverage my Yi family to avenge his father. I wonder what other advantages this Mou possesses aside from his ability to restore the celestial sword of the six harmonies. Otherwise I shall, even at the cost of my frail body, personally ascertain whether this youth is truly as formidable as you claim." Cough, cough. After speaking, the elder, overwhelmed by excitement, experienced a resurgence of his injuries, his complexion flushing as he erupted into a fit of severe coughing. Ancestor, observing the elder's condition, Yizong hurried forward to check on him. This venerable figure is the cornerstone of the Yi family. Should anything unfortunate befall him, countless predators would undoubtedly set their sights on the Yi family. After a while, the elder's breath gradually stabilized, and upon noticing this, Yizong sighed in relief. However, after a moment of contemplation, he hesitantly remarked, "Ancestor, it would be best not to oppose Mou. The skills he has demonstrated, coupled with his enigmatic master, are likely beyond the grasp of our Yi family. Moreover, before he departed last time, the young man informed me that Yunlan's sect would sever ties with the Mo family. Initially, I was skeptical, but a scout recently returned from gathering intelligence, confirming that the Yunlan sect indeed announced this news yesterday. A decision made by the current sect master against the majority's opinion. I heard that after Mo Lan learned of this outcome, he was furious and went to the Yunlan sect to demand an explanation, only to be expelled without even entering the gates." Oh, upon hearing this, the elder was momentarily taken aback, his aged visage revealing a hint of astonishment as he reflected, "It seems I have underestimated this young man. True heroes often emerge in their youth. Regardless of whether the severance of relations between Yunlan sect and the Mo family is linked to Mou, the influence behind him must be considerable. The empire will undoubtedly belong to these young individuals in the future. If we can negotiate successfully, that would be ideal. If not, the Yi family should treat him well, for cultivating a good relationship may prove beneficial in the future." Upon hearing the elder's words, Yizong nodded in agreement, fully aware of the significance of connections as the head of the clan. It is said that the foremost family in the western provinces, the Jia family, rose to prominence decades ago after inadvertently rescuing the then weak Dou Qi from a beast. Once Dou Qi attained the title of Pill King, with his support, the Jia family transformed from a small clan devoid of even a great fighter into the leading family of the western provinces. Yizong believed that Mou's potential is on par with Dou Qi, if not greater, that terrifying spiritual power is something even he cannot confidently overcome. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, a member of the Yi family suddenly entered, respectfully addressing the two in the hall. "Ancestor, clan leader, our guest Mou has arrived." Hearing this, the elder softly replied, "Show him in." Chapter 109, Coercion. In the spacious hall, MOU, under the guidance of the Yi family's attendants, slowly entered. After the servant of the Yi family ushered in MOU, he bowed and withdrew. Simultaneously, a voice, aged yet commanding, resonated within the hall. I am Yi Fan, and I extend a warm welcome to young Master MOU at the Yi family. Upon hearing this, MOU turned his gaze toward the center of the hall, where he beheld an elderly man with an unhealthy complexion slowly approaching. Accompanied by the head of the Yi family, Yi Kong recognizing the elder's identity, MOU understood immediately. He was the ancestral figure of the Yi family, the steadfast cornerstone of the clan, and a formidable 3-star doling expert known as Yi Fan. Sensing the elder's frail aura, it was evident that the damage to the 6 Harmonies Void Sword had inflicted significant harm upon him. It is an honor to meet you. Elder Yi and clan leader Yi Tsong, MOU remarked with a relaxed smile, displaying no signs of trepidation even in the presence of a doling expert. The power of a doling was indeed formidable, but considering the current condition of the Yi family's ancestor, it was uncertain how much strength he could truly muster. Moreover, even if he were in his prime, that would matter little to MOU, who possessed the purple cloud wings. If he were unable to confront him, he could simply retreat, adding the Yi family to his blacklist. Observing MOU's unflinching demeanor, the elder's murky eyes glimmered with keen insight. MOU's behavior could be interpreted as either foolish arrogance or a confident assertion of his own strength, perhaps even suggesting he had a powerful backing. A youth capable of wielding the Yi family as a weapon against the MO family could hardly be deemed a fool. Contemplating this, Yi Fan's aged visage softened, a smile gracing his face. A few days ago, I heard about young Master MOU from clan leader Yi Kong. Today, I see you are indeed a dragon among men. Beside him, Yi Tsong nodded in agreement, fully aware of the youth's terrifying prowess from their previous encounter. MOU's formidable spiritual power left him at a loss. Responding to Yi Fan's flattery with a nonchalant smile, MOU thought to himself that if one were to take the words of such a seasoned individual at face value, they might find themselves deceived. Regarding the request I mentioned a few days ago, I wonder how the Yi family has deliberated on it? MOU inquired, narrowing his eyes and delving directly into the matter at hand. Caught off guard by MOU's abruptness, Yi Fan's aged face momentarily faltered before he regarded the composed young man before him. Despite his youth, it was clear he was not to be trifled with. Young Master MOU, do you truly have the confidence to restore my 6 Harmonies Void Sword? Yi Fan asked, a hint of apprehension in his voice. The 6 Harmonies Void Sword had been a serendipitous acquisition during his youth while traversing a realm that revered the way of the sword. Accompanied by a fragmentary technique of sword control, it was through the 6 Harmonies Void Sword and the incomplete sword control technique that he had established the Yi family's considerable reputation in the northeastern provinces. Regrettably, the technique required a deep bond between the master and the sword. When the sword was harmed, so too was the master. Furthermore, as he had only practiced a fragment of the technique, he was unable to nourish the severely damaged sword on his own. Consequently, he had seldom wielded the 6 Harmonies Void Sword in recent years. However, a year ago, an adversary from his youth suddenly appeared at his doorstep, provocatively challenging him with the strength of a 4-star doling. In the ensuing conflict, Yi Fan, wielding the 6 Harmonies Void Sword, successfully defeated his foe. Yet the blade sustained grievous damage, leaving him with increasingly severe injuries. The ability to reverse a 4-star doling with a 3-star doling was indeed a testament to the potency of his flawed swordsmanship. But the aftereffects were a source of considerable distress for Yi Fan. If he did not restore the 6 Harmonies Void Sword soon, it seemed he would meet his end prematurely. Observing the hopeful gaze of the elder, MOU produced the divine Might Black Thunder Spear and remarked coolly, "This spear is of my own forging. Do you think I could restore your 6 Harmonies Void Sword?" Hearing words that were more than mere rhetoric, and witnessing the imposing spear in MOU's grasp, Yi Fan's eyes flickered with a blend of joy and astonishment. He was elated at the prospect of finally restoring his beloved sword, not merely for the sake of the weapon's restoration, which would also facilitate his own recovery, but because the 6 Harmonies Void Sword had accompanied him for the majority of his life, holding a significance akin to that of a cherished son. The astonishment stemmed from the realization that someone as young as MOU could forge such exceptional weaponry, hinting at an extraordinarily promising future. Gradually regaining his composure, Yi Fan reverted to his shrewd demeanor and hesitated, saying, "Young Master MOU, your condition requires an alliance with my Yi family to eradicate the MO family. Yet even if I were to restore my full strength, I may not be a match for that old rascal, Mo Chung." Upon hearing from Yi Tsong that MOU had prior knowledge of Yunlan sect severing ties with the MO family, Yi Fan inquired whether MOU had any connections with the Yunlan sect that might allow him to summon reinforcements or persuade his master to join forces with the Yi family, thus increasing their chances of success. Noticing Yi Fan's seemingly considerate strategizing, Mou couldn't help but smirk inwardly at the old fox, who was still attempting to gain advantages without contributing effort. His relationship with Yun Yun was close, yet it did not extend to the Yunlan sect. If he could mobilize forces from the sect or summon his elusive master, what need would there be for the Yi family? Shaking his head, Mou replied coldly. It seems the esteemed Yi Fan remains unaware of the current predicament of the Yi family. I have heard that the Mo family is actively seeking alliances with friendly factions to establish a coalition. At this, Yi Fan and Yi Tsong exchanged glances. And then Yi Tsong spoke up. There is indeed some gossip regarding this. Yet since the Yunlan sect has expelled the Mo family from its sphere of influence, it is unlikely that many factions will heed this call for alliance. Shaking his head at Yi Tsong's naive perspective, Mou replied with a derisive smile. A cornered dog becomes more ferocious, in my view. The Mo family will not only persist in their ambitions to form alliances, but will accelerate their efforts to expand their power. Especially now that they have lost the protection of the Yunlan sect. They aim to solidify their status as the foremost family in the Northeast province. When the time comes for the Mo family to establish the Mo alliance, the other two prominent families, the Qin and Wang families, are bound by generations of intermarriage, making an alliance of mutual defense almost inevitable. At that juncture, how could the Yi family remain isolated? Was it to join the alliance only to be gradually consumed by the Mo family, or to resist alone, ultimately becoming a cautionary example? Upon hearing the gruesome scenes recounted by Mou, Yi Fan and Yi Tsong were immediately filled with dread, regarding the youth before them as if he were a devil. They could not fathom how a lad of not yet 20 could possess such profound insight, and what he expressed was not mere alarmism. In fact, the reality was even more dire than Mou had articulated. Yi Fan, the pillar of the Yi family, was gravely injured and on the brink of collapse. Should the Mo family choose to strike, there would likely be no room for resistance. With just a few words, Mou seemed to have cornered the Yi family into a dire predicament, leaving them with no alternative. As the most formidable and ambitious of the four great families, the Mo family and the currently weakened Yi family appeared destined to be unable to coexist. Slowly closing his eyes, after a moment, Yi Fan suddenly opened them wide, a glimmer of determination flashing within, as he gravely regarded the youth and declared, the conditions set forth by young Master Mo shall be accepted by the Yi family. Chapter 110, The Beast Soul Blood Fusion Pill. Upon hearing Yi Fan's agreement, Mou nodded, as anticipated, being the most vulnerable of the four families. Once the Mo alliance was established under the Mo family's leadership, the Yi family would inevitably face exclusion and oppression. Thus, it was better to ally with Mou and confront the Mo family head-on. Even in failure, the Yi family could demonstrate its strength, instilling a sense of caution in the Mo family. After all, without the protection of the Yunlan sect, the Mo family was not nearly as intimidating. And the Mo family's elder, Mo Chong, had only been a 2-star doling in terms of visible strength years ago, comparable to Yi Fan. Since the elder Yi has agreed, please prepare a quiet room for me, and bring the 6 Harmonies Void Sword along with the materials for its restoration, Mou said with a light chuckle. Hearing this, a look of relief spread across Yi Fan's aged visage. Although he had no intention of retracting his agreement to Mou's demands, completing the restoration of the 6 Harmonies Void Sword would allow him to gradually regain his former strength, ensuring he would not be easily dominated by the youth before him. A smile also appeared on the gaunt face of Yi Tsong. For the period during which the ancestral figure of the Yi family had been severely injured had placed extraordinary pressure upon him and the family. By the way, Elder Yi, I have another matter for which I require your assistance. Mou suddenly interjected, as if struck by a thought. Upon hearing Mou's words, Yi Fan's expression froze momentarily, quickly replaced by an unnatural stiffness. Another request? Your first was to annihilate the Mo family, and now you seek another? It wouldn't be a demand to assault the Yunlan sect, would it? Do you possess such audacity? The Yi family lacks the strength for that. Noticing Yi Fan's expression, Mou was taken aback. I haven't even stated my request yet. Why do you look so flustered? Your aged visage is contorted like a wilted flower. Suppressing the slight discomfort within, Mou spoke candidly. Before departing, my master gifted me a soon-to-ascend 3rd-tier magical beast. However, due to its consumption of the bloodline of some high-tier magical beasts, it has fallen into a prolonged slumber. To expedite this process, I require a 4th-grade pill known as the Beast Soul Blood Fusion Pill. This will aid us significantly when we confront the Mo family. It has been over half a month since Ziwa has succumbed to its slumber, and my concern has been growing. Hence, I have contemplated various methods, and the Beast Soul Blood Fusion Pill appears to be the most suitable solution. This 4th-grade pill facilitates lower-tier magical beasts in more rapidly absorbing high-tier bloodlines, making it perfect for Ziwa at this time. However, The crafting of a 4th-grade pill is currently beyond my capabilities. My previous success in forging the 4th-tier Divine Might Black Thunder Spear was due to my exceptional control over the crafting techniques, coupled with months of meticulous refinement of various materials. Yet, my expertise in alchemy is not as profound, and unlike crafting tools, the medicinal herbs cannot be prepared individually. Alchemy necessitates a seamless process without interruption. Thus, after much deliberation, I have turned my attention to the Yi family. As one of the 4 prominent families in the Northeast Province, it should not be too challenging to enlist the services of a 4th-grade alchemist. Upon hearing MOU's request, Yi Fan and Yi Tsong were momentarily taken aback, their expressions swiftly transforming into astonishment and delight. A 3rd-tier magical beast on the verge of breakthrough is akin to a 4th-tier magical beast, comparable to a human doling expert. The Yi family, despite their standing in the Northeast Province, possesses only one doling expert, a figure of great renown throughout the empire. Yet here stands a youth, barely 20, with a 4th-tier magical companion rivaling a human doling expert. Such a background is utterly astounding. Following their initial shock, they felt a wave of joy. Should this young man possess a 4th-tier magical companion, alongside Yi Fan, it would be as though MOU had the strength of 2 doling experts on his side. If their previous odds against the MO family were less than 50%, they would now soar to 80%. The influence of a doling expert on the battlefield is indeed formidable. With these thoughts, Yi Fan and Yi Tsong regarded MOU with newfound respect. A mentor capable of bestowing a 4th-tier magical companion upon his disciple must surely be an extraordinary powerhouse. Rest assured, my young friend MOU. The Yi family has established connections in the Northeast Province over the years. Master Frank, the president of the Black Rock City Alchemy Guild, shares a close relationship with us. I shall have Yi Tsong personally visit him tomorrow to procure a beast soul blood fusion pill. You need not worry about this, Yi Fan replied with a warm smile. Upon hearing the name Frank, MOU nodded. As the president of the Alchemist Guild in the city, he stood out even among the ranks of 4th-tier alchemists, representing the pinnacle of expertise. Given the connection the Yi family held, it was indeed fortuitous. Once the beast soul blood fusion pill was acquired, Ziwa would awaken and advance within a month, becoming a significant ally. With this in mind, MOU expressed his gratitude to Old Master Yi for his assistance, proposing a compensation plan. After the demise of the MO family, he would relinquish 1/10 of their treasury, allowing for a 6-4 split between their 2 families. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan and Yi Tsong exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mixture of amusement and exasperation. The success of annihilating the MO family was still uncertain. Yet here was a youth already eyeing their treasury, truly a formidable character. However, considering their side possessed 2 combatants of spirit fighting level, along with MOU, whose prowess rivaled that of an 8-star great fighter, their chances of victory were indeed promising. With this thought, a glimmer of ambition surfaced on Yi Fan's weathered visage. Should they succeed in obliterating the MO family and seizing their wealth, the Yi family could potentially ascend to become the preeminent family in the northeastern province of the empire. Reflecting on how this opportunity had been presented by the youth before him, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. In his teenage years, he had struggled within the realm of fighting energy, unlike MOU, who had already calculated the dynamics of powerful factions. Noticing Yi Fan's spirited determination and ambitious demeanor, MOU subtly curved his lips into an almost imperceptible smile. The finest strategies in the world are often those that are overt. MOU had previously instilled a sense of crisis within the Yi family regarding the MO family. This was merely the first step. The most crucial step was to ignite the Yi family's ambition. Human desire is akin to a boulder rolling down a mountain. Once it begins, it cannot be halted. As long as the Yi family believes they have a chance to become the foremost family in the northeastern province, they will willingly cooperate with MOU. Just as in the conflict ignited by the worthless Liu Shi in Wu-Tin City, MOU's influence heralded not merely conflict, but annihilation. Chapter 111, Not to be underestimated. Following the establishment of the alliance to eradicate the MO family, the countdown to their demise had quietly commenced. Unbeknownst to them, 3 days had passed. During this time, MOU tirelessly repaired the 6 Harmonies Void Sword in the tranquil chamber prepared by the Yi family. Fortunately, although the 6 Harmonies Void Sword was a 4th-tier weapon, MOU was merely restoring it rather than reforging a new one. Coupled with the abundant materials provided by the Yi family, he successfully completed the restoration within 3 days. Gazing at the magnificent sword in his hand, which gleamed with an extraordinary cold light, MOU couldn't help but marvel at the good fortune of that old rascal Yi Fan. Although the sword path may not flourish in the continent of quarrels, it does not imply that swordsmanship is lacking. On the contrary, the sword path embodies the essence of the Great Way. In MOU's previous life, He had encountered numerous sword masters whose prowess was such that even he would yield in deference. Yi Fan's ascent from an ordinary youth to a pioneer among the four great families of the Northeast Province owes much to this sword and its accompanying techniques. However, despite the sword's commendable quality, Mou was not consumed by greed. He adjusted his attire and proceeded toward the room beyond. In the dimly lit corridor, Yi Fan leaned against the wall. His aged and frail visage appeared deceptively calm, yet the incessant tapping of his fingers against the wall betrayed his inner turmoil and anxiety. As he felt the slow passage of time, he cast a glance back at the closed door at the end of the corridor. His brow furrowed involuntarily, and after a moment, he sighed. 3 days prior, Mou had promised him a tranquil room away from prying eyes and assured him that within 3 days, he would restore the complete and intact Liuhe Taishu sword. Yet, it seemed those 3 days were drawing to a close, and should Mou's attempt fail, Yi Fan feared he would not withstand the toll of his injuries. Rubbing his palms together, a hint of worry finally surfaced on Yi Fan's otherwise composed face as he murmured to himself, "Could it be that he has failed? Alas, it seems I have been rather reckless." Though Mou's abilities left him somewhat in awe, he was still quite young. Even if he had begun practicing the art of weapon forging from birth, it had only been a mere decade or so. How profound could his mastery of the craft truly be? With a resounding crash, Yi Fan's fists came together, and his expression shifted dramatically. After a brief moment, he despondently shook his head, offering a wry smile. At this point, I can only hope that this young man can conjure some miracles. After all, he is a youth whose depths I have yet to comprehend after decades of exploration. As time trickled by, the atmosphere in the corridor thickened with an increasing sense of urgency. His fingers drummed impatiently against the wall, and in a sudden moment, a surge of fighting spirit enveloped his fingertips. Like a sword, when he struck down, he pierced a hole in the wall. I must see. Yi Fan's withered face twitched as he could no longer endure the torment of waiting. Taking a deep breath, he abruptly turned to enter the corridor. At that moment, his body stiffened, and his countenance shifted to one of astonishment as he beheld the young man in the azure robe, leaning against the wall and gazing back at him with an air of calmness. After a brief pause, Yi Fan swallowed hard and hurried a few steps forward, urgently asking, "Mou, my young friend, have you succeeded?" With a serene smile, Mou approached the eager Yi Fan, gently waving his hand to present a long sword, and replied with a light-hearted chuckle, "I have not failed to live up to your expectations." Gazing at the resplendent Liuhe Taishu sword, which had regained its dazzling brilliance, Yi Fan trembled as he received it from Mou's hands. The beard on his aged face seemed to quiver in unison with his emotions. Cradling the sword delicately in his palms, he beheld the blade restored to its pristine condition, and a wave of profound affection surged within him. Unbeknownst to him, his damaged spiritual energy began to mend. Sensing this, a surge of ecstasy and astonishment washed over Yi Fan's weathered visage. The joy stemmed from the successful restoration of the Liuhe Taishu sword, while the astonishment arose from his incredulity that this seemingly youthful lad before him, not yet 20, had achieved what even the Yi family had been unable to accomplish despite scouring the entirety of Northeast Province. In that moment, Yi Fan formed an unshakable appraisal of Mou. This young man was far from ordinary. Observing Yi Fan, who was overjoyed and tightly gripping the Liuhe Taishu sword, Mou chuckled softly and remarked, "Old Yi, I have successfully restored your sword. Now, all that remains is for you to regain your full strength, and we can thoroughly discuss the plan to eliminate the Mou family." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan nodded with a smile. With the sword restored, he could harness it to nurture his soul, and perhaps, after this tribulation, he might even advance further and break through to the 4-star doling level. Consequently, he held Mou in high esteem and cheerfully replied, "Indeed, within about half a month, I shall be back to my prime. At that time, I will join forces with young brother Mou to eradicate the Mou family." Acknowledging Yi Fan's words, Mou nodded. Although this old fellow was quite cunning, combined with the Liuhe Taishu sword, he represented a formidable force. Furthermore, Mou was not worried about Yi Fan reversing his stance upon regaining his full power. Although the Liuhe Taishu sword was not crafted by him, he had discreetly implemented certain measures during the restoration process. Should Yi Fan decide to turn against him, Mou's explosive weapon technique would swiftly plunge Yi Fan into the abyss of death. By the way, has my requested beast soul blood fusion pill been located by the nobles? Mou inquired, recalling the still sleeping purple fire. Upon hearing Mou's question, Yi Fan furrowed his brow and replied, "I have entrusted this matter to Yi Kong Master Frank, the president of the Black Rock City Alchemist Guild, has an old acquaintance with me, so we should have results soon." No sooner had he finished speaking than a servant from the Yi family approached. Bowing respectfully to Yi Fan before reporting to the ancestor, "The clan leader has returned. accompanied by Master Frank from the Alchemist Guild and Miss Shuemei. And the clan leader requests Mr. Mou to join them. Oh. At these words, a look of curiosity flickered across Yi Fan's aged face. It was rare for Frank to personally visit the Yi family. He turned his gaze toward Mou, and if all went as expected, Frank's arrival was likely related to the Beast's Soul Blood Fusion Pill. Noticing Yi Fan's gaze, Mou also contemplated this point and addressed the former. In that case, Lord Yi, please restore your strength first. I shall scout ahead. Chapter 112, Frank's Request. Under the guidance of a servant from the Yi family, Mou swiftly arrived at the Yi family's grand hall. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps, several pairs of eyes in the living room immediately shifted their focus. Soon, Mou spotted clan leader Yi Tsong, along with the elderly Frank, whom he had encountered at the middle auction, and the exquisite beauty, Shuemei. Upon entering, as he noticed the subtle expression in Yi Tsong's eyes directed at him, Mou understood the implication and nodded slightly. Observing this, Yi Tsong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, a flicker of joy flashing in his eyes. He was well aware of Mou's seclusion to restore the Six Harmonies Void Sword. Now that the youth had emerged, there should be a resolution, whether successful or not. Seeing Mou nod indicated that the Six Harmonies Void Sword had indeed been successfully repaired. This meant that the injuries of his ancestor would be thoroughly healed, solidifying the unshakable status of the Yi family's four great clans. Noticing the silent exchange between Mou and Yi Tsong, Frank's aged face displayed a hint of astonishment. The somewhat familiar figure of this youth was evidently being treated with significant regard by the clan leader, suggesting he possessed considerable influence. At this moment, Yi Tsong introduced, Chairman Frank, the master craftsman you seek is none other than Mr. Mou before you, and he is the one in need of the Beast's Soul Blood Fusion Pill you possess. Afterward, Yi Tsong proceeded to introduce Mou. This is Chairman Frank of the Black Rock City Guild, along with his beloved disciple, Miss Shuemei. Following the mutual introductions, Mou stepped forward, slightly bowing his head in respect. Mou, it is an honor to meet Master Frank and Miss Shuemei. Oh, so you are the master craftsman invited by the clan leader. I was told you were quite young, but I did not expect you to be merely a teenager. Truly astonishing. If I am not mistaken, this is not our first encounter, although you were cloaked in a black robe last time. As Mou approached, Frank suddenly recalled something, a glimmer of surprise crossing his eyes, followed by a light chuckle. Upon hearing this, Shuemei's beautiful eyes also blinked in realization. Suddenly recalling the mysterious figure in a black robe who had astonished her mentor at the middle auction, it was indeed this remarkably youthful lad before her. Hee. I had only glimpsed Master Frank from a distance during that occasion. I did not expect you to remember me, Mou responded, taken aback that the elder had paid attention to him that day. Once the introductions were complete, Mou turned his gaze toward Yi Kong. He had distinctly entrusted the task of acquiring the Beast's Soul Blood Fusion Pill to the Yi family. Why, then, was Frank present? Was he to pay for it himself? Noticing Mou's gaze, Yi Tsong wore a wry smile. Originally, he had intended to secure the Beast's Soul Blood Fusion Pill swiftly. But upon hearing that the buyer was a craftsman, Frank insisted on meeting Mou in person. This matter is not the fault of Elder Yi. It was I who personally requested to meet you upon hearing that the buyer in need of the Beast's Soul Blood Fusion Pill is a renowned blacksmith, remarked Frank as he observed the exchange of glances between Mou and Yi Kong. May I inquire as to your esteemed mentor, young friend Mou? Frank continued. His curiosity piqued. The art of forging, much like alchemy, necessitates a master to guide one through the intricacies of the craft. It is exceedingly rare for a self-taught prodigy to emerge. Given Mou's tender years, Frank surmised that he must have an illustrious teacher. At this, Mou raised an eyebrow and fabricated a tale. My master is Sikong Zhen, a man who delights in traversing the continent, often disappearing without a trace. Thus, few have heard of his name. Sikong Zhen. Frank blinked in bewilderment, rummaging through his memories, yet he had never encountered such a figure. Nonetheless, the vast expanse of the Dou Qi Continent harbors many talents who prefer to remain concealed. Despite being a fourth-tier alchemist, Frank was merely modestly known within the Jaimar Empire. Therefore, he held no doubts regarding Mou's proclaimed mentor. Yi Tsong, hearing this name for the first time, etched it deeply into his memory. For one capable of nurturing such an exceptional disciple as Mou, their prowess in forging must rival that of the great alchemists. As the two pondered this name, Mou turned to Frank and directly stated, I possess a third-tier magical beast that is on the verge of advancing, having consumed the bloodlines of several high-ranking magical beasts. Thus, I require a fourth-tier beast soul blood fusion pill, a fact that you, Master Frank, must already be aware of. I wonder what price I must pay to acquire the esteemed pill from your possession. Seeing Frank come to visit him personally, Mou surmised that the latter was likely drawn by his identity as a blacksmith. Otherwise, the Yi family would not be unable to afford the remuneration for a fourth-tier pill. Upon hearing that Mou indeed had a magical beast about to ascend to the fourth tier, Frank couldn't help but marvel. Such a creature would rival a human doling expert, and he would need to tread carefully. With such a formidable magical beast, the young man's mentor must possess remarkable abilities. Contemplating this, Frank accepted a cup of tea from a servant of the Yi family, took a few sips, and slowly replied, "While fourth-tier pills are costly, they are not beyond my reach. If you could assist me with a small task, I would be willing to present this beast's soul blood fusion pill as a gift." With that, Frank retrieved a jade vial from his spatial ring, and as he poured its contents, a plump, deep red pill tumbled forth, exuding a potent aura of beastly power, appearing rather extraordinary. Upon seeing this crimson pill, Mou's eyes lit up. With it, his purple flame could absorb the bloodline of the mysterious beast skeleton within half a month and successfully advance. "Master Frank, as a fourth-tier alchemist of the Empire, what task might require my assistance?" Mou inquired. Upon hearing Mou's inquiry, Frank chuckled softly and replied, "Fear not, I shall not thrust you into perilous situations. To be precise, I require your assistance for my disciple." "Oh." At this, Mou cast a curious glance at the aloof and stunningly beautiful Xue Mei, pondering the purpose behind her investment in a fourth-grade elixir for her apprentice. Xue Mei, with her captivating eyes, also regarded Mou with intrigue, wondering what her mentor might need from a young man. Despite his distinguished demeanor, a fleeting thought crossed her mind, causing a hint of bashfulness to grace her otherwise frosty features. Could it be related to that matter? My pupil, Xue Mei, hails not from the Gamma Empire, but rather from the neighboring Mulan Empire. I discovered her extraordinary talent during my travels and took her under my wing. However, I recently received word from her family stating that she has been betrothed to another clan, and they wish for me to allow her to return for the wedding. You see, she is my only cherished disciple, and given that Xue Mei has been studying alchemy with me since her youth, she is entirely unfamiliar with her betrothed. Thus, Frank's gaze shifted to Mou, his intent unmistakable. Upon hearing this, Mou raised an eyebrow, recalling a somewhat familiar scene, and jestingly remarked, "Master Frank, are you suggesting that I impersonate Miss Xue Mei's suitor to orchestrate a cancellation of this engagement?" To Mou's astonishment, Frank slowly nodded in response to his jest, while Xue Mei's fair complexion suddenly flushed a shade of crimson. Chapter 113, Acceptance. After listening to Master Frank's account, Mou couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. One must admit, the custom of arranged marriages in the Dou Qi Continent is indeed a universal phenomenon. Despite the differences between nations, the dictates of parents and matchmakers remain unchanged. This thought inevitably led Mou to recall Xiao Yan, who had also faced a similar situation when Na Lan Yin Ran appeared at his door to annul their engagement, accompanied by a pretty boy who seemed to be from the Mo family. This incident eventually triggered a 3-year pact, which spurred the rise of the formidable Yin Emperor. Unbeknownst to him, Mou found himself immersed in the role of the pretty boy, having never experienced such an identity throughout his many lifetimes. He pondered why Master Frank did not personally intervene to dissolve this marriage contract. Given his status, it should not pose a challenge. If the master preferred not to take direct action, with so many young talents in the Gamma Empire, why had he chosen Mou specifically? Setting aside his jumbled thoughts, Mou inquired with curiosity. Hearing Mou's question, Frank's weathered face broke into a rueful smile. It was precisely because of his esteemed position that he could not engage in such high-handed behavior. Furthermore, the already tenuous relationship between the Gamma Empire and the Mulan Empire would only worsen should this matter come to light, potentially igniting a conflict between the two nations. Certainly, the reasons behind this matter were not something he wished to elaborate on to Mou. Thus, he spoke slowly. As an outsider, it is not appropriate for me to interfere in the affairs of the Snow Charm Girl's clan, hence I cannot take action in this matter. At this juncture, Frank's gaze fell upon the ethereal Snow Charm, akin to an ice lotus. Regarding this marriage, not only did she harbor reluctance, but as her mentor, he also wished for his exceptionally gifted disciple not to be overshadowed. Sensing her teacher's gaze, the silver-clad Snow Charm revealed a trace of reluctance on her delicate visage. The prospect of becoming a wife was something she abhorred, especially given her obsession with alchemy. Subsequently, her beautiful eyes turned towards Mou, pondering whether the individual chosen by her teacher would indeed be suitable. Could it be that Master Frank selected me because of my identity as a craftsman? Mou speculated. In response, Frank smiled and nodded, explaining, the family that is to unite with Snow Charm in marriage is a crafting family in the Mulan Empire. If you were to intervene, given your skills as a craftsman, and considering even the clan leader Yi Tsong has praised you, it is likely that this could be resolved amicably. Mou couldn't help but smirk. It appeared he was being tasked with creating a ruckus to derail the marriage. How utterly unreliable. What if the other party turned out to be a rising talent? That could land him in considerable trouble. Of course, Frank and the others were unaware of MOU's wild imaginings. Moreover, in the realm of Dou Qi, MOU was only aware of Xiao Yin as the sole child of destiny, merely venting his frustrations in silence. What is the strength of the strongest member of that family? MOU inquired. In Shihuang City, the Liu family's strongest is the family head. Possessing roughly the strength of a two-star Dou Ling, Snow Charm's voice chimed in unexpectedly, cool and captivating. Two-star Dou Ling? Upon hearing her voice, MOU glanced at the woman, unable to deny her breathtaking beauty. Her allure and grace were truly remarkable. In comparison, even Xiao Yu lacked a degree of this ethereal charm, especially with her flowing silver hair that shimmered softly, inciting envy in most women. Due to their proximity, MOU could even catch a faint whiff of her delicate fragrance. If he were to masquerade as her lover to annul the engagement, losing such a stunning daughter-in-law would surely incite the Liu family's wrath. However, for the sake of the Beast Soul Fusion Blood Pill, this request was not impossible to accommodate. The two-star Dou Ling posed no lethal threat to him. At worst, he could retreat on his purple fire after the annulment. I can assist Miss Snow Charm in dissolving this engagement, but I would like to request that President Frank provide the Beast Soul Fusion Blood Pill as an advance reward. Additionally, I have an urgent matter to attend to, which will likely delay my journey to the Mulan Empire by about a month. After a moment's contemplation, MOU spoke. His destination was indeed the Mulan Empire, thus there was no conflict. For the sake of the Beast Soul Fusion Blood Pill, this request was reasonable. Hearing MOU's agreement, Frank let out a sigh of relief. With the wedding still 3 months away, a month was ample time. If he had to intervene personally, it would likely require more than just a 4th-grade elixir to resolve the matter effortlessly. He handed the jade vial to MOU and chuckled. Your magical beast is on the verge of evolution, so delays are not permissible. Once you have resolved your affairs, feel free to seek me at the Alchemist Guild in Blackrock City. Receiving the vial, MOU smiled and nodded, expressing, thank you for your trust, President Frank. 1 month from now, I shall certainly accompany Miss Shui Mei to the Mulan Empire. Upon finishing his words, MOU instinctively exchanged a glance with Shui Mei, who happened to meet his gaze. Noticing his unwavering stare and recalling his promise, a faint blush crept onto her usually frosty countenance. As Yizong escorted the guests from the Yi family, MOU returned to the hall and retrieved the Beast Soul Blood Fusion Pill. Upon finally obtaining the precious elixir, a smile graced MOU's lips. With the successful evolution of Ziwa, such formidable strength would serve as a powerful ally. He tossed the deep red pill into the magic frost beast ring, and under MOU's soul force manipulation, the pill began to glide towards the slumbering Ziwa. Separating a thread of soul energy, he pried open the mouth of the sleeping Ziwa and deposited the Beast Soul Blood Fusion Pill within. As the pill was ingested, MOU felt a surge of potent medicinal energy swiftly coursing through Zihua's limbs and body. With the dispersal of this energy, the foreign bloodline Ziwa had consumed began to be absorbed at an accelerated pace. Accompanied by the absorption of the mysterious beast skeleton bloodline, Zihua's form visibly expanded, and simultaneously, a powerful aura emanated from Ziwa. The flames on its purple wings blazed ever more brilliantly, and at this rate, it seemed likely that a breakthrough to the 4th tier would be achieved within half a month. Observing this, a smile crept onto MOU's face. Indeed, the 4th-grade elixir was extraordinary. Withdrawing his soul power from the beast ring, Yizong had just returned after seeing off Master Frank and the others. Thank you for your assistance with the Beast Soul Blood Fusion Pill, Yi Clan leader, MOU remarked with a light chuckle. Waving his hand dismissively, Yizong replied, a bit sheepishly, you flatter me. My Yi family has hardly contributed to this matter. In response, MOU smiled nonchalantly, knowing that the outcome was what truly mattered. As he gently caressed the beast ring, his expression suddenly turned serious. Clan leader Yi, the old master has commenced his treatment, and my magical pet is nearing its evolution. It is time to rally our forces and eradicate the MO family. Chapter 114, The Strength of the Yi Family. As time gradually passed, half a month slipped away. During this period of relative quiet, the Yi family in Blackrock City had become notably elusive, with scant news emerging about them. Those unaware speculated that the Yi family's patriarch was experiencing difficulties during his seclusion, while others merely stood by, eager to observe the unfolding drama. Unbeknownst to them, beneath the tranquil facade, elite forces were being swiftly mobilized in secret by the Yi family. Over the past fortnight, the Yi family had nearly depleted their entire resources, gathering their most skilled clansmen from various locations and dividing them into 10 teams, each led by 2 formidable Yi family grandmasters. Their destination was none other than the stronghold of the Mo family, in Yen City. At this moment, along the road to Yen City, a caravan of approximately 30 was slowly advancing, with Mou riding a unicorn at the forefront, accompanied by Yi Tsong, the patriarch of the Yi family. During this time, not only had Yi Fan regained his strength, but with the assistance of the Beast Soul Fusion Blood Pill, Ziwa had successfully broken through to the 4th tier. Consequently, after discussions between Mou and Yi Fan, the operation to annihilate the Mo family commenced with quiet intensity. Coincidentally, the Mo family's elder was celebrating a birthday. And seizing this opportunity, Mou conspired with the Yi family to mount a decisive attack on the Mo family. This contingent, appearing to be a mere congratulatory party, was in fact a ruse, as Yi Fan personally led 10 elite teams, having already infiltrated Yen City in preparation for a coordinated strike alongside Mou and Yi Kong. Witnessing the formidable strength mobilized by the Yi family, Mou couldn't help but admire the profound heritage of these venerable clans. The mere presence of over 20 Grand Masters, including several high-tier ones, revealed the Mo family's formidable stature. Thus, had Mou ventured alone, even with Zihua's assistance, he would have likely faced dire consequences. Yen City, situated in the eastern province of the Jamma Empire, boasts wide thoroughfares that render it a critical artery for travel to the eastern provinces, making its strategic position exceptionally advantageous. As the largest city in the eastern province of the Jamma Empire, it is perpetually under the watch of imperial forces. Within Yen City, aside from the empire's influence, the most formidable power was undoubtedly the Mo family, the very target of Mou's expedition. Due to the Mo family's monopolistic dominance, nearly 60% of the city's industries belong to them. Even after accounting for necessary taxes and expenses for maintaining connections, the profits continue to enrich the Mo family. While a large tree may attract the wind, the backing of the Yunlan sect afforded the Mo family a level of security that deterred even the imperial crown from meddling in their affairs, establishing them as the local overlords of Yen City. In recent years, bolstered by their powerful connections, the Mo family had firmly kept the 3 major clans under their thumb, asserting an unmistakable position of supremacy. However, this status quo was disrupted by a significant announcement made a month prior. The Yunlan sect declared a formal severance of ties with the Mo family. It is essential to recognize that the Mo family's ascendance was intricately linked to the support of the Yunlan sect. For reasons unknown, Yunlan sect's current leader, Yun Yun, unexpectedly declared a complete severance of ties with the Mo family. This announcement left countless individuals in a state of astonishment, signifying that the Mo family would henceforth be devoid of any support. As anticipated by Mou, a dog without a master only becomes more frantic. Following the loss of their ally in the Yunlan sect, the Mo family's behavior not only remained unabated but grew increasingly audacious. The Mo family had hastened the celebration of their esteemed elder Mo Cheng's birthday banquet to seize the opportunity to consolidate all surrounding forces, aiming to shed the adverse effects of being abandoned by the Yunlan sect and to restore their reputation as the foremost family in the northeast province. After 3 days of relentless travel, Mou and his companions gradually approached the vicinity of Yanqing. As the morning sun ascended, the imposing silhouette of a vast city, exuding an aura of fierce tenacity, finally emerged at the horizon. That colossal city in the distance resembled an ancient beast lying in wait. Mou and the members of the Yi family traversed the broad road towards the towering metropolis. Upon nearing the city gates, they encountered dozens of fully armed soldiers stationed on either side of the walls, their piercing gazes scanning the passers-by. However, as one of the 4 prominent families in the northeast, the Yi family's convoy was not hindered. After a Yi family guard revealed their identity, they were granted passage into the city's interior. Ah, what a grand display. The Mo family truly lives up to its reputation as the largest family in Yanqing. Once within the city, several men clad in mercenary attire, perhaps out of boredom, began to whisper amongst themselves. Humph. The Mo family is nothing but a lapdog to the Yunlan sect, and now they flaunt their power. Scoffed one mercenary disdainfully. Are you seeking death? Keep your voice down. No matter the Mo family's shortcomings, they could easily crush us without a second thought. Not to mention, many forces from the eastern region have come to celebrate the elder's birthday banquet. Another mercenary urged anxiously. You don't understand. I've heard that the Mo family seems intent on using this opportunity to unify the various forces in the east. Once their power increases, they won't have to bow to the Yunlan sect anymore. Standing at the back of the group, Mou listened to the mercenary's conversation, his eyes narrowing slightly as he chuckled softly. They are indeed in a hurry to hold the banquet. With so many forces present, it seems we may have difficulty making our move, no? Yi Tsong furrowed his brow, hesitating. Clan leader Yi, given the circumstances, is there any room for retreat? Besides, do you think these forces are willing to be subservient to the Mo family? If our two families join forces to eliminate the Mo family, the remaining factions will surely rally behind your Yi family. Mo replied with a faint smile. In that case, I must express my gratitude to you. Young brother Mo. Yi Tsung smiled, the hesitation in his gaze dissipating immediately, replaced by a flicker of ambition. If the Yi family could indeed eradicate the Mo family and take their place, the title of the foremost family in the northeastern province might very well fall into their hands. As he smiled subtly, the convoy was about to move forward when the sound of galloping hooves echoed from behind. Turning his head, he beheld several riders, both men and women, charging towards them on magnificent steeds. The dust kicked up along the way incited a furious reaction from the onlookers, but as their angry gazes fell upon the foremost figure, their ire was swiftly quelled. Leading the group was a strikingly beautiful young woman clad in a form-fitting red outfit, which accentuated her alluring figure exquisitely. The speed of the red-clad maiden did not wane amidst the throngs of pedestrians. Rather, it caused a number of merchants along the street to topple over in their attempts to evade her. This must be the second young lady of the Mo family. I encountered her once during my visit to the Mo family and heard she is exceedingly favored by Mo Chung, Yi Tsung remarked. Upon hearing this, Mo gazed at the young woman as she rode away, then turned his attention towards the heart of the city where the Mo family resided, a chilling murderous intent flickering in his eyes. As they entered Salt City, Mo was taken aback by the myriad of bustling shops lining the streets. After traversing a thoroughfare, he remarked with a cold smirk, "Two-thirds of the establishments on this street bear the character Mo. The Mo family truly deserves their reputation as the local overlord of Salt City. It is indeed, as I suspected. The Mo family has indeed risen to prominence over the years. Not long ago, they were not as formidable as my Yi family. Yet with the support of the Yunlan sect, they have gradually ascended to become the leading family in the northeastern region," Yi Tsung observed, surveying his surroundings with a sense of nostalgia. Fortunately, the Yunlan sect abandoned the Mo family. Otherwise, at this rate, the Mo family might truly unify all eastern forces and become a dominant power, Yi Tsung continued, casting a glance towards the youth beside him. Many factions found it perplexing why the Yunlan sect abruptly severed ties with the Mo family. The Yi family had even sent emissaries to inquire, only to discover that the current sect leader, Yun, had personally issued the command. As for why sect leader Yun had grown to loathe the Mo family and decided, against the opposition of numerous elders within the sect, to expel the Mo family from their vassal status, even the high-ranking elders were left in the dark. Thus, speculation ran rampant among the factions. However, Yi Tsung sensed that the youth beside him was privy to some insider information, considering that Mo had learned of the disconnection before the Yunlan sect had officially announced it. Feigning ignorance, Mo continued to observe the scenery of Salt City, leaving Yi Tsung to wear a wry smile in response to his subtle probing. Although the primary force attacking the Mo family is the Yi family, the high-level combat capabilities and the strategic planning of the youth place both parties in a position of equal collaboration. Therefore, if Mo does not wish to divulge the details, he cannot compel the young man to speak. For Mo, concerning his relationship with Yun, he is reluctant to have outsiders learn of it in the presence of formidable power. After all, he is still an obscure individual of limited strength, while Yun has already ascended to the position of the leader of the most powerful sect in the Jaimar Empire. Viewed from any angle, it resembles a humble frog aspiring to consume a swan. Lost in thought, Mo's footsteps gradually came to a halt as his gaze swept over a lavish inn named Mo Sa Huayuan on the side of the street. He turned to Yi Tsung and suggested, "Shall we rest here for a while?" Memorizing the name of Mo Sa Huayuan, Yi Tsung nodded and replied softly, "Very well. But I must first confer privately with our ancestor. I will find you shortly, and we shall head to the Mo family to celebrate the birthday tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Mo nodded in agreement. The Yi family had discreetly dispatched several elite teams to Yin City a few days prior. Although Yi Fan was personally overseeing matters, it would still be beneficial for Yi Tsung to establish further connections. After their discussion, Yi Tsung departed quietly with the majority of the Yi family's forces, leaving behind Yi Zhan, who had previously met Mo. Having witnessed Mo's prowess and strength, Yi Zhan regarded him with the reverence befitting a patriarchal figure. Fully aware of the plan to ally with the Yi family to eliminate the Mo family, Mo smiled at this. Yi Zhan's strength likely rivaled that of Xiao Zhan. In just over a year since his rebirth, he had already been able to command great dome masters at will, a pace that could be deemed commendable. As the two entered the opulent inn, they surveyed their surroundings and noticed that the hall was already populated with numerous guests. Upon listening attentively to their conversations, Mo realized that these individuals were those who had come from afar to celebrate the birthday of the Mo family's elder. A cold smile crept across his lips as he approached the counter and requested 2 guest rooms. The attractive attendant assessed them before sweetly inquiring, "Sir, do you have an invitation from the Mo family?" "An invitation?" Startled, Mo turned to Yi Zhan and asked, "Do you have an invitation?" Yi Zhan was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head. No. Mo was not surprised by this. It was likely that the Mo family had only invited friendly forces. After all, the purpose of hosting an early birthday celebration was to establish an alliance led by the Mo family. The four great families not only possessed similar strength, but also harbored poor relations. So it was reasonable to assume that the Mo family would not invite the other three families to avoid potential disruptions. "I apologize, sir, but all the inns in Yin City have been booked by the Mo family recently. These establishments are exclusively serving the Mo family's guests." The attendant replied with a polite smile. How domineering the Mo family is. Mo toyed with a decorative ornament on the counter, a cold smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing his words, the maid's expression stiffened slightly. It was her first encounter with someone daring enough to speak ill of the Mo family in Salt City. She stood awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Who was this country bumpkin to dare criticize the Mo family's dominance in Salt City? Just then, a woman's mocking voice suddenly cut through the tense atmosphere from Mo's left. Recognizing it as the voice of a Mo family descendant, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Mo's eyes as he turned to observe a group of individuals not far away. This group was evidently quite youthful, led by a striking figure clad in a form-fitting red outfit that accentuated her voluptuous form, complemented by a thigh-length leather skirt that revealed her long, fair legs. Many men in the hall couldn't help but steal glances at her alluring legs, their gazes filled with desire. As Mo scanned the whip-wielding woman in red, he recognized her as the second young lady of the Mo family, the very one who had galloped past the city gate earlier. Mo cast a dismissive glance at the haughty woman, a smirk of disdain forming on his lips. The Mo family members deserve to perish. You little brat. Seeking death. Upon witnessing Mo's contemptuous demeanor, the red-clad woman, who was usually treated like a precious gem, immediately furrowed her brows. With a swift crack of her whip, it transformed into a shadowy blur, hurtling towards Mo with fierce intent. As the whip neared Mo's body, a sudden eruption of crimson lightning manifested, incinerating the whip entirely. A fierce bolt of red lightning, akin to a serpent of electricity, shot towards the red-clad woman. The temperature and sound of electricity surged dramatically in the hall. Among the knowledgeable individuals present, astonishment rippled through the crowd as they recognized the crimson lightning. Exclaiming in shock, "True lightning?" A slender strand of crimson lightning, amidst the gasps of the onlookers, shot straight towards the red-clad woman's cheek. Should it strike her, even if she were to escape with her life, her beautiful visage would surely be marred beyond repair. Just as the crimson lightning was about to make contact, a figure dashed in from outside, swiftly grasping the woman and evading the impending strike. "Youth, my sister Ching Lin was overly impulsive earlier. I beseech you, for the sake of the Mo family, do not hold it against her." A middle-aged man emerged, who had pulled the red-clad woman away, bowing respectfully to Mo while expressing both caution and politeness. The strand of lightning that had narrowly missed the woman struck the hard bluestone floor, leaving behind a shattered, dark mark. Had it hit a person, the damage would have been unimaginable, leaving not just the crowd in awe, but the Mo family member equally astonished by Mo's formidable prowess. Oh, the Mo family, under these circumstances, graciously accepted the situation. When the middle-aged man uttered the name of the Mo family, contrary to expectations, the anticipated scene of youthful arrogance and defiance did not unfold. Observing this, some individuals expressed their disdain towards Mo, who had just displayed such ferocity, yet quickly retreated upon revealing his lineage, proving to be merely a fade. Had there been a soul with formidable power present, they would have discerned that although Mo's words were unremarkable, a flicker of murderous intent danced within his eyes. This concession was not born of compassion, but rather a strategic pause, for the timing was not conducive to action, lest he alert the adversary. In light of this, Yi Zhan swiftly interjected, declaring, "This esteemed guest of the Black Rock City, Yi family has come to celebrate the elder's birthday alongside our clan leader." With these words, the crowd's attention once again converged upon the youth. The Yi family of Black Rock City, one of the four illustrious families rivaling the Mo family of Salt City, raised questions about the young man's formidable connections. "Ah, so he is a distinguished guest of the Yi family," the middle-aged man remarked, immediately recognizing the youth's extraordinary status, and hastily offered a conciliatory smile. Although he was unaware of the specifics of the young man's background, the potent crimson thunder and his youth hinted at significant power, prompting him to resolve to investigate the youth's lineage thoroughly. As for why the Yi family would journey to Salt City to honor the Mo family, the middle-aged man harbored no doubts. The rumors of the Yi family's ancestor encountering difficulties in seclusion were well known. And despite the Mo family losing the protection of the Yunlan sect, they remained the most powerful among the four families, making the Yi family's visit seem quite natural. Mou, undisturbed by Yi Zhan's revelation of his identity, felt no apprehension that the Mo family could swiftly uncover his true background. After all, the transformation of the Zhuke Burning Heaven Thunder since his time in Wutan City was nothing short of extraordinary. Who could have predicted that the once mere contender from the Shao family would progress so rapidly in just 6 months? At that moment, the middle-aged man continued with politeness. As for the esteemed guests of the Yi family, all inns in Salt City have been reserved by the Mo family. Therefore, even if you wander throughout the city, you shall find no place to rest. To atone for this inconvenience, I shall arrange for the finest accommodations for you both. Would you accept our apologies? Upon hearing this, Mou nodded in agreement. Just as the middle-aged man was about to lead the way, a melodious laughter, resonant like an ancient bell, echoed from beyond the doorway. Oh, Sister Linglin, why do you weep so pathetically? Is there anyone daring enough to cause trouble in Salt City? A sound as ethereal as the gentle chime of an ancient bell in a secluded mountain reverberated through the grand hall, causing a subtle tremor in the hearts of all present. Instinctively, their gazes shifted towards the entrance. Upon hearing this melodious laughter, Mou inexplicably paused, as if recalling something, and joined the others in awaiting the arrival of the voice's enchanting owner. Observing this, a middle-aged man exchanged a glance with Yi Zhan, and they too gradually halted their steps. Shortly after the soft laughter echoed, a figure clad in an elegant moon-white gown gracefully appeared before the assembly. All the men in the hall momentarily held their breath, their eyes fixated on the beautiful woman advancing toward them. She wore a flowing, wide-sleeved gown that accentuated her slender figure, cinched at the waist with a delicate silver ribbon that perfectly showcased her trim silhouette. This sudden appearance of the moon-white-robed lady, both in temperament and beauty, far surpassed that of the woman in red, rendering the latter somewhat overshadowed in her presence. The woman in red, Lin Ling, stared in astonishment at the approaching figure, her expression momentarily frozen before she recalled the identity of the exquisite lady, her face brightening with joy as she hurried toward her. However, halfway there, she hesitated, reminded of the current strained relations between the Mo family and the Yunlan sect, but ultimately pressed on, offering a somewhat aggrieved smile as she greeted, Sister Nailin, what a surprise to see you here. The lady in question was none other than Nailin Yanran, who had a 3-year covenant of separation with Xiaoyan. Given the fallout between the Mo family and the Yunlan sect, the relationship between Lin Ling and Nailin Yanran had been affected, leaving Lin Ling uncertain of Yanran's sentiments toward her. Observing Lin Ling's shifting expressions, the perceptive Nailin Yanran took note, but chose not to comment further. She too was puzzled by her master's abrupt declaration of severing ties with the Mo family, especially considering the considerable benefits the Mo family provided to the Yunlan sect annually, which largely enriched the elders. Thus, her master's actions undoubtedly alienated many within the sect's higher echelons. Nailin Yanran had sought to subtly inquire about the reasons behind such a decision, yet she had gleaned no insight. Nonetheless, she had keenly observed that her master often seemed to drift into thought during her cultivation, frequently murmuring a name that, while unclear, bore a resemblance to the character Mo. In Nailin Yanran's mind, her master, as the leader of the Yunlan sect, had always been a person of serene demeanor, seemingly indifferent even to the esteemed Pil King Gu He of the empire. It was thus perplexing that such a composed figure would be so preoccupied with another, igniting in Nailin Yanran a profound curiosity. As she contemplated her master's inexplicable severance of ties with the Mok family, Nailin Yanran instinctively redirected her suspicions towards them. She harbored a belief that her master might have fallen for a Mok individual, only to be met with betrayal, prompting her master to sever all relations in a fit of anger. Though this notion bordered on the absurd, Nailin Yanran, still a vibrant young woman untouched by the hardships of a 3-year pact, embraced it wholeheartedly. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Mok family's birthday banquet, she discreetly slipped away from her sect. Upon noticing Linglin's somewhat awkward smile, Nailin Yanran, being a person of remarkable intelligence, immediately responded with a charming smile. Today, I come as a representative of the Nailin family to extend my birthday wishes to Elder Mok. Do not overthink it, Sister Linglin. Her words indeed alleviated much of the awkward atmosphere, for it was peculiar that, just after Yunlan's sect announced its disassociation from the Mok family, a disciple of the sect's master would appear there. This contradiction placed the Mok family in a delicate position, uncertain whether to receive her or not. However, Nailin Yanran's other identity came into play. Being the legitimate daughter of the esteemed Nailin family, one of the 3 great families of the empire, her status was undeniably prestigious, even without considering her connection to the Yunlan sect. Following her clarification, Those present in the hall seemed to comprehend the situation, albeit puzzled as to how the Moke family had established ties with the Nalin family. Nonetheless, it was clear that such matters bore little weight on their own affairs. At this moment, Ling Lin and a middle-aged man exchanged glances of delight. If they could indeed ally with the Nalin family, the Moke family would have secured a formidable ally. It is worth noting that while the Nalin family may not wield the same power as Yunlan's sect, they were still one of the Empire's three great families, boasting formidable Do Wang warriors among their ranks. While everyone pondered their own thoughts, they remained oblivious to the fact that Nalin Yanran had slipped away solely to seek out the heartthrob who had abandoned her master. Chapter 116, An Invitation to the Banquet. As her gaze lingered on the moon-robed woman smiling at the entrance, a flicker of intrigue passed through Mou's eyes. Regarding the woman destined to become Xiao Yan's rightful wife, Mou could only lament that she had forfeited a grand opportunity for the sake of pride, losing her chance to become the future matriarch of an immense power in the vast world of Dou Qi. It is important to remember that in the Dou Qi Continent, marriage is greatly influenced by parental consent. Had Nalin Yanran been able to wed into the Xiao family officially, even the noble daughter of an ancient clan, Sinner, might not have been able to claim the position of the principal wife, and the likes of Kai Lin would be even less relevant. However, on the other hand, one could argue that without Nalin Yanran's provocation through the 3-year pact, perhaps Xiao Yan would not have persevered through the solitude of training, risking failure in his pursuits. In matters such as these, certainty remains elusive. Although Xiao Yan is the child of destiny, an individual's achievements ultimately rest upon unwavering determination. In the early days, Nalin Yanran served as a catalyst for Xiao Yan's cultivation. The mere thought of their 3-year agreement invigorated the youth, propelling him into relentless training, especially with the guidance of Yao Lao by his side, which ultimately birthed the legend of the Flame Emperor. At that moment, Mou recalled other matters. If all went as expected, Yun had become his woman, and since Nalin Yanran was her disciple, it could be said that he was also Nalin Yanran's master. How should she address him then? As a masteress wife? No, it should be as a grandmaster. Fortunately, the relationship between Xiao Yan and Nalin Yanran had become impossible. Otherwise, the hierarchy would have been even more chaotic. Gently stroking his chin, Mou suddenly began to reminisce about Yun, the woman who always bore an air of calmness. He wondered how she was faring now. Sir? Behind Mou. Yizhen noticed his master lost in thought and was momentarily taken aback, quickly whispering a reminder. Though this young lord was still in his youth, he had consistently displayed remarkable composure and profound insight in recent days. It was surprising to see such a dazed expression on him. Even if the individual was the esteemed disciple of the Yunlan sect's master and a member of the illustrious Nalin family. Upon hearing Yizhen's reminder, Mou regained his focus, nodding slightly in apology. Naturally, he held a measure of curiosity about Nalin Yanran, a character of great significance in the original narrative, and memories of Yun inevitably surfaced. Recollecting his thoughts, Mou quietly addressed Yizhen and the middle-aged man from the Mo family. Let us proceed. In response, the middle-aged man from the Mo family hurriedly exchanged greetings with Nalin Yanran before guiding Mou and Yizhen to a resting chamber. As she watched their receding figures, Nalin Yanran playfully blinked her long eyelashes. Her gaze lingered on Mou for a moment. Inexplicably, he exuded an aura that felt vaguely familiar, resembling that of an object rather than a person. However, given the youth's strikingly handsome countenance, she should have recognized him if they had met before. Yet, despite searching her memories, she could not recall any prior encounter with him. Gently rubbing her forehead, Nalin Yanran dismissed the perplexing sensation from her mind and turned to her companion Ling Lin, smiling softly. I presume those two must be the ones who offended you earlier? Ling Lin nodded awkwardly. Although she was proud, she understood that the mysterious origins and formidable abilities of the young man, who had garnered the attention of the Yi family, were not something she could take lightly. Observing Ling Lin's agreement, Nalin Yanran turned her gaze back to the shattered azure stone ground, astonishment flickering in her beautiful eyes. Just after Nalin Yanran entered, an elderly man clad in gray robes slowly made his way inside. Upon encountering the visitor, Ling Lin's expression momentarily faltered. If Nalin Yanran could attend the birthday banquet under the auspices of the Nalin clan, then the venerable elder before her was undoubtedly a genuine member of the Yunlan sect. However, she was not one to lack social grace, and with a warm smile, she addressed the elder. Greetings, Mr. Guyi. Haha, it has been several years. And you, dear Ling Lin, have grown even more beautiful, replied the elder known as Guyi, his aged eyes briefly glancing at the woman in the moon robe, a fleeting awkwardness crossing his face before he nodded with a smile. After severing ties with the Mo family, he had been reluctant to attend, yet his young lady insisted, compelling him to set aside his pride and make an appearance. Disregarding the elder's somewhat disgruntled gaze, Nalan Yinran gestured towards a certain direction and whispered, "Uncle Ge, what are your thoughts on that young man?" "Miss," upon entering, "they wouldn't even allow this old bone of mine a moment's respite," Ge Yi replied with a bitter smile. Then followed the delicate finger of the young girl, his clouded gaze fixated like that of a hawk upon the figure of Mou. After a moment, a flicker of astonishment crossed Gu Ye's eyes, and he sighed. "This boy is as enigmatic as a mist, with my strength. I find it difficult to discern his true nature." Upon hearing Gu Ye's words, an unmistakable look of surprise flitted across Nalan Yinran's fair face. Gu Ye had been a witness to her annulment with the Shao family 2 years prior. Over the past 2 years, Gu Ye had successfully advanced from a 7-star battle master to a battle spirit, aided, no doubt, by the elixirs from Elder Gu He. Nonetheless, his prowess could now be deemed formidable. The fact that even a battle spirit could not ascertain the youth's strength piqued her curiosity regarding his identity. Initially, she sought to locate her mentor's beloved, only to stumble upon such an intriguing individual, she mused. Ling Lin, standing nearby, also paled slightly at the mention of the mysterious youth, the memory of his ruthless demeanor still vivid in her mind. Just then, a middle-aged man from the Mo family, having escorted Mou, returned and respectfully suggested to the woman in the moon robe, "Miss Nalan, as the day is drawing to a close, might I propose that you rest here for the night?" "Yes, that would be most appreciated." "Thank you, Mo family," Nalan Yinran replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man beamed with satisfaction, then led the way as he guided the women and the elder up the staircase. As they watched the figures vanish at the staircase's end, the hall erupted into a cacophony of whispers, buzzing like flies. Upon hearing the faint clamor, Mou slowly closed the door to his room. "Sir, do you think the Mo family will uncover your true identity?" asked Yi Zhan, his expression laced with concern. After all, the young man before him shared the surname Mo and hailed from the Mo family. Should his identity be revealed, it might jeopardize their plans. Indeed, Mou lightly nodded, indifferent as he remarked, "Let it be. The Mo family lacks the capability to uncover my secrets so swiftly. By the time they do, the Mo family may very well be a thing of the past. For now, I must quickly regain my composure. The recent journey has left me somewhat fatigued. When clan leader Yi returns, please inform him that I am resting, and we shall proceed to the Mo family tomorrow to execute our plan." Stretching languidly, Mou made his way into the room. Observing Mou's retreating figure, Yi Zhan nodded and quietly exited the house, ensuring the door was gently closed behind him. Once inside, Mou blinked his heavy eyelids and promptly succumbed to slumber, for the morrow held arduous battles in store. The following morning, as the first rays of the rising sun streamed into the room, Mou gradually opened his eyes. After a night of recuperation, the weariness that had lingered on his visage had finally vanished. Adjusting his attire, Mou opened the door and stepped into the living room. A glance revealed that Yi Tsong had already risen. He stood by the window, hands clasped behind him, quietly gazing at the bustling street outside. Sensing Mou's presence, Yi Tsong slowly turned to face him, smiling as he inquired, "It seems your condition has improved considerably?" Nodding with a smile, Mou stretched his limbs and asked, "How have the elders fared? Everything has gone smoothly, I trust?" "Indeed," Yi Tsong replied, a grave expression crossing his face. "This matter is of utmost significance for the Yi family since its inception. With our ancestors personally overseeing the operation, we are proceeding with the utmost caution. Our forces have been lying in wait outside the Mo stronghold for several days now. When we incite chaos within the Mo family, the ancestors will lead our troops to launch an assault from the outside, ensuring a dual-front attack." At this, Mou nodded in agreement. As one of the 4 great families, the Yi family clearly possessed formidable strength. The hundreds of elite warriors dispatched were all at least combat masters. It was noteworthy that the leader of the Wolf Head mercenary group in Green Mountain Town, within the Monster Beast Mountains, was merely a 2-star combat master. This underscored the Yi family's willingness to invest heavily in this endeavor. In light of this, Mou did not hesitate to paint an ambitious picture, saying, "Let us proceed. Today, let Mo Chung celebrate his final birthday banquet. After today, when people think of the foremost family in the Northeast, they will undoubtedly recall the Yi family." "Haha, I greatly appreciate your auspicious words, young Master Mou," Yi Tsong responded, his face briefly reflecting intense ambition before breaking into hearty laughter. By swallowing the Mo family's territory and decades of accumulation, the Yi family's strength would undoubtedly surge, making their claim to the title of the foremost family in the Northeast not merely a daydream. This was precisely why the Yi family was so willing to collaborate with Mou. Otherwise, how could a mere youth, aided by the restoration of the 6 Harmonies Void Sword and his silver tongue, compel the Yi family to exert such effort? Exiting the room, Mo casually closed the door and proceeded down the corridor, descending the staircase. At the entrance of the inn, the Yi family guards, including Yi Zhan, were quietly awaiting their turn. Given their status, it was impossible for them to reside in the luxurious rooms of the inn. Instead, they had spent the night in the storeroom of the backyard, arranged by a middle-aged man from the Mo family. It was indeed a rather absurd situation, staying in the house of the Mo family while plotting to eliminate its members. Meanwhile, at another part of the entrance, a delicate lady adorned in a fitted, flowing purple gown stood gracefully, her enchanting figure wrapped in the fabric radiating an extraordinary allure. At this moment, Nailin Yanran was smiling and conversing with her companion, Ling Lin. Within the hall, furtive yet intense gazes lingered on her alluring form, filled with both admiration and reverence. Mou's attention inadvertently fixed upon the young woman, and by chance, Nailin Yanran also glanced in his direction, their eyes locking momentarily. Noticing the depth of the boy's inscrutable black eyes, Nailin Yanran instinctively furrowed her brow. For some reason, his gaze seemed to penetrate her very being. And within the depths of his eyes lay a hint of a senior's scrutiny towards a junior. This made the young woman somewhat displeased. After all, she was a direct disciple of the sect leader of Yunlan's sect, and even the elder of the Mo family would not dare to assume a senior's position before her, let alone this boy who was merely a few years younger than herself. I am Yi Tsong, the head of the Yi family in Haiyan City. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Nailin, Elder Go, Yi Tsong said as he stepped forward to greet them. He was acutely aware of the esteemed status of these two individuals, being direct disciples of the Yunlan sect's leader, and thus, he dared not be overly familiar. Greetings. Head Yi, Nailin Yanran replied with a nonchalant nod. Then her beautiful eyes shifted towards the boy who had come out alongside Yi Kong. Despite the head of one of the 4 prominent families in the northeast personally coming to greet her, the boy seemed oblivious, remaining aloof and composed. Elder Ji's eyes also flickered with surprise. There were very few young men within the empire who could disregard the power and charm of his young lady. For Mou, the Yunlan sect was not even worthy of his consideration, and based solely on his relationship with Yun, he would never bow to a junior. Yanran, my dear junior sister, I sincerely apologize for the family matters that have kept me preoccupied these past few days, nearly causing me to neglect our esteemed guest. A melodious voice suddenly broke the awkward tension outside the door. Following this, a rather handsome young man entered with a broad smile, addressing Nailin Yanran with a familiar warmth. As Mou observed the handsome youth entering, his gaze sharpened slightly upon realizing that the young man's features bore a striking resemblance to his own. However, considering that he too was a member of the Mo family, sharing similar bloodlines, he dismissed the thought. Unbeknownst to him, this young man was the same one who had accompanied Nailin Yanran to the Shao family 3 years prior, a young prodigy admired by the infatuated ladies of their clan. Senior brother Mo, you are too modest. A hint of a smile graced Nailin Yanran's delicate face as she addressed the young man, her expression reserved, unsoftened by the fervor reflected in his eyes. Observing Nailin Yanran's gentle smile, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment passed through the eyes of the youth known as Mo. Years of pursuit had failed to evoke any affection from her. With the severance of ties between the Mo family and the Yunlan sect, it seemed he would have even fewer opportunities now. The disappointment in his gaze quickly concealed. Mo remarked, Junior sister Yanran, why not accompany me to the Mo family? It happens to be on the way. Nailin Yanran, who had intended to visit the Mo family to glean information about her master's romantic interest, contemplated for a moment before smiling and nodding in agreement. After exchanging pleasantries with her, Mo's gaze suddenly swept towards Yi Tsong nearby. Recalling his uncle's report from the previous day, he hastened a few steps forward, wearing a beaming smile. Clan leader Yi. I did not expect you to attend the Grand Elder's birthday banquet. What a rare guest. Yesterday, I heard that my younger sister inadvertently offended your esteemed guest, and my father has sent me to convey his apologies. May I inquire where your guest is so that I may personally express my regrets? Mo's seemingly sincere words prompted Yi Tsong to recall the matter reported by Yi Zhan, a playful smile flickering momentarily in his eyes. He then gestured towards the location of Mou, saying, This individual is our esteemed guest, revered even by the ancestors of the Yi family. At these words, Mo was taken aback. The ancestors of the Yi family were beings of equal might to his own Grand Elder. And if such a person was regarded as a guest, then indeed, his sister had stirred up trouble beyond her capacity. Following Yi Tsong's, he beheld a uniquely charismatic young man standing there. Upon recognizing the face before him, he felt a sense of astonishment, for it bore a striking resemblance to his own. Suppressing his surprise, Mo approached swiftly and addressed Mou, Esteemed sir, I apologize on behalf of my sister for her transgressions yesterday. Since you wish to attend the Mo family's birthday banquet, allow me to personally guide you. Upon hearing Mo Li's invitation, a peculiar smile graced Mo's lips as he replied lightly, I appreciate your kind offer, young Master Mo. In Chapter 117, tearing off the facade, under Mo Li's guidance, Mou and his companions swiftly arrived at the Mo family estate. Gazing upon the fortress of the Mo family, which was far more imposing than the Yi family's, Yi Tsung's expression subtly shifted to one of concern. Without Mou's assistance, relying solely on the Yi family to vanquish the Mo family, the foremost clan in the northeastern province would be nothing short of a fool's dream. Even with Mou's aid, following today's confrontation, the Yi family would undoubtedly incur significant losses, possibly to the point of crippling their strength. However, Yi Tsung, having been a powerful figure in control of his clan for many years, knew nothing of mercy. Faced with the dire circumstances, even if numerous members of the Yi family were to perish, he would deem the sacrifice worthwhile if it meant the Yi clan could usurp the position of the Mo family as the preeminent family in the northeast. Meanwhile, within the spacious hall of the Mo family, a throng of guests filled the air with a festive atmosphere. Prominent leaders and representatives from the eastern provinces of the empire occupied the designated seats. Despite the ridicule the Mo family had faced lately due to their affiliation with the Yunlan sect, their long-standing foundation in the east allowed them to maintain a degree of respect from various factions. At the high dais, a silver-haired elder clad in splendid attire, the esteemed grand elder and pillar of the Mo family, Mo Chung, greeted the guests with a joyful demeanor. Miss Yanran of the Nalin family has arrived. Lord Yi Tsung of the Yi family has arrived. A resonant announcement echoed through the hall as Mou and others were escorted in by Mo Li. Hearing the names, Mo Chung paused momentarily, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. His decision to host the banquet without extending invitations to the other three prominent families stemmed from the contentious relationships among them. Celebrating one another was utterly inconceivable. Yet, the unexpected arrival of the Yi family hinted at a desire for reconciliation, suggesting that even without the Yunlan sect's backing, the Mo family remained an unassailable force in the northeast. This thought brought Mo Chung a sense of delight. As he mused, a noble woman clad in a purple robe gracefully entered the hall. Haha, my dear Nalin niece, your presence today truly elevates the occasion for the Mo family. Mo Cheng's eyes briefly darkened at the sight of the young woman before he masked it with a warm smile, approaching her with a familiar cheerfulness. Though she claimed to represent the Nalin family in extending birthday wishes, Mo Chung was well aware of the lack of ties between the Mo and Nalin families, rendering her visit somewhat suspect. Grand Elder Mo is too kind. I am merely fulfilling my father's instructions, Nalin Yanran replied, her gaze sweeping across the hall. Noticing the absence of any distinctive figures who might captivate her master, a flicker of disappointment crossed her enchanting eyes, which she quickly buried, responding with polite laughter. Indeed. My dear Nalin niece, Elder Go please. Mo Chung warmly ushered Nalin Yanran and her companion, Elder Go, to the forefront before returning to his position. After Nalin Yanran departed, a sudden burst of laughter echoed through the hall. Ha ha, old Master Mo Chung, you truly are as vigorous as ever. This territory of the northeast is nearly all consumed by you, Yi Tsung exclaimed, laughing heartily as he entered the hall. Directing his smile towards the stage where Mo Chung stood, the expression on his face was enigmatic, a blend of genuine mirth and concealed intentions, making it impossible to discern his true thoughts. Such ambiguity was befitting of a clan leader. Had Yi Tsung genuinely wished to celebrate Mo's longevity, Mo Chung would have suspected ulterior motives from the Yi family. Beside him, Mou couldn't help but admire the acting skills of these seasoned players. Even when they were poised for a life-and-death struggle, they maintained their hypocritical smiles until the moment of confrontation. Hee. I did not expect clan leader Yi Tsung to arrive as well. It is indeed an honor for me, Mo Chung remarked with a smile, engaging in a few superficial exchanges with Yi Tsung before his gaze shifted to Mou. For some inexplicable reason, despite his decades of experience in the martial world, he sensed a hint of danger emanating from this mysterious youth, barely in his teens. He had long heard from Ling Lin that she had inadvertently offended a distinguished guest of the Yi clan, and surely this talented young man was the one in question. Might clan leader Yi introduce him to me, so I may become acquainted? Mo Chung inquired, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Mou. Upon noticing Mo Cheng's attention on Mou, Yi Tsung's heart tightened. Although their plan to eliminate the Mo family had been meticulously arranged, they were still facing a formidable spirit duelist. If the other party detected any inkling of their intentions before they could deploy their trump cards, it would lead to an embarrassing demise. However, in the face of such scrutiny, Mou remained remarkably composed. Looking at the ruthless elder known as the Butcher Mo, he replied with a faint smile, I cannot claim to be a distinguished guest. I merely share a connection with the ancestral figure of the Yi family through my master, and have heard of Elder Mo's esteemed reputation. I thought to seize this opportunity to broaden my horizons. Mo Chung, upon hearing Mou's words, scrutinized the youth once more, noticing the calmness in his dark eyes, which revealed no signs of deceit. As he speculated on the identity of the youth's master, he nodded noncommittally. In that case, I thank you for your support. With that, he led Yitsong and Mou to a position of honor. As they settled into their seats, Yitsong couldn't help but regard Mou with newfound respect. It was remarkable how such a young individual could exhibit such composure. Within the hall, after receiving all the guests, Mo Chung finally ceased his conversations and gradually rose to his feet. As he did so, the previously boisterous atmosphere quieted, and all eyes turned towards him. I am deeply grateful to all of you for attending the banquet of this old bone of mine. As clearly stated in your invitations, I have a significant matter to discuss with you all during this gathering. As the atmosphere gradually stabilized, Mo Chung finally smiled. Upon hearing his words, the crowd in the hall perked up their ears, while Mou, understanding Mo Cheng's intentions, sneered quietly from below. Indeed, Mo Chung articulated his plan to unite various factions from the eastern regions, forming an alliance centered around the Mo family, known as the Mo Alliance. Upon hearing this, a brief silence enveloped the hall. After a moment, several weaker factions began to voice their willingness to join the Mo Alliance. Many of them had already resolved to ally with the Mo family. After all, even without the support of the Yunlan sect, the Mo family's strength still positioned them as the leading force in the eastern territories. With one faction initiating the process, some medium-sized factions, wary of the Mo family and fearing being placed on their blacklist, hesitated for a while but ultimately chose to join as well. Observing this scene, Yitsong cast a relieved glance at Mou. Had the latter not intervened to disrupt this gathering, the Mo family might have truly consolidated their power and achieved dominance, making it increasingly difficult for the Yi family to maintain neutrality, ultimately leading to their inevitable consumption by the predatory Mo family. Of course, he remained unaware that, even without Mou's interference, the Mo family would still falter at the hands of the chosen one of destiny in this realm. It seemed they could not escape this calamity. With a smile on his face as he regarded those factions that opted to join, Mo Chung chuckled softly, stating, although the Mo alliance is quite loose, it still requires a guiding hand for the time being. Naturally, it is most fitting for Elder Mo Chung to take the reins. Before his words could fully settle, the hall erupted in a chorus of flattery, with numerous voices echoing in agreement. I am truly grateful for your kindness. I shall not refuse this opportunity. I will temporarily oversee the Mo alliance. Ignoring any potential dissent, Mo Chung waved his hand, making a decisive ruling. Watching the nearly self-scripted performance of Mo Chung, some individuals in the hall found themselves at a loss for words, pondering the audacity of this old man. Naturally, Mou regarded Mo Cheng's display with disdain. However, when he heard a familiar beast soul communicating from deep within his spirit, a smirk formed at the corners of his mouth. Excuse me for interrupting, Elder Mo, but it seems there is no need to establish the Mo alliance. In the quiet hall, this unanticipated voice suddenly broke the silence as a slender figure slowly rose from their seat. This action instantly captured the attention of everyone present. After a moment of surprise, they turned to see Mo Cheng's expression darkening, and they silently mourned for Mou. For someone as prideful as Mo Chung, challenging him in such a setting was undoubtedly akin to provoking his most sensitive spot. The sudden voice of Mou startled Na Lan Yin Ran, who, despite being a direct disciple of the Yunlan sect's leader in the Gamma Empire, had never encountered such audacity among the younger generation. Who exactly are you? And what does this mean, Elder Yi? With a cold glare directed at Mou below, Mo Chung furrowed his brow and then turned to Yitsong, speaking in a solemn tone. As Mo Chung posed his question, the crowd shifted their attention to Yitsong, the mysterious youth brought by the Yi family. Was it possible that the Yi family was orchestrating everything behind the scenes? This thought ignited excitement within many, as the rivalry among the four great families had not been witnessed for years. Were they about to witness a confrontation today? Seeing Mo Cheng's wrath directed towards himself, Yitsong knew this was inevitable. Yet, standing before an enraged Dou Ling expert, he had no choice but to brace himself. After casting a glance at the composed Mou beside him, he gradually calmed his nerves. After all, the plan between Mou and the Yi family was to seize the opportunity during the Mo family's birthday banquet, where all the masters gathered in the hall. Mou's magical beast would carry Yi Fan and several high-ranking family members, supported by 10 elite teams, to storm in from outside the Mo fortress. Transporting a fourth-tier magical beast into Salt City was a daunting task for most, but for the Yi family, which had risen through commerce, it merely required a few more gold coins to smooth over connections. Now that Mou dared to stand against Mo Chung, It signified that the Yi family had indeed infiltrated from the outside, with at least a fourth-tier magical beast and their ancestor approaching. Considering that a Dou Ling expert and a fourth-tier magical beast comparable to one were on their way, Yi Tsung's confidence surged significantly as he smiled lightly. I share your sentiments. The MO alliance is unnecessary. My Yi family opposes it. I recall that the Yi family does not possess such capability. Is it the boy beside you who has emboldened you? Mo Cheng's tone was icy as he sneered derisively. Spare me your futile threats. You are not mistaken. It is indeed I who has given the Yi family this courage. Old rascal of the Mo family, do you not remember me? I am Mou, son of Mo Jingyun. Mou's words, laced with a hint of cold laughter, once again stunned the assembly. What? The son of Mo Jingyun? I thought you were dead. Upon hearing this, Mo Cheng's expression changed dramatically, and he turned to the side to look at Mo Lan, the head of the Mo family. As he caught sight of Mo Lan's evasive demeanor, Mo Chung immediately understood that the assassination plan orchestrated by Mo In had failed, and Mo Lan had not informed him. Meanwhile, Mo Lan wore a bitter expression, unsure why a Grand Dome Master could not subdue Mou. Just as he prepared to send more men, Mou had already arrived at their doorstep. Very well, since you are indeed the son of Mo Jingyun, I shall personally send you to your demise. As for the Yi family, I will pay a visit to your ancestor in a couple of days, but for now, Yi Tsung, you shall remain here. A laughter, fierce and grating, erupted from within Mo Chung, accompanied by a powerful aura that surged forth, causing his robes to billow and swell. In an instant, the furniture surrounding him shattered under the oppressive force of his presence. The guests nearby, sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Mo Chung, underwent a noticeable change in expression. It had been years since they had witnessed Mo Cheng's prowess, and they were taken aback by the considerable increase in his strength. Surely, he must possess at least the power of a 5-star Doling. Within the span of just over 2 years, this old fellow had advanced by 3 stars. It was truly terrifying. The onlookers exchanged glances, each silently lamenting the situation, gazing at the murderous intent etched on their esteemed elder's face. The powerful members of the Mo family gripped their weapons tightly, their expressions fierce as they glared at Mou, their fighting spirit surging forth, poised to pounce and reduce this audacious individual to mere flesh and bone. The Mo family would leave no stone unturned today, disregarding Mo Cheng's escalating aura. Mou continued to sneer coldly. The moment he spoke, the guests present were taken aback. Though many years had passed since the events surrounding Mo Jingyun, those factions closely allied with the Mo family were well aware of this hidden matter. While the connection between Mo Jingyun's demise and the Mo family remained unclear, Mou's behavior suggested an unresolved blood feud. They were particularly curious about the audacity of this youth, daring to provoke a 5-star Doling. Upon hearing Mou's belligerent remarks, Mo Cheng's expression shifted dramatically. He refrained from uttering any further nonsense. His countenance turned as frigid as ice. With a swift motion of his hand, he coldly commanded, "Kill him." As his words fell, an equally formidable aura suddenly emanated from outside, causing confusion among the onlookers. Then, a voice, aged yet lighthearted, drifted in. Mo Chung, is this how you treat an old man's guest? Chapter 118. The attack on the Mo family. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The crisp sounds of arrows and blades clashing echoed outside the Mo family's hall, accompanied by the explosive collisions of fighting spirits. Amidst this fierce battle, the roars of formidable magical beasts intermingled, creating an uproar that raised numerous questions among the guests present. Could it be that someone was assaulting the Mo family? Elder, Patriarch. It's bad. We are under attack. A member of the Mo family rushed into the hall, urgently reporting to the higher-ups, including Mo Chung. Upon hearing these words, both the guests and the members of the Mo family were utterly astonished. The Mo family, as the premier family in the East, held unparalleled strength and prestige. The notion of being besieged in their own stronghold was indeed a shocking revelation, akin to the sun rising from the west. At this moment, their gazes inevitably shifted towards the side where Mou stood. The young man had just proclaimed his intent to leave no one alive from the Mo family, and now, mere moments later, they were being besieged with great force. It appeared that this assault had been premeditated. Mo Cheng's heart sank, his expression instantly darkening as he cast a cold glance at both Mou and Yi Kong. He then turned to Mo Lan beside him and said, "I leave this to you. I shall step outside to investigate." Boom. No sooner had Mo Cheng's words left his lips than a fireball suddenly soared in from the outside, violently propelling several of the Mo family's formidable guardians stationed at the entrance. The main gate was shattered, revealing the outside world, where a terrifying beast measuring 5 to 6 meters in length was now laid bare before their eyes. Was that the amethyst-winged Lion King? Upon seeing the purple flames, some gasped in shock and fear, recognizing that this creature had already ascended to the 4th tier. Its form and presence bore a striking resemblance to its father's 6th-tier amethyst-winged Lion King. To encounter such an extraordinary beast in a human city was enough to instill awe. This is a 4th-tier beast? Stared in disbelief at the sudden appearance of the purple flames, Dou Qi exclaimed. What kind of formidable power was attacking the Mo family that they could even unleash a 4th-tier beast? It was well known that within the Yunlan sect, the highest tier of domesticated beasts was merely 3rd tier, and those were not meant for combat, but rather for the convenience of the sect's higher-ups. A hint of gravity appeared on Na Lan Yin Ran's delicate face as she turned her beautiful eyes towards the calm young man in the green robe nearby. She sensed that all of this seemed intricately tied to him. Meanwhile, Yi Tsong, upon seeing the figure of the purple flames, breathed a sigh of relief. If their allies did not charge in, he feared he might be the first to fall here. Who exactly are you? The Mo family seems to have never wronged you. Why seek trouble with us? Mo Cheng's voice, laced with growing unease, echoed as he declared. You must understand that the emergence of a 4th-tier beast from the Mo family also weighs heavily on my heart. Haha, Mo Cheng, have you really forgotten my voice? A hearty laughter interrupted Mo Cheng's words, and at that moment, an elderly figure slowly emerged from behind the purple flames. It's you. Upon seeing that figure, Mo Cheng's expression changed drastically, his face darkening as he spoke with palpable fury. Yi Fan, you old wretch, what are you planning? Is it to pursue a vendetta against my Mo family? The crowd in the arena also displayed expressions of astonishment at the sight of this figure. In the Eastern Territories, Yi Fan's reputation was not significantly inferior to Mo Cheng's. In fact, without the backing of the Yunlan sect, it was uncertain whether the Mo family, under Mo Cheng's leadership, could truly surpass the Yi family led by Yi Fan. Now, with Yi Fan personally leading his forces into the Mo family, it seemed that a bloody conflict between the two families was imminent. What was particularly curious was that it was rumored Yi Fan had been gravely injured and in seclusion. Yet here he stood, vibrant and alive, accompanied by a 4th-tier beast. On the other side, observing Mo Cheng's bitter and vengeful demeanor, Yi Fan chuckled lightly, saying, I am merely fulfilling a promise made to another, nothing more. Upon hearing this, Mo Cheng frowned, and then turned his gaze to the side, where Mo Yu stood, sneering derisively, a bloodline expelled by my Mo family, and yet you, Yi family, go to such lengths to curry favor with him. Yi Fan, you truly regress with age. If you withdraw today and hand this child over to me, I assure you that this matter will be forgotten. Mo Cheng was momentarily perplexed by the Yi family's intentions, responding with feigned civility. Haha, Mo Cheng, you are attempting to place me in an unjust position. Furthermore, even if I were to agree, this imposing fellow beside me would certainly not. After speaking, Yi Fan turned to Mo Yu with a hearty laugh. Young brother Mo Yu, your magical companion is truly formidable. Without it, I fear I would be unable to breach the fortress of the Mo family, akin to a tortoise shell. This declaration left many in the audience astonished. The 4th-tier magical beast was, astonishingly, Mo Yu's companion. In the realm of Dou Qi, there were no special contracts, and even the most powerful factions could not equip their offspring with such formidable magical beasts. Thus, Mo Yu, possessing a 4th-tier magical beast at such a tender age, was an unprecedented phenomenon in the Gamma Empire for centuries. Nalan Yinran, with her beautiful eyes wide in surprise, gazed at Mo Yu. To have a 4th-tier magical beast as a companion was an achievement she could not fathom. Such beasts were comparable to human Dou Ling experts, standing at the pinnacle of the empire. Uncle Gu, what connection does Mo Yu have with the Mo family? Nalan Yinran inquired softly, tilting her head slightly towards Gu Yi. In response, Gu Yi furrowed his brow and pondered, if Mo Jingyun is indeed his father, then I am aware of some of the underlying circumstances. He elucidated the relationship between Mo Yu and the Mo family, concluding with, the one you were betrothed to, Xiao Yan, is his cousin. The duo known as the twin dragons of the Xiao family refers to Mo Yu and Xiao Yan. Oh, Nalan Yinran blinked in surprise, having not anticipated this connection. Upon hearing the name Xiao Yan again, even Nalan Yinran's usually calm heart stirred with ripples. The youth who had called off their engagement and agreed to a 3-year pact had indeed left a profound impression on her. Reflecting on the 3-year agreement and seeing Mo Yu, the counterpart to Xiao Yan in the Twin Dragons, a weight of seriousness washed over Nalan Yinran. Perhaps the competition a year from now would not unfold as easily as she had anticipated. However, she then noticed another detail. Mo Yu also bore the surname Mo, suggesting a deeper connection to the Mo family, and she wondered, damn it, this 4th-tier magical beast actually belongs to this little brat. With Yi Fan's words, Mo Cheng finally comprehended why the Yi family was willing to ally with this inexperienced youth to launch an assault on the Mo family. Although puzzled by Mo Yu's possession of a 4th-tier magical beast at such a young age, Mo Chung restrained his fury and declared, Yi Fan, my Mo family is not so easily extinguished. If you agree to cease your actions this time and join forces with me to slay this fourth-tier beast, I shall cede to the Yi family the 10 cities west of Donglan City. The business from these 10 cities constitutes nearly half of the Mo family's enterprises. Should we relinquish them, it would jeopardize not only the establishment of the Mo alliance, but also the Mo family's standing among the 4 great clans. Upon hearing Mo Chang's audacious proposition, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Yet, upon further reflection, they could not help but admire Mo Chang's decisive sacrifice. Given the Yi family's formidable presence and the terror of the fourth-tier beast, it was conceivable that the Mo family could be utterly annihilated. Thus, it might be wiser to preserve the Mo family's vitality and await a chance for resurgence. They all turned their gazes towards Yi Fan, uncertain of how he would choose. Yi Fan, upon hearing this, felt a stirring within. If he could assimilate these 10 cities, the Yi family's power would undoubtedly surge, allowing for a peaceful usurpation of the Mo family. However, he swiftly shook his head, not out of distrust in Mou or the enigmatic master behind the boy, but because he did not believe that allying with Mo Chung to vanquish the fourth-tier beast would prove easier than annihilating the Mo family itself. At this moment, Mou, predictably, wore a smile. Although Ziwa had just ascended to the 4th tier, its strength was comparable to that of an average 5-star combat spirit. After consuming the Beast Soul Fusion Blood Pill for half a month, Ziwa successfully advanced, and thereafter, Mou administered 2 bottles of the accompanying purple crystal essence. This essence contained exceptionally pure energy from the ancient beast's body. Ordinarily, upon reaching the 4th tier, Ziwa could directly break through to the 5th tier after consuming the essence. Regrettably, in his eagerness to tame Ziwa, Mou had used 1 bottle, and fearing that Ziwa would enter a prolonged slumber after a rapid breakthrough, he limited its consumption to 2 bottles. Despite having ingested only a third of the accompanying essence, Ziwa's strength had far surpassed that of an ordinary newly ascended 4th-tier beast. Even the combined efforts of Yi Fan and Mo Chung might not be enough to contend with Ziwa. Possessing such a formidable magical companion was one of the reasons Mou dared to ally with the Yi family without fear of betrayal. Observing Yi Fan's refusal, Mo Chang's countenance darkened ominously. The Yi family's demeanor unmistakably indicated their intent to dominate the Mo family. Very well. It seems my blade has not been drawn for too long, leading others to forget my prowess. Yi Fan, you shall pay dearly for this. Mo Chung spat venomously, then turned to Mo Lan, commanding, quickly eliminate that little bastard. I do not wish to hear any tidings of failure. With that, Mo Chung charged directly at Yi Fan. Upon hearing the words of the Grand Elder, Mo Lan's expression grew serious as he nodded in understanding. As the patriarch, he was acutely aware of the perilous situation in which the Mo family found themselves, a predicament brought forth by a youth not yet 20 years of age. Kill these invading foes, he commanded, his gaze fixed firmly on Mou and the relentless onslaught of the Yi family's enemies. At the sound of their leader's orders, the Mo family members exchanged glances, their usual arrogance, buoyed by their family's prestige, now dashed as they faced the harsh reality of being attacked at their own doorstep. They rallied together, charging towards Mou and the Yi family adversaries with fervor. A great battle is upon us, Mou. Be cautious, for I shall dispatch some to protect you, Yi Tsong remarked, fully aware that the true confrontation with the Mo family had arrived. Although Mo Chung was momentarily detained by their ancestral guardian and a formidable 4th-tier magical beast, a fierce struggle still loomed ahead. Do not worry about me, Yi Patriarch. Just hold on. Once Old Master Yi and Ziwa deal with Mo Chung, victory will be assured, Mou replied, nodding with a light-hearted smile. Yi Tsong acknowledged his words with a nod, attentively observing the unfolding situation while keeping an eye on the battlefield outside. At that moment, Mo Chung was engaged in combat with the duo of Yi Fan and Ziwa. Despite being a master of 5-star Douling, Mo Chung found himself challenged by Yi Fan, who, having completed the restoration of the Lu Hatai Su sword, had broken through to 4-star Douling, coupled with his exceptional swordsmanship. Thus, facing Mo Chung was not insurmountable for him. With the assistance of Ziwa, a robust tank and fire attacker, Mo Chung began to show signs of struggle after only a brief skirmish. Witnessing this, the Mo family members were gripped by anxiety. If the Grand Elder were to fall, the Mo family would face utter ruin. Mo Lan's heart raced with dread. Who could have foreseen that the foremost family in the East would be besieged by such formidable foes? Quickly eliminate Mou, he ordered, his gaze narrowing as he shifted his focus onto Mou. With the 4th-tier magical beast being Mou's pet, he believed that if they could slay the youth, the beast, lacking in intelligence, might flee. Without the aid of the 4th-tier beast, Yi Fan would not stand a chance against their Grand Elder. Having spoken, Mulan wasted no time and charged directly at Mou. Heh, Mo Patriarch, it is rather unbecoming to bully the weak, Yi Tsong interjected, stepping in front of Mulan with a grin, blocking his path. Humph, Yi Tsong, merely obstructing my path will not suffice to protect that boy. The Mo family's strength far surpasses what your Yi family can muster, Mulan retorted, a flicker of caution appearing in his eyes as he regarded Yi Tsong, whose prowess as an 8-star Dou master posed a significant challenge for him. I only need to deal with the leader of the Mo clan. As for the others, I have every confidence that Mou will handle them. Yi Tsong chuckled lightly, fully aware of the formidable prowess exhibited by the young man. Oh, upon hearing this, Mulan furrowed his brow. He had assumed that Mou's alliance with the Yi clan was predicated solely on his 4th-tier magical beast. But it appeared that this was not entirely the case. Yet, how powerful could a mere youth truly be? As he pondered this, numerous formidable warriors from the Mo clan had already breached the defenses of the Yi clan, charging towards Mou. Among them were 3 low-tier grand fighters and 10 exceptionally skilled fighters. Faced with such overwhelming might, even a high-tier grand fighter would typically choose to retreat. However, to everyone's astonishment, the young man remained utterly still. Just when onlookers presumed that Mou had been struck dumb with fear, a smile crept across his lips. He raised his hands slightly and swiftly began to form intricate and enigmatic soul seals. As these seals materialized, a powerful surge of spiritual energy flooded the hall, causing all present to turn pale with apprehension. Spiral soul seal. In the next moment, those elite warriors of the Mo clan who had advanced within 5 meters of the young man found themselves suddenly besieged by an overwhelming mental assault. Under the influence of this formidable soul force, they fell like lambs to the slaughter, collapsing silently to the ground. Witnessing this scene, all in attendance inhaled sharply. In less than half a minute, over 10 lifeless bodies lay strewn across the hall, instantly transforming the atmosphere into one of eerie tension, a chilling aura enveloping the space, rendering everyone silent. Gazing at the inexplicably fallen warriors of the Mo clan, both Nalin Yinran and Gu Yi on the high platform drew in sharp breaths. The peculiar nature of soul techniques was rarely seen even in the central continent, aside from the Dan Tower, and in the remote land of the Gamma Empire. Such phenomena were unheard of. Therefore, the display of power by Mou left them utterly astonished. To have triumphed so decisively over 3 low-tier grand fighters and a multitude of fighters with a single move was a feat that would undoubtedly propel Mou's name throughout the Gamma Empire if publicized. With astonished gazes fixed upon the young man, a wave of curiosity washed over Nalin Yinran's beautiful eyes. Yet, when her gaze inadvertently flickered to the familiar light blue fabric revealed by the young man's robe, loosened from the exertion of his soul energy, her body stiffened in shock. The heart of the sea armor? Seeing her master's personal inner armor seemingly adorning the unfamiliar youth, Nalin Yinran gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth in astonishment. At this moment, she finally comprehended the source of the familiar sensation emanating from the youth. It was indeed due to the heart of the sea armor. Gently biting her crimson lip, Nalin Yinran gazed at the solitary figure of the boy with a mix of complexity and disbelief. The heart of the sea armor was a cherished possession of her master, one she had merely observed a few times, never having had the opportunity to don it herself. Yet, here it was, adorning the youth, and the implications were unmistakable. Reflecting on her master's decision to sever ties with the Yunlan sect and the Mo family, she surmised that it was likely to facilitate Mou's quest for vengeance against the Mo family. As she contemplated the purpose of her journey, Nalin Yinran realized she had seemingly found the answer, though she remained perplexed as to why her typically composed master would become entangled with Mou. For a moment, her thoughts were tumultuous and unsettled. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos, after a fierce clash that left over a dozen corpses in its wake, the Mo family disciples, in a state of panic, hastily retreated. No matter how fiercely Mulan roared, they were too apprehensive to venture back into Mou's range of attack. In stark contrast, the warriors of the Yi family, witnessing this, were invigorated, pressing forward and forcing the Mo family to retreat in disarray. Those smaller factions that had previously maintained amicable relations with the Mo family and were contemplating joining the Mo alliance abandoned their intentions upon witnessing the unfolding events. Given the current offensive, it appeared that the Mo family would struggle to withstand the combined assault from the Yi family and Mou. Following this battle, a significant reshuffling of power was inevitable in the eastern factions, with the Yi family poised for remarkable growth. As the forces of the Mo and Yi families clashed fiercely, outside the hall, the pinnacle of both sides were engaged in an intense battle, under the joint assault of Yi Fan and Ziwa. Even the seasoned combatant Mo Chung found himself gradually at a disadvantage. You wish to kill me? I shall ensure you bear some scars. With a ferocious grin, Mo Chung suddenly contorted his body, his left arm vibrating violently, unleashing a fierce dark energy that shattered his sleeve. Exposed to the air, his arm was veined and pulsating like small serpents, and his palm inexplicably widened significantly. The once normal nails had inexplicably elongated by half an inch, turning an ominous shade of black. At that moment, Mo Cheng's arm had completely transcended the normal human form, resembling more the limbs of a beast. A faint crimson hue began to surge within. Moments later, his entire arm transformed into a brilliant red, resembling a flaming appendage. Breaking Mountain Arm? The Elder has actually implanted the front limbs of the fifth-tier magical beast, the fiery Breaking Mountain Rhinoceros, into his own body? The core members of the Mo family gasped in astonishment at the sight of Mo Cheng's dramatically enlarged arm. Die! With a resentful glare fixed upon Mo Chung forcefully stomped his foot upon the pillar behind him, bending his knees slightly. In an instant, his body surged forward like a cannonball, abandoning Yi Fan and charging towards Mo. As he rushed forth, Mo Cheng's seemingly massive hand dragged across the ground, its sharp fingers tearing through the hard floor, leaving 5 deep gashes in their wake. Witnessing the terrifying surge of power emanating from Mo Chung, the onlookers in the hall exchanged apprehensive glances. Although some had heard tales of the Mo family's ability to transplant beast limbs to replace original organs, they had never witnessed the staggering transformation such replacements could yield. Standing firm, Mo regarded Mo Chung, whose eyes had turned bloodshot and red, and coldly remarked, "It is but a death throw. The Mo family, which has stood in the East for decades, is about to be eradicated. You must be quite sorrowful, old man. Little wretch, seeking revenge? Prepare to perish." Mo Cheng's face contorted in fury, his eyes glaring fiercely. He stamped his foot into the ground, propelling himself towards Mo, his colossal hand descending with immense force. At that moment, the very air around him crackled with a deafening sonic boom, a testament to the terrifying might of his strike. Seeing Mo Cheng's assault, Mo remained unperturbed, merely whispering, "Purple fire." As his words fell, the purple fire roared in response, a deep growl resonating throughout the Mo family fortress. With the sound of a lion's roar, the purple crystals adorning its body blazed with brilliance. In the blink of an eye, a torrent of fierce purple flames erupted from within, swirling and coalescing into a massive column of purple fire that shot skyward, the intense heat causing beads of sweat to trickle down the foreheads of all present. Having successfully advanced and absorbed 2 vials of the native purple crystal essence, the purple fire's flames had become increasingly formidable, embodying a semblance of the Lion King's might. What a terrifying display! The spectators in the hall wiped the sweat from their brows, astonished by the fearsome fire column, their throats parched. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, witnessing Mo Cheng's lethal intent towards Mo, prepared to draw his sword for intervention. However, sensing the protective stance of the purple fire, he instinctively halted his movements. A hint of confusion crossed his aged features. Hadn't this 4th-tier beast just broken through? How could it possess such overwhelming power? Roaring in fury at Mo Cheng's treachery against its master, the purple fire unleashed a wrathful bellow, its wings unfurling as that towering purple fire column, standing a full 10 feet high, detached itself and hurtled towards Mo Chung. Realizing the impending danger of the massive column, Mo Chung felt a surge of dread. He immediately retracted his lethal move against Mo and hastily swung his beastly arm to defend himself. With a thunderous crash, a sound akin to a thunderclap erupted within the Mo family fortress. The clash between the 5-tiered beast arm and the 4-tiered magical beast's fiery column unleashed a ferocious exchange of terrifying energies, wreaking havoc upon the grand hall. With a resounding bang, after several minutes of deadlock, the violet flames abruptly extinguished due to the depletion of energy. In the aftermath of this confrontation, Mo Cheng's complexion turned ashen. The intensity of the fire column weighed heavily on his heart, just as he began to appreciate the formidable power of the implanted beast limb. An overwhelming sense of crisis surged within him once more. In the next instant, a brilliant white sword light flashed before him with astonishing speed. Under normal circumstances, he might have evaded it, but now, having been gravely wounded by the fire column and influenced by the beasts while after the transplant, his movements were sluggish, and he was unable to escape the lethal arc of the sword. Before the eyes of the onlookers, the white blade swept through the air, grazing Mo Cheng's neck as if it were merely a gentle caress. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a torrent of crimson blood erupted from his throat, and in the blink of an eye, he lay lifeless upon the ground. The 6 Harmonies void sword, Yi Fan struck with lethal precision. Observing the elderly figure beside him meticulously cleaning his sword after the deed, Mo could not help but mutter a slight reproach, acknowledging his knack for seizing kills. However, aside from Mo, The one most eager for Mo Cheng's demise was undoubtedly Yi Fan, although no deep-seated enmity existed between them. The enmity between the Yi and Mo families had escalated to a blood feud. If the Mo family were not extinguished, the Yi family could never find peace. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Fan opted for a swift resolution, decisively eliminating the pillar of the Mo family, thereby simplifying the path ahead. As the elder of the Mo family fell before their eyes, the Mo clan disciples stared in disbelief, their expressions filled with terror and despair. The once formidable presence of the Mo family had crumbled, leaving them devoid of fighting spirit, resembling a scene of impending doom. As the foremost powerhouse of the Mo family, Mo Chung was undeniably its backbone. With his death, the fate of the Mo family appeared bleak. Observing this turn of events, the other factions within the hall involuntarily swallowed hard. Mere moments ago, the Mo family had boasted ambitions of unifying the northeastern provinces of the Gamma Empire. Now, they faced the annihilation of their clan's elder. This stark shift felt profoundly surreal to all present. Yet, regardless of the seeming unreality, the harsh truth before them bore witness to the impending disappearance of the Mo family, once regarded as the foremost clan in the northeastern provinces. The architect of this upheaval was none other than a youth not yet 20 years of age. Mulan, the head of the Mo family, beheld this scene, and the confrontation with Yi Tsong came to an abrupt halt, his visage aging considerably in that moment. He glared at Mou with a sinister malice, unable to comprehend how this bastard child, cast away from his lineage, had managed to ascend to such heights, and even allied with the Yi family to confront the Mo family. Had he known this would transpire, he should have personally struck him down at the earliest opportunity. Noticing the cold, ruthless gaze of Mulan, Mou replied with a sneer. Though the Mo family of Yinqing is regarded as the foremost clan in the East, to me, you are merely a frog at the bottom of a well. You should not have taken my biological father's life, causing my grandfather such profound sorrow, nor should you have attempted to assassinate me to demonstrate your foolishness. Now, as dust returns to dust, and earth returns to earth, the Mo family shall no longer exist in the Gamma Empire. Upon hearing Mou's declaration, despite having anticipated this outcome, Mulan could not help but feel an overwhelming dread. A family he had devoted decades to was on the verge of complete obliteration. Lord Yi Fan, head of the Yi clan, my Mo family is willing to pledge allegiance to your esteemed family, and I implore you to spare a remnant of our bloodline. As he observed the merciless Mou, Mulan shifted his pleading gaze to Yi Fan and Yi Kong. The astute Mulan recognized that the Yi family's assistance to Mou surely stemmed from their own interests. Although Mo Chung was dead, the Mo family, as the leading clan in the East, possessed substantial depth. If the Yi family could absorb and integrate them, their power would undoubtedly multiply. As long as a fragment of their essence could be preserved, even an allegiance to the Yi family might offer a chance for resurgence. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of interest flickered in Yi Tsong's eyes. The assault on the Mo family had cost them numerous elite fighters, and if they could recruit the remaining strong members of the Mo family, the Yi family's might would surely be enhanced. While Yi Tsong contemplated this, Yi Fan, with narrowed eyes, swiftly intervened before Mulan could elaborate further. With a flash of his Six Harmonies Void Sword, he struck, severing Mulan's throat with a single blow. As an experienced veteran, Yi Fan understood the necessity of eradicating threats entirely. After the bloody conflict between the Yi and Mo families, their enmity had become irreconcilable, and taking in the enemy would only invite future peril. To suggest that the Yi family spare the Mo family was, in essence, to challenge Mou directly. Yi Fan quickly discerned the ulterior motives behind Mulan's words, and, without hesitation, executed him. Witnessing the actions of his esteemed ancestor, Yi Tsong was momentarily taken aback. However, being no fool, he soon grasped the imprudence of attempting to recruit the Mo family's warriors. With both Mo Chung and Mulan slain by your hand, I extend my gratitude to you, kind sir. Observing Yi Fan's ruthless dispatch of Mulan, Mou could not help but chuckle lightly. Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It was thanks to your magical beast. Otherwise, even I might not have been a match for Mo Chung. The combat prowess of that purple flame is not to be underestimated. Even I felt a threat to my life from that fiery pillar." As the two individuals engaged in casual conversation, Yi Tsong had already led the Yi family's warriors to gradually clear the battlefield. With the absence of the Mo family, represented by Mo Chung and Mulan, and aided by the purple flames, the Yi family began to steadily seize control of the Mo family's stronghold. Witnessing this scene, the guests in the hall felt as though they were caught in a surreal tale. Their original purpose for attending was to celebrate the Mo family's longevity. Yet they found themselves on the brink of witnessing the family's disappearance. However, as the walls crumble, Those who once supported the Mo family began to turn their allegiance towards the Yi family, particularly Yi Fan. Yet, there were some who sought to curry favor with Mou, but the youth coldly rebuffed their advances. Ascending to a high platform, Mou gazed upon the burning remnants of the Mo family's stronghold, pondering whether the elder in Wutan City would find joy in this unfolding spectacle. As Mou contemplated, Yi Zhen, the leader of the Yi family's guards, suddenly approached. "What is it?" Mou inquired, observing that Yi Zhen, who should have been occupied with eliminating the remnants of the Mo family, was approaching him instead. "My lord," Yi Zhen bowed respectfully. "There is an individual from the Mo family named Mo Li who wishes to exchange a piece of information for his life." Mo Li? Mou mused, recalling the young man who bore a striking resemblance to himself. A playful smile crept upon his lips. "What valuable information does he possess? Pray tell." 3 days ago, the Mo family captured a young girl, and it seems that the entire upper echelon of the Mo family places great importance on her. The girl is named Ching Lin. Chapter 120, Ching Lin. "Ching Lin, bring Mo Li to me." Upon hearing Yi Zhen's report, Mou was taken aback, then raised an inquisitive brow, stirring numerous memories from the depths of his mind. In the original narrative, Ching Lin was one of the few exceptional individuals with a remarkable physique that appeared rather late in the story, yet left a lasting impression. Ching Lin was a descendant of both humans and serpent folk, subjected to discrimination and indifference from both races during her childhood. While serving as a maid in the Mo Iron Mercenary Group, she encountered Xiaoyan. Eventually, due to her possession of the remarkable green serpent triflower eyes, she caught the attention of the Mo family, who sought to experiment on her with the body parts of magical beasts. Ultimately, Xiaoyan came to her rescue, and she was taken by the Heavenly Serpent Manor for training. The green serpent triflower eyes are renowned as the world's most extraordinary pupils, manifesting solely in the offspring of humans and serpent folk. This unique vision is the nemesis of all serpent-like magical beasts, capable of exerting control over them, except for a select few possessing pure ancient bloodlines. However, it cannot control humans or other magical beasts, but can draw out souls and seize bodily control. Even more astonishing is that once the green serpent triflower eyes mature, they can create a space within the eyes, allowing the controlled entities to be stored there. As one's strength increases, the limitations of this space expand, and the power of the beings confined within gradually gets absorbed, subsequently enhancing Ching Lin's own abilities. It can be said that with the green serpent triflower eyes, Ching Lin possesses the potential to attain saintly status, a rarity in the Dou Qi Continent where Douxing experts have not been seen for some time, standing among the pinnacle of formidable beings. The formidable power of this eye inevitably reminded Mou of his own Thunder Eye. Regrettably, his postnatal Heavenly Gang Thunder body had only been partially awakened, falling far short of the threshold required to rouse the Thunder Eye. However, once he successfully devoured the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts and elevated the vermilion bird's heavenly thunder to its zenith, he would be able to transform his physical form through the cultivation of the profound thunder technique, further evolving his postnatal Heavenly Gang Thunder body to awaken the Thunder Eye. As one of the most potent offensive means of the Heavenly Gang Thunder body, unlocking the Thunder Eye would lead to an exponential increase in Mou's combat prowess. While Mou pondered this, Yi Zhen had already escorted Mo Li to his presence. The once spirited Mo Li now appeared disheveled, his demeanor shifting from arrogance to palpable fear and trepidation. The annihilation of his family, along with the tragic deaths of the Grand Elder and the family head, had evidently inflicted a profound blow upon this young man. "My lord, I know where Ching Lin is. Please spare my life." Upon seeing Mou, a glimmer of hope flickered in Mo Li's dull eyes as he hastily crawled forward to plead. Faced with the perpetrator of the Mo family's ruin, who bore a semblance of his own bloodline, Mo Li was engulfed by an overwhelming dread. Observing Mo Li, who had just hours ago displayed noble bearing but now lay on the ground like a defeated dog, Mou found no pleasure in tormenting the weak to satiate any sadistic tendencies. He simply stated, "Take me to find Ching Lin." Mou recalled that neither Xiaoyan nor Hai Bo Dong had managed to uncover Ching Lin's whereabouts in the original narrative, suggesting that the Mo family had concealed her quite effectively. Upon hearing Mou's command, Mo Li nodded eagerly, as if receiving a divine decree, and promptly led the way. Following Mo Li's footsteps, Mou felt no concern regarding potential treachery. With the Mo family's downfall, it would require someone to orchestrate a trap. Indeed, Mo Li had no ulterior motives. After navigating a few narrow alleys, he ultimately led Mou to a hidden underground chamber within the garden of the rear courtyard. This subterranean hideaway was exceptionally well concealed, with overgrown weeds obscuring the entrance and a massive humanoid statue standing guard. Yi Zhen proactively moved the statue aside, revealing an ancient gray stone door. Li then approached, locating a switch, and after pressing it, a thunderous sound echoed as the stone door slowly creaked open. As the door swung ajar, the interior was illuminated by dedicated luminous stones, dispelling any darkness. Inside, a series of stairs descended, indicating that the chamber lay deep underground. My lord, this is the hidden sanctuary of my family. I happened to overhear that our family captured Ching Lin in Stone Desert City half a month ago. The higher-ups regard this young girl with great importance, which is why she has been confined here. Once we find her, I hope, Li ventured, fearing you might change his mind. Hearing this, you frowned, his impatience evident. Given that you have aided me in locating Ching Lin, after this matter concludes, you may change your surname and depart. Upon hearing the words of Li nodded eagerly. However, as he turned to lead the way, a glimmer of malice flashed in his eyes. As the group entered the underground chamber, you discerned that this place was not only exceedingly secretive, but also constructed with black stones that possessed the remarkable ability to sever spiritual energies. It was no wonder that in the original narrative, Xiaoyan could not locate Ching Lin's whereabouts, and ultimately had to forcefully slay Cheng to intimidate the family into compliance. The underground chamber was rather confined, and soon you arrived at a small secret room. Within, there lay a sleeping young girl, approximately 13 or 14 years of age, clad in elegant light green attire. Though her frame was petite, she exhibited an oddly mature development, curves where they should be, delicateness in her limbs, though her appearance retained a hint of youthful innocence. Her exquisite, delicate face resembled that of a beautiful porcelain doll, evoking a sense of compassion akin to that felt for a timid little rabbit. Upon sensing the arrival of others, the girl slowly opened her eyes. Having been forcibly brought to this location, she was particularly on edge, cautiously retreating 2 steps, wrapping her arms around her legs, and huddling against the corner, her small frame trembling incessantly. Who are you? Why have you brought me here? She stammered, her voice quivering with fear. Noticing the girl's demeanor aligned with the original depiction, became increasingly convinced that she was indeed Ching Lin. His gaze then lingered on her exposed wrist, where a few azure snake scales were noticeable, further solidifying his certainty. However, he found himself at a loss for how to alleviate the girl's terror. Suddenly recalling her background, he spoke gently, "Do not be afraid. I am not with the group that brought you here. I am here to rescue you. You are the maid of Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, correct? Rest assured, I also hail from the Xiao family. My name is Mou." Upon hearing his name, Ching Lin ceased her sobbing, as if a realization dawned upon her. She then softly replied, "You are young Master Mou?" Taken aback by her words, Mou expressed his surprise. "You know of me?" Ching Lin nodded, her guard slightly lowered as she timidly admitted, "Captain Xiao Ding and Captain Xiao Li occasionally discuss matters concerning the family, and they often mention the young Master Xiao Yin and young Master Mou of the Xiao family. Thus I have heard some tales." Mou found it both amusing and perplexing that Xiao Ding and Xiao Li had spoken of him. He had met the 2 brothers a few times in his youth, but retained little else in memory. Yet, since she had mentioned him, he sensed that engaging with Ching Lin would be more accessible. "Since you have heard my name, you should trust that I am not a villain. The individuals outside who sought to capture you have been dealt with, and now you can safely accompany me outside." Mou remarked with a gentle laugh as he forcefully dismantled the lock of the secret chamber. Entering the room, he approached the young girl, Ching Lin, and knelt beside her, caressing her head tenderly. "What a beautiful little creature you are. Everything is safe now." At these words, the fear in the girl's eyes momentarily faded. Since her birth, Mou was the first to compliment her beauty and express concern for her safety. Within her fragile, traumatized heart, a strange feeling began to stir. With her enchanting yet timid gaze, she asked, "Why did you save me, young master?" As Mou gazed into Ching Lin's watery eyes, he noticed a slight green tint, with 3 minuscule emerald dots seemingly hidden deep within her pupils. Fixated on those peculiar green eyes, he felt a fleeting moment of disorientation, quickly jolting back to reality as a chill ran down his spine. The terrifying 3-colored pupil of the green serpent. A hint of astonishment crossed Mou's face. Indeed, it was the most extraordinary eye in the Dou Qi Continent, capable of momentarily mesmerizing even his soul. When Mou looked into Ching Lin's eyes again, the 3 tiny emerald dots had vanished. Understanding that even Ching Lin had yet to master control over her extraordinary gaze, he affectionately patted her head and said, "In truth, I was unaware of your abduction. I merely happened to have a vendetta against your captors. After eliminating them, I was surprised to find you here, and thus I came to rescue you." Hearing that Mou had merely aided her by chance would have diminished the gratitude of another, but for Ching Lin, the fact that it was Mou who personally liberated her left a profound impression on her innocent heart. "Thank you, young Master Mou. Once I return, I shall request from Captain Xiao Ding and Captain Xiao Li to serve you as your personal maid in gratitude," she whispered. Muyu felt a stirring in his heart upon hearing her words. Setting aside her remarkable beauty, her formidable potential alone was enough to captivate anyone. At that moment, Muyu suddenly inquired, Ching Lin, have you ever met Xiaoyan? Taken aback by his question, Ching Lin shook her head. Since Captain Xiaoding took me in, I have yet to meet young Master Xiaoyan. It seemed that Xiaoyan had not yet arrived at Shimo City. Perhaps the butterfly effect caused by her abduction had led the Mu family to capture Ching Lin prematurely, Muyu mused. In that case, I shall send someone to Shimo City to assure your cousin, Captain Xiaoding, of your safety and to request that you remain by my side. Muyu replied with a gentle smile. I shall serve young Master Mo dutifully, Ching Lin declared with a solemn expression upon hearing his words. Her choice to follow Mo was not solely predicated on his act of saving her, but rather on the profound sensitivity she felt in his presence, where she was met with neither disdain nor impatience. In Stone Desert City, due to the enmity between humans and serpent folk, she faced animosity for possessing serpentine blood. However, in Mou's gaze, she discerned equality and respect. Come, you must have been confined here for quite some time. Allow me to take you outside, Mou said as he lifted Ching Lin onto his back. In taking her as his personal attendant, his spirits soared. This young girl, once she matures, could become a formidable force. Thank you, young Master Mou, Ching Lin replied softly, a hint of shyness coloring her voice as she nestled against him. After a few paces, Mou suddenly spotted a corpse and upon closer inspection, recognized it as Mo Li, the one who had guided them earlier. My lord, this individual was lurking about, seemingly attempting to trigger some mechanism, so I took the liberty of eliminating him, Yijin quickly explained. Upon hearing this, Mou waved his hand dismissively. He could surmise Mo Li's intentions, which were nothing more than the petty revenge of an ant. He had wished to spare him, but the man had failed to seize that opportunity. Now that he was dead, it was of little consequence. As they emerged from the underground chamber, sunlight poured down upon them. Feeling the warmth of the long-lost rays, Ching Lin's face broke into a joyous smile. The girl's charming and delicate features sparkled with an ethereal brilliance. She inhaled deeply, lifting her small face, and in her emerald green eyes, 3-minute green dots suddenly reappeared, silently manifesting once more. Thank you so much, young Master Mou, she expressed sincerely, resting on his shoulder. Initially, she had thought she would meet her end in that place, and for someone who had faced discrimination throughout her life, it seemed a fitting conclusion. Yet, the boy's appearance not only saved her, but also allowed her to bask in the light once more. Perhaps, from that moment on, a certain figure began to take root deep within her heart. As they walked through the Mo family residence, it was evident that the Mo family had been nearly entirely purged. Every member of the Yi family they encountered greeted Mou with respect. In Salt City, who did not know that it was under this young man's strategic guidance that the Mo family met their demise at the hands of the Yi family? Before long, this news would spread throughout Salt City, and the entirety of the Jamma Empire would be aware. Young brother Mou, where have you been? Yi Fan called out as he spotted Mou in the hall ahead. Following the eradication of the Mo family, the Yi family had ascended to become the foremost family in the East, and he had been occupied engaging with various leaders of power to discuss numerous collaborations. The Mo family kidnapped a maid from the Shao family, and I have just rescued her, Mou replied nonchalantly. The 3-colored pupils of the Emerald Serpent are exceedingly unique, which is precisely why the Mo family specializes in the transplantation of magical beast limbs, hence their interest in the azure scales. Ordinarily, no one would perceive anything amiss. Upon scrutinizing the young girl, although Yi Fan harbored doubts regarding the Mo family's motive for capturing a mere maid, he was thoroughly satisfied with the gains from this venture and had no desire to pry further. The Mo family's treasury had already been organized. Young brother Mou, would you like to take a look now? Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Mou was momentarily taken aback, but his eyes soon sparkled with intrigue. Surely, the treasury of the foremost family in the East must contain numerous treasures. Chapter 121, The Treasury. Seizing an opportunity to retract the purple fire back into the beast ring and properly settle the azure scales, Mou then shifted his focus to the Mo family's treasury. While he had no immediate interest in the martial arts techniques or elixirs collected by the Mo family, being solely focused on establishing a faction, he was indeed in dire need of mid to high-tier magical cores. According to the prior agreement with the Yi family, Mou was entitled to a 40% share of the Mo family's treasury. Although he stood alone, the entire Yi family had raised no objections, for everyone was acutely aware of who was responsible for the Yi family's ascendance to replace the Mo family. Under Yi Fan's guidance, Mou and Yi Tsong arrived at the rear mountain of the Mo family. After traversing a brief path, they soon halted before a cave entrance, where faint lights could be discerned emanating from within. The surrounding stone walls were adorned with intricate patterns of magical beasts, exuding a fearsome aura. However, such feudal intimidation held no sway over Yi Fan and the others. Yi Fan led the way, being the strongest among them in terms of combat prowess. Engaged in a tussle with Mo Chung, he had not expended much energy, and as they entered the cave, his presence ensured their safety against any potential traps. Inside the cave lay a long stone staircase that extended into the dim darkness below, the end obscured from view. Embedded in the surrounding walls were moonstones that emitted a soft glow, gradually dispelling the darkness within the cave. The group descended the stone staircase at a leisurely pace. And after approximately 10 minutes, they finally reached the bottom, where a massive, closed stone door awaited them. The door was entirely black, covered in moss, and emanated a sense of weightiness. Observing this, Yi Fan smiled lightly, his withered hand gently pressing against the stone door. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and a surge of formidable fighting spirit erupted from his arm like a mountain shattering the earth, culminating in a thunderous crash as he struck the door with great force. Boom! As debris flew, the door was instantly riddled with cracks, and with a resounding thud, it collapsed, unleashing a blinding light that burst forth from within. In that moment, the group instinctively squinted against the brilliance, and Mo's expression shifted slightly as he exclaimed, "Old Master Yi, be careful." As the echo of Mo's voice faded, a gust of pungent wind surged forth from behind the stone door, a fierce gale charging directly at the foremost Yi Fan. Humph! The sudden turn of events did not evoke any panic in Yi Fan. With a cold snort, he brandished his sword, a flash of white light illuminating the blade. Instantly, a powerful surge of sword energy erupted forth as he swung it forcefully, the sharp sound of slicing wind reverberating within the cavern. Bang! The sword energy pierced through, the fierce wind crashing like a tidal wave against the incoming threat, followed by a piercing shriek that echoed through the air. The massive figure was sent reeling backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. After repelling the ambusher, Yi Fan wielded the Liuha Taishu sword once more, the whistling sword energy sweeping away the dust and revealing the space beyond the stone door. Before Mou and the others lay a rather spacious storeroom, its lighting painfully bright. The walls were constructed entirely of hard ink steel, giving the impression that the storeroom had been carved directly from a vein of this material. Inside, numerous racks held neatly arranged scrolls, while several crystal cabinets displayed an array of meticulously placed rare herbs. As their gazes traversed the storeroom, they soon settled upon a colossal wolf-like beast coiled in a corner, evidently the earlier assailant. Strangely, the creature boasted the front half of a wolf, while its rear morphed into a serpentine tail, suggesting it had undergone some form of grotesque modification. A peak-level beastmaster dares to launch a sneak attack on me. Yi Fan stepped forward into the storeroom, casting a sidelong glance at the bizarre beast as it snarled menacingly. It must be the guardian of this place, he mused. Mou frowned slightly. The Mo family truly was audacious, even conducting research on third-tier magical beasts, undoubtedly expending considerable effort in the process. His gaze shifted from the beast to the storeroom, and upon observing the numerous scrolls, a trace of disdain flickered in his eyes. With a cold chuckle, he remarked, "As a long-established power, these collections are hardly worth noting. They have all been meticulously organized and classified." Yi Fan approached a shelf, his expression brightening as he beheld the high-ranking yellow-tier inscriptions. Martial skills and techniques are the pursuits of all fighters on the Dou Qi Continent, forming the foundation of any established power. Now, the Mo family's decades of accumulated treasures are about to belong to the Yi family. Although Mou held little regard for these techniques, the Yi family had a pressing need for them, should they successfully assimilate the techniques acquired from the Mo family. It was not beyond possibility that the prowess of the Yi family's experts could double. Yi family head, I have no interest in these martial skills. How about I exchange my share for magical cores? Mou pointed toward another corner, where various magical cores of different grades lay piled high. At the very top, there lay a deep crimson magic core, unmistakably a fourth-tier core. Upon hearing this, Yi Tsung pondered briefly before nodding. Although the magic core was indeed precious, the techniques and combat skills were of paramount necessity for the Yi family, making the exchange with Mou rather equitable. Mou nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Before he proceeded deeper into the storeroom, he held little regard for the ordinary profound-tier combat skills or techniques. But he was curious whether the Mo family had anything that would astonish even him. Roar! Observing Mou and his companions rummaging through the storeroom without restraint, the enormous wolf snake, covered in azure fur, coiled its body and let out a ferocious roar. With a flick of its serpentine tail, it unleashed a tremendous force aimed directly at Mou and the others. Whoosh! Before it could reach its target, a flash of white sword light appeared. Yi Fan waved his hand, and the sword energy of the Six Harmonies Void Sword sliced through the wolf's throat as if it were butter. Mou paid little mind to the demise of the wolf-snake beast, continuing his advance until he unknowingly reached the bookshelf at the far end of the storeroom. This bookshelf, unlike the others, was not devoid of protection. Surrounding it was a faint barrier, and the dense energy emanating from within it caught Mou's attention, evoking a hint of surprise. Indeed, valuable items required a certain uniqueness. With that thought flickering through his mind, Mou refrained from hastily breaching the barrier and instead let his gaze linger around the bookshelf, ultimately resting upon a few simple characters inscribed above. Transplantation Technique Manuscript. Chapter 122, Golden Beast's Eye. As he perused the manuscript detailing the Mou family's decades-long research on the transplantation of magical beast limbs, Mou couldn't help but furrow his brow. Initially, he had thought the Mou family to be utterly deranged, but upon closer inspection, he found some merit in their methods of limb transplantation. In comparison, the Mou family's endeavors resembled those of Orochimaru from the Naruto world. Although the nature of the research was exceedingly perverse, it provided an alternative path for the Mou family, who lacked significant bloodlines and power. After all, in the land of fighting spirit, individuals endowed with extraordinary talent and fate, like the protagonists, were exceedingly rare. The majority remained as mere commoners. As he examined the transplantation technique manuscript, Mou quickly discerned two significant drawbacks to the transplantation of magical beast limbs. The first issue was aesthetic. The disparity in size and appearance between human and magical beast limbs was immense. For instance, the shattering mountain arm installed by Mo Chung, while powerful, was grotesquely unsightly. The second and more fatal flaw was that by transplanting magical beast limbs to gain their strength, one would also be susceptible to the erosion of bestial instincts, risking a complete descent into savagery over time. Thus, it appeared that the Mo family's transplantation technique was not as miraculous as it seemed, fraught with considerable risks. Of course, with Mou's profound foundation, he had no need to rely on such means to attain formidable power. After perusing the surgical notes, Mou found himself devoid of interest, instead turning his gaze towards the luminous barrier nearby. Curious, he cautiously swept his eyes beneath the barrier, and after a moment, he let out a soft exclamation. He discerned that the barrier emanated faint traces of spatial energy. This barrier was undoubtedly devised by Mo Chung, containing elements of spatial power, truly a testament to the prowess of the Mo family, showcasing such arcane techniques. Beside him, Yifan also recognized the uniqueness of the barrier, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Spatial energy is a formidable force that can only be initially grasped by those of the Dozong level. It is rare in the current Gamma Empire for anyone to wield such power. However, aside from Dozong experts, certain exceptional objects also harbor a modicum of spatial energy, which, if refined, could be applied in practical ways. Clearly, the Mo family had fortuitously acquired items infused with spatial energy and subsequently enveloped them with this barrier. Mou nodded slightly, flicking his finger to conjure a flicker of crimson lightning at his fingertip, which he then gently touched against the barrier. As the lightning made contact, the barrier rippled, waves radiating outward from the point of contact, and the space around the barrier began to distort. Witnessing this, a faint smile graced Mou's lips. Fortunately, this spatial energy did not derive from a Dozong expert. Otherwise, even the might of Xian Lei would be rendered ineffective. This piqued Mou's curiosity about the contents within, for the item that warranted such protection from the Mo family could not be trivial. 2 minutes later, under the slow erosion of the Xian Lei, the spatial energy gradually dissipated, and the lightning faded away, revealing 2 wooden boxes beneath the barrier, now within the youth's sight. Upon seeing these boxes, Mou and Yifan exchanged glances before proceeding to open them one by one. Upon opening the first box, they discovered a well-preserved, enormous beast's eye, radiating a mysterious and eerie aura, its entire surface shimmering in golden hues, roughly the size of a fist. Though it lay quietly, it seemed to possess a life of its own, fixating intently on Mou and Yifan. The intensity of that gaze sent a chill down Mou's spine. How terrifying this beast's eye is. After a few breaths, regaining his composure, Mou opened the second box, which astonishingly contained another golden beast's eye, perfectly mirroring the first, a pair, one to the left and one to the right. Could this be a part of the Mo family's collection? It seems even more formidable than the 5th-tier Shiyan Poshanshi's formidable arm. Observing this scene, Yifan exclaimed in astonishment. Although the origins of these golden beasts' eyes remain unknown, the overwhelming aura they exuded surpassed that of the Poshanshi's arm, indicating their former master was at least a 6th-tier magical beast, equivalent to a human Do Huang expert. Upon reflecting upon this, Yifan felt a sense of relief, fortunate that the Mo family had not attempted to transplant this pair of beastly eyes. Otherwise, a reversal of fortune might have been possible. However, Mou understood that the Mo family could not possibly transplant these golden beast eyes. Simply put, these eyes were larger than a human fist, rendering them entirely unsuitable. This was precisely why Mo Chung had set his sights on Ching Lin. The formidable strength of the Bai Shi San Hua Tong was one reason, but more importantly, Ching Lin was human, making the transplantation of her eyeballs considerably more feasible. Gazing at the two wooden boxes before him, Mou stroked his chin thoughtfully. Although he was unaware of how the Mo family had acquired these golden beast eyes, their meticulous care suggested they possessed significant value. In Mou's discerning view, these eyes harbored immense power, and their original owner likely hailed from a rare and formidable lineage of beasts skilled in ocular techniques. While Mou had no interest in transplanting the golden beast eyes himself, he had recently discovered that the transplantation technique could also be applied to magical beasts, as observed in the half-wolf, half-snake creature. Though the origins of the golden beast eyes and any latent abilities they might contain remained a mystery, it was prudent to secure them for the time being. The vast expanse of the Dou Qi Continent, in Mou's experience, suggested that even if these beast eyes did not surpass the Bai Shi San Hua Tong, they concealed considerable secrets. If they could be harnessed by Ziwa, they would indeed represent a valuable asset. The Zijing Winged Lion King clan, while a powerful magical beast race, paled in significance within the central state. The growth potential of Ziwa seemed limited to around the 7th tier. However, augmenting its foundational strength might enable it to surpass its limits. It is worth noting that for magical beasts, transcending their inherent ceilings was significantly more challenging than for humans. Without extraordinary fortuity, even with Mou's assistance, such an endeavor would not be easily accomplished. After the last incident in the small valley, where Ziwa had devoured the mysterious beast's remains, there had been no substantial changes aside from its advancement, highlighting the arduous nature of evolution for magical beasts. Otherwise, the magical beast world would not have been dominated by the three great super beast families for so long. Given that these golden beast eyes were a pair, Yi Fan decided not to contest with his younger brother Mou for them. Noticing the interest in Mou's eyes, Yi Fan chuckled. My Yi family has already garnered enough this time. You may take these beast eyes. Aware of the young man's potential, Yi Fan seized the opportunity to foster goodwill. Mou understood Yi Fan's intentions and, without hesitation, replied with a smile. Then I shall remember the favor of Elder Yi. With that, Mou carefully placed the two wooden boxes into his storage ring. Planning to consult Ziwa once it broke through to the 5th tier and gained its own intelligence regarding the necessity of these beast eyes. Despite being the master, Mou approached such matters with a spirit of negotiation, refraining from imposing the decision of eye transplantation upon Ziwa. Chapter 123, Renowned Far and Wide. Young master, it is time to rise. In the early morning, Ching Lin, with her delicate hands resting on her slender waist and her exquisite visage, softly called out to the resting Mou on the bed. At the sound of her voice, Mou gradually opened his eyes, his eyelids drooping as he lazily sat up, bemusedly gazing at the gentle and soft-spoken Ching Lin beside him. Since his rebirth, it was the first time he had the pleasure of enjoying the attentions of a devoted maid. Under the care of Ching Lin's tender hands, he quickly donned his garments. Young master, you mustn't blame Ching Lin for disturbing your sweet dreams. Just now, the Yi family sent over the items you required, Ching Lin said sweetly, her petite frame snug against Mou as she assisted him in dressing. Coughing slightly, for it was the early morning when a man's desires were at their peak. Mou noticed that despite Ching Lin's tender age of merely 13 or 14, perhaps due to their shared bloodline of serpent and human, her petite and delicate form possessed all the right curves and contours. For those with certain peculiar predilections, such attributes could be utterly irresistible. Although Mou did not share such inclinations, he could not help but feel a surge of impulse at that moment, yet he swiftly suppressed it. Ching Lin, with her delicate hands, attended to Mou with utmost satisfaction. Stretching languidly, he jested, this lifestyle truly befits a young master. If I were to lose such a considerate companion in the future, would I not be forced to return to my former way of life? At his words, Ching Lin felt a sweet sensation in her heart. Through their brief yet profound interactions, the bond between her and Mou had grown increasingly intimate. Moreover, owing to Mou's life-saving grace, Ching Lin was more than willing to serve him in such a manner. Young master, have you sent the letter to Captain Xiao Ding and the others? If so, I can remain by your side indefinitely, she murmured as she smoothed the creases of Mou's sleeves. Indeed, I sent it last night. I personally penned a letter and entrusted it to the Yi family, asking them to deliver it directly to the leader of the Mo Tai mercenary group in Shimo City. Do not worry. I believe cousin Xiao Ding and the others will receive it shortly, Mou replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling Ching Lin's hair. In truth, Mou had never truly regarded Ching Lin as merely a personal mate. Firstly, her extraordinary talent was far too precious for such a role, and secondly, the perilous journey ahead made it exceedingly inconvenient to travel with her. If possible, Mou wished for Ching Lin to join the Tianqi mansion. Just as in the original narrative, the Tianqi mansion was a formidable force in the northwestern continent, and in the original story, Ching Lin had grown to become a dozuan there, suggesting that the resources for cultivation were indeed plentiful. Furthermore, the Tianqi mansion harbored no ill intentions towards Ching Lin, nurturing her as a potential heir. Regrettably, the Tianqi mansion had sought out Ching Lin independently, and even if Mou wished to entrust her to them now, he had no means to do so. Thus, he could only keep Ching Lin by his side for the time being, leaving the possibility of the Tianqi mansion seeking her out in the future to fate. After donning their attire, Mou and Ching Lin arrived at the main hall. The place he currently resided in was still the Mo family estate. However, following the family's downfall, it had been seized by the Yi family. This transition was met with little dissent from the various factions in Yen City, who had witnessed the fierce conflict firsthand. My lord, the magic cores you requested have all been stored within this spatial ring, Yi Zhen stated respectfully as he stood in the hall. He then bowed to Mou and presented a light pink spatial ring. Receiving the ring, Mou extended his soul's power to probe its contents. Discovering that the Mo family had amassed a considerable collection of magic cores, likely due to their research into the anatomy of magical beasts. Among them was a 4th-tier magic core, while a dazzling array of 3rd-tier magic cores numbered 10, alongside several dozen 2nd-tier cores. The cumulative value of these magic cores was estimated to exceed 3 to 4 million gold coins. If he were to consume them all, it would undoubtedly enhance his strength by 3 or 4 stars. Nodding in satisfaction, Mou expressed his gratitude to Yi Zhen, saying, "Please extend my thanks to the head of the Yi family. The remaining items from the Mo family's treasury may be entrusted to your clan." In response, Yi Zhen smiled broadly. "Thank you, my lord." The myriad techniques and skills housed within the Mo family's treasury were invaluable to the Yi family, serving as a cornerstone for the rise of any clan. Mou's decision to relinquish these treasures to them was indeed a significant favor. Mou, however, waved his hand dismissively. The lower-tier techniques and skills held little utility for him, far overshadowed by the practicality of the magic cores. Moreover, the pair of golden beast eyes he had acquired from the treasury was the true priceless treasure, rendering even the 5th-tier magical beast's earth-shattering arm, hailed as the Mo family's greatest treasure, as mere trinkets in comparison. He planned to wait until the purple fire transcended to the 5th tier and gained sentience before deciding how to utilize the golden beast eyes. Once Yi Zhen departed, Mou gazed at the spatial ring in his hand. After a month-long scheme to eradicate the Mo family, he had achieved his objective, and it was now time to elevate his strength, especially with the spirit fire of the myriad beasts of the Mulan Empire awaiting him. After issuing a few instructions to Ching Lin, Mou retreated into his chamber, embarking on a prolonged period of seclusion. During Mou's retreat, news of the Mo family's annihilation spread like wildfire throughout every corner of the Gamma Empire after a few days of brewing. As the foremost family in the eastern part of the empire, the Mo family had long been regarded as an indomitable force. Yet, this once mighty clan, after being abandoned by the Yunlan sect, had been decisively obliterated by a young man in alliance with the 4 great families, undoubtedly igniting considerable intrigue and discussion. The reputation of Mou has soared like a rocket, as people unanimously believe that the extraordinary talents and intellect of this young prodigy, not yet 20, have undoubtedly eclipsed the younger generation of the empire. Even the prominent second generations of various esteemed families in the imperial capital express a keen interest in Mou. While tales of his exploits circulate throughout the lands of the Gamma Empire, 2 particular locations are engrossed in discussions about the young man. In Shimo City, in the southern part of the city, within the Mo Tai mercenary corps, a spacious hall houses a young man clad in white, seated in a position of authority, quietly perusing a letter in his hand. "Elder brother, what has cousin Mou written?" A voice suddenly echoed in the vast hall. Below the young man in white sat a resolute youth in black robes, none other than Xiao Yin, who had been separated from Mou for over half a year. The identity of the young man in white soon became evident. He was Xiao Ding, the eldest son of the Xiao family patriarch. Haha, word has spread outside, claiming that little Yu has annihilated the Mo family. Truly, he is worthy of being one of the twin dragons of the Xiao family. How did I not realize before how formidable little Yu is? Besides Xiao Yin, another young man, dressed in mercenary attire and bearing a resemblance to him, laughed heartily. "Second brother, I cannot compare to cousin Mou's prowess," Xiao Yin replied with a wry smile, waving his hand dismissively at the mercenaries' praise. Since parting ways with Mou, Xiao Yin had journeyed to the northern region of the monster beast mountain range to train. And under the guidance of the esteemed Yao Lao, his progress had been swift, far surpassing that of most peers. Yet, for reasons unknown, he always felt a lingering sense of having missed something. After departing from the northern part of the monster beast mountain range, he followed Yao Lao's advice to venture into the Tagore Desert in search of the Blue Lotus Earth Heartfire, where he reunited with his two older brothers. Not long after arriving at the Mo Thai mercenary corps, he was struck by the shocking news that Mou had allied with the Yi family to obliterate the foremost family in the east. Xiaoyan, do not be modest. Both your second brother and I are well aware of your potential. However, Little Yu's actions are indeed astonishing, remarked Xiao Ding, who had finished reading the letter unbeknownst to them. His eyes, usually revealing wisdom and cunning, now reflected an unshakable astonishment. In their time at the Xiao family, Mou had been relatively obscure in both status and talent. Who could have anticipated that after several years apart, the once inconspicuous youth would achieve such monumental feats? The Mo family, a clan far more powerful than the Xiao family, had been brought to ruin by the hands of this young man, a revelation that is simply staggering. It is easy to imagine the magnitude of the shock this news will bring as it spreads throughout the entire empire, reaching even the small town of Wutan. For Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, who had not returned to their family for several years, the impression of that tender figure in their memories began to fade, while the image of a powerful and wise dragon of the Xiao family was firmly etched in their hearts. Oh, Ching Lin was actually taken by the Mo family? After Xiao Yu annihilated the Mo family, she rescued Ching Lin, who is now serving as her personal maid. Xiao Li swiftly perused the letter handed to him by Xiao Ding and exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, there seems to be a significant secret surrounding Ching Lin, which caught the attention of the Mo family. Now that she has been rescued by Xiao Yu, I can finally rest easy. Henceforth, let Ching Lin accompany Xiao Yu as her devoted attendant, Xiao Ding remarked with a smile. For Xiao Yan, who was newly arrived, the mention of Ching Lin by Xiao Ding and Xiao Li left him in the dark, leading him to listen quietly. Xiao Yan, Xiao Yu also mentioned you in the letter. He holds great confidence in you, haha. The twin dragons of the Xiao family, Xiao Yu has already begun to shine. I believe you will soon follow suit. Xiao Ding said, patting Xiao Yan's shoulder with a hearty laugh. Meanwhile, Xiao Li added, Xiao Yu truly lives up to the bloodline of the Xiao family, huh? To celebrate Xiao Yu's revenge, we must drink to our heart's content tonight. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Yan raised their hands in agreement. In Xiao Yan's heart, a determination began to take root. As Xiao Yu's steps quickened, he knew he could not lag behind. Yunlan Mountain, Yunlan Sect. At the summit of the rear mountain of the Yunlan Sect, shrouded in mist, it resembled a realm of immortals. On a protruding black rock at the edge of a cliff stood a noble woman adorned in a golden robe embroidered with purple brocade, her hands forming seals of cultivation. The air, rich in energy, emanated faint streams of azure aura, swirling around her, which she continuously absorbed into her body for refinement and assimilation. When the last wisp of azure aura was absorbed, she slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of terrifying brilliance flashing through her gaze. Her inky hair, dark as ebony, stirred gently as if moved by an unseen wind. Have you been to the Mo family? After concluding her meditation, the woman turned to the moon-white-robed figure who had arrived unannounced behind her. This woman was Yun Yun, who had parted ways with Mou several months prior. And standing behind her was Nalan Yinran, who had just returned from the Mo family. Nalan Yinran's brows were furrowed, her expression complex as she regarded her esteemed master, having inadvertently uncovered a colossal secret during her time at the Mo family. Indeed, my disciple did visit the Mo family. However, before her departure, the Mo family had ceased to exist, Nalan Yinran responded. What? Upon hearing the news of the Mo family's annihilation, Yun Yun immediately stood up, her usually serene and beautiful face suddenly transforming. The gentle breeze clung the golden robe tightly to her exquisite figure, accentuating her alluring curves. The Mo family has been destroyed. So suddenly, who could have done this? Could it be him? But how could a mere youth accomplish such a feat? In recent days, Yun Yun has been in seclusion, thereby remaining oblivious to the happenings of the outside world. The demise of the Mo family may seem a significant event to ordinary folks, yet for the Yunlan sect, it is merely a ripple in the vast sea of existence. Thus, no one dared to disturb the sect master as cultivation over such a trivial matter. When Yun Yun received first-hand news from Nalan Yinran, it brought her considerable astonishment, for the Mo family's downfall was likely connected to the young man she had often pondered in her heart. At that moment, Yun Yun realized her disciple was still by her side and gradually withdrew her intricate thoughts, feigning indifference as she inquired, how did the Mo family meet their end? Though Yun Yun masked her reaction swiftly, Nalan Yinran, ever observant of her master's demeanor, keenly sensed the shift in the latter's aura upon hearing of the Mo family's extinction. With a wry smile in her heart, She mused that the intentions of the Gamma Empire towards her master were conspicuous, stretching from the imperial capital to Yunlan Mountain. Not to mention, even the esteemed Dan Wanggu, he harbored affections for her master. What perplexed Nailin Yanran was the fact that her master, who had always shown disinterest in men, had developed feelings for a youth nearly her own age. However, as a disciple, Nailin Yanran refrained from speaking too much and began to recount the events surrounding the Mo family's downfall. As she narrated, Yun Yun's serene and beautiful visage gradually revealed signs of emotion. Indeed, the Mo family's demise was intrinsically linked to MOU. It had only been a few months since their parting at the Demon Beast Mountain, yet the young man had already acquired the strength to obliterate the Mo family. Even if he had relied on the power of the Yi family, he had ultimately achieved it. Reflecting on the 5-year Do Huang agreement sworn by the youth in the cave, Yun Yun could not help but tighten her delicate hand. What was impossible for others seemed merely a modest goal for him. MOU, I await the day of your ascension, she murmured softly, gazing towards the distant horizon. Chapter 124, Advancement and Return in Salt City. Within the Mo family, as MOU's reputation spread throughout every corner of the Gamma Empire following the Mo family's annihilation. The young man had remained silent and hidden for an extended period. Master has been in seclusion for so many days. Surely, he is well, mused the maid Ching Lin. Her gaze filled with concern as she watched the room from outside. It had been 5 days since MOU received the magic core transferred from the Yi family. And during this time, the room had been eerily quiet, save for the occasional sound, which left Ching Lin increasingly anxious. As time flowed slowly by, the bored Ching Lin sat on a step, resting her delicate chin on her hand, lost in thought as she gazed into the room. Since becoming MOU's personal maid, the young girl had devoted herself entirely to him. Although MOU did not require her service during his seclusion, she remained dutifully stationed at the door. The posture of the young girl had persisted for several days. Just when she believed today would unfold like any other, marked by another day of anxious anticipation, a sudden sound emanated from the tightly shut door, a creak. Accompanied by this noise, the girl named Ching Lin, seated upon the steps, instantly brightened, rising in delight. In the gaze of the young girl filled with expectation, a youth clad in a green robe slowly emerged. Sunlight cascaded upon him. And although he had been in isolation for several days, he exuded no trace of despair. Rather, he radiated an invigorating spirit. Simultaneously, a formidable aura, far more potent than before, began to pour forth. Young master, you have emerged from seclusion, Ching Lin exclaimed, her voice brimming with pride as she approached the now more robust Mu Yu. She had naturally heard the rumors surrounding him over the past few days, and the fact that she was able to accompany such a remarkably gifted master filled her with immense pride. Indeed, I have emerged, Mu Yu replied, his gaze resting fondly upon the girl who had waited for him. He gently ruffled her hair with a soft chuckle. During his time in seclusion, he had successfully refined all the magic cores of the Mu family using the Zhuke Burning Sky Thunder, which not only allowed the technique to absorb vast amounts of energy and grow rapidly, but also resulted in a significant surge in his own strength. Just days prior, he had been a 3-star Dou Master, and now he stood at the pinnacle of a 6-star Dou Master, mere steps away from breaking through to a 7-star Dou Master. Achieving such a breakthrough from 3-star to 6-star in just a few days was nothing short of astonishing in the eyes of the outside world. However, for Mu Yu, it was a tangible reality. He found himself somewhat entranced by the overwhelming surge in power he now possessed. Nevertheless, Mu Yu was well aware that his rapid advancement was due to the decades of foundation laid by the Mu family. As the foremost family in the eastern provinces, such opportunities were rare. His continuous breakthroughs to 3-star were facilitated by his unique physique, the Tiangang Thunder Body, which prevented him from experiencing the usual pitfalls of rapid advancement. Yet, Mu Yu sensed that the limitations of this incomplete Tiangang Thunder Body would cap his potential at 3-star. Any further attempts to force a breakthrough might prove detrimental. At this moment, feeling the robust and solid Dou Qi coursing through him, coupled with his hidden reserves, he believed he could contend with a great Dou Master without relying on soul power. Of course, he estimated that he could only match a low-tier 1-star Great Dou Master, while higher-tier Great Dou Masters would still possess the capability to dominate him, who was merely at Dou Master level. Nonetheless, to have reached such heights after just a year of training outside was undeniably remarkable. Let us go and pay a visit to old Master Yi. The matters in Yinqing have concluded, and it is time for us to depart, Mu Yu said, affectionately tousling Ching Lin's hair as he smiled. He has not forgotten the promise made to Master Frank of Blackrock City. Now that the Mo family has been successfully eradicated, and his strength has surged tremendously, it is time to fulfill that vow. Accompanied by Ching Lin, he entered the hall, where Yi Fan and other senior members of the Yi family were engaged in discussion. Upon seeing the young man emerge from his seclusion, A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Yi Fan's murky old eyes. Brother Mo, you must have gained significant insights during his retreat. There should be a remarkable breakthrough. Sensing the subtly escalating aura emanating from Mo, Yi Fan's aged face displayed a hint of astonishment, followed by a veiled inquiry. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, the other senior members of the Yi family, including Yi Tsong, turned their curious and astonished gazes towards the young man. At such a tender age, possessing the strength of a 3-star battle master, and now experiencing yet another breakthrough. He truly is a child of destiny. The thought of Mo's mysterious and formidable spiritual power only added to their astonishment and trepidation. Disregarding Yi Fan's probing, Mo naturally refrained from divulging too much about his greatest secret, the vermilion bird's heavenly flame. Instead, he feigned nonchalance and smiled, saying, "It is merely a minor breakthrough. I have come to bid farewell to the elder Yi." From the earlier conversation among the group, Mo had also learned of the Yi family's intention to relocate their headquarters to Yinqing. He understood their rationale. Yinqing, as a premier city in the eastern part of the empire, serves as a vital thoroughfare to the eastern provinces, boasting an advantageous strategic position and thriving commerce. The Mo family had rapidly prospered thanks to Yinqing, and for the Yi family to aspire to supplant the Mo family as the foremost clan in the east, relocating to Yinqing is undoubtedly a wise decision. Upon hearing Mo's intent to take his leave, Yi Fan nodded in understanding and chuckled, "Haha. Master Frank must be anxiously awaiting your return. However, when he learns of the Mo family's demise at your hands, he will surely be astounded." Shaking his head, Mo replied calmly, "The Mo family was not destroyed solely by me, but rather it was a joint effort between our two families." The elder could not help but shake his head at the young man's humility and composure. Anyone in possession of such renown would typically seek to broadcast it to the world, yet this young man seemed utterly detached from it all. Yi Fan was acutely aware that although the downfall of the Mo family indeed involved the Yi family's contribution, the pivotal orchestrating role was performed by this youth. Barely 20 years old, even he had not anticipated the successful eradication of the Mo family. "If you wish to travel to Blackrock City, my Yi family has a convoy departing tomorrow morning to transport goods, and we can conveniently take you and your maid along," suggested Yi Kong. Hearing this, Mo pondered for a moment before slowly nodding in agreement. If he were to travel alone, whether on the back of Ziwa or by manifesting his battle chi into wings, it would be a viable option. However, with Ching Lin accompanying him, it would be more prudent to travel with the convoy. Upon witnessing Mo's agreement, the senior members of the Yi family could not help but smile. As Mo's reputation gradually spread throughout the empire, they naturally desired to cultivate a beneficial relationship with the young man, hoping that one day they might align themselves with a formidable ally. With the arrangement made, early the following morning, Mo set off for Haiyan City in a carriage accompanied by Ching Lin. Following the Yi family's convoy, Mo and Ching Lin spent 2 days on their journey back to Haiyan City. Upon their arrival, the two bid farewell to the Yi family's caravan. Following the route indicated by the Yi family members, Mo meandered through several lengthy streets. After some time, he finally came to a halt, lifting his gaze to behold a magnificent edifice before him. The structure was uniquely designed, resembling a medicinal cauldron, with windows that mimicked the openings of a cauldron, and a towering roof adorned with a colossal lid that enveloped the rooms below. His attention was drawn to a plaque above the entrance, crafted from pale purple sandalwood, upon which 5 characters in a somewhat blurred ancient script shimmered faintly. It read, "Alchemist Guild." Ching Lin, standing beside him, gazed in astonishment at the impressive building. Turning to him with curiosity, "Young master, is this our destination? I've never seen such a uniquely shaped house before." Nodding, Mo replied with a light chuckle, "Indeed. This is the Alchemist Guild, where esteemed alchemists gather, affluent individuals who frequent a locale of exceptional quality. Come, let me show you inside." With that, he strode confidently towards the entrance, and Ching Lin dutifully followed behind him. As they approached the door, 2 heavily armed men, who had been observing them for quite some time, stepped forward to block their path. In a gruff voice, one of them inquired, "Young man, this is the Alchemist Guild. Do you wish to enter? Do you possess a letter of introduction from your mentor?" Taken aback, Mo hesitated at the mention of a mentor's introduction letter, which he certainly did not possess. Shaking his head helplessly, just as he was about to express his intentions, a fragrant breeze unexpectedly wafted towards him from behind. Sensing that the source of the fragrance showed no inclination to evade him, he furrowed his brow and stepped aside from the entrance. As Mo moved aside, a petite figure hurriedly took his place, disregarding him entirely. She called back with urgency, "Teacher, hurry up." Sighing, a weary but gentle voice responded from behind, "Child, do not be so rash in your actions." Mo turned his head slightly, his gaze sweeping towards an elderly man who approached at a leisurely pace. His eyes eventually settled on the badge upon the man's chest, whereupon he discerned that the ancient cauldron depicted bore four meticulously drawn silver waves. A fourth-rank alchemist. To my surprise, aside from Frank, there exists a fourth-tier alchemist in Blackrock City. Mou was slightly taken aback, but soon turned his gaze towards the young woman in purple standing a short distance away. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, possessing a charmingly delicate visage that was quite enchanting. Although her stature was somewhat petite, her well-developed figure was remarkably impressive, clad in a fitted purple alchemist's attire. Sensing Mou's scrutinizing gaze, she subtly tilted her head, observing his handsome features and the equally charming young girl beside him. Her curiosity piqued as she took a few more glances. Though Blackrock City was not insignificant in size, as the daughter of the city lord and a direct disciple of Master Otto, a fourth-tier alchemist, she was well acquainted with the more exceptional individuals of the younger generation. However, she could not recall when such a person had emerged in Blackrock City. Gradually retracting her gaze, Lin Fei felt a flicker of curiosity but chose to divert her attention from Mou. Mindful not to commit the breach of etiquette of staring at someone during their first encounter. "Girl, why aren't you moving?" At that moment, the elderly man behind her lazily approached, teasing the young woman. Master Otto. Upon seeing the elder, the two burly guards promptly bowed in respect. Chuckling, the elder, referred to as Master Otto, took a step forward, his sweeping gaze unexpectedly pausing on Mou. Noticing the boy's distinctive aura, he seemed to ponder for a moment, momentarily taken aback. "You are Mou, correct?" The elder inquired, his expression reflecting contemplation. Startled, Mou nodded and replied, "Yes, I am Mou. Do you know me, Master?" "Hee, your deeds have been circulating widely these days, and I have also heard of your agreement with Frank. There has not been anyone of your caliber in the younger generation of Blackrock City, so your presence here has given me some insight." Master Otto remarked with a light laugh. Upon hearing the elder's explanation, Mou finally understood. He then pointed at the guard at the entrance, exclaiming helplessly, "Unfortunately, they do not recognize me, and I lack a letter of introduction. Currently, I cannot even enter the Alchemist Guild." In response to Mou's lament, the elder chuckled. "Frank is always a bit careless. He likely forgot to provide you with the necessary credentials. However, with the significant accomplishments you have achieved, I doubt this small door will pose an obstacle for you." Seemingly aware of something, Master Otto regarded Mou with astonishment, waved his hand, and said, "Come. I will take you inside to find Frank." Noticing the elder's expression, Mou felt somewhat speechless. After all, he had merely eliminated a branch of the Mo family. The way these old fellows regarded him was akin to viewing a peculiar creature, which indeed felt somewhat exaggerated. In the realm of Dou Qi, while the status of a fourth-tier alchemist surpasses that of a doling, Mo Cheng, being a 5-star doling, holds an esteemed position, further amplified by the formidable influence of the Mo family. Thus, even Master Otto, as a fourth-tier alchemist, was taken aback by the downfall of the Mo family. Shaking his head, Mou took Ching Lin's hand and followed the elder into the grand hall. With Master Otto's command, the guards at the entrance dared not impede their passage, allowing Mou and Ching Lin to enter the Alchemist Guild. Meanwhile, the young girl Lin Fei observed with curiosity as her mentor treated Mou with such kindness, having never before witnessed a youth so favored by a fourth-tier alchemist. Mou softly murmured the name, and a contemplative expression gradually appeared on Lin Fei's delicate face. Suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed her features as her beautiful eyes widened in shock, fixating on the silhouette of the young man. She recalled a conversation from a few days prior in which the city lord casually mentioned a name, Mou, who was said to be the principal architect behind the Mo family's annihilation. Without a doubt, the Mou before her was indeed that very individual. As Lin Fei stood in astonishment, Mou followed Master Otto's lead and stepped into the interior of the Alchemist Guild, where he encountered the previously arranged Master Frank. Chapter 125, The Tiger Strength Pill, Departure to the Mulan Empire. In the spacious reception area, Frank and Shui Mei welcomed Mou and the others. "Ha ha, Frank, you owe me your gratitude today. Otherwise, your guests would have been turned away at the door," Master Otto jested as he entered. Upon hearing this, Frank seemed to grasp the situation, offering a cup of tea to Mou with a hint of apology. "I apologize, Mou. I expected someone from the Yi family would notify you before your arrival, yet it seems you came alone." Waving his hand, Mou responded with a light chuckle. "The Yi family is currently occupied with relocating. It appears that Yin City will merely serve as a stronghold for them, while their main base is likely to move to Yin City." Frank reflected on Mou's words and, with a touch of sentiment, remarked, "I never imagined that within just a month, you would accomplish such a significant feat so quietly." The significant feat Frank referred to was, of course, the alliance between Mou and the Yi family that led to the Mo family's downfall. In response to this, Mou shook his head with a wry smile. It was primarily the Yi family's considerable efforts, Without them and my fourth-tier battle pet, this endeavor would have remained unattainable. Admiring MOU's humility, Master Otto expressed his approval, then turned his attention to the enchanting silver-haired girl beside him. I trust MOU with the matters concerning Xuemei. You need not worry, Frank. As a longtime friend, Master Otto was well aware of Frank's intentions to assist Xuemei in escaping her engagement. Initially, he had heard about Frank entrusting the matter of the engagement annulment to MOU, and he was somewhat skeptical regarding the youth. However, as MOU's reputation soared, the elder harbored no doubts. Upon hearing this, Frank nodded with a smile, for his request for MOU's assistance stemmed from two reasons. First, the boy's extraordinary skill in crafting weapons. Second, his possession of a fourth-tier combat pet comparable to a spirit fighter. It was evident that the youth's strength and ingenuity exceeded his expectations. Xuemei, he is to masquerade as your fiancé for the purpose of annulment. And I never anticipated him to be so handsome, Lin Fei teased quietly as she approached. What fiancé? It's merely a pretense of a couple. A mere ruse to find a reason for the annulment. Do not speak nonsense, Xuemei retorted, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Weren't you the one who claimed that no one among the younger generation in Blackrock City could surpass you? Now that someone has appeared, I recall your words. Xuemei suddenly remarked, her dark eyes twinkling mischievously. Apologies, he is not from Blackrock City, and I meant to say someone who could surpass me in alchemy. Xuemei continued, a brief pause in her speech followed by a playful glint in her eyes as she smiled at Lin Fei. Touch, Lin Fei chuckled, brushing a strand of hair from her forehead. However, with his talents, combined with his prowess in crafting, you two would make a fine pair. Though your teacher is one of the most esteemed figures in Blackrock City, one must consider the strength of the mentor who could cultivate such an extraordinary student. I am currently uninterested in men. If you fancy him, go for it. Master Otto is also a renowned alchemist, on par with my teacher. And your father is the lord of Blackrock City, Xuemei replied with a smile, her calm words eliciting a tight-lipped expression from Lin Fei. Is that so? If I were to make a move, you wouldn't try to claim him, would you? A man of such excellence is rare throughout the entire Jamar Empire. Lin Fei jested, rolling her eyes playfully. Listening to the banter of the two young women, Ching Lin gleaned the purpose of MOU's visit. Clenching her small fists, she gazed at the youth in the center, resolutely thinking, young master would never take a liking to you. I shall remain by his side. At that moment, after some exchanges of pleasantries, upon learning that MOU's destination was the Mulan Empire, and that he had some knowledge of alchemy in addition to his mastery of crafting, Master Frank suddenly inquired, MOU, how long do you anticipate your stay in the Mulan Empire? Perhaps half a year, MOU replied. Half a year? Otto mused, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Will you be visiting the capital of the Jamar Empire afterward? The capital? MOU paused, recalling Xiao Yan's 3-year promise, and slowly replied, if all goes smoothly, I should make a trip. Haha. Upon hearing these words, Otto softly remarked, in 6 months, the Alchemist Conference will be held in the capital. I believe, should you find yourself unoccupied at that time, it would be worthwhile to attend. Of course, if you possess a degree of confidence in your alchemical skills, you might consider participating, as it would be greatly beneficial to you. The mention of the Alchemist Conference stirred something in MOU's mind. However, he lamented the absence of a blacksmith conference on the Dou Qi Continent, for that was where his true prowess lay. The Alchemist Conference would not only gather numerous alchemists from the Jamar Empire, but also attract practitioners from other empires across the continent, making it a grand event in the realm of alchemy among the neighboring powers. Missing it would indeed be a regrettable loss. Acknowledging Otto's words with a nod, MOU expressed indifference towards the Alchemist Conference, yet he conceded that attending for the sake of the spectacle might not be a bad idea. After exchanging pleasantries, MOU arranged with Frank to set off for the Mulan Empire the following day, planning to directly visit the Liu family in Shihuang City to annul his engagement with Xuemei. Naturally, Xuemei's family was opposed to the dissolution of the engagement. However, much like Nalan Yanran, Xuemei and Frank decided to act decisively, opting to annul the engagement with the Liu family before informing their families. In contrast to the compensation of a 4th-rank Dan, the gathering chi powder that Nalan Yanran offered to the Shao family, Frank's compensation was equally substantial. Although he did not possess alchemical skills as remarkable as Gu He's, he was not lacking in 4th-rank pills. For the sake of his esteemed apprentice, Frank reluctantly presented a 4th-rank pill, the Tiger Strength Pill. As the name suggests, this pill significantly enhances the physical capabilities of the user, granting them the strength of a tiger permanently. However, one could only consume a single pill, as the effects do not stack. Nevertheless, its value surpasses that of the gathering chi powder, especially since the latter is only effective at the Dou Qi stage, while the Tiger Strength Pill offers benefits even to great Dou masters and Dou spirits. Before their departure, Whether it was to display sincerity due to MOU's rising fame or to prevent any greed from arising in the youth's heart, Master Frank unexpectedly gifted MOU a tiger strength pill. This gesture filled MOU with pleasant surprise, and he graciously accepted it. Coincidentally, his recent training in combat techniques had been stagnant, and with this tiger strength pill, he could seize the opportunity to condense additional lightning patterns in his Lei Gang body. It is worth noting that achieving a perfected Lei Gang body with 100 lightning patterns constitutes an Earth-rank combat technique, and once mastered, it would render his physical form more formidable than that of most magical beasts. This technique was one MOU greatly valued. Content with receiving the tiger strength pill, MOU spent the night resting at the Alchemist Guild with Ching Lin. Early the next morning, MOU and Ching Lin rose early, ready to set off to the Mulan Empire with Xue Mei. However, they encountered an unexpected figure at the entrance of the guild. "Miss Lin Fei, what brings you here?" Gazing at the enchanting maiden who accompanied Xue Mei, MOU was momentarily taken aback and remarked, "It's nothing. Xue Mei is my dear friend, and I intend to accompany her to annul our engagement." The girl giggled, yet the exuberance on her face suggested she was more inclined towards a journey rather than a solemn task. Beside her, Xue Mei's exquisitely cold visage briefly revealed a hint of helplessness, evidently unperturbed by the latter's intentions. Observing this, MOU furrowed his brow. Having already a charming maid at his side, coupled with the strikingly beautiful Xue Mei, the arrival of Lin Fei seemed to promise a journey fraught with enmity. Noticing that old Otto did not appear to have any intention of intervening, MOU found himself pondering, was it that they had such unwavering trust in him? Perhaps due to the purple flame? Shaking his head, he reasoned that with two burdens already in tow, one more would not make much difference. Thus he acquiesced to Lin Fei's inclusion. Amidst the girls' jubilant cheers, they exited the Alchemist Guild and strode purposefully towards the air transport hub located in the heart of the city. Although the purple flame could serve as a substitute for flying beasts, traversing international borders necessitated the guidance of a professional flight crew. Otherwise, a misstep could lead to being mistaken for an invading enemy. After navigating a few unfamiliar streets, MOU and his companions finally arrived at the air transport station, which loomed over a spacious plaza. In the expansive square, a dozen sizable avian creatures known as thick-winged birds rested. Unlike magical beasts, these birds were genuine fowl, characterized by their gentle nature and ease of domestication by humans. However, due to their scarcity, only the Empire possessed the resources to establish such air transport teams. Though their speed paled in comparison to other flying magical beasts, their remarkable endurance allowed them to fly steadily for nearly 4 to 5 days after a single hearty meal. Moreover, an adult thick-winged bird could effortlessly carry loads exceeding 5 to 6 times its own weight over prolonged distances. Yet, at that moment, each thick-winged bird was flanked by a long queue, and near the wooden ladder leading up to the birds, a uniformed attendant was diligently collecting ticket stubs. Observing the lengthy line, MOU frowned. If they had to wait, acquiring tickets would likely take quite some time. Noticing his concern, Lin Fei promptly patted her ample chest and volunteered, "Leave this to me." Without awaiting MOU's response, she proceeded towards the ticketing hall. At this juncture, Xue Mei interjected. Lin Fei's father is the Lord of Black Rock City, thus she is well connected. Upon hearing this, MOU nodded, revealing no particular astonishment at the girl's lineage. Actions momentarily startled the icy visage of Xue Mei. Throughout their journey, he had maintained a demeanor that was neither warm nor cold towards her or Lin Fei, yet he displayed a remarkable amiability towards the petite maid beside them, engaging in light-hearted banter and laughter. Although neither she nor Lin Fei harbored any particular sentiments towards, their feminine pride was inevitably pricked. Both felt that their status and beauty eclipsed that of Ching Lin, yet the youth remained indifferent, treating them with less regard than he did the maid, stirring a sense of dissatisfaction within them. Unbeknownst to, who was focused on Lin Fei as she approached the ticketing hall, a girl was seen conversing with a ticket clerk. Shortly thereafter, a manager, resembling a person of authority, hurried over with a respectful demeanor. In the midst of Lin Fei's impatient expression, he swiftly produced several ticket vouchers from his bag. After receiving the tickets, Lin Fei waved her hand dismissively at the manager and turned back. "Here. This is a ticket for the first-tier magical beast, the giant feathered beast, which boasts a flying speed far superior to that of the thick-winged bird," Lin Fei declared proudly, tilting her delicate chin, as accepted the tickets, tracing his fingers over the unique texture of the beast fur-crafted vouchers. He couldn't help but marvel at the commercial similarities between the Dou Qi Continent and the First Era. "In that case, thank you, Miss Lin Fei. Let us proceed," remarked with a smile, patting Ching Lin on the head. Following the guidance of a ticket clerk, and his companions traversed a corridor, ultimately encountering a colossal avian beast, its size comparable to that of the thick-winged bird. A cursory glance revealed its fierce appearance, and while its level seemed to hover around the first tier, sensed the swirling wind attribute energy surrounding it, unmistakably identifying it as a wind attribute flying magical beast known for its remarkable speed. Perched atop the creature's back was a structure crafted from a special type of wood, noted for its remarkable lightness and sturdiness, albeit with a somewhat scarce supply. The interior of the structure was divided into several small rooms, a few of which were evidently already occupied. Upon their entrance, and his companions, particularly the striking beauty of Ching Lin and the two other young women, attracted numerous eager gazes, accompanied by the sound of swallowed breaths. Fortunately, the esteemed status of Xuan Mei and Lin Fei served as a deterrent, preventing anyone from overstepping their bounds. Adhering to the room numbers indicated on their tickets, and his three companions arrived at their respective quarters. As for Ching Lin, she returned to her own room to rest upon his request, indicating that her service was no longer required. Moments later, the massive flying beast began to flap its wings slowly, swirling currents of wind attribute energy enveloping its form as it ascended gracefully into the sky. With a resounding, piercing cry, the flying magical beast surged into the sky under the command of its tamer, swiftly darting towards the Mulan Empire. Seated by the window in his chamber, Mou gazed at the fleeting wisps of cloud outside, and from the depths of his memory, the distant term airplane suddenly surfaced, eliciting a wry smile as he shook his head to dismiss it. The distance from Shihuang City to Haiyan City was considerable, even at the speed of the flying beast. It would take at least 3 days of flight to reach their destination. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Mou slowly extracted the tiger power pill, contemplating that this might be an opportune moment to enhance his strength. Chapter 126, 30 Thunder Patterns. Observing the smooth, rounded, and aromatic brownish-yellow 4th-grade tiger power pill in his hand, a subtle smile crept onto Mou's lips. The value of a 4th-grade pill is undeniably substantial. Even though Mou had become accustomed to high-tier pills in his previous life, since his rebirth he had only encountered 2 4th-grade pills, both crafted by Frank. After all, only alchemists of the 4th grade or above can concoct such pills, and in the entire Gamma Empire, there are likely no more than 20 or 30 4th-grade alchemists. The effects of 4th-grade pills, as evidenced by the Beast Soul Blood pill, far surpass those of ordinary low-tier potions. And the Tiger Power pill in Mou's possession is no exception. He recalls that in the original story, there exists a 4th-grade potion known as the Beast Power pill, which a student from the Canaan Academy consumed during a battle against Xiao Yin. The Beast Power pill, also a 4th-grade concoction, grants the user temporary strength akin to that of a magical beast. However, while the Tiger Power pill and the Beast Power pill may seem similar, their essences differ significantly. The strength gained from the Beast Power pill is not enduring. It serves merely as a trump card in combat, and once its effects wane, the user reverts to their original capabilities. In contrast, the Tiger Power pill provides a permanent enhancement of strength, free from time constraints, albeit with a boost of only 1/4 the power compared to the Beast Power pill. Both pills possess their unique merits, despite their differing effects, as 4th-grade potions. Neither diminishes the other's value. For Mou, the Tiger Power pill undoubtedly aligns better with his current needs compared to the short-lived burst of strength offered by the Beast Power pill. His cultivation of the Thunder Body technique, inherently a body-refining martial skill, had seen some neglect due to his recent preparations for the downfall of the Mo family, resulting in only 20 Thunder Patterns being accumulated thus far. However, with the Tiger Power pill in hand, he anticipated that the process of condensing the Thunder Patterns would be significantly expedited. Mou estimated that if he could fully refine the potency of the Tiger Power pill, he might be able to condense at least 10 additional Thunder Patterns, as the energy contained within a 4th-grade pill represents a tremendous boon for someone of his current level. Merely a Dou master. With this thought in mind, Mou hesitated no longer. He exited his room, instructed Ching Lin not to disturb him for the next few days, and closed the door to commence his cultivation. Upon hearing Mou's command, Ching Lin obediently nodded. Despite the long journey across borders to the Mulan Empire, the young girl harbored no complaints. From the moment Mou rescued her from the Mo family, he became the unwavering beacon of her devotion. Moreover, as a servant of the Mo Iron Mercenary Corps, Ching Lin felt it was only natural to serve Mou, given the ties between the mercenary group and the Xiao family. Meanwhile, upon returning to his chamber, Mou retrieved a tiger strength pill and consumed it without hesitation. The pill dissolved instantly, and before he could even register the sensation, it surged forth as a torrent of pure energy, akin to a raging river, cascading down his throat and roaring into his meridians. At the instant this energy entered his pathways, Mou's palm, which was maintaining the cultivation seal, quivered violently. He realized that this energy was akin to the potency derived from a tiger's essence, enveloping him in a searing warmth. while simultaneously augmenting his physical prowess. Could it be that this tiger strength pill truly encapsulated the quintessence of a tiger? Momentarily lost in thought, Imoyu quickly centered his focus within, conjuring a whirlwind of silver fighting spirit to surge through his meridians. Ultimately, in a specific area of his pathways, this torrent collided fiercely with the energy of the tiger strength pill. With a muted thud resonating within, Imoyu let out a low groan. A flush crept across his face. Adjusting his hand seal, he began to guide the energy, now somewhat dulled by the fighting spirit, along the path of the thunder body cultivation technique, initiating rapid circulation. As the powerful energy inherent in the tiger strength pill coursed through him, Imoyu could feel his physique expanding slightly. In that moment, he could almost hear the exhilarating roars emanating from the energy. However, before he could react further, the energy from the tiger strength pill began to operate with wild abandon within his pathways, akin to a speeding train. Countless streams of fine energy erupted forth, surging through his meridians in all directions, even penetrating pathways Imoyu had never encountered before, crashing through with reckless abandon. As these pathways were breached, Imoyu sensed a burgeoning force emanating from within. Innumerable strands of energy charged into narrow meridians he had yet to explore, flowing through like a roaring river. This not only impacted his meridians, but also caused his exposed flesh to radiate a soft, yellow glow. Meanwhile, changes were also slowly manifesting upon his right arm. With the aid of the medicinal power, Imoyu focused his mind and, following the cultivation method of the Thunder Gang body, witnessed the lightning runes on his right arm coalesce into 3 distinct forms. In less than an hour, he had successfully refined 3 lightning runes, which prompted him to marvel at the formidable nature of the 4th grade elixir. However, the 4th grade elixir is typically consumed by great Dou masters and Dou spirit experts. For Imoyu, a 6-star Dou master, to indulge in such a potion was undeniably extravagant, yet the effects were profoundly significant. After refining the 3 lightning runes, Imoyu did not exit his meditative state. The energy contained within the tiger strength pill was immensely powerful. He had barely absorbed 2/10 of it, with vast medicinal potency still awaiting his exploration. Thus, during these 2 days of flight, Imoyu remained aboard the bird, having made only 2 brief stops. Yet he did not venture outside. He stayed within the small chamber, simultaneously digesting the elixir's medicinal properties and cultivating the Thunder Gang body. Ching Lin, having received Imoyu's instructions, ensured that the 3 women understood the youth was in training, thus they refrained from disturbing him. Lin Fei muttered a few words regarding Moyu's secluded training, while Shui Mei gazed at the increasingly imminent western wilderness city, her cool demeanor now tinged with gravity. On the 3rd day, Moyu within the room finally slowly opened his eyes. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he stood and stretched, clenching his fists as he felt a formidable power coursing through him, eliciting a smile from the young man. The tiger strength pill, true to its reputation as a 4th grade elixir, had evidently augmented his strength significantly. He could likely confront a 2nd-tier magical beast with sheer physical prowess alone. Moreover, the runes on his right arm had increased by 10, reaching a total of 30. In just a few short days, Moyu's combat prowess had surged once more. While he reveled in his newfound strength, a series of exclamations from outside suddenly captured his attention. Was that Ching Lin's voice? Chapter 127, Aerial Confrontation. Upon hearing Ching Lin's exclamation, Moyu's expression darkened. Simultaneously, a commotion erupted from outside. Sensing the disturbance, Moyu suppressed his joy at his enhanced abilities and hurriedly opened the door, stepping outside. As he emerged, he saw Ching Lin and the other 2 women standing in a corner of the corridor, facing off against several figures whose expressions were anything but pleasant. "Young master, you're out." Upon seeing Moyu, Ching Lin's anxious expression transformed into one of joy, and she rushed over to stand behind him. Both Shui Mei and Lin Fei, upon noticing Moyu, also exhaled in relief, their exquisite faces reflecting newfound confidence as they positioned themselves beside Ching Lin. "Who are you, brat?" One of the elegantly dressed youths at the forefront of the opposing group inquired rudely. The young man, around 20 years of age, possessed a strikingly handsome appearance. Yet his complexion was rather pallid. His eyes, ablaze with fervor, were fixated on the 3 enchanting women behind Moyu. Within his gaze lurked an unmasked lewdness, while his look towards Moyu was steeped in chilling envy. The sight of a man accompanied by 3 ethereal beauties would undoubtedly incite envy and resentment among all men in the world. "Who are you?" Upon witnessing the young man's expression, reminiscent of an animal in heat, Moyu turned to the 3 stunning women behind him and immediately surmised the situation. Frowning slightly, he replied without courtesy, "These individuals must have boarded the flying magical beast recently, likely having switched stations midway, possibly hailing from the Morong Empire." This explained their audacity in harboring lustful thoughts towards Xue Mei and Lin Fei. After all, not everyone would dare provoke a disciple of a fourth-tier alchemist. Humph, ignorant boy. Listen well. I am Lu Su, the fourth young master of the Lu family from West Wilderness City. If you have any sense, amuse the women behind you, otherwise. Upon hearing Mou's inquiry, Lu Su's expression darkened, and he cast a heated gaze towards Ching Lin and the others, ultimately resorting to threats. Meanwhile, several attendants behind him began to crack their knuckles, poised to follow their young master's command. The Lu family of West Wilderness City? At the mention of this name, Mou raised an eyebrow and glanced at Xue Mei, the implication in his gaze unmistakable. This fellow hails from the Lu family of West Wilderness City. Could he be the one you are to marry? Seemingly grasping Mou's unspoken thoughts, Xue Mei furrowed her delicate brows and slowly shook her head. Although she had never met her nominal fiancé, she was aware that the one betrothed to her was the second young master of the Lu family, Lu Xing Mou. This scoundrel just attempted to lay hands on Ching Lin. You must seek justice for us. At this moment, Lin Fei's lovely face flushed with indignation. Her cheeks tinged with a shade of red as she expressed her discontent. As a direct disciple of a fourth-tier alchemist and the daughter of the city lord, she had never before been subjected to such harassment. During Mou's period of seclusion, Xue Mei, Lin Fei, and Ching Lin had gradually grown familiar with one another. Just as the three women were admiring the beautiful scenery through the window of the corridor, Lu Su had approached with ulterior motives, intent on making unwelcome advances. Upon seeing Mou, Lin Fei hastily reported the incident, knowing the young man favored Ching Lin and deliberately mentioned the young girl. Indeed, upon hearing that the pallid-faced youth intended to commit an inappropriate act towards Ching Lin, Mou's expression darkened instantly. He coldly regarded Lu Su and intoned, "You have 3 seconds to leave, or do not blame me for being impolite." At the sight of Mou's wrath, the pale youth felt a sudden pang of unease. Though he quickly dismissed that feeling. As the scion of the Lu family from Shihuang City, a prominent clan in the western region of the Mulan Empire, he found himself driven back by an unknown individual, fearing ridicule from his siblings upon returning home. Who is this wretched brat? Had you obediently handed over the woman behind you, I might have spared your life. But now, a ruthless glint flickered in the youth's eyes as he leered at the 3 women. I intend to capture you and violate your woman right before your eyes, ultimately discarding you to this flying beast. Upon hearing such lascivious words, the expressions of the 3 women, Xue Mei and her companions, shifted to one of indignation and embarrassment. With Lin Fei barely restraining herself from striking back, only to be halted by Mou. "Leave this to me," he said, his demeanor as calm as water. Simultaneously, at the youth's command, the guards surged towards Mou, seeking death. Mou's expression turned icy as he clenched his fist. Crimson lightning surged forth from his hand, infused with a fierce energy, striking the unsuspecting guard squarely in the chest. The 6-star Dome Master Guard staggered back several paces, clutching his chest and howling in agony. Observers were horrified to see his chest turn an ominous black, blood seeping forth, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh, an alarming sight. Real lightning? No. This brat is unusual. Attack, Lu Gu. Lu Su's countenance changed, and he barked orders to another 9-star Dome Master nearby, responding to his master's command. The formidable middle-aged guard nodded, launching himself at Mou with a powerful kick, his foot imbued with deep yellow Dou Qi that whistled through the air, causing Mou to regard him with a hint of seriousness. In response, Mou pushed off the ground with great force. His body slightly bent before he charged at the middle-aged man. Thunderous body, he mentally cried out, as 30 streaks of lightning illuminated his right arm, unleashing a devastating punch that created a sharp sonic wave. Boom! Their fists and feet collided with tremendous force. Despite the middle-aged man's lack of disdain, he was sent hurtling backward by the sheer ferocity contained within Mou's strike. Crash! The middle-aged guard crashed into a nearby room, splintering wood and demolishing the structure, revealing the azure sky and wispy clouds beyond. Observing the pale-faced guard precariously perched on the edge of the flying beast, Mou disdainfully flicked his wrist. With 30 streaks of lightning combined with his own 6-star Dome Master strength, he was virtually unmatched among those below the great Dome Master rank. After dispatching the several guards with relative ease, Mou turned to the terrified, pallid young man and sneered, "Pray, repeat what you just uttered." Chapter 128, Arrival at West Wilderness City. I implore you, repeat what you just said. After effortlessly dealing with the guards, Mou cast a disdainful glance at the ashen-faced youth, Lu Su. With his breakthrough to a 6-star Dome Master, the strength he derived from the Tiger Strength Pill, combined with the 30 strands of lightning power unleashed from the Thunder Pattern body, Mou's physical prowess now rivaled that of a true second-tier apex magical beast. Furthermore, Armed with the Sea Heart inner armor gifted by Yun Yun for added defense, he was unafraid of a direct confrontation. Although this Lu family guard surpassed MOU by 3 stars, he was merely an ordinary 9-star Dou master, foolishly attempting to engage with a humanoid magical beast, a folly whose outcome was all too predictable. Upon witnessing MOU's formidable physical strength, a flicker of astonishment crossed the icy beauty of Xue Mei's eyes. As a disciple, she was well aware of the tiger's strength pill bestowed upon MOU by Master Frank, and it was evident that he had successfully consumed and absorbed its potent effects. However, while 4th-grade pills are indeed precious, they are not divine elixirs, and the enhancement they provide has its limits. Nevertheless, the power MOU displayed was astonishing. Lin Fei also halted her actions abruptly, her enticing lips parting in surprise as she gazed at MOU, who had just felled a 9-star Dou master with a single punch. Although, as an alchemist, she held little interest beyond her craft. She recognized the extraordinary prowess he exhibited at such a tender age. Truly, he possessed the makings of a Dou emperor, even though she had previously heard tales of MOU's annihilation of the Mo family. The contributions of the Yi family and the 4th-tier magical pet were well known among the populace. Thus, to outsiders, MOU remained an enigma, shrouded in mystery. And Lin Fei was no exception. However, witnessing firsthand the capabilities of the youth made it clear just how terrifying his talent was. In the world of Dou Qi Continent, the status of an alchemist, though exceedingly esteemed, ultimately bows to the supremacy of power. Even a high-level alchemist would accord respect to a formidable warrior. The talent and strength exhibited by MOU undoubtedly marked him as a true powerhouse. Given sufficient time, he would assuredly carve a niche for himself within the empire. Realizing this, Xue Mei and Lin Fei remained steadfast in their belief in MOU, while the pale-faced Lu Su before them was utterly petrified by the scene. Who on earth are you? My Lu family is not to be trifled with. The youth, seemingly shaken by MOU's actions, had turned a ghastly shade, akin to that of a corpse, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Attempting to feign composure, he threatened MOU with a fade of bravado. Upon hearing the threat from the youth, MOU cast a disdainful glance at the 8 golden stars emblazoned upon his chest. To possess such power at a young age, an 8-star fighter is indeed commendable in the eyes of the ordinary. Yet, in comparison to MOU, they appear as mere fireflies. As for the Lu family mentioned, MOU regarded them with utter indifference. No matter how formidable they claim to be, their lineage boasts only a single spirit fighter. Their influence at best comparable to that of the Mo family. MOU had no qualms about obliterating the Mo family, even with the backing of the Yi family. He held no trepidation towards such families. Whether it be the Lu family or the Yunlan sect's Mulan Valley, MOU felt no reverence. Who am I? You need not concern yourself with that. As for your insignificant Lu family, there is no need to invoke them as a means of intimidation. The youth spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. Upon hearing MOU's blatant disregard for the Lu family, Lu Su's eyes ignited with fury. In the Mulan Empire, the Lu family was a dominating force, not to be trifled with, especially given their renowned craftsmanship in weapon forging. Even a king fighter would show them some respect. When had they ever been so underestimated? Yet, despite his simmering anger towards MOU, he could not ignore the formidable prowess the youth had displayed, instilling within him a sense of apprehension and even fear. Although MOU appeared several years younger, he had effortlessly defeated a 9-star fighter attendant, a talent that rivaled that of the young lord of Mulan Valley, the Little Beast King. I concede that this matter is my fault, and I apologize. I can even offer compensation, Lu Su said, concealing the malice in his gaze, adopting a tone of submission. The defeat of his most powerful attendant forced Lu Su to relent, silently cursing himself for not bringing a grand fighter escort. However, even though the Lu family was not weak, commanding a grand fighter was not something to be taken lightly, especially since he had sneaked out for leisure, never anticipating encountering a formidable foe. An apology, you say? Very well. However, you seem to imply that you would abandon me to the flying beast. I have always believed in repaying kindness with kindness. Why not leap from here instead? MOU remarked, his eyes discerning the malice that had retreated from Lu Su's gaze, gesturing towards the misty expanse beyond the window. Do not push your luck, Lu Su retorted, his expression momentarily betraying a flicker of panic before he erupted with a hoarse shout. To leap from the heights of the flying beast, with his current capabilities, would render him utterly helpless, certain to meet a demise without a trace. MOU's suggestion was not one of acceptance for his apology, but rather an intent to cast him into the abyss. Though Lu Su had considered feigning submission and plotting revenge upon returning to his family, he had underestimated MOU's foresight, which had led to his perilous predicament. At this moment, he finally comprehended the gravity of his predicament. Having inadvertently provoked a person devoid of any mercy, a veritable madman. MOU, do you truly intend to cast him aside? Shuemei hesitated, not out of a belief that Lu Su ought not to perish, but rather because he was the young master of the Lu family, and their mission to annul the engagement with the Lu family could lead to dire consequences. In response, MOU waved his hand dismissively, signifying his confidence in handling the situation. Observing this, Shuemei fell silent, although their acquaintance was brief. She recognized that the young man possessed a keen awareness of the broader picture. Shall you leap on your own accord, or shall I assist you? MOU inquired, a cold smile gracing his lips as he regarded Lu Su. Naturally, Lu Su was unwilling to remain passive. His expression hardened as a finely crafted dagger suddenly gleamed from his storage ring. Upon sighting the dagger, a flicker of astonishment crossed MOU's eyes. The Lu family, renowned for their forging prowess, had indeed produced a weapon that rivaled the dark serpent shadow sword he had sold in Wutan City. However, despite the weapon's exceptional quality, its wielder's strength was woefully inadequate. In an instant, as the dagger lunged toward him, MOU flicked his left finger, effortlessly sending the weapon flying, disarming Lu Su. MOU waved his right hand lightly, as though indulging in the simplest of tasks. Yet, his hand moved with the precision of an eagle's talon, swiftly lifting Lu Su into the air with a deft grip. With Lu Su suspended, MOU gradually approached the window. Realizing that the youth truly intended to cast him down, a pallor of terror washed over Lu Su's face, as the specter of death loomed ominously in his mind. Do not kill me. Please, do not kill me. His hands flailed in desperate struggle, akin to a drowning man, his visage betraying boundless fear. Nevertheless, MOU's grip remained unyielding, rendering him immobile. The Lu family guards, witnessing MOU's actions, were struck with shock. Should the fourth young master perish, their return to the family would spell their own doom. Just as they prepared to risk their lives to rescue Lu Su, MOU cast a glance at the indistinct structures beyond the window, a playful smile curving his lips, and without hesitation, he hurled Lu Su out into the void. In that fleeting moment of descent, a surge of silver energy erupted from MOU's palm and, under his command, enveloped Lu Su's back, transforming into a gossamer layer of energy akin to a protective shroud. No, as he felt an overwhelming force assail him. Lu Su soon recognized his precarious situation and cried out desperately. Yet, his pleas fell upon deaf ears. With a flick of MOU's wrist, he was cast out like refuse, accompanied by a rushing wind, and swiftly vanished from sight. Fourth young master, the guards of the Lu family, witnessing Lu Su's expulsion from the flying beast, erupted into terrified and impotent cries. The fourth young master had been harmed. They were duty-bound to avenge him. Yet MOU's formidable strength rendered them utterly powerless. As the crowd watched MOU with a mix of anger and trepidation, the building they occupied suddenly trembled slightly before stabilizing moments later. Simultaneously, the voice of the beast tamer controlling the giant bird resonated. Esteemed guests, we have arrived at West Wilderness City. Upon hearing this, MOU appeared to have anticipated it. Turning to smile at Ching Lin and the others behind him, let us proceed. West Wilderness City awaits. It is time to descend. As the four approached the exit, MOU abruptly halted, turning to jest with the Lu family guards, who were still in a daze. Your young master is still below. Is there a chance he hasn't met his demise? With that, MOU picked up Ching Lin and lightly leaped from the giant bird. Once on solid ground, Ching Lin joyfully bounced on her feet. She had never dared to do so atop the flying beast, always feeling a sense of instability. Young master, what did you mean by that? Is that insufferable fellow still alive? After a playful moment, recalling MOU's enigmatic words to the Lu family guards, Ching Lin inquired with curiosity. The two girls, Shuemei and her companion, who had dismounted from the flying beast, also approached, equally intrigued by the young man. Although I too wish to eliminate the one who tormented Ching Lin, he is, after all, a young master of the Lu family. While I bear no fear of the Lu clan, they are the very family from which Shuemei seeks to annul her engagement. Creating a rift would complicate the subsequent dissolution. With a resigned gesture, MOU continued. Thus, I had no choice but to spare him. At the moment I dropped him, I enveloped him in a layer of battle chi, deliberately releasing him from the giant bird when it was merely a few dozen meters above the ground. He is at least an 8-star fighter. A fall from such height would not be fatal, and after a day's rest, he should recover. Upon hearing MOU's words, Shuemei couldn't help but exhale in relief. She had genuinely feared that MOU would kill Lu Su, which would have created an insurmountable mess regarding the annulment. Admiring the young man's audacity and meticulousness, she reflected that she had never encountered anyone so remarkable among her peers. Even so, that fellow Lu Su must be terrified by now. Being cast down from a flying beast is not an experience many endure. MOU, splendidly executed, Lin Fei praised. Extending her fair finger in a thumbs-up gesture, her expression gleeful. His actions had undoubtedly avenged them. For Lin Fei, who had lived in a sheltered environment, it was her first encounter with such loathsome advances, and Lu Su had become the epitome of her disdain. Ching Lin gazed at Mou with admiration in her beautiful eyes, sensing that his fury stemmed largely from her plight. Understanding the sentiments of the young women, Mou chuckled softly and gradually exited the flying transport area. In truth, Mou is a fiercely protective individual. Whether it is Ching Lin, Shui Mei, or Lin Fei, they are all considered his kin. Thus, when Lu Su behaves with such audacity, Mou is naturally inclined to deliver a severe lesson. As they exited the flight center, the streets of the Mulan Empire became increasingly populated. The men here, in comparison to those from the Gamma Empire, exude a more rugged demeanor, adorned predominantly in garments of animal pelts, presenting an impression of boisterous affluence. The occasional passing women, with skin slightly bronzed, possess a sensuous allure. Unlike the demure women of the Gamma Empire, these ladies don tight-fitting leather outfits that barely conceal their bosoms and a hint below. Their slender waists are brazenly exposed, and their long, taut thighs are merely cloaked in short animal skin skirts or shorts. As they walk, their serpentine waists sway enticingly, exuding an alluring charm and grace. Observing the customs and traditions markedly different from those of the Gamma Empire, Lin Fei and her companions curiously surveyed their surroundings, while Shui Mei, having left her homeland at a young age, found everything exceedingly unfamiliar. The four of them attracted considerable attention as they walked, particularly due to the exquisite beauty of Ching Lin and the other two women, drawing many ardent gazes. Let us find an inn to rest for the day. Tomorrow, we shall visit the head of the Lu family to resolve matters concerning Shui Mei, Mou suggested, frowning slightly as he felt the intensity of the stares upon them. The three women nodded obediently in response. After navigating a few streets, they paused before an inn named Welcoming Guests. Noticing the establishment's luxurious facade, the well-to-do Mou and his companions entered without hesitation. Upon entering, a server approached to attend to them, and the sight of such striking young men and women inevitably captured the attention of many in the hall. Mou scanned the area, but his gaze was drawn to an unkempt old man seated in a corner. Noting the disheveled appearance of the elder, the usually composed youth's expression shifted, as he sensed a kinship with the elderly figure. Chapter 129. The Old Soldier and the Alliance of Artifacts. The bustling hall of the inn was filled with a diverse array of individuals, mercenaries jubilantly celebrating their completed missions, rotund merchants engaged in business discussions, weary travelers taking a moment to rest, and servers bustling about to attend to the guests. Yet, amidst this throng, the solitary old man in the corner suddenly captivated Mou's attention. He sat alone at a table, imbibing wine, appearing quite aged, although his hair was white as snow. His gnarled hands, gripping the wine cup, bore the strength of a seasoned blacksmith. Gaze was astonished as he fixed his eyes upon the elderly man, for he sensed a familiar aura emanating from him. A master craftsman, one of considerable skill. In the realm of Dou Qi, the art of crafting had long been in decline, and consequently, there had never been an establishment akin to the apothecarist guild to classify the ranks of craftsmen. Thus, there were no ceremonial robes to signify their esteemed status. Even though a handful of scattered craftsmen roamed the continent, they often went unrecognized in the crowd, which was indeed a lamentable reality. However, as a remarkably talented craftsman, could discern subtle nuances that others might overlook. From the elderly man, perceived an extraordinary essence, a unique quality that had unconsciously emanated from years of immersion in the craft. What astonished even further was the faint trace of weapon thunder he sensed from the old man. In the Dou Qi Continent, people were largely unfamiliar with weapon thunder, yet they were well acquainted with pill thunder. Pill thunder was a necessary trial that accompanied the completion of high-grade medicinal pills, as from the 7th tier onwards. These pills began to possess a form of consciousness. Such pills could be deemed as divine creations that seize the essence of heaven and earth, thus provoking a heavenly tribulation to thwart their refinement, known as pill thunder. The higher the grade of the pill, the greater its wisdom, and consequently, the more formidable the pill thunder became. Likewise, weapon thunder followed a similar principle. The manifestation of a divine weapon upon completion would also seize the essence of heaven and earth, prompting a heavenly tribulation, referred to as weapon thunder by craftsmen. To be a craftsman capable of provoking pill thunder undoubtedly placed one among the elite alchemists of the continent. And the same held true for those who could summon weapon thunder. In a time when the art of crafting was so diminished within the Dou Qi Continent, the emergence of a craftsman of at least 7th tier caliber in a small empire of the Northwest was nothing short of astonishing too. As gazed at the old man, he seemed to sense the youth's scrutiny, causing the elderly man's hand to pause over his wine cup before he turned to look. The eyes of the old and the young met, and upon seeing the youth, a flicker of surprise crossed the elderly man's solemn visage. In that moment, caught a glimpse of an inexplicable meaning that flickered in the old man's murky gaze. Esteemed guests, do you require any service? At that moment, a young attendant from the inn approached, casting a glance at the several beautiful women behind, his eyes flashing with admiration as he spoke respectfully. First, please bring us a table of your finest dishes, and then prepare 4 guest rooms for our rest, replied with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, the attendant nodded respectfully and conveyed its request to the maid at the counter, before leading and his companions to the main hall in search of available seating. However, it was midday, a bustling time, and every table in the hall was filled to capacity, leaving almost no vacant spots. Upon witnessing the scene, the innkeeper's expression turned slightly awkward. Although the business at his establishment was thriving, it was the first time he had encountered such a situation where patrons were left without seats, especially as a newly recruited attendant of merely half a month. Just as the innkeeper found himself at a loss, a frail voice emerged from the side, calmly stating, "I am but an old man. If you do not mind, why not share a table and enjoy a meal together?" Following the voice, the gazes of the group shifted to the elderly man who had spoken. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Mu Yu and his companions, inquiring with a tone of uncertainty, "What do you think, esteemed guests? If this arrangement does not suit you, perhaps we could wait a moment. There may be an opening soon." Before he could finish, Mu Yu waved his hand and replied, "No need for that. Since the elder has kindly invited us, we would be glad to accept. Please serve our meal at this table." With that, Mu Yu took a seat to the left of the elder. This elder was, of course, the same individual Mu Yu had previously observed. Sensing no malice from the old man, Mu Yu was inclined to make his acquaintance. Seeing Mu Yu's actions, the usually demure Ching Lin silently settled beside the young man. Xue Mei and Lin Fei exchanged glances. They had no objections to sharing a table, and thus, both took their seats to the right. As the table was established, the innkeeper cheerfully remarked, "Please wait a moment. Your meals will be ready shortly." Once the innkeeper departed, the elder filled several cups with a drink from the table and offered them to Mu Yu and the others, chuckling softly. "This is the signature green plum wine of Shihuang City. You must be visitors from afar. Do give it a try." The mention of being outsiders did not surprise Mu Yu and his companions, as their attire certainly contrasted with that of the locals. Accepting the cup from the elder, Mu Yu nodded politely, though a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. The elder's demeanor seemed exceedingly genial. Moreover, as a 7th-tier artifact craftsman, what could have brought him to such a remote place as the Mulan Empire? "Thank you for the wine, elder," Mu Yu said, downing the contents of his cup and expressing his gratitude. Despite his internal reservations, he concealed any signs of uncertainty behind a courteous facade. "Ah, young man, you find yourself in the company of 3 beautiful women. You are indeed fortunate to have such enchanting companions. In my youth, I was never as flamboyant as you," the elder remarked, his mood evidently lifted as he observed Mu Yu drain his cup. After sharing a drink himself, his gaze swept over the 3 lovely ladies, particularly pausing at Ching Lin's somewhat mystical eyes, which sparked a glimmer of surprise in his aged eyes, followed by a hearty laugh. At the elder's words, the 3 ladies, Ching Lin included, felt their cheeks flush slightly at the ambiguous undertone. "Ah, dear elder, you have misunderstood. Ching Lin is my maid, while Xue Mei and Lin Fei are merely my friends. I am Mu Yu. May I inquire as to how you are addressed?" Succinctly elucidated his relationship with the 3 young women and proceeded to introduce himself, then cast a glance at the elderly gentleman before him. This seemingly inebriated elder appeared to possess an enigmatic background, one that had not been mentioned in the original narrative. A high-tier artificer is exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, he understood that the vastness of the Dou Qi Continent surely conceals some mysterious figures, and the art of crafting weapons is not as illustrious as that of alchemy. Thus, high-ranking artificers tend to remain obscure. Murmuring the young man's name softly, the elder took another sip of his drink, then chuckled. "It seems it has been quite a while since anyone has called my name. You may refer to me as Elder Bing." Elder Bing, upon hearing the elder's self-designation, whispered to himself. This character was undoubtedly one he had never heard of, and as a rank 7 or higher artificer, his prowess must be formidable, likely rivaling that of a typical dozong expert. Moreover, the influence of high-ranking artificers is generally not inferior to that of alchemists of the same rank, suggesting that this seemingly ordinary elder, known as Elder Bing, could very well be a person of considerable significance. "You are an artificer, are you not?" As pondered the elder's identity, the elder's voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Taken aback, nodded, "Indeed, Elder Bing possesses keen insight. I am indeed an artificer." He did not dwell on how the elder discerned his identity as an artificer, recognizing that it was quite ordinary for a high-tier artificer to perceive such things. Artificers tend to gravitate towards one another. In the Dou Qi Continent, Alchemists hold an exalted status, while we artificers are not only overlooked, but are also as rare as phoenix feathers. It is only in the Mulan Empire that we can be found with slight frequency, albeit still exceedingly rare. Who would have thought that during a mere visit for a drink, I would encounter a young artificer like yourself? The elder remarked, savoring the wine in his cup with a hint of nostalgia. Oh, so Elder Bing is an artificer from the Mulan Empire? Although had long surmised the elder's identity, he still expressed mild surprise. I am indeed an artificer, though not originally from the Mulan Empire. I am merely traveling through. As for my background, perhaps in due time you will come to know it, but for now, it is best you remain uninformed, Elder Bing said, a flicker of sorrow passing through his eyes as if recalling something. Observing the elder's expression, sensed that there must be some hidden story behind it. Yet he refrained from inquiring further at that moment. What rank of artificer are you now? The elder casually inquired. Upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. For to his knowledge, artificers on the Dou Qi Continent did not seem to be categorized as specifically as alchemists, due to their rarity. There exists no definitive classification standard for the weapons forged by blacksmiths, rendering them incapable of establishing grades or any hierarchical system. The ranks that MOU previously devised for his crafted weapons were merely a personal interpretation, inspired by the understanding of the Dou Qi Continent and modeled after the 9 grades of medicinal pills. When the elder inquired about his rank as a blacksmith, the question left the young man somewhat bewildered. Beside him, Shui Mei and Lin Fei exchanged puzzled glances. As alchemists, they took immense pride in their craft. In the Dou Qi Continent, any family boasting an alchemist would bask in collective pride. Conversely, regarding the so-called art of forging, Shui Mei and her companion, though they had heard of it occasionally, regarded it as an inferior skill. Thus, upon learning that blacksmiths had their own grading system modeled after alchemists, they found it somewhat laughable. However, despite their pride as alchemists leading to a certain disdain for blacksmiths, they held an immense respect for MOU and refrained from making any derisive remarks. I apologize, Elder Bing, but I am unaware of my rank as a blacksmith. MOU replied, shaking his head. The elder's expression shifted to one of surprise as he questioned, did your master never take you to assess your rank? MOU shook his head again, a significant confusion arising within him. It seemed, based on the elder's words, that there might be an organization for blacksmiths as well. Dare I ask, Elder Bing, do we blacksmiths have an organization akin to the Alchemist Guild on the Dou Qi Continent? MOU directly inquired. Shui Mei and Lin Fei, intrigued, also lit up with curiosity. How had they never heard of a blacksmith organization? It appears your master has been rather negligent in this regard. The elder chuckled lightly, while summoning a waiter to bring another jug of wine. My master merely taught me the basics before departing to explore the continent, so my understanding of the blacksmithing community is quite limited, MOU explained. The elder nodded, not doubting his words. Blacksmiths were indeed rare, and thus the recipes for forging were exceedingly scarce. While alchemical formulas could be purchased with money, one could not necessarily acquire forging recipes even with wealth. Consequently, some blacksmiths preferred to traverse the continent in search of ancient, lost recipes or to exchange insights with fellow blacksmiths. Now I see. You must be unaware of the existence of the Qi Alliance, the elder said slowly. Qi Alliance? At the elder's words, MOU raised an eyebrow. If he was not mistaken, this must be the organization for blacksmiths on the Dou Qi Continent. However, the name seemed reminiscent of the Dan Tower in Zhongzhou. Was it possible that it was an organization established by some of the continent's foremost blacksmiths? According to MOU's understanding, the Danta is a faction freely organized by alchemists from the Dou Qi Continent, situated in the Holy Dan City. It has existed for a considerable duration, and it seems that the hierarchical system of alchemists on the Dou Qi Continent was conceived by them. The Qi Alliance was established 50 years ago, formed by a consortium of the continent's foremost artisans, who dedicated a decade to crafting a comprehensive ranking system for weaponsmiths, modeled after that of alchemists. However, due to the limited number of weaponsmiths, the Qi Alliance remains rather discreet, lacking the presence of alchemist guilds found in major cities across every empire on the continent. As far as I know, in the northwestern region, only the Mulan Empire and a few neighboring empires boast branches of the Qi Alliance, attributed to the slightly higher number of weaponsmiths in these nations. The elder took a sip of his drink while slowly elucidating this information. Upon hearing this, MOU nodded, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He had never anticipated the existence of a weaponsmith organization in the Dou Qi Continent. It remained uncertain whether poison masters had their own organization. Given the prevalence of poison masters in the Outcloud Empire, it would not be difficult for them to unite and construct their own ranking system. Shaking his head, MOU redirected his focus to the Qi Alliance. If such an organization indeed exists, he would be quite eager to join. He possessed numerous precious crafting blueprints that could only realize their utmost value in the hands of peers, and obtaining a portion of the power within would undoubtedly be advantageous. Chapter 130, The Letter of Introduction. Gazing at the elderly man before him, who was consuming cup after cup of alcohol with great fervor, Mou could not help but marvel at the intriguing world of the Dou Qi Continent. Xiao Yin encountered a hidden powerhouse among the top 10 in the empire at an inconspicuous map store, and here he was, casually resting at an inn. Yet he had also forged a connection with a mysterious and formidable weaponsmith. Although it remained uncertain whether he could foster a friendship with this enigmatic elder, it appeared that the latter bore no ill will. "Thank you, Elder Bing, for enlightening me about the Qi Alliance. I am immensely grateful," Mou expressed. After speaking, he poured himself a glass of wine, clinked it with the elder's cup, and downed it in one gulp. He discerned that the elder was quite fond of wine. Although Mou himself held a lukewarm appreciation for it, he chose to indulge in a few more cups to keep the elder company. "All right, lad. You've drained my wine," the elder grumbled, yet his expression belied any anger, revealing a hint of delight. Clearly, sharing a drink with someone was far more enjoyable than drinking alone. "Waiter, bring us a few more jugs of wine." Observing the elder's demeanor, Mou offered a slight smile and quickly beckoned the innkeeper. Upon hearing Mou's call, the waiter promptly delivered the wine, accompanied by an array of delectable dishes that continued to arrive at their table. Upon seeing the table laden with delectable dishes, the three women with azure scales felt their appetites stirred. It had been quite some time since they had savored such delightful fare while journeying on the flying beast. "Heh, young lad, do indulge. I must take my leave now," remarked the elder, wiping the remnants of wine from the corner of his mouth and letting out a satisfied burp. Taken aback, Mou hesitated, wishing to cultivate a closer relationship with this elderly gentleman. However, since the elder intended to depart, he knew it would be futile to insist otherwise. Out of respect, Mou escorted the elder to the door. "All right, young lad. No need to see me off any further." The elder waved his hand as he stepped out of the inn. "Then let us part ways here. I hope to cross paths with you again, Elder Bing." Mou chuckled lightly, also relinquishing certain plans in his heart. The elder was distinct from Hai Bo Dong, and he was unlike Xiao Yin as well. Xiao Yin could afford to hire Hai Bo Dong as a bodyguard because Hai Bo Dong's formidable powers had been sealed by Medusa, compelling him to rely on the aid of Yao Lao, who concealed himself behind Xiao Yin. With Yao Lao as a trump card, Xiao Yin was unafraid of Hai Bo Dong's potential betrayal, thus enabling a carefree collaboration. Conversely, although Mou possessed enticing offerings that could intrigue the elder before him, such as artifacts unseen in the Dou Qi Continent, his current strength meant that should the elder succumb to greed, he would only meet his own demise. Thus, until he amassed greater power, Mou was not inclined to reveal too many of his secrets. "Young lad, today marks the most pleasurable drinking experience I have had in many days. In consideration of your company, I may share some intriguing information," Elder Bing said with a faint smile. "What information?" Mou inquired, astonished. Concerning the Artifact Alliance, Elder Bing smacked his lips, seemingly savoring the lingering taste of the wine. The Artifact Alliance was established rather recently, and there are far too few artisans in the Dou Qi Continent. However, in the Mulan Empire, there are quite a number of artisans, and there exists a stronghold of the Artifact Alliance. "Young lad, would you be interested in joining the Artifact Alliance?" Upon hearing the name Artifact Alliance, Mou immediately felt a surge of interest and chuckled. "Elder Bing, are you affiliated with the Artifact Alliance? Could it be that you can facilitate my entry?" Though the Artifact Alliance may not possess the formidable stature of the Alchemist Guild, it is not an organization one can join casually. An assessment is required. Whether you can join the alliance depends not on me, but on your skills in artifact crafting," Elder Bing explained, shaking his head. Nodding in response, Mou acknowledged that the Artifact Alliance, boasting a master craftsman like Elder Bing, was evidently not an inconsequential force that would accept any mediocre individual. "I kindly request that you inform me of the process to join the Artifact Alliance." "I would be immensely grateful," Mou said, clasping his hands in respect. In the Beast Wilderness City, located in the central region of the Mulan Empire, there is a stronghold of the Artifact Alliance. A simple inquiry will lead you there. Once you arrive, I have a letter of introduction for you. Present it, and as long as you pass the assessment, you shall be able to join the Artifact Alliance." Elder Bing retrieved a parchment sealed with sheepskin and handed it to Mou. Upon receiving the parchment, Mou observed the exquisite crimson seal embossed with the image of a remarkable furnace, which he recognized as a refining furnace. Just as alchemy requires a cauldron, so too does the art of crafting necessitate a furnace. The refining furnace can effectively temper and meld materials, providing substantial assistance. It is an indispensable tool for any craftsman. Thus its value is considerable. When Mou had just been reborn, he lacked the funds to procure such a furnace, and given his exceptional skills, he had yet to acquire a suitable one. However, should the opportunity arise, he could forge a refining furnace himself. for having an adept tool would greatly facilitate his future endeavors in crafting. Thank you, Elder Bing. If given the chance, I shall certainly visit Beast Wilderness City. Mou expressed gratefully as he accepted the parchment. His journey to the Mulan Empire had two primary objectives: to fulfill his promise to Master Frank by aiding Shui Mei in her annulment from the Lu family, and to venture to the Wan Beast Mountain Range to consume the Beast Spirit Fire with the Zhuke, Burning Heaven Thunder. Now, it seemed he had a new itinerary: to join the Craftsmen's Alliance in Beast Wilderness City, a guild for artisans. Here is your letter of introduction. Whether you can pass the assessment depends on your abilities, Elder Bing remarked dismissively as he waved his hand, offering Mou an encouraging glance before he faded into the throng of people, soon disappearing from the young man's sight. After watching the elderly figure gradually vanish, Mou stood still for a moment before turning to enter the inn. Though he was uncertain why he had caught the elder's attention, it appeared that the old man bore him no ill will, seemingly appreciating him for his own merit. Mou, you're back. What did that old gentleman say to you? Lin Fei, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired eagerly upon his return. Nothing much, just a farewell, Mou replied, choosing not to elaborate on matters concerning the Craftsmen's Alliance. He glanced at the nearly finished meal and added, let us eat up and then retire to our rooms. Tomorrow morning, we shall head to the Lu family to annul Shui Mei's engagement. Upon hearing this, Shui Mei's expression grew slightly serious as her beautiful eyes turned toward Mou. The outcome of their endeavor tomorrow would rest heavily upon the young man. She hoped her mentor had not misjudged his capabilities. Mou, however, remained calm and composed, reflecting that the strongest member of the Lu family was merely a two-star doling. If necessary, he could summon the purple fire and demonstrate whose strength prevailed. Chapter 131, The Lu Family. Early the next morning, with pressing matters at hand, Mou and his companions rose early. Under the attentive care of Ching Lin, Mou was soon dressed and ready. Although he had previously instructed Ching Lin not to exert herself so much in her service, the young girl seemed to adhere closely to her role as his attendant, diligently attending to his needs, which left him somewhat exasperated. Let us proceed to resolve the matter concerning Shuemia at the Lu family. As Ching Lin and I stepped out of the room, we fortuitously encountered Shuemia and Lin Fei emerging from their quarters. Yu chuckled lightly. Shuemia, do not be anxious. Yu shall assist you in successfully annulling your engagement. In terms of scholarly pursuits, he is an exceptional artifact craftsman and in martial prowess. He possesses a formidable fourth-tier combat pet. If the Lu family possesses any sense, they will not compel you to wed their second young master. Lin Fei, noticing a hint of tension in Shuemia, offered her reassurance. Indeed, I am perfectly fine, Lin Fei. Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Shuemia's heart felt a wave of relief, and she turned to Yu, saying, I shall trouble you with this matter, Yu. There is no need for formality. It is my duty to fulfill the requests of others. Master Frank has bestowed upon me ample compensation, and thus it is only right that I assist, Yu replied calmly. Observing his composure, Shuemia felt a growing confidence regarding the annulment of her engagement. After exchanging pleasantries and tidying their belongings, the group settled their bill and departed the inn. Before leaving, Yu effortlessly gleaned the location of the Lu family in Shihuang City from the innkeeper. As the foremost family in Shihuang City and its surrounding region, the Lu family's reputation was indeed illustrious, known by nearly all within the city. Following the innkeeper's directions, the four of them navigated through bustling streets for nearly half an hour before gradually arriving at the Lu family's grand estate situated at the heart of the city. Gazing upon the opulent mansion that resembled a royal palace, Yu couldn't help but marvel at the Lu family's immense wealth and influence. In comparison to the war fortress of the Yu clan, the Lu estate radiated luxury and grandeur. Upon entering the Lu estate, they were halted at the entrance by the Lu family's guards. Esteemed guests, this is the Lu family of Shihuang City. Do you possess an invitation from the head of the family to enter? An invitation? Yu's gaze shifted to Shuemia beside him. Please inform the noble head of the family that Shuemia from the Shui family of Shuyang City has come to pay her respects. Shuemia stated with a voice as cool as ice. The Shui family, from Shuyang City, located to the north of Shihuang City, held a similar status to the Lu family and boasted a formidable spirit fighter. The previous heads of the Shui and Lu families shared a deep friendship, which had led to a betrothal agreement between their families, a matter Yu had heard from Master Frank. On the other side, the Lu guards exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback by the beauty and poise of Shuemia, whether it was her captivating presence or their prior knowledge of the Shui family of Shuyang City. One guard hastily stepped forward to relay the message. Seeing this, Yu and the others exchanged looks, patiently awaiting the outcome. As time gradually passed, a quarter of an hour slipped by. Just as Lin Fei began to pout in dissatisfaction, the grand doors of the Lu estate swung open once more, revealing a benevolent-looking elder. Ah, I am the steward of the Lu family. May I inquire which one of you is the esteemed Miss Xuemye? Upon seeing the newcomer, the elderly man was momentarily taken aback. His murky gaze swept over Mou and his companions, ultimately lingering upon the three young women, each equally captivating in their own right. The steward of the Lu family, aware only that the prospective bride of the family's second young master was named Xuemye, had never beheld her true visage, prompting his inquiry. I am Xuemye, she declared, stepping forward. She then produced a jade pendant, extending it toward the old steward. This pendant served as a token of affection bestowed upon her by the head of the Lu family, thus affirming her identity. The steward accepted the pendant from Xuemye, scrutinizing it closely. His eyes widened in recognition, and he promptly returned the pendant with a respectful demeanor, exclaiming, Miss Xuemye, your presence is a great honor. I regret not having welcomed you properly. Please, come in. The family head and others are awaiting you in the parlor. These are my friends. May they enter as well? Xuemye gestured toward Mou and the others. Of course, Miss Xuemye. You are to be the future matron of our Lu family, and your friends are, by extension, our esteemed guests, the steward responded. His gaze flitted over Lin Fei and Ching Lin before settling upon Mou, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. In his estimation, as the fiancée of the Lu family's second young master, Xuemye ought to maintain a certain decorum with members of the opposite sex, befitting a lady of her stature and the role of a future daughter-in-law. It seemed prudent to discuss this matter with the family head. The marriage between the second young master and Miss Xuemye should be expedited. A Lu family daughter-in-law should simply remain at home, devoting herself to her husband and children. Mou discerned the steward's discontent and inferred his thoughts. However, his purpose was to assist Xuemye in extricating herself from the engagement, rendering him indifferent to the stewardess' opinions. Upon entering the Lu family estate, the group followed the steward through the expansive courtyard, which boasted a picturesque environment. After a few minutes, they arrived at the solemn reception hall, where the steward knocked respectfully before gently pushing the door open. The hall was quite spacious, filled with a considerable number of individuals. At the head of the room sat a middle-aged man with a stern countenance and a square jaw, Lu Yi, the current head of the Lu family, wielding the formidable power of a two-star doling. To the left of this middle-aged figure sat several influential elders within the Lu clan, each possessing considerable strength as grand masters, accompanied by a number of the family's younger generation. Notably, the youth seated farthest to the left exuded charm and allure, his handsome features and upright posture drawing the attention of many young women among the Lu family. However, the youth remained aloof, his eyes closed, radiating an air of icy indifference. This young man was none other than Lu Xing, the second young master of the Lu family. As the old steward led Mou and his companions into the grand hall, the gazes of numerous Lu family members shifted towards them. They were well aware of the impending union between the Lu and Xue families, and upon receiving news of Xuemye's arrival, many hastened to witness the grace of the future matriarch of the Lu family. With the early demise of the eldest son, it was evident that the Lu family would soon pass the mantle to the second son. Thus, their eyes were filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and appraisal as they regarded Mou and his entourage. At the left, a young man slowly opened his eyes upon seeing the tall and strikingly beautiful silver-haired Xuemye. A flicker of possessiveness flashed in his gaze. Master, Miss Xuemye and her friends have arrived, announced the old steward respectfully. Chapter 132, The Annulment of Engagement. As the stewardess' announcement resounded in the hall, the attention of the Lu family members instantly turned to Mou and his companions. Mou, with his handsome visage and extraordinary aura, stood like a sun, captivating the attention of many young women. The three ladies, Qingtong, Lin Fei, and Xuemye, were equally dazzling, each possessing unique charms. Qingtong was petite and adorable, Lin Fei was whimsical and enchanting, while Xuemye exuded an air of aloof elegance, inciting fervent admiration among the young men present. At that moment, a middle-aged man at the center of the hall surveyed Mou and his companions, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Xuemye. After a subtle appraisal, he nodded slightly and smiled. I am Lu Yi, the head of the Lu family. You must be the niece of Xuemye. Although this is our first meeting, you do bear a resemblance to Xuexiong. I trust your father as well. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Lu. I have been studying alchemy under a fourth-grade alchemist in the Jiamar Empire for the past few years, but I remain in frequent correspondence with my father, who is in good health, Xuemye replied politely. Ah, dear Xuemye, I have long heard of your studies with a fourth-grade alchemist from a young age. This is indeed commendable. However, with your marriage to Xing heir approaching, once I finalize the wedding date with Xuexiong, it would be best for you to reside in the Mulan Empire, as it is your true home, Lu Yi remarked, his tone calm and expression serene, yet undeniably authoritative. Upon hearing this, Xuemye was momentarily taken aback. Though she was aware of the Lu family's indifference towards alchemists, she did not anticipate such an immediate attempt to bind her through marriage. Miss Xuanmei, I am Lu Xing. It seems that since our betrothal was arranged in infancy, this is our first meeting. Your beauty is truly astonishing. The handsome young man beside Lu Yi stepped forward, addressing her with a smile. Lu Xing's gaze held a hint of possessiveness as he looked at Xuanmei. Initially hesitant about this fiancée he had never met, the moment he beheld her beauty, all resistance vanished, replaced by a sense of satisfaction. However, when his peripheral vision caught sight of Mou, an inexplicable discomfort, even distaste, stirred within him. The possessiveness of the man rendered him averse to any association between his fiancée and other males. Yet, Xuanmei brazenly arrived at her family estate accompanied by a young man. Not only did this youth possess an appearance and demeanor that rivaled his own, but he seemed even more formidable, instilling a sense of foreboding within Lu Xing. Greetings, young Master Lu, the youth enthusiastically greeted, to which Xuanmei merely responded with a faint acknowledgement. She was acutely aware of the concealed possessiveness lurking in his gaze, which greatly displeased her and intensified her resistance towards the impending marriage. Dear niece Xuanmei, what brings you here today? Upon observing Xuanmei's cold demeanor towards Lu Xing, Lu Yi furrowed his brow slightly, but quickly dismissed it. In family alliances devoid of emotional foundation, such behavior was commonplace. However, he firmly believed that once Xuanmei wed into the Lu family, affection would naturally blossom over time. Uncle Lu, I have a request that I hope you will grant, Xuanmei said, stealing a glance at Mou, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of girlish shyness. She then turned her pleading gaze towards Lu Yi. It must be noted that despite her aloofness, Xuanmei's performance was nothing short of impeccable, prompting even Lin Fei to whisper, "What a little enchantress." As their eyes met, even Mou felt a stirring within him. Xuanmei's typically haughty demeanor had transformed, presenting a striking beauty that was hard to resist. Yet, Mou understood that this was merely a facade, and that their connection lacked genuine depth. According to the script, it was now his turn to take the stage. Indeed, upon noticing Xuanmei's subtle gestures, Lu Xing's expression darkened. How could his fiancée cast flirtatious glances at another man right before him? It was an affront of the highest order. Lu Yi, witnessing this, tightened his brow and glanced at the standing Mou, a certain suspicion slowly rising within him. Contemplating a disturbing possibility, Lu Yi felt a tinge of discomfort, yet as the patriarch of the clan, he maintained a demeanor befitting his status. With a subdued voice, he said, "Niece Xuanmei, what is your request? Speak, and I shall assist you if it lies within my power." "Uncle Lu," Xuanmei said, her tone growing serious as she approached Mou, the scene evoking an impression of a perfect match, which sent an unsettling sensation through the Lu family members present. Observing this interaction, Lu Xing's expression grew increasingly frigid, his gaze toward Mou imbued with a concealed threat. "Uncle Lu, as you know, I left the family at a young age to study alchemy in the Gamma Empire. During this time, I met Mou, and we are truly in love. The engagement between the Shui and Lu families was a decision made by the previous generation. I humbly request that you support my union with Mou." Tick-tock. The teacup in Lu Ye's hand trembled slightly, causing tea to spill over the edge and drip onto the floor, drop by drop. The atmosphere in the hall grew somewhat somber, with all members of the Lu family casting their gazes upon Mou and Xuanmei in the center, before shifting their attention to Lu Yi above, eagerly anticipating the patriarch's response. Many of the Lu women understood Xuanmei's words, as they admired her pursuit of love. While the expressions of the Lu men varied, some were indifferent, others were enraged, and a few scoffed quietly. In comparison to the infamous breakup initiated by Nailin Yanran, which was characterized by arrogance and coercion, leveraging the power of the Yunlan sect to forcefully annul her engagement with Xiao Yan during his decline. Xuanmei's approach was far more poignant. Though her intent was also to break off the engagement, she did so by presenting her mutual affection with Mou, thereby allowing the Lu family to retain the initiative and dignity in the matter. This was precisely why Frank chose not to appear in person, fearing that the Lu family might perceive it as an act of intimidation, leaving both parties in an awkward position. In the realm of Dou Qi, arranged marriages are common among prominent families, yet divorces frequently arise for various reasons. Had Nailin Yanran not been so haughty, her conflict with Xiao Yan would never have escalated to such an extent, nor would there have been the so-called 3-year agreement. Observing Lu Ye's stern and indifferent demeanor, Xuanmei dared not lift her head. At that moment, Mou stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and spoke. "I am Mou, a junior of the Lu family. I met Xuanmei by chance, and at that time, she was unaware of her engagement. Over these years, we have privately pledged ourselves to one another, and I hope that the patriarch will grant us this blessing." These words were, of course, fabricated. He had known Xuanmei for merely a month and felt no genuine affection. However, the Lu family, situated far in the Mulan Empire, could not possibly be aware of the truth. Having agreed to assist Master Frank, Mou was determined to fulfill his promise diligently. "Humph, brat, who do you think you are to speak here?" A cold scoff echoed through the hall as Lu Xing directed a venomous glare at Mou. No matter the justification, the resentment in his heart towards the one who had taken his fiancée, he could not be quelled. Lu Xing clenched his fists, a faint red Dou Qi gradually enveloping his right arm, eventually forming a vague image of a red wolf's head. Lu family's supreme technique, Crimson Wolf's Roar. Rank, Advanced Xin Stage. Watching Lu Xing's reaction, Mou remained unfazed. Despite Lu Xing being the heir of the Lu family, his strength was merely that of a 2-star Dou Shi, commendable among his peers, yet to Mou, he seemed no more significant than an ant. Standing protectively in front of Xuanmei, Mou did not even resort to using Dou techniques. Having consumed a tiger power pill, his physical prowess was already formidable. With his right fist tightly clenched, Mou directly engaged Lu Xing in a head-on clash. Witnessing the scene, the youths of the Lu family in the hall began to mock Mou's foolishness. Faced with the most formidable member of the Lu family's younger generation, the young master, he did not even utilize any combat techniques. Had he been utterly terrified? However, some elders of the Lu family discerned something amiss. Although the youth had not employed any combat skills and had not even activated his fighting spirit, the sheer physical power he possessed seemed akin to that of a ferocious beast, harboring an extraordinarily terrifying strength within his diminutive frame. With a resounding clash, their fists collided, producing a thunderous sound that sent ripples through the tea on the nearby table. Just as the Lu family youths anticipated that Mou would be overwhelmingly defeated by the young master, they were taken aback to find that it was Lu Xing, whom they deemed certain to win, who was being forced back. How could this be? The young master's talent was renowned in Shihuang City and throughout the western region of the Mulan Empire. How could he possibly lose to an unknown youth from who knows where? Moreover, Mou had not even unleashed any combat techniques, rendering the situation utterly preposterous. After retreating several steps, Lu Xing rubbed his sore shoulder, having felt an immense force strike him during their clash, akin to the crushing weight of Mount Tai, imparting an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Glancing at the immobile Mou, an irrefutable rage flickered in Lu Xing's eyes. Being defeated by a mere boy filled him with profound humiliation. "You have successfully provoked my ire." Lu Xing erupted with an even more potent fighting spirit. Simultaneously, a faint glimmer emanated from the spatial ring on his hand, and a long, cold, and imposing ice sword materialized in his grasp, causing the temperature in the entire hall to plummet dramatically. The Ice Soul Sword. Upon seeing the sword in Lu Xing's hand, the members of the Lu family erupted into animated discussions, fervently debating the significance of the ice sword. The Lu family was one of the few clans skilled in weapon forging, and many of its members possessed some knowledge of the craft. Among them, Lu Xing stood out as the most accomplished forger of his generation, even surpassing some elders in the family. 6 months prior, Lu Xing had passed the second-tier forger examination of the Beast Wilderness City's Equipment Alliance and had become an outer member of the association. The Ice Soul Sword was crafted by Lu Xing himself during that assessment. Though merely a second-tier weapon, the Ice Soul Sword possessed the rare ice attribute, ranking among the pinnacle of second-tier armaments and holding considerable renown within the family. Mou gazed at the Ice Soul Sword in Lu Xing's hand with a spark of interest. The Lu family indeed lived up to its reputation as a forging clan. Although the sword's rank was not high, it was the finest weapon he had encountered since his rebirth, aside from those he had forged himself. The continent of fighting spirits was indeed a desolate land for weaponsmiths, as the saying goes. Observing Mou's serene demeanor, Lu Xing's shadowed eyes flickered with a glint of murderous intent. As a proud scion of the imperial lineage, he felt an unprecedented sense of disdain emanating from Mou. "Die, brat." Lu Xing brandished the Ice Soul Sword, a wave of chilling aura sweeping through the hearts of those present in the hall. Just as he prepared to strike, a sharp reprimand pierced the air. "Xinger enough?" Lu Yi, the patriarch of the Lu family, had risen at some point, his expression stern as he surveyed the tumultuous scene. The niece of Xuanmei and her companions are guests of the Lu family. Such disrespect is unacceptable. Stand down. Lu Ye's gaze swept over Xuanmei and her companions, ultimately settling upon Mou. The youth's earlier display had indeed taken him by surprise. As the head of the Lu family, he could easily discern that this suitor brought by Xuanmei possessed formidable talent. "Father, Mou," Lu Xing hesitated, the gravity of his father's increasingly stern and austere gaze silencing his words. Within the Lu family, the patriarch held supreme authority. Even a son could not openly oppose him. At this moment, Xuanmei, sensing the tension in the atmosphere, stepped forward and approached Lu Yi, offering an apology. Uncle Lu, this incident is my fault. I hope you can overlook it for my father's sake and refrain from anger. Before coming, my teacher was aware that today's events might be somewhat impolite, so he specifically instructed me to bring a token of apology. As she spoke, Xuemei gently wiped her fingers across a ring, and a verdant, ancient jade box materialized in her grasp. Cautiously opening the box, a fragrant aroma of medicine wafted through the hall, invigorating all who inhaled it. A few curious elders of the Lu family leaned in to gaze at the contents of the jade box, their bodies jolting in surprise as they exclaimed, "Tiger strength pill?" Lu Ye's gaze also shifted to the jade box, and upon seeing the brownish-yellow pill, the darkness in his eyes gradually dissipated, revealing a hint of interest. He had heard of the Tiger Strength Pill, a highly regarded fourth-tier elixir, known to yield significant effects even for a spirit fighter. After a brief contemplation, Lu Yi turned his attention back to Xuemei, his eyes flickering with indecision. Although the union between the Lu and Xue families was a fortuitous decision, it served as a bridge to strengthen their ties. Yet, observing Xuemei's expression, he sensed that a coerced alliance might not bear sweet fruit. With this fourth-tier elixir in hand, perhaps, father, I oppose this. Suddenly, a voice erupted from outside, heralding the entrance of a youth with a sinister expression, who slowly made his way into the hall. Upon seeing him, Ching Lin, standing behind Mou, instinctively covered her mouth in astonishment. Young master, it's the one from the flying magical beast. Chapter 133, The Alchemy Competition. The youth who had unexpectedly entered the hall was none other than Lu Ye's fourth son, Lu Su. The patriarch of the Lu family has 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son tragically passed away in childhood. The second son is the family's prodigy, endowed with exceptional talent, while the third daughter is renowned for her celestial beauty, garnering much admiration in the city of Shihuang. In contrast, the fourth son is notorious, earning the title of the Lu family's scoundrel. Within Shihuang, the reputation of the second young master of the Lu family, celebrated for his brilliance, and the third young lady, famed for her allure, stands in stark contrast to the infamous notoriety of the fourth young master, which is predominantly negative. Leveraging the power of the Lu family, this fourth son has committed numerous transgressions, including the abduction of young women, leaving the citizens of Shihuang to silently harbor their resentment, thus dubbing him the Lu family's rogue. Upon witnessing Lu Su's entrance, Lu Ye's brows furrowed in discontent. He harbored a deep disdain for this son, who squandered his life on indulgence and vice, achieving nothing of merit. Particularly vexing was the incident from the previous day when Lu Su's lewd behavior led to him being unceremoniously thrown from a flying magical beast. Fortunately, the assailant had shown restraint, preventing a bloody confrontation, yet this incident severely tarnished the Lu family's reputation. Upon the dissemination of this incident, it was evident that the Lu family would become the subject of ridicule in Shihuang. What are you doing here instead of recuperating at home? Lu Ye's voice was stern as he regarded Lu Su below. Faced with his father's displeasure, Lu Su's sinister countenance betrayed a flicker of anxiety. He had always been intimidated by his strict father. However, as he turned to glance at Mou beside him, the despair of being cast from the flying beast surged anew within him, his gaze darkening with an icy resentment. Father, do you not wish to know who cast me from the flying beast yesterday? I can reveal that to you now. Lu Su's cold voice echoed within the hall. Observing Lu Su's face twisted in fury, Xuemei's expression shifted slightly, recalling the scene on the flying beast, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. Yet, upon noticing the calm demeanor of Mou beside her, an inexplicable sense of tranquility washed over her. She mused that since Mou had dared to toss Lu Su from the flying beast, he must possess a means to resolve the situation. In the Jiamar Empire, this young man had brought about the downfall of the Mo family, and the Lu family's influence paled in comparison. Do you know the identity of the person who threw you from the flying beast? Lu Ye's surprise was palpable upon hearing Lu Su's words. Despite his aversion to this fourth son, as the head of the Lu family, he could not easily dismiss the matter of his son being publicly chastised. Fourth brother, who was it that taught you such a lesson? Speak up, and I shall avenge you, Lu Xing declared, gripping the eye-soul sword in his left hand and slamming his right hand heavily onto the table, his indignation palpable. The members of the Lu family present in the hall were equally intrigued, while they held little regard for the scoundrel Lu Su. He remained the son of the family head, a figure of elevated status. The audacity of someone to chastise Lu Su so boldly was akin to provoking the tiger of the Lu family. It had been many years since they had encountered such a formidable adversary. With a disdainful huff, he cast me down from the flying beast, showing utter disregard for the Lu clan, and that person is none other than him. Noticing the gaze of the hall converging upon him, Lu Su's eyes glinted with a coldness, and a triumphant smirk curled upon his lips as he pointed towards a specific direction in the hall. To everyone's surprise, that very direction led to MOU. It is he. As the members of the Lu clan followed Lu Su's pointing finger, their eyes widened in disbelief, casting skeptical glances back and forth between Lu Su and MOU. From what they understood, Lu Su was always accompanied by the family's guards. And while the family's top combat masters would not stoop to serve as personal bodyguards, some elite fighters certainly did. Yet, MOU was merely a youth not yet 20. How could he possibly have cast Lu Su off the flying beast in the face of such formidable guardians? Many within the Lu clan were oblivious to the events of that day, and the two Lu guards had only relayed what transpired on the flying beast to the family's higher-ups. Lu Xing was one of the few who knew the truth of that day, astonished. He gazed at Lu Su before turning to the calm young man in the green robe beside him, incredulously asking, "Fourth brother, are you saying that MOU threw you off the flying beast?" According to the guards' reports, a young lad had decisively defeated them and cast Lu Su down from the flying beast, leaving the family's higher-ups utterly astonished upon hearing such accounts. In the Mulan Empire, there had never been any mention of a young prodigy possessing such formidable strength and talent. Now, Lu Xing realized that this remarkable youth hailed from the Gamma Empire, MOU. The notion that MOU could defeat even the family guards, who were 9-star combat masters, filled Lu Xing's eyes with incredulity and envy. What was even more difficult for him to accept was the fact that his fiancée was being pursued by MOU. Lu Yi, seated at the forefront, was equally astonished as he observed the composed MOU below. Having witnessed the brief confrontation with Lu Xing, he recognized the youth's exceptional prowess, yet he had not anticipated that even the 9-star combat masters would fall short against him. Even in the Mulan Empire, he had not heard of anyone achieving such feats at such a tender age. Such talent is indeed terrifying. Should this individual become an adversary, one must act swiftly before he fully matures. MOU, not only have you stolen my fiancée, but you also conspire to harm my brother. Today, the Lu clan shall deliver a harsh lesson to you. Lu Xing's expression turned icy as he gestured towards his right, summoning several family experts who glared ominously at the young man. These high-ranking members of the Lu clan possessed the strength of grand combat masters. Clearly, upon learning of MOU's achievements, Lu Xing dared not engage personally, but instead leveraged his position as the young head of the family to rally the clan's elite against the youth. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Su cast a disdainful glance at MOU. Despite the undeniable talent of the youth, it was inconceivable that he could rival a formidable great fighter. Lu Su's mind was already concocting a plan to capture MOU, intending to torment him thoroughly and subsequently claim the woman behind him, satisfying his own vengeful desires. Does the Lu family rely solely on their power to bully others? Why did no one speak up when Lu Su was tormenting us? The truth cannot be dictated by his mere words. My father is the Lord of Black Rock City, and my master is the esteemed 4th-tier alchemist, Master Otto. If they were to learn of my harassment by someone while riding a flying beast, they would certainly have a few words for your family. Lin Fei had stepped forward unbeknownst to anyone, her melodious voice resonating with authority throughout the hall. At her words, the Lu family members present were taken aback, gazing in astonishment at the strikingly beautiful woman, whose allure rivaled that of Xuan Mei. They had not anticipated that the previously silent woman held such significant connections. Black Rock City was a major city within the Gamma Empire, known even to the people of the Mulan Empire, and its lord must be a person of considerable power, especially with a 4th-tier alchemist backing her. Such a formidable background, while not enough to instill fear in the Lu family, warranted a degree of caution. The Lu family experts, who had been preparing to confront MOU, hesitated at Lin Fei's proclamation, clearly intimidated by her words. Previously, Lu Su had only targeted individuals from lesser backgrounds, sparing the family from major repercussions. However, the potential consequences of provoking a powerful city lord and a 4th-tier alchemist were significant, prompting them to glance at the family head seated at the front. Lu Yi furrowed his brow as he regarded Lin Fei, surprised to discover such a noteworthy individual among Xuan Mei's companions. This revelation complicated matters, as they could no longer use Lu Su's transgressions against her. After all, the root of the issue lay in Lu Su's own misdeeds. If they were dealing with an ordinary faction, the Lu family's might alone would suffice, for might is truth. Anyone who dared harm Lu Su would pay dearly. However, when faced with an entity as formidable as Lin Fei's, reason and negotiation became paramount. What troubled Lu Yi further was the prospect of MOU's potential affiliations. He recalled a dominant faction within the Gamma Empire, the Yunlan sect, which held a status akin to that of the Mulan Valley in the Mulan Empire, supreme and unassailable. In his estimation, MOU could very well be a disciple of the Yunlan sect, for only a power of such magnitude could cultivate a talent of this caliber. much like the young beast king of Mulan Valley. If Mo Yu were indeed a core disciple of the Yunlan sect, then the Lu family would be ill-equipped to provoke him, as even a mere envoy of a great fighter from such a sect could easily obliterate their family. Step back. Today, my niece Xue Mei is visiting the Lu family. Do not act rashly. Lu Yi gestured dismissively to the formidable family masters below. Father. Upon hearing Lu Yi command the family's grandmasters to retreat, Lu Xing and Lu Su exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of alarm as they called out. There is no need for further words. Lu Yi's demeanor was stern and unwavering. Observing this, Lin Fei's beautiful eyes sparkled as she exchanged a triumphant smile with Mo Yu. However, Mo Yu, gazing at Lu Yi's inscrutable expression, felt a foreboding sense that this matter would not be resolved so simply. Indeed, Lu Yi turned his attention to Xue Mei, speaking with a composed tone. Niece Xue Mei, are you and Mo Yu's clandestine affair, as well as your desire to call off the engagement, known to your father? Though he had surmised that Mo Yu was a disciple of Yunlan's sect, Lu Yi did not feel intimidated, for this was the Mulan Empire, not the Jiamar Empire, and the reach of Yunlan's sect had yet to extend here. While Lu Yi recognized that the Lu family held no justification in the matter concerning Lu Su, he was resolute that he would not easily acquiesce to Mo Yu and Xue Mei's wish to dissolve their engagement. Upon hearing Lu Ye's words, Xue Mei bit her lip, hesitating as she replied, my father is unaware of this matter. I have come today to visit the Lu family on my own accord, seeking my uncle Lu's support. Oh, since your father has not spoken, I must kindly request that you return and inform him. After all, this matter was an agreement made by our elders, and even though they have passed, the consent of both families remains necessary. I cannot unilaterally decide this issue, Lu Yi stated as he sipped his tea. Take this tiger power pill back with you, dear niece Xue Mei. One should not receive rewards without merit, and this is a matter between the Xue and Lu families. It would be best if your teacher refrained from interference. Lu Yi pushed the jade box back to Xue Mei, his tone grave. Uncle Lu. Xue Mei attempted to persuade him, but Lu Yi simply waved his hand, clearly indicating that the engagement would be complicated further by the incident involving Lu Su and the flying magical beast. Below, Lu Xing and Lu Su sighed in relief upon witnessing Lu Ye's actions. They had not anticipated their father would adopt such a method to defend their honor, rendering Mo Yu and his companions utterly speechless. Lu Xing cast a cold smirk at Mo Yu. Despite Mo Yu's undeniable talent, Xue Mei was destined to be his. And on the day of their wedding, he intended to personally invite Mo Yu to witness the woman he cherished lying in his embrace. His gaze then shifted to Xue Mei, his eyes betraying an unabashed possessiveness. For the woman who had betrayed him, Lu Xing vowed to conquer her, body and soul. Lu Su also regarded Mo Yu with disdain. Although the family had not taken action to capture and torture him, thwarting his ambitions brought him immense satisfaction. Mo Yu was the first person in his life to pose a lethal threat, which filled him with deep-seated resentment. Mo Yu, what will you do now? Lin Fei never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. She had assumed that simply revealing her family's name would resolve the situation, yet to her surprise, Lu Yi staunchly refused to annul their engagement. No worries, allow me to handle the remaining matters, Mo Yu remarked, seemingly unfazed by the scornful gazes of the Lu brothers, as he comforted Lin Fei with a calm demeanor. Though he held no personal affection for Xue Mei, aiding her in dissolving the engagement was a promise he had made to Master Frank, and thus, he was determined to fulfill it. Head of the Lu family, I acknowledge that my involvement with Xue Mei was indeed rather rash. Today, I am willing to withdraw from the Lu family and no longer concern myself with the union between Xue Mei and the Lu clan. However, I require your family to agree to a certain stipulation. What stipulation? Lu Xing inquired with a furrowed brow. Both Xue Mei and Lin Fei exchanged bewildered glances at Mo Yu. He had never mentioned anything regarding such an agreement to them, and the situation was taking an unexpected turn. Nevertheless, with matters having progressed to this point, they could only place their faith in Mo Yu, trusting that this youth, who had brought the Mo family to ruin, would conjure a miracle. I propose a contest between us. The victor shall win Xue Mei's hand, Mo Yu declared with an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing this challenge, Lu Xing's countenance darkened with anger. After all, even the Lu family's 9-star duelists were no match for him. Was this fellow attempting to humiliate him intentionally? Yet, to Lu Xing's astonishment, Mo Yu shook his head and elaborated, what I wish to contest is the art of weapon forging. At this proclamation, the hall fell into an eerie silence, the onlookers gaping at Mo Yu in disbelief. He intended to challenge Lu Xing in the realm of weapon forging? Everyone knew that the young master of the Lu family possessed unparalleled talent in this craft, outshining even the family elders. Did Mo Yu seek to court disaster? Lu Xing was momentarily taken aback by Mo Yu's words, but soon a contemptuous smile crept across his face as he regarded Mo Yu with disdain. Very well. I accept your challenge. Chapter 134, The Crafting of Fire Restriction Dome. I have agreed to your challenge. Lu Xing's cold voice resonated within the hall. Should you succeed in besting me in the art of weapon forging, I, Lu Xing, shall relinquish my engagement to Xuanmei. However, if you fail, I shall have my fourth brother throw you from the flying beast. With these words, Lu Xing cast a mocking glance at Mou. Although slightly taken aback by Mou's audacity to challenge him in weapon forging, Lu Xing's confidence surged, and he resolved to ensure that Mou would never see the light of day again. Beside him, Lu Su fixed a fiery gaze upon Mou, anticipating the moment when he would witness his rival being cast off the flying beast, thus alleviating his own pent-up resentment. This is unfair. Lin Fei interjected hastily upon hearing Lu Xing's demands. At that time, Mou deliberately spared Lu Su when he threw him from the flying beast. Yet you seek to cast him to his doom. Before Lin Fei could finish speaking, Mou waved his hand dismissively and turned to Lu Yi, who sat in the highest position. With a calm demeanor, he stated, I agree to the request of the young master Lu Xing, and I hope that Master Lu will serve as a witness. Once the results of the competition are revealed, if I win, the Lu family shall withdraw the engagement. If I lose, I will leave my fate in Lu Su's hands. Lu Yi furrowed his brows as he glanced at the composed Mou beside him. Although the boy's talent appeared to be formidable, Lu Xing was a second-tier master craftsman. For Mou to secure a guaranteed victory, he would need to be a third-tier craftsman. Yet, achieving the status of a third-tier craftsman is no simple feat within the entire Lu family. Only he and the Grand Elder had reached that level. Given Mou's youth, it seemed implausible for him to possess such mastery, which would require the strength of a great fighter at the very least. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yi chose to consent to the duel. Naturally, even if Mou were to lose, Lu Yi would not allow Lu Su to take his life until he uncovered the boy's background. He merely intended to teach him a lesson. Mou, I agree to the crafting duel between you and Xinger, Lu Yi announced. Observing the eager Lu Xing and the inscrutable Mou, his deep voice resonated throughout the hall. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the hall became lively, with everyone casting their gazes towards Mou and Lu Xing, eagerly anticipating who would emerge victorious in this contest. However, the members of the Lu family were confident that Lu Xing would easily triumph over Mou. As a member of a crafting family, Lu Xing's talent in this art was evident, having become a second-tier craftsman at such a young age, a rarity within the family for nearly a century. Although Mou's cultivation talent was indeed remarkable, they could not believe that he would possess profound crafting skills alongside such formidable abilities. This perception was akin to that of alchemists. It was rare to find a high-ranking alchemist who also excelled in combat. Even the renowned alchemist King Gu He of the Gamma Empire barely made the list of the empire's top 10 powers, ranking at the bottom. It was a widely accepted notion on the Dou Qi Continent that alchemists and craftsmen were not proficient in battle. Contrary to the beliefs of most Lu family members, Xuanmei, Lin Fei, and Ching Lin chose to place their faith in Mou. Both Xuanmei and Lin Fei were aware of Mou's past assistance to the ancestor of the Yi family in repairing weapons. Although they were uncertain of his exact level as a craftsman, his ability to resolve the ancestor's challenges indicated that his skills were undoubtedly significant. As for Ching Lin, despite never having witnessed Mou's crafting techniques, she resolutely believed in him. Follow me. If we are to compete in crafting skills, there is no place more suitable than my Lu family's workshop, Lu Yi announced. With that, he rose and led the way, with Mou and his companions closely following Lu Xing and the rest of the Lu family towards the workshop. After traversing several corridors, a grand hall labeled Equipment Room suddenly came into view. The guards stationed at the entrance, upon seeing the head of the family arrive personally with company, promptly swung open the doors. As Lu Yi stepped inside, the spacious hall illuminated as brightly as day. At the center, several meticulously arranged stone platforms stood apart from one another, each equipped with a uniform model of refining furnace in front of them. Select a stone platform, and then forge the weapon you desire. The one whose weapon boasts superior quality shall claim victory in this contest, Lu Yi instructed, gesturing towards a nearby stone platform as he addressed Mou and Lu Xing. Very well, father, Lu Xing replied, casting a disdainful glance at Mou before confidently striding towards the central stone platform, placing various tools upon it. As the Lu family members beheld the tools Lu Xing had brought forth, they collectively gasped in astonishment. As a family of refiners, they were well acquainted with various apparatus. Thus, they immediately recognized that Lu Xing intended to forge a weapon known as the Fire Lance. The Fire Lance was among the pinnacle of second-tier weapons within their clan, even surpassing the Ice Soul sword in prowess. Lu Xing's intention to forge the Fire Lance was evidently aimed at decisively defeating Mou with overwhelming force. Consequently, The Liu family regarded Mou with pitying eyes, as though his defeat were an inevitable certainty. Observing this, Mou chuckled inwardly and shook his head, realizing it was time to demonstrate to them that there are indeed realms beyond their own, even in this desolate land of refiners. After nodding in acknowledgement to Liu Yi, Mou sauntered to the far left stone platform. Mou, do not presume that your formidable fighting spirit allows you to underestimate the Liu family. Today, I shall show you what true refining skill entails. Lu Xing sneered, observing Mou settle at his left side. Without delay, Lu Xing pressed his palms swiftly against the mouth of the furnace, his internal energy surging wildly. Instantly, with muffled pops, flames erupted within the furnace. Unfazed by Lu Xing's derision, Mou methodically retrieved his materials from his storage ring. Purple crystal stones, Taishan golden threads, and golden sunwood. What Mou was preparing to forge was none other than the fire constrictor shield, a plan he had long devised. Since departing from the Shao family, Mou had begun gathering the materials necessary to enhance the success rate of capturing the 10,000 beast spirit fire. Half a month ago, he had finally collected the last of the materials from the Mo family treasury, but had not yet found the opportunity to forge it. Now, this contest presented the perfect chance to bring it to fruition. The fire constrictor shield possessed a unique resistance to extreme heat and flames. Though its application might be rather specialized, it was nonetheless a third-tier weapon, sufficient to assist Mou in securing victory in this competition. Upon witnessing the exquisite materials for forging presented by Mou, Liu Yi, who had been observing from a distance, furrowed his brow in confusion. With his extensive knowledge, he was unable to discern the type of weapon that Mou intended to craft. The materials he had procured were not only incredibly rare, but also exceedingly challenging to manipulate. Some of them were beyond Liu Ye's capability to refine perfectly. Yet, the young man displayed them with an air of confidence, evidently supported by a substantial foundation of skill. Even before the competition had commenced, a shadow of unease descended upon Liu Yi. After laying out all the components necessary for crafting the fire shield, Mou turned his gaze towards the nearby forging furnace. In comparison to the alchemist's cauldron, the appearance of the forging furnace was relatively modest. Some artisans even preferred to forge with cauldrons. But given the complexity of handling materials and the larger size of weapons compared to pills, the forging furnace required a greater focus on concentrated fire and a more robust structure. Previously, Mou lacked the means to utilize a forging furnace, but now he was eager to demonstrate his prowess. Approaching the furnace, he felt the surge of energy within him coursing swiftly through his meridians, flowing through his palms. And with a soft sound, he directed it into the furnace. With a resounding thud, a tempestuous blaze of crimson thunder erupted from within the furnace. Meanwhile, Liu Yi, feeling a sense of unease, accepted a teacup from one of his subordinates. After taking a small sip, his eyes suddenly widened as they caught sight of the crimson thunderous flames rising from Mou's furnace. Startled, he dropped the teacup with a loud crash. Tea spilled and soaked his trousers, but Liu Yi was oblivious to such trivialities. He pointed with trembling fingers towards Mou, exclaiming in shock, "Crimson thunderous flames? What extraordinary phenomenon is this?" At his words, the hall fell into an eerie silence, and all eyes turned towards Mou. The young man had summoned forth crimson thunderous flames? Could it be an exotic fire? No, what was this? How could he possess such a remarkable phenomenon? Within the hall, all the Liu family's artisans gazed in astonishment at the blazing crimson thunder within the furnace. Isolated by the furnace, they could not ascertain its nature. Yet the color of the flames was undeniably not that of ordinary energy condensed into fire. In fact, the sensation evoked by the Zhuke, burning heaven thunder, felt more akin to thunder itself than mere flames. A breathtaking amalgamation of thunder and fire that left them utterly awestruck. Xue Mei and Lin Fei, witnessing such a rare and peculiar thunderous flame for the first time, gasped in astonishment, covering their alluring lips. Exchanging glances, as alchemists, they instinctively recognized the terrifying power of the thunderous fire in Mou's hands, one that perhaps even their teacher could not rival. The young man appears to possess remarkable abilities. No wonder he dares to compete with Xinger at such a tender age. It seems he has a solid foundation. Observing the intensity of the crimson thunderous flames, it becomes evident that his craftsmanship in weapon forging is utterly formidable. Not only does he exhibit an alarming talent for cultivation, but he also possesses considerable skills in forging. It seems that our Liu family has provoked a truly formidable opponent, Liu Yi thought, gradually calming his racing heart. Master, should we halt this competition? At that moment, an elderly white-haired man from the Liu family suddenly approached Liu Yi, a hint of unease evident in his voice. Casting his gaze back towards the contest, Liu Yi furrowed his brow, then shook his head, saying, "To abruptly halt the competition would only further tarnish the reputation of our Liu family. Moreover, While MOU can manipulate this unique, thunderous flame, forging is not solely reliant on fire. The sensitivity of the soul, the mastery of timing, and the precise proportions of various materials are all crucial elements. I have faith in Xinger. Let us continue to observe. With Lu Ye's words, the hall once again fell into tranquility, though this time, the majority of gazes remained fixed upon MOU, as many were eager to discern whether this youth, capable of wielding what appeared to be an extraordinary flame, could excel in other aspects as well. Engrossed in his forging, MOU was oblivious to the commotion in the hall stirred by the Dou Qi burning sky thunder. He briefly scanned the materials on the stone platform, methodically selecting several items to introduce into the furnace. With the aid of the furnace, his efficiency in refining materials was significantly enhanced. What would ordinarily take 5 hours to forge a fire shield, he now felt confident he could accomplish in just 2. Under the control of his soul sensitivity, the Dou Qi burning sky thunder surged forth like a ferocious tiger, swiftly enveloping the materials he cast into the furnace and extracting the essential components required for crafting the fire shield. In this calm and steady process, the initial form of the fire shield began to take shape within the furnace. At that moment, the youthful countenance of the boy bore no trace of tension. The reddish hue cast upon him by the blazing crimson thunder lent him an ethereal glow. Yet, his demeanor exuded an air of effortless composure, almost leading the onlookers in the hall to perceive him not as a mere youth under 20, but rather as a seasoned master craftsman with extensive forging experience. Witnessing this tranquil and self-assured presence, Xue Mei and Lin Fei exchanged astonished glances, as they had only encountered such poise in their own teacher during alchemical practices. Now, however, the boy before them evoked a sense of nostalgia for their previous experiences. Meanwhile, Lu Xing also sensed something amiss. Upon witnessing the terrifying thunderous flames and the gradually forming weapon within MOU's furnace, a flicker of resentment ignited in his eyes. That wretched fellow has indeed concealed himself well. I find myself having misjudged him. Yet, to triumph over me is no simple feat. Flame shield, manifest. With a resentful glint and an air of defiance in his eyes, Lu Xing cast another glance at MOU. Previously, he had regarded MOU as a fool with only a superficial understanding of weapon forging. However, he now perceived him as a prodigy with terrifying talent, worthy of his utmost attention to defeat. Immersed in his craft, MOU remained oblivious to Lu Xing's scrutiny nearby. Even if he were to notice, he would dismiss it with disdain. His gaze remained fixated on the furnace, and as he concentrated, time seemed to slip away. After countless refinements, the net-like weapon within the furnace began to take on a fearsome aspect. Observing the sheen on the flame shield's surface, MOU smiled faintly, gradually withdrawing his hand from the furnace. As his palm retreated, the crimson thunderous flames within the furnace began to dissipate. Flame shield complete. Chapter 135, The Astonishment of a Third-Grade Weapon. Flame shield complete. With a flick of his fingers, the lid of the furnace was propelled off by a gust of wind. MOU gestured, and a golden net emerged from the furnace, swiftly flying towards him. His hand shot forward, and he accurately caught the golden net in his grasp. A smile crept onto MOU's lips as he held the flame shield. With it, dealing with the myriad of beastly spiritual fires would become considerably easier. Upon lifting his gaze again, he was surprised to find that Lu Xing had also completed his weapon's forging, and the eyes of those around them were fixated intently upon him. Noting the long spear in Lu Xing's hand radiating an astonishing heat, MOU raised an eyebrow. While Lu Xing was indeed arrogant and boastful, he possessed genuine skill. However, it was unfortunate for him that he had crossed paths with MOU. Since both of you have forged your weapons, allow me to assess whose weapon possesses superior quality. Lu Yi approached, his expression momentarily astonished as he glanced at the flame shield in MOU's hand, before swiftly regaining his composure to address both MOU and Lu Xing. Yes, father, Lu Xing replied with a cold smirk, casting a disdainful glance at MOU before presenting his prized work, the flame spear, to Lu Yi. Although Lu Xing sensed that the flame shield was remarkable, he did not believe that it could surpass his flame spear. Taking the flame spear into his hands and feeling its formidable presence, Lu Yi nodded in satisfaction. The spear was straight and sturdy, gleaming with a red light, its tip sharp and deadly, imbued with the power to break formations. It was evident that within the entire Lu family, only a handful of weaponsmiths could forge a flame spear of such quality. Lu Xing's young age and his remarkable achievement brought Lu Yi a sense of pride. After witnessing the fiery gun, Lu Yi shifted his gaze to MOU, a perplexing expression flickering in his eyes. He had never encountered the binding fire shield crafted by the young man, igniting a fervent curiosity within him. Despite the Lu family's status as a clan of weaponsmiths, boasting a collection of nearly 100 types of weaponry, none could rival the value of the binding fire shield. As Lu Yi regarded him, Mou extended the shield towards him. Unperturbed by the possibility that Lu Yi might favor his own son, the quality of the binding fire shield was undeniably comparable to that of a third-grade weapon, surpassing the fiery gun without question. Should Lu Yi dare to utter falsehoods, Mou would not hesitate to let the purple fire impart a lesson. This was the Lu family's stronghold, and should the fourth-tier magical beast, purple fire, make an appearance, even a multitude would tread carefully. Upon receiving the binding fire shield from Mou, several elders of the Lu family hastily gathered around Lu Yi, their curiosity piqued as they observed the unusual weapon. As fellow weaponsmiths, they too had never seen such a uniquely crafted instrument. Mou, what is the name of this weapon? Inquired the white-haired elder who had previously suggested ending the competition, his eyes alight with intrigue. This weapon is called the Binding Fire Shield. Unlike ordinary weapons, it does not excel in combat. However, its unique material provides exceptional resistance to high-temperature flames. Thus, even the most inferior of strange fires can be restrained for a time. It is considered a third-grade weapon, Mou explained calmly. What? Lu Xing exclaimed incredulously, his disbelief palpable. He then glared coldly at Mou, asserting, impossible. How could you possibly forge a third-grade weapon? Upon hearing Mou's initial description that the Binding Fire Shield was not intended for combat, Lu Xing felt a twinge of derision. A weapon that could not be used against foes. What purpose did it serve? A mere fire stick? However, his expression shifted dramatically upon realizing that the Binding Fire Shield could even contain strange fires and was classified as a third-grade weapon. His instinctive reaction was disbelief. A third-grade weaponsmith required at least the strength of a great fighter to achieve such a feat, and the Lu family had only 2 third-grade weaponsmiths. How could someone as young as Mou possibly be one of them? In the entire Mulan Empire, third-grade weaponsmiths were exceedingly rare. Little did he know that with the Dou Qi burning heaven thunder and his formidable soul power, Mou did not need the strength of a great fighter to forge a third-grade weapon. Given sufficient time, he could even produce a fourth-grade weapon. In that moment, within the hall, as Mou declared that his Binding Fire Shield was a third-grade weapon, the attendees widened their eyes in astonishment, followed swiftly by profound skepticism regarding the truth of Mou's claims. Even Xue Mei and Lin Fei exchanged glances, their disbelief in Mou's words evident. Although the status of alchemists and blacksmiths on the Dou Qi Continent is not equivalent, both require similar conditions to achieve their craft, such as a certain level of strength and a formidable soul perception. However, the fact that Mou, at the tender age of under 20, has already become a third-tier blacksmith, nearly matching the accomplishments of their master, is simply astonishing. At this moment, Xue Mei felt a twinge of regret. She believed that their teacher should not have placed faith in Mou, despite the remarkable feats the young man had accomplished in the Jimar Empire. In contrast to others, Ching Lin stood calmly to the side, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Mou, having never doubted her young master. If he claimed that the net-like cover was a third-tier weapon, then it must be true. Under such circumstances, the crowd's gaze shifted to Lu Yi and several elders of the Lu family. The true grade of the fire-binding cover required their appraisal. The truth of the boy's claims was on the verge of being unveiled. Minutes slipped by unnoticed, and after a thorough examination of the fire-binding cover, Lu Yi and the Lu family elders returned it to Mou, their faces marked by astonishment. Goodness, this little fellow is quite capable. He has managed to forge something like this. I'm genuinely curious about who your teacher is, as they have nurtured such an exceptional disciple. The silver-haired elder from the Lu family remarked, unable to suppress his admiration as he stroked the fire-binding cover. Elder Lu Fa, stop keeping us in suspense. Who emerged victorious, Mou or I? Lu Xing asked impatiently, his expression dark. Let the family head announce it. Elder Lu Fa replied with a knowing smile, seemingly eager to avoid incurring the wrath of the future head of the family. As his words settled, all eyes turned to the family head, Lu Yi. The collective gaze of the crowd focused on him, and though his demeanor remained as composed as ever, he slowly exhaled and exclaimed, the fire-binding cover has been verified to be a third-tier item. Chapter 136. News of the 10,000 Beasts Spirit Fire. The confirmation of the fire-binding cover as a third-tier item caused the throats of the onlookers to involuntarily swallow. This young man is indeed formidable. The Lu family members exchanged glances, each silently sighing. Such a young third-tier blacksmith surely sets a record for the Mulan Empire and perhaps the entire northwestern continent. He truly succeeded? At 19, he can forge third-tier weapons? This is beyond belief. Lin Fei murmured in astonishment, her lips slightly parted. Meanwhile, Xue Mei nodded slightly. Though she had long recognized Mou's extraordinary talents, this was still beyond what she had anticipated. Simultaneously, a sense of guilt washed over her. Moments ago, she had harbored doubts about the boy's claims, only to be swiftly proven wrong. Casting a glance towards the unperturbed Ching Lin, who had unwavering faith in Mou. Xuemei realized that she was even inferior to a mere attendant of the youth. Observing the crowd in the hall, each face etched with astonishment, Lu Yi found himself reflecting on Mou's extraordinary prowess. Setting aside the rank of the fire shield, the boy's remarkable control over the flames was unmatched, rivaling that of any true third-grade alchemist. Moreover, his precision in extracting the essence from various materials was so adept that it left Lu Yi feeling somewhat inadequate. If a seasoned third-grade craftsman were to exhibit such skill, Lu Yi would not have been surprised. However, the individual standing before him was but a youth. At his age, Lu Yi had only just ascended to the rank of a first-grade craftsman under the tutelage of his father, the previous patriarch. Father, I refuse to believe he could forge a third-grade weapon. He must be cheating, Lu Xing shouted. His face contorted with jealousy as he noticed all eyes in the room were fixed on Mou. If it were confirmed that Mou had indeed crafted a third-grade weapon, then no matter how exceptional his own fire lance was as a second-grade artifact, he would have to concede defeat in this contest, a notion Lu Xing could not accept. Upon hearing this, Lu Ye's brow furrowed tightly. He had always held great satisfaction with his remarkably gifted son, but now he realized that Lu Xing's pride had blinded him. In front of a multitude of Lu family dignitaries, how could Mou possibly cheat? It was a question of trust, either in Mou or in themselves. Enough, Xinger. A loss is a loss. My Lu family can afford to lose, Lu Yi declared solemnly. No, I haven't lost. I refuse to accept this, Lu Xing retorted defiantly, then coldly glared at Mou, demanding, Mou, admit that you cheated, or I shall see to it that you do not leave the Lu family. That's enough. Lu Yi interjected, cutting off Lu Xing. He gestured towards the entrance, commanding, guards, take Xinger away and let him reflect in his room. As his words fell, the guards stationed at the doorway exchanged glances but ultimately chose to heed the patriarch's command, escorting the future head of the family out. Witnessing this scene, Mou raised an eyebrow. He had to admit that the Lu family patriarch possessed a sense of propriety, had Lu Xing chosen to deny reality. Mou had been prepared to impart a profound lesson. Observing Mou's calm demeanor left Lu Yi feeling somewhat unsettled. To cultivate such an exceptional disciple, the boy's mentor must be extraordinarily formidable, clearly not someone the Lu family could provoke lightly. If Mou were indeed captured, it could unleash a tremendous calamity. Patriarch Lu, I trust the outcome of the contest has been established. In that case, what of the wager between Lu Xing and myself? Mou stated directly, oblivious to Lu Ye's concerns. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi chuckled lightly and said, rest assured, since I have promised to participate in this contest, I shall not go back on my word. In a few days, I will write a letter to Brother Xue to annul the engagement between Xinger and Xuemei. As soon as he finished speaking, Xuemei's countenance brightened with joy, and she hurriedly approached, saying, thank you, Uncle Lu, for your kindness. Haha. You should not express your gratitude to the head of the Xue family, but rather to Mou. Had it not been for your choice of such an exceptional suitor, this engagement would not have been so easily dissolved, Elder Lu Fa remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, a hint of blush flickered across Xuemei's cool visage as she turned her gaze toward Mou, who remained unfazed amidst the contest. As if winning meant little to him, a certain emotion began to take root within her heart. Very well, the sun approaches its zenith. Dear niece Xuemei, why not stay and share a meal with us? Lu Yi suggested, then turned to Mou with a smile, saying, young brother Mou, I have a request to make. Might we converse privately? Oh, surprised by Lu Yi's request, Mou paused briefly before nodding in agreement. Since the head of the Lu family has extended an invitation, I would not dare to refuse. Possessing the purple fire, Mou felt little concern about any trickery from Lu Yi, and he was curious about the matter Lu Yi wished to discuss. Upon receiving Mou's affirmative response, a smile broke upon Lu Yi's composed face. After making arrangements for the upcoming lunch with some of the Lu family servants, he led Mou to his study. Upon entering the elegantly antiquated study, Mou took a moment to appreciate its charm before directly inquiring, Head Lu, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Seeing Mou get straight to the point, Lu Yi pondered for a moment before slowly stating, young brother Mou, might I inquire if you would be willing to lend me the crafting formula for the fire restraining hood? At these words, Mou's expression abruptly stiffened, and he narrowed his eyes at Lu Yi. The crafting formula, akin to a pill formula, was the lifeblood of a weapons master. Although he did not place great value on the formula for a third-tier weapon, he would not hesitate to teach a harsh lesson to anyone who covets it. Noticing the sudden change in Mou's demeanor, Lu Yi was taken aback, sensing an unexpected aura of threat emanating from the youth. Shaking his head to dismiss the absurdity of the feeling, Lu Yi chuckled, young brother Mou, you misunderstand me. I do not merely seek to borrow it. I wish to exchange it for something of equal value. What do you propose? Mou replied coldly. The formula for a third-tier weapon was worth several 100,000 gold coins. While it was indeed valuable, Mou's current wealth rendered him indifferent to such monetary compensation. If Lu Yi intended to purchase the formula with gold, he might as well be dreaming. A piece of information, Lu Yi unexpectedly stated, seemingly anticipating Mou's disinterest in wealth. What information? The coldness in Mou's eyes faded, replaced by a look of astonishment. The fire-restraining hood possesses a unique ability to resist extreme heat and flames, even managing to contain for a brief moment. Young brother Mou. One might assume you have a special purpose for crafting such an item. Lu Yi smiled with a hint of profundity and then spoke softly. The intelligence I mentioned is related to the spirit fire of all beasts. Chapter 137. The Black Lizard Demon Snake King. The spirit fire of all beasts? Upon hearing Lu Ye's words, Mou's brow arched slightly, and he replied, maintaining an air of calmness, "Do you possess information regarding the spirit fire of all beasts?" Noticing Mou's composed demeanor, Lu Yi was momentarily taken aback. To him, it seemed that Mou's crafting of the fire confinement shield and his long journey from the Gamma Empire to the Mulan Empire must certainly relate to the extraordinary fire he knew of. Yet, the boy's tranquil expression in response to the mention of the spirit fire suggested indifference. This indicated that he might have misjudged the situation. The youth's intentions were likely not centered around the spirit fire. There was, of course, another possibility. The boy was exceptionally astute, exhibiting the ability to conceal his emotions entirely. Contemplating this, Lu Yi couldn't help but regard Mou with increased respect. Compared to his own arrogant son, who wore his emotions on his sleeve, Mou possessed a maturity far beyond that of his peers. You might have also heard some information regarding the extraordinary fire hidden within the Beast Mountain range, correct? Gazing at Mou's ever-enigmatic expression, Lu Yi decided to forego further probing and spoke directly. Before him stood a youth who seemed more akin to an ancient entity than a boy of under 20, rendering him utterly inscrutable. Indeed, nodding. Mou's expression subtly shifted upon hearing the name of the Beast Mountain range. He had previously enlisted Sun Er's assistance to uncover the location of the spirit fire, and Lu Ye's assertion indicated he possessed some knowledge. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Mou chuckled. Does the head of the Lu family know the exact location of the extraordinary fire within the Beast Mountain range? My late father had a penchant for collecting rare materials for refining weapons, and thus he explored the Beast Mountain range. 10 years ago, by sheer luck, he acquired some intelligence concerning the extraordinary fire. He meticulously charted the locations and routes from this information. Although he could not ascertain the precise location of the extraordinary fire, he could identify areas with a higher probability of its presence. Lu Yi replied with a proud smile. The Beast Mountain range is vast, rivaling even the monster Beast Mountain range. Without this intelligence, you could wander the Beast Mountain range for a year and still fail to locate the extraordinary fire. So, what do you say? If you lend me the blueprint of the fire confinement shield for review, I shall provide you with all the intelligence my father gathered over the years concerning the extraordinary fire, Lu Yi offered with a smile. Very well. After contemplating for a moment, Mou slowly nodded. Although he had the information given by Sun Er, it was derived from events encountered by the ancient clan elders over several centuries ago, likely containing significant discrepancies. In contrast, the intelligence Lu Yi offered was recent, approximately 10 years old, and thus held considerable value, meriting the exchange of a third-tier blueprint. Upon hearing Mou's agreement, Lu Yi smiled and nodded, gently rummaging through her attire until she produced a thin piece of parchment, which she handed to Mou with a cheerful remark. According to my father's reconnaissance, there are 3 locations within the Beast Mountain range where the presence of extraordinary fire is most likely. Taking the parchment, Mou carefully unfolded it, revealing a remarkably detailed map of the Beast Mountain range. Unlike ordinary maps, this one not only accurately marked the locations of human settlements within the mountains, but also meticulously indicated the presence of formidable magical beasts. Do you see the 3 flame symbols on the map? Lu Yi reminded him with a smile. Upon examination, Mou's gaze swept across the map, and he indeed discovered 3 conspicuous flame symbols located in the eastern, western, and northern directions. These 3 places represented the highest probabilities of encountering the extraordinary fire hidden within the Beast Mountain range. Pointing to the 3 flame symbols, Lu Yi remarked with a smile. Of course, these locations are merely inferred from my father's exploration. The accuracy cannot reach 100%. However, it is undoubtedly far better than aimlessly wandering about. Mou nodded slightly. Although he possessed information from Sun Er, the vast expanse of the Beast Mountain range made it exceedingly challenging to pinpoint the location of the extraordinary fire. Lu Ye's detailed map would undoubtedly save him considerable time and effort. Remember, it is best to visit the eastern and western flame-marked locations first. If possible, try to avoid the northern one, Lu Yi advised solemnly, her her finger lingering on the northern flame. Why? Because it is perilously close to the depths of the Beast Mountain Range, inhabited by the tyrannical Lizard Snake clan. The king of the Lizard Snake clan is a 6th-tier magical beast known as the Black Lizard Demon Snake King. This creature can sense the presence of any human entering its territory. Although your talents are formidable and your background illustrious, I do not believe you stand much chance of escaping if you encounter that terrifying lizard monarch, Liu Yi cautioned earnestly. All right, I will do my best. Mou replied with a slight nod, yet he knew in his heart that if he found no traces of extraordinary fire in the other 2 locations, he would likely venture toward the northern flame symbol. Furthermore, the north was precisely where Suner had indicated the general location of the beast's spirit fire. Even though danger loomed, he would resolutely enter, for the extraordinary fire held an irresistible allure for him, particularly for Zhu Qi's burning heaven thunder. However, the presence of the Lizard Clan and the Black Lizard Demon Snake King made Mou more cautious. Lizards are close relatives of snakes and can even evolve into them, and the very name of the Black Lizard Demon Snake King suggested a blend of both lizard and serpent bloodlines, clearly indicating a formidable adversary. This concludes my intelligence report. I hope you succeed in obtaining the extraordinary fire. As he carefully folded the map, Liu Yi remarked, I have conveyed all the intelligence I possess to you. As for the schematic of the fire shield, upon hearing this, Mou nodded slightly and replied, Rest assured, I shall not go back on my word. However, the schematic for the fire shield is kept in the possession of my master. If the head of the Liu family requires it immediately, please provide me with a blank piece of sheepskin parchment, and I shall present the schematic shortly. Taken aback by Mou's words, Liu Yi realized that the implication was that he needed to transcribe a 3rd-grade schematic himself. Yet, he quickly recalled that the young man had already forged 3rd-grade weapons, making the transcription not entirely implausible. Contemplating this, Liu Yi was struck with awe at the boy's remarkable talent. Very well, young brother Mou, please wait a moment. As this was his study as the family head, Liu Yi soon found a blank piece of sheepskin parchment and handed it to the youth. Receiving the parchment from Liu Yi, Mou nodded and then, in front of Liu Yi, used his soul power as ink and his finger as a pen, meticulously transcribing the materials and methods for crafting the fire shield. Feeling the immense soul power emanating from Mou, Liu Yi was momentarily taken aback. The potency of it even instilled a slight sense of pressure within him. What an extraordinary individual. What sort of person could cultivate such a disciple? Liu Yi mused inwardly. As time flowed gently by, approximately 15 minutes later, Mou withdrew his soul power and handed the parchment, now filled with intricate text, back to Liu Yi. The schematic for the fire shield. Upon receiving the schematic from Mou and carefully reading through it to confirm its authenticity, a broad smile spread across Liu Yi's face. Exchanging uncertain intelligence for a premier 3rd-grade schematic was undoubtedly a lucrative transaction. It was worth noting that the Liu family, having endured for so long, possessed merely a handful of 3rd-grade schematics, none of which compared to the value of the fire shield. Thank you, young friend Mou. The doors of the Liu family will always be open to you, and we wish to be your everlasting allies, Liu Yi declared with a smile. It is merely a reciprocal exchange. The assistance from the head of the Liu family will be etched in my memory, Mou replied with a smile, feeling quite pleased with the mutually beneficial nature of this transaction. Naturally, Mou did not place complete trust in the map provided by Liu Yi. After all, one must remain vigilant against potential treachery. As he carefully stored the schematic for the fire shield, Liu Yi observed Mou and remarked, I believe lunch is ready. Young friend Mou, please join me for a meal. I would be delighted, Mou replied with a smile. At that moment, as they entered the hall, the atmosphere was filled with warmth, and everyone present could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Just moments ago, Mou had been at odds with the Liu family, yet now he was being treated so courteously by the family head. Evidently, this scene left both the Liu family members and the 2 young ladies, Xuan Mei and Lin Fei, in a state of disbelief. Upon entering the grand hall, they were met with a vast dining table, large enough to accommodate dozens, adorned with an array of delectable dishes. Surrounding the table were the 3 daughters of Ching Lin, along with Liu Fa and other esteemed members of the Liu family, as well as some promising younger generations. Liu Su, witnessing the camaraderie between Mou and his father, felt an intensifying envy, especially when recalling the punishment meted out to his elder brother, Liu Xing. However, when Mou glanced in his direction, he quickly concealed his resentment, lowering his gaze slightly. Observing this, Mou merely smiled disdainfully. It was evident that Liu Su, the notorious scion of the Liu family, was but a bully to the weak and a coward before the strong, posing no threat to him. He then shifted his attention to the sumptuous feast laid before him. As he entered the hall, the enticing aroma of the dishes enveloped him. Being a prominent family in the western wilderness city, The Liu family was undeniably impeccable in their hospitality. Young friend Mou, please take a seat. Liu Yi gestured toward the two positions at the head of the table with a smile. This declaration astonished everyone present, for the head of the table was reserved for esteemed guests, and Mou, being a mere youth of not yet 20, seemed unworthy of such honor alongside the family head. In the face of the crowd's skepticism, Mou simply smiled lightly and took a seat beside Liu Yi. In light of his previous life standing, being invited to dine with the Liu family was indeed a remarkable honor. Upon seeing Mou seated, Liu Yi smiled subtly and clapped his hands, prompting a maid to bring forth a bottle of fragrant cellar wine. Liu Yi eagerly began to pour wine for Mou. Meanwhile, the elder Liu, with his white hair, chuckled softly, having surmised that the family head had likely acquired what he desired. Xuemei observed Liu Yi, who was treating Mou with such camaraderie, sharing toasts and laughter, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue, deepening her impression of the young man. After all, he was the individual who had instigated the conflict between the Yi and Mo families, ultimately leading to the latter's demise, a far cry from his youthful and innocent appearance. As the evening progressed with wine flowing and dishes being savored, Mou, having indulged alongside Ching Lin and the others, turned to Liu Yi and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Family head Liu, thank you for your generous hospitality. It is time for us to take our leave." "Oh, young friend Mou, will you not stay a while longer? The sights of Western Wilderness City are plentiful, and the Liu family has many guest rooms. Ample enough for you and dear niece Xuemei to enjoy a few days of leisure," Liu Yi responded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Mou gently shook his head and said apologetically, "I have pressing matters to attend to, and I appreciate your kind offer, family head Liu." Acknowledging Mou's words, Liu Yi nodded, fully aware that the urgent matters he referred to likely pertained to the coveted 10,000 beasts spirit fire. "In that case, I shall not keep you." Liu Yi smiled gently before turning to the side and handing a parchment letter to Xuemei. "Dear niece, this is the letter of annulment you require. Upon your return to the family, please convey my regards to your father. As for this tiger strength pill, kindly extend my gratitude to your teacher." As Xuemei received the letter from Liu Yi, a hint of a smile graced her delicate visage, reminiscent of a snow lotus blooming upon an icy peak. "Thank you, Uncle Liu. My father has often spoken fondly of you. I shall certainly convey your greetings to him. Regarding the tiger strength pill, it was indeed a gift from me to you, and I have no intention of reclaiming it." The annulment of the marriage was successfully finalized, and a mere tiger strength pill held little significance for Xuemei, considering her teacher was a fourth-tier alchemist and would not lack for such a potion. Content with the annulment letter, Xuemei felt a sense of satisfaction, while Mou, having fulfilled Master Frank's task, also garnered valuable information regarding the Beast Mountain range, leaving him equally pleased. Liu Yi, having received a top-tier third-grade artifact from Mou, was in high spirits as well. After this joyous exchange, under Liu Ye's personal farewell, Mou and the two young women, Xuemei and Lin Fei, departed from the Liu family estate. Once they had traversed a few streets, Mou halted, turning to Xuemei and Lin Fei. "Miss Xuemei, I have completed the task entrusted to me by Master Frank. I have other matters to attend to, and it is time for us to part ways." He was headed to the Beast Mountain range and had no intention of carrying two burdens, especially since Xuemei's family in Shuyang City lay in the opposite direction of his journey. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei pouted in displeasure, seemingly dissatisfied with Mou's decision to abandon them after completing his task. Xuemei's expression momentarily faltered before she forced a somewhat stiff smile. "Indeed, I must thank you for your assistance, Mou. Should you find yourself in Shuyang City, do visit the Xue family. I would like to express my gratitude in person." With a slight nod and a smile, Mou waved farewell to the two young women before setting off into the distance with Ching Lin. Watching Mou slowly fade from view, Xuemei let out a resigned sigh, her usually cool demeanor betraying a hint of reluctance. Chapter 138, The Heart of the Earth Soul Fruit. After bidding farewell to Xuemei and Lin Fei, Mou set forth on the path to the Beast Mountain range, accompanied by Ching Lin. His journey to West Wilderness City was primarily to fulfill Master Frank's request, and now that the task was complete, he had no intention of lingering. Mou sensed the subtle affection reflected in Xuemei's eyes. Yet as an aspiring youth with ambitions to transcend the lower realms and venture into the vast universe, he knew better than to allow his path to be hindered by matters of the heart. Xuemei was indeed beautiful, her ethereal grace unmatched, yet alas, the fair maiden's intentions were clear, while the young man remained indifferent. Seeing Mou choose to keep her by his side, the charming Ching Lin could not help but display a sweet smile. Indeed, the young master held her in the highest regard. After glancing at the silly grin of Ching Lin, Mou smiled faintly and then strode towards a nearby herbal medicine shop. The day's harvest far exceeded his expectations. Not only had he successfully refined the fire cover, But he had also acquired some information regarding the, which filled his heart with joy. Walking along the street with Ching Lin, Mou turned into a pharmacy, where he purchased some insect repellent and a few basic healing remedies. As they prepared to enter the Beast Mountain range, these insect repellents would prove quite effective. For while magical beasts could be vanquished with a single blow, the incessant annoyance of mosquitoes was unbearable. As for the healing potions, given Mou's current physique, he had no need for them. However, they were intended for Ching Lin, whose strength was still rather feeble. Once the insect repellents and healing potions were gathered, Mou glanced at the dimming sky and decided to set off early the next morning. They wandered around the streets of West Wilderness City, savoring the exotic atmosphere, and casually purchased a topographical map of the Mulan Empire from a shop. Ultimately, they settled into a luxurious inn within the city, much to the satisfaction of the little girl. As night gradually faded away, the blazing sun once again enveloped West Wilderness City in its fervent embrace. Exiting the inn, Mou stretched lazily, and with Ching Lin's insistence to attend to him, he dressed, and they both stepped out of the inn. Standing on the street leading to the city gate, Mou meticulously checked their supplies before affectionately ruffling Ching Lin's hair, commencing his true journey into the Mulan Empire. Spirit Fire of Beasts, I have arrived. After walking a few hundred meters beyond the city gate, Mou observed the deserted surroundings, and with a slight glow from the Frost Beast ring on his right hand, he summoned the Purple Fire. As Mou conjured a fourth-tier magical beast with the flair of a magician, Ching Lin was taken aback, her rosy lips covering her astonished mouth. The Purple Fire, now a formidable 5 or 6 meters in length, was adorned with purple crystalline structures. Its fearsome and menacing beastly head, with a mouth brimming with fangs and a pair of violet wings radiating terrifying flames, attested to its immense power. Despite having heard tales of her master's formidable fourth-tier magical beast, this was the first time Ching Lin had witnessed such a terrifying creature. After all, the most formidable magical beasts faced by the captains Xiao Ding and Xiao Li in Stone Desert City were merely second-tier elite beasts. A stark contrast to the fourth-tier beast before her. In her mixture of fear and curiosity, as the Purple Fire emerged, it did not display the haughty arrogance typical of wild magical beasts. Instead, it surveyed its surroundings with intrigue, remnants of wild boar blood still clinging to its jaws. Before a flicker of displeasure appeared in its crimson eyes, evidently irked by the interruption of its meal. However, when its beastly gaze fell upon the dwarf nearby, the dissatisfaction in its eyes swiftly dissipated, replaced by a remarkably human-like warmth and amiability as it turned its attention to Mou, even affectionately nuzzling the boy with its massive beastly head. In the heart of Ziwa, the identity of Mou as its master had become deeply entrenched. Upon seeing the wild boar meat in Ziwa's mouth, Mou felt no surprise. To ensure Ziwa's comfort within the space of the magic frost beast ring, he had provided ample wild game for its sustenance. These creatures had not been slain, thus guaranteeing that Ziwa could always have access to fresh food, albeit requiring Ziwa to personally hunt for it, a trivial amusement for the beast. Mou had no intention of confining Ziwa within the beast ring as many beast tamers of the Divine Sky continent did. If the opportunity arose, he would seek a transformation pill to allow Ziwa to assume human form ahead of time. After transformation, Ziwa would not only find travel more convenient, but would also experience a significant acceleration in its cultivation. Mou was also curious about the extent to which Ziwa could grow. However, as the transformation pill was a 7th-grade elixir, it was likely that few 7th-grade alchemists could be found across the entire northwest continent. This matter would require careful consideration. Seeing Ziwa's extreme loyalty and affection towards Mou, the exquisite eyes of Ching Lin shimmered with admiration for the boy. To be able to tame a 4th-tier magical beast was indeed impressive. Ching Lin, this is Ziwa, my magical pet. Allow me to introduce you, Mou said, gesturing towards Ziwa. Oh, very well, young master. Ching Lin, taken aback by the introduction, quickly composed herself and softly addressed the imposing magical beast before her. Hello, Ziwa, I am Ching Lin. Roar. As if understanding Ching Lin's greeting, Ziwa glanced at its master and then at Ching Lin, a glimmer of mischief dancing in its eyes, before responding with a friendly low growl. In Ziwa's somewhat incomplete worldview, it had already regarded Ching Lin as a figure akin to a mistress. Though Ziwa could not yet speak, its intelligence rivaled that of a human child, and it had begun to grasp certain social nuances. Observing this, Mou chuckled nonchalantly and raised his hand to pat downwards. Ziwa clearly understood its master's intent and promptly knelt before him, lowering its body, while the purple flames upon its wings extinguished instantly. Next, they were to head towards the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and riding Ziwa would facilitate a swifter journey. As he spoke, Mou lifted Ching Lin and, with a leap, mounted Ziwa's back. In terms of both strength and speed, Ziwa was evidently far superior to the first-tier magical beast, Blue Sky, of Little Medical Fairy. Once securely positioned upon Ziwa's back, Mou retrieved the map of the Mulan Empire he had purchased the previous day, which marked the location of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range in the far east of the empire. With a command from Mou, Ziwa immediately soared towards the eastern horizon. The territory of the Mulan Empire is evidently far more expansive than that of the Jama Empire. Even with the aid of the ever-burning purple fires soaring through the skies, it took nearly half a month to traverse from the western part of the empire to its northeastern region. On a modest hillside, beside him stood the azure-scaled Ching Lin, who was furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the map in his hands. It had been over 10 days since they entered the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and in order to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble from the fourth-tier magical beast, Purple Fire, Mou and Ching Lin opted to proceed on foot through the mountains. After days of trekking, Mou finally approached the area marked by flames on the map. However, since entering this territory yesterday, he had searched tirelessly throughout the day and found no trace of the extraordinary fire. Why is that? Could it truly be located at the northern flame marker? Mou raised the sheepskin map in his hand, frowning in a wry smile. Over the past few days, he had scoured both the eastern and western flame markers. Yet there was no information regarding the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts, indicating that the extraordinary fire was highly likely to be situated to the north. Master, do you truly intend to venture to the northern part of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range? Ching Lin, having learned the purpose of their journey from Mou and intelligence gathered from Lu Yi, expressed her concerns. The Lizard Clan is home to 6th-tier king-level magical beasts, and the risks involved are evidently considerable. There's no choice. I require the extraordinary fire. Although the dangers are significant, they are not insurmountable. Are you afraid, Ching Lin? Mou chuckled lightly, shaking his head. He had complete trust in Ching Lin. Otherwise, he would not have shared such information with her. His words were merely a jest to tease the young girl. However, Ching Lin took it quite seriously, her expression momentarily frozen before she retorted with a hint of embarrassment. Ching Lin is not afraid. She is merely worried that Master might encounter danger. If Master wishes to go, Ching Lin will certainly accompany him. Ching Lin will never allow Master to perish before her. Although the young girl was petite, her voice rang clear and resolute, revealing the determination in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Mou was taken aback, then offered an apologetic smile. Habitually, he reached out to pat Ching Lin's small head before striding forward into the forest that lay ahead. Under the blazing sun, Mou walked for nearly half an hour once more. Just as he and Ching Lin were about to take a break, his brows suddenly lifted in surprise as he turned his gaze toward a nearby mound of earth. There, a figure was fleeing in a most disheveled manner, and as he descended the mound, he stumbled and tumbled down the slope. Observing the figure roll down and come to a halt not far from himself, Mou couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Ching Lin, noticing the scene, displayed a flicker of compassion in her eyes. After obtaining Mou's consent, she stepped forward, retrieved a pouch of fresh water from the spatial ring gifted by Mou, and poured it gently over the man's face. Stimulated by the water source, the man who had succumbed to unconsciousness gradually opened his eyes. He gazed at the figures of Mou and Ching Lin before him, initially taken aback. However, upon discerning their lack of malice, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. With a casual glance at the man, Mou turned to leave. Had it not been for Ching Lin's benevolent heart, he would have disregarded the man entirely. In the Dou Qi Continent, kindness does not always yield good returns. More often, it resembles the tale of the farmer and the snake. Observing this, Ching Lin hastily retrieved 2 or 3 bottles of clear water from her spatial ring and tossed them beside the man, then promptly followed closely behind Mou. The young man watched Mou, who departed without a trace of hesitation and was momentarily stunned. He quickly called out hoarsely, "Brother, please wait. Our mercenary team has been attacked by a rival group, and we are now in a life-or-death crisis. I implore you to assist us in seeking reinforcements in Lannister Town. Apologies, I have no time." Without turning back, Mou continued his stride, coldly stating, "Every day countless people perish in this world. Must one lend a hand to everyone in need of assistance? If one chooses to be a mercenary in the 10,000 Beast mountain range, one should naturally be prepared for such consequences. Brother." Seeing Mou gradually distance himself, the man grit his teeth and exerted all his strength to shout, "Please, help us. Our team includes the daughter of our captain. If our squad can be saved, the Moshan mercenary group will undoubtedly reward you handsomely." Upon hearing this, Mou's footsteps remained unaltered. Lannister Town was a moderately sized settlement at the foot of the 10,000 Beast mountain range, marked on the map provided by Lu Yi. Although some mercenary groups were stationed there, their strength was only slightly superior to that of Qingshan Town, where the former Little Healer resided. What kind of reward could a mercenary group, whose might barely reach the level of a grand fighter, offer him. Noticing Mou's indifference, the man's expression fluctuated, and finally, as if having made a resolve, he shouted, "Brother, our team has discovered the Earth Heart Soul Fruit. If you can successfully bring back reinforcements, I can persuade our captain to share half of the gold we receive from selling the Earth Heart Soul Fruit." As his words echoed, the youth, already fading into the trees, suddenly halted. Moments later, he turned back and approached the man, who was now filled with elation. "Did you just mention the Earth Heart Soul Fruit?" A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Mou's eyes as he inquired. The Earth Heart Soul Fruit is no ordinary item. It is a rare treasure capable of enhancing one's soul power. To discuss it, one must also mention the Earth Heart Soul Essence. This essence is an exceedingly rare marvel of nature, and for alchemists, it possesses an irresistibly enticing allure, as it has the power to refine the soul. The term refine the soul signifies a process of tempering and purifying, meaning that the Earth Heart Soul Essence can cleanse the soul of impurities and elevate its realm. In the original text, Xiao Yan harnessed the power of the Earth Heart Soul Essence to achieve a remarkable breakthrough in his soul strength, reaching the 8th tier. While the Earth Heart Soul Fruit may not possess such formidable power, its very name suggests it too holds the capacity to elevate one's soul realm. Currently, Mou already boasts a top-tier soul strength of the 3rd tier. Upon consuming the Earth Heart Soul Fruit, he would undoubtedly ascend to the 4th tier. With 4th-tier soul strength, coupled with the soul techniques mastered by Mou, he would be able to contend with formidable spirit fighters. Contemplating this, Mou was naturally elated. Indeed, the Earth Heart Soul Fruit was discovered by the young lady in a highly secluded canyon. Regrettably, on their return journey, they encountered the detestable members of the Mad Lion Mercenary Corps, and it is likely that a fierce battle has already ensued. The man spoke with a face filled with sorrow and indignation. "This is a healing potion. Apply some to yourself. It should be of no significant concern. Once you are treated, take me to your mercenary team," Mou remarked, retrieving a small vial of healing potion from his spatial ring and tossing it to the man. To there?" The man exclaimed in surprise and quickly replied, "Little brother, that is out of the question. The Mad Lion Mercenary Corps attacking our team consists of 20 to 30 men, among whom 3 are 8-star Dome Masters. Little brother, you should hurry to Lannister Town to inform our mercenary group. The captain and the others will come immediately, as it is not far from here," the man earnestly urged. "Enough with the nonsense. Lead the way properly, or by the time your captain arrives, your comrades will be dead," Mou said coldly. Hearing Mou's words, the man regarded him with skepticism, studying the strikingly handsome youth who exuded an air of mystery, leaving him uncertain of the young man's true strength. With a wry smile, the man applied the healing potion to his thigh and, trembling slightly, managed to stand. He pointed towards a mound of earth and said, "It is just over there." Chapter 139, Gains and Troubles. As the man's voice faded, Mou followed the direction he indicated, casting a glance at the mound before nodding slightly. After signaling for the azure scale to temporarily hide, Mou grasped the man's arm, and, with a sudden stomp on the ground, a muffled explosion erupted, creating a massive sand pit. Utilizing this recoil, Mou and the man shot upward onto the mound. Upon reaching the top of the mound, Mou swiftly darted a distance further before halting atop a towering tree, tossing the astonished man onto a branch. He stepped forward, gazing down at the throng of individuals in the dense forest below. Within the underbrush, several mercenaries stood with weapons drawn, their backs turned, encircled by dozens of other mercenaries. These mercenaries wore uniforms adorned with golden lion emblems, clearly distinguishing them from the surrounded group. Are these the members of the Mad Lion Mercenary Corps? As his gaze swept over the mercenaries, Mou focused on the 3 leaders at the forefront. The prowess of these 8-star battle masters commanded his attention. "My lord, the encircled group in the middle is a small squad from my Demon Mountain Mercenary Corps. We initially planned to return after acquiring the Heart of the Earth Fruit, but unexpectedly fell victim to an ambush by the Wild Lion Mercenary Corps," one of the men explained, his eyes reflecting a mix of awe and respect as he regarded Mou's swift figure. The speed he had previously demonstrated revealed to this man that the seemingly youthful boy before him was, in fact, a formidable force concealed beneath a veneer of youth. Mou nodded slightly, his gaze once again sweeping across the 10 mercenaries surrounded. Among them were 7 men and 1 woman. His eyes lingered on the slender, graceful figure of the woman. She appeared to be in her 20s, her delicate features strikingly beautiful. However, the slight upward tilt of her brows hinted at an indomitable spirit, reminiscent of a young leopard prowling through the forest. One could imagine that while this mercenary flower was exquisite, she was armed with thorns. The woman wore an audaciously alluring outfit, a short garment that barely covered her bosom and the areas below it, revealing her bronzed, seductive waist to the gaze of all. The short leather skirt showcased her long, enticing legs. Yet, Mou did not linger on her captivating form. Instead, his attention was drawn to the black cloth bag she clutched. While the bag appeared unremarkable, an intoxicating fragrance wafted from it, penetrating the very core of his being. Indeed, it was the heart of the earth fruit. Sensing the alluring aroma, even from hundreds of meters away, Mou felt a stirring within his spirit, as if his soul were vibrating in response. Such extraordinary treasures from the heavens were truly exceptional. Kill them. Capture Seishi alive. She is the daughter of the leader of the Demon Mountain Mercenary Corps, commanded one of the leaders of the Wild Lion Mercenary Corps, his lecherous, triangular eyes greedily scanning the woman before him, his gaze fixated on the black bag. Upon hearing the leader's orders, the faces of the surrounding mercenaries from the Wild Lion Corps contorted with a bloodthirsty fervor. Armed with long spears and swords, they advanced menacingly toward the encircled members of the Demon Mountain Mercenary Corps. Everyone, be cautious. Norton has gone back to seek help. If we can hold out a little longer, we will be saved. The alluring woman pressed her lips together, her voice cold as she clutched the bag tightly in her hand. At her words, the mercenaries of the Demon Mountain Corps felt a flicker of hope. Yet their palms remained slick with sweat around their weapons. Their highest-ranking member barely reached the level of 7-star Battle Master, while the opposition boasted several 8-star Battle Masters. The overwhelming numbers of the Wild Lion Mercenary Corps made them question whether they could endure until reinforcements arrived. Kill. A leader of the Savage Lion Mercenary Corps let out a cold chuckle and waved his hand, prompting the surrounding mercenaries, with their menacing gazes, to charge fiercely at the members of the Demon Mountain Mercenary Corps. The Savage Lion Mercenary Corps not only boasted superior numbers, but also possessed formidable strength. And within a brief moment, they decimated the members of the Demon Mountain Mercenary Corps, leaving no survivors and inflicting grievous wounds upon them. Haha, Miss Cersei. This heart of the earth soul fruit belongs to our Savage Lion Mercenary Corps. As the alluring woman fought valiantly against the onslaught of the Savage Lions, the triangular-eyed leader suddenly emerged, akin to a tempest, and lunged towards the black cloth bag in her grasp. Panic surged within her as she sensed the imminent threat. This heart of the earth soul fruit had cost her mercenary group dearly, with several of their elite members perishing to acquire it. If she could sell it to an alchemist or a weaponsmith, it would not only forge valuable connections, but also yield immense wealth. The thought of watching it snatched away by the Savage Lion Mercenary Corps was unbearable. In a fit of desperation, she hurled the black bag far away. Upon witnessing the bag being cast aside, a fervent desire ignited in the eyes of the triangular-eyed leader, knowing it contained the coveted heart of the earth soul fruit. Their initial mission had been to capture a storm whelp under the orders of their leader, but they had unexpectedly encountered the elusive members of the Demon Mountain Mercenary Corps along the way. After apprehending one of their members and extracting the information through brutal interrogation, they learned that the Demon Mountain had indeed procured a heart of the earth soul fruit, which sent waves of excitement through them. Their leader had been troubled about what gift to present to the young beast king of Mulan Valley for his birthday, and the storm whelp had been among the potential options. An adult storm wolf was a 4th-tier magical beast, and raising it from a young age as a combat companion would be quite advantageous. However, compared to the heart of the earth soul fruit, the storm whelp was insignificant. Gifting the fruit to the young beast king would secure their favor with a genuine power player. With this in mind, the triangular-eyed leader abandoned their original mission, altered their plans, and summoned his subordinates to pursue the members of the Demon Mountain Mercenary Corps. As the black bag containing the heart of the earth soul fruit flew through the air before him, he could hardly contain his exhilaration. Just as he leaped forward to seize the bag, a sharp sound sliced through the air. A piercing whistle echoed in the sky as a shadow streaked across the horizon, resembling a bolt of black lightning. With a thunderous crash, it hurtled towards the triangular-eyed leader. Sensing the danger, he was struck with terror and swiftly twisted his body to retreat. As the dust began to settle, a slender figure wielding a black spear gradually came into view, and the black bag landed securely in this person's grasp. The sudden appearance of a strikingly handsome youth left both factions utterly astonished. However, upon witnessing the boy seize the core soul fruit, the members of the Savage Lion Mercenary Group were instantly engulfed in fury. After a fierce battle with the Demon Mountain Mercenary Group, how dare someone attempt to reap the rewards? It was sheer folly, as the triangular-eyed leader regarded this unexpected intruder. Momentary surprise transformed swiftly into profound rage. With a cold, piercing gaze directed at the youth, he wasted no time. With a flick of his hand, 5 mercenaries, each possessing strength around the 2-star Dome Master level, charged ferociously toward the boy. Raising his gaze, the youth first inhaled the exotic fragrance emanating from the core soul fruit nestled in his palm, a subtle smile curving his lips. Swiftly, he stowed it away in his spatial ring and regarded the oncoming mercenaries with a derisive chuckle. His hand slowly gripped the handle of the divine might black thunder spear, his foot gently lifting before he suddenly stomped down, his form transforming from utter stillness to explosive motion, resembling a bolt of lightning. Before the astonished eyes of the crowd, he darted past the 5 mercenaries with breathtaking speed. Bang! Bang! Just as their figures intertwined, the youth abruptly halted, while the 5 ferocious savage lion mercenaries were sent reeling backward as if struck by a tremendous force, crashing to the ground while blood gushed from the gunshot wounds in their chests. Relaxing his grip on the spear, the boy's expression remained calm. Though 5 two-star Dou masters were formidable opponents, he required but a single shot. In a mere span of 10 seconds, the clash between the youth and the mercenaries concluded, the outcome unmistakably defined. The onlookers gaped in astonishment at the display of thunderous prowess, their faces awash with disbelief, eyes fixated on the boy's retreating figure. It was difficult for them to fathom how such terrifying power could reside within such a slender frame. He's so handsome, so powerful, a seductive woman murmured, her lips slightly parted, captivated by the youth who had effortlessly defeated 5 formidable mercenaries. Lady Circe, are you unscathed? From a tree above, a man, his face alight with excitement despite dragging a wounded leg, carefully navigated around several savage lion mercenaries and approached the Demon Mountain faction, smiling at the woman. Norton, weren't you supposed to return to Lannister Town for reinforcements? What are you still doing here? The woman, referred to as Circe, arched her brows and admonished him. Receiving her reprimand, Norton offered a wry smile and gestured toward the youth's back, explaining the situation. He has his eyes on the core soul fruit too. Circe furrowed her brow upon hearing his explanation. Indeed, to rescue you, I had no choice but to disclose the information regarding the core soul fruit. Norton replied with a resigned shake of his head. But first, we must repel the savage lion mercenaries. Otherwise, our lives will be at stake. How do we repel them? Relying on him? The alluring woman cast a skeptical glance at the young man. Although his earlier thunderous strike had left a profound impression on her, the savage lion mercenary corps boasted 3 8-star fighters, while the youth appeared to be no older than 20. Upon hearing this, Norton was taken aback and sheepishly remarked, I believe he should be capable, for I have informed him of the savage lion mercenary corps prowess. If he lacked confidence, why would he have ventured here? Ceres furrowed her brows in contemplation before despondently shaking her head. Given the current circumstances, she could only hope that the young man before her would exhibit an unexpectedly remarkable performance. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the ease with which the youth had injured 2 of his subordinates and tossed the earth heart soul fruit into his spatial ring, the triangular-eyed leader narrowed his eyes and hissed, young man, offending the savage lion mercenary corps in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range is far from a wise decision. If you have any sense, return the earth heart soul fruit at once. In response, Mou coldly laughed and retorted, I recall that the earth heart soul fruit belongs to the Demon Mountain mercenary corps. If it is to be returned, it should be to them. Seeking death, the triangular-eyed leader's face contorted with malice upon being rebuffed. With a wave of his hand, he coldly commanded, attack together and kill him. Understood. As the leader's order was issued, the surrounding members of the savage lion mercenary corps hesitated for a moment before their expressions hardened. Armed with sharp spears, they charged toward Xiaoyan. Those who are injured, remain in place. The rest, follow me. Observing the mercenaries' intent to swarm together, Ceres' brows shot up, and she waved her delicate hand, commanding, no need, you should stay back to avoid being a hindrance. Without turning his head, Mou replied nonchalantly, you may remain there. Upon hearing this, Ceres, who had just been about to charge forward with her weapon, halted in her tracks, her brows furrowing in disbelief at such disdain. However, gazing at the youth's slender and cold figure, she inexplicably felt that Mou was more likely to emerge victorious. Not far from the crowd, the young man stood with his spear in hand. After a brief moment of silence, a faint silver aura of battle energy began to envelop his entire body. Beyond this ethereal armor, crimson bolts of lightning flickered and danced, creating a striking spectacle. Witnessing this transformation, the triangular-eyed leader felt a wave of unease wash over him. With a resounding thud, recognizing their numerical advantage, Mou decided to strike first, appearing in front of several 3-star fighters of the savage lion mercenary corps in a flash. His gaze remained cold as he thrust his spear, infused with fierce energy, swiftly into the chests of several foes. Instantly, accompanied by a series of muffled thuds, their pupils constricted, and a torrent of blood mixed with shattered entrails erupted from their mouths. Simultaneously, gaping wounds appeared in their chests, and they slowly collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. In the blink of an eye, several low-tier fighters fell to their demise at the hands of Mou. With a sudden shift, he reappeared among the ranks of the frenzied lion mercenaries, whose strength barely reached 4 or 5 stars. In that moment, His spear transformed into a relentless weapon akin to a machine gun, piercing through the bodies of a dozen panicked mercenaries, leaving them lifeless in his wake. Stunned, the members of the Demon Mountain Mercenary Corps exchanged incredulous glances, bewildered by the immense power displayed by this youth. Who could he be? Perhaps he hailed from one of the illustrious families of the Empire? Observing the staggering losses they had incurred in such a brief encounter, the leader with triangular eyes was overtaken by a bloodthirsty glare. Locking eyes with the remaining two captains, both 8-star fighters, they all bore an expression of fierce determination, their bodies surging with fighting spirit. They coalesced their energies into formidable fighting garments, forming a sharp triangle aimed directly at MOU, preparing for a furious assault. The seamless coordination exhibited by the trio revealed that they had undergone extensive training together, and even a powerful fighter of great renown would need to tread carefully against the united front of these three 8-star warriors. Yet, who was MOU? Although he was merely a 6-star fighter, his profound depth of skill was clearly unparalleled. With a powerful stomp of his Black Thunder spear, MOU summoned the fighting spirit within him, enveloping the spear in a potent silver aura. As the energy intensified, it gradually manifested into the form of a roaring lion's head, facing skyward. Witnessing the fighting spirit lion head condensed at the spear's tip, MOU's gaze turned increasingly frigid. The spear quivered ominously in his grasp, and in an instant, he thrust his foot down hard. The flash. His body surged forward, charging at the three members of the frenzied lion mercenary group. As he bellowed, Lion's roar. This advanced fighting technique, acquired during his exploration of a cave with the little medical sage, unleashed formidable power when employed by MOU. With his shout, a colossal energy lion erupted from the tip of his spear, its ferocious roar echoing throughout the mountains, causing Circe to pale at the sight. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the three mercenaries' expressions shifted dramatically. MOU's strength clearly surpassed their expectations, prompting them to deploy their own techniques in defense. Frenzied lion slash, heart-crushing fist, tiger-subduing palm. They unleashed three formidable techniques in rapid succession, yet despite their superior realm, they were clearly outmatched compared to MOU in terms of fighting spirit and technique level. With a thunderous crash, the collision of energies sent shockwaves through the air, snapping nearby trees in half and carving deep fissures into the ground beneath their feet. The dust from the impact obscured the vision of those present. Just as the three members of the frenzied lion mercenary corps struggled to withstand MOU's onslaught and sought a moment to catch their breath, a shadow suddenly leapt above them. In a flash, with a voice as cold and indifferent as a death knell, the shadow suddenly brandished its long spear, attacking the man to the left of the triangular-eyed leader. Gazing at the mercenary leader, whose face was a mask of terror, MOU let out a chilling laugh. Like a swift assassin, he darted above the man's head and thrust his spear down with tremendous force. A resounding thud echoed as blood and brain matter rained down from the sky, and the lifeless body collapsed swiftly to the ground. Another leader, witnessing this, attempted to flee, but was swiftly struck down by MOU's thunderous assault, meeting the same fate as his companion. As he observed the demise of his two comrades, fear crept onto the triangular-eyed leader's face. "You cannot kill me. If you do, our captain, the great beast king, will not spare you," he threatened, before hastily retreating deeper into the chilling shadows. MOU frowned at this sight and, with a swift release, hurled his formidable Black Thunder spear toward the fleeing mercenary leader. The spear sliced through the air like lightning, catching up to the triangular-eyed leader and piercing through his neck, leaving a crimson trail as it embedded itself into the earth, with only the shaft remaining visible. Without a glance at the now-deceased leader, MOU approached the heavy, mystical measuring tool, grasping the spear and pulling it free. The words of the triangular-eyed leader lingered in his mind, and he murmured thoughtfully, recalling the mention of the Great Beast King. Chapter 140, Mulan Valley. The Great Beast King. Once he had swiftly dealt with the mercenaries of the rampant lion group, MOU casually dusted off his hands and, in front of the petrified members of the Demon Mountain mercenary group, leaped a few times, vanishing from their sight. When they next beheld MOU's returning figure, a charming little girl appeared at his side. The girl was Ching Lin. MOU had refrained from bringing her along earlier, concerned that she might be caught in the aftermath of the battle. Now that the conflict had subsided and danger had passed, he was eager to have her by his side once more. "Hey, are you all right?" MOU asked, approaching the alluring woman. "We're fine," she replied, casting a surprised glance at the suddenly appearing Ching Lin before her gaze swept over MOU. Having spent her life in the mercenary group, surrounded by rough and burly men, it was her first time encountering such a strikingly handsome, powerful, and mysterious young man. Staring intently at MOU, she showed no signs of shyness. Within the vast Beast Mountain range, the demeanor of women tended to be more liberated. Moreover, having mingled among mercenaries. She was not one to exhibit the bashfulness characteristic of demure young ladies. Finding a handsome man captivating was hardly enough to redden her cheeks. "Hello." Cersei blinked and then smiled lightly at Mou, saying, "Thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, our fate would have been dire. I am Cersei, the captain of this small team and the daughter of the leader of the Demon Mountain Mercenary Corps." Mou nodded slightly and replied, "Mou?" Upon hearing this name, Cersei furrowed her brow. Although she was in a small town within the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, she was quite knowledgeable about matters concerning the Mulan Empire. However, she had never heard of the name Mou. Given the terrifying talent displayed by the young man moments ago, he should have had quite a reputation. After pondering for a while without arriving at any conclusion, she could only shake her head helplessly. Noticing the confusion on her face, Mou chose not to explain his background. In the Jamma Empire, the name Mou would likely be known to many, but here in the Mulan Empire, no one was aware of his deeds. "Mr. Mou, might I inquire if you could return the heart of the Earth Soul Fruit to us?" Cersei suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, the beautiful eyes of the mercenary behind her, Ching Lin, blinked in surprise. She had suspected that her young master had set his sights on the heart of the Earth Soul Fruit as soon as Mou agreed to assist them. Indeed, in such a short time, the item had fallen into the young master's hands. "You truly are remarkable, young master." "Cersei, if I recall correctly, the heart of the Earth Soul Fruit was obtained by me from the Lionheart Mercenary Corps, and your lives were saved by my intervention," Mou replied, slightly furrowing his brow, not directly addressing Cersei's request. Taken aback, Cersei quickly realized that Mou had no intention of returning the heart of the Earth Soul Fruit. Moreover, what he said was indeed true, had it not been for the young man's timely assistance. Not only would the heart of the Earth Soul Fruit have fallen into the hands of the Lionheart Mercenary Corps, but their lives would also have been in grave danger. "Miss, the heart of the Earth Soul Fruit is..." One of the mercenaries behind Cersei expressed his dissatisfaction. They had worked themselves to exhaustion, with several sustaining injuries and even losing a couple of comrades, only to have Mou reap the rewards. Their feelings were understandable. However, before he could finish, Cersei immediately interjected, "Silence. Mr. Mou is our benefactor. Without him, we would have perished here. Since Mr. Mou has spoken, I shall gift him the heart of the Earth Soul Fruit. There is no need for further discussion." Seeing Cersei's perceptiveness, Mou couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Resisting greed and recognizing the situation was not something ordinary individuals could achieve. Mou had already decided that if the Demon Mountain Mercenary Corps insisted on reclaiming the heart of the Earth Soul Fruit, he would not hesitate to serve them a fatal lesson. After traversing the continent for so many years, he was not one to show mercy. "I will not take advantage of you. As your companion mentioned, if I rescue you, I shall receive half the gold coins from the sale of the heart of the Earth Soul Fruit as remuneration. A decade ago, I recall that the trading price for the Earth Core Soul Fruit was 900,000. Thus, I shall acquire it for half that price. Here are 350,000 gold coins, and coupled with the value of this low-grade spatial ring, it should suffice." Having spoken, Mou presented a pale red low-tier spatial ring brimming with gold coins to the woman. With astonishment, she accepted the spatial ring from Mou, gazing at the youth in disbelief. In her perspective, relinquishing the Earth Core Soul Fruit to Mou was the most rational approach at this moment. However, she was taken aback that while he took the fruit, he chose to purchase it with gold coins. Although it was merely half its value, it constituted a substantial income. The members of the Demon Mountain Mercenary Group, who stood behind the woman, felt their earlier dissatisfaction gradually dissipate, replaced by awe at the young man's generosity. He casually produced hundreds of thousands, nearly exhausting his entire fortune, yet he displayed no reluctance, for the Earth Core Soul Fruit is a rare treasure, worthy of even 1,000,000. As for his reasoning behind acquiring the Earth Core Soul Fruit at half its price, Mou had his own considerations. His purpose for venturing into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was to seek out a rare fire, and he deemed it prudent to avoid unnecessary troubles. Having already attracted the attention of the Mad Lion Mercenary Group, it would be unwise to provoke the Demon Mountain Mercenary Group further. Thus, he opted to spend money to avert calamity. "By the way, Miss Shi, are you familiar with the Little Beast King?" Recalling the dying words of the triangular-eyed leader, Mou inquired. "You are unaware of the Little Beast King?" Upon hearing Mou's words, the members of the Demon Mountain Mercenary Group exchanged glances. And soon she speculated, "Mr. Mou is not from the Mulan Empire, is he?" At this, Mou did not conceal the truth, nodding affirmatively. "I hail from the Jamma Empire." As expected, upon hearing Mou's response, she understood why the Mulan Empire had never heard of his name or any prominent family bearing the surname Mou. It was due to this very reason. Contemplating the dying words of the triangular-eyed leader, Shi's expression turned grave. The reason she had entrusted the Earth Core Soul Fruit to MOU was also in connection with the Little Beast King, for if the matter were indeed true, the Earth Core Soul Fruit had likely become a hot potato. Mr. MOU, may I inquire if you are familiar with Mulan Valley? Say she inquired cautiously, blinking her long eyelashes. MOU nodded. He was indeed aware of Mulan Valley, a force even more formidable than the Yunlan sect. The Little Beast King hails from Mulan Valley? MOU asked, simultaneously sensing that a significant trouble seemed to be looming over him. Indeed, the Little Beast King is one of the 3 elders of Mulan Valley, the grandson and direct disciple of the Lion Elder. Designated as one of the successors of the next generation. Not only is he extraordinarily gifted and possesses remarkable combat prowess, but he also wields considerable power. Say she explained slowly. Upon hearing this, MOU couldn't help but furrow his brows. This young Beast King bore a striking resemblance to Nalin Yanran of the Yunlan sect. Throughout the entire Gamma Empire, aside from the incident where Xiao Yin once angered her during their engagement annulment, few dared to provoke Nalin Yanran. Did the members of the Savage Lion Mercenary Corps have any connections to this young Beast King? MOU inquired once more. Say she slightly knitted her brows and, with her crimson lips parting, remarked, according to rumors circulating in the market, the leader of the Savage Lion Mercenary Corps seems to be related to both the Lion Elder and the young Beast King, though the exact nature of their relationship remains unclear. Upon hearing Sei Shi's words, MOU's initial delight at acquiring the Earth Heart Soul Fruit diminished significantly. To obtain a treasure yet inadvertently offend a potential formidable adversary, whether it was a profit or a loss, was indeed difficult to determine. The young Beast King may not be particularly fearsome, but the Mulan Valley behind him posed a colossal threat to MOU at present. It is known that the combined strength of the 3 elders of Mulan was comparable to that of a Dou Zong expert, and to them, MOU would be as insignificant as an ant. Mr. MOU, the influence of the Savage Lion Mercenary Corps in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range is considerable. Even our Demon Mountain Mercenary Corps falls slightly short. Should they ascertain that you have taken the Earth Heart Soul Fruit, it could prove detrimental to you. Especially since this involves the young Beast King. I advise you to return to the Gamma Empire, Sei Shi suggested from the side. Although she was unaware of the youth's status and power within the Gamma Empire, they were currently in Mulan Empire, where no one could challenge the authority of Mulan Valley. At her words, MOU frowned. Given that the 10,000 Beasts' spiritual fire was still elusive, he was unwilling to return empty-handed. Moreover, if the Savage Lion Mercenary Corps discovered that he was the one responsible for the deaths, it was possible that either the young Beast King or Mulan Valley would take action, by which time he might have already consumed the 10,000 Beasts' spiritual fire and returned to the Gamma Empire. Remaining within the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was a choice that MOU deemed worthwhile. I appreciate your concern, Miss Sei Shi, but I have matters to attend to in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, MOU replied, shaking his head. In that case, Lannister Town is not far from here. The sky is darkening, so perhaps you and your attendant might accompany us to the town for a night's rest, Sei Shi suggested with a light smile. Also, you may simply refer to me as Sei Shi from now on. You saved our lives, and you shall forever be a friend of our Demon Mountain Mercenary Corps. Then I shall trouble you. You may call me by my name, MOU said, glancing at the dimming sky and not rejecting Sei Shi's proposal. Lannister Town, situated not far from the northern part of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, served as an excellent resting point. On the way back to Lannister Town, in an effort to ascertain MOU's identity, Sei Shi turned her attention to Ching Lin, subtly inquiring several times. However, despite her youth, Ching Lin was exceedingly astute, deftly evading the questions each time, leaving Sei Shi with no choice but to cast a few exasperated glances at her. Amidst their lively conversation, the outline of a small town, nestled on the outskirts of the northern 10,000 Beasts mountain range, gradually came into view. Gazing at the distant Lannister Town, Cersei and her companions could not help but exhale a sigh of relief, while MOU and Ching Lin wore smiles that radiated with additional warmth. After traversing the mountains for nearly 10 days, the fatigue had taken its toll on them, and the prospect of a place to rest brought them immense joy. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd, MOU and his companions approached the town's entrance and flowed into its embrace. Compared to the cities within the empire, the town nestled in the mountains held a certain ruggedness and disorder, with bloodthirsty mercenaries bustling through the streets. Cersei's party, however, enjoyed a notable prestige within the town, as many eagerly greeted this blossoming flower of mercenaries. Yet, upon noticing MOU in close conversation with Cersei, some regarded his handsome visage as that of a pretty boy, drawing envious glances that amused Ching Lin to no end. Upon entering the town, MOU followed Cersei and her group southward, and after navigating several streets, a courtyard emerged in their line of sight, one that rivaled the grandeur of the Shao family estate in Yuten City. Above the courtyard, a banner waved in the wind, emblazoned with the words Magic Mountain Mercenary Corps, exuding an air of dominance. In Lannister Town, our Magic Mountain Mercenary Corps ranks among the top 3 in strength. Surpassed only by the Mad Lion Mercenary Corps, Cersei smiled at MOU, her expression tinged with a hint of pride. Hearing this, MOU glanced at the imposing mercenaries within the courtyard and nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Magic Mountain Mercenary Corps was a formidable force compared to the mercenary group in Qingshan Town. Since we have arrived in the town, let us part ways here. MOU remarked with a light chuckle as he looked at Cersei. Aren't you coming with us to the Magic Mountain Mercenary Corps for some rest? My father would certainly wish to express his gratitude for your saving our lives, Cersei replied, somewhat taken aback. There's no need for that. I shall find an inn to rest for the night. I have pressing matters to attend to and will be leaving the town tomorrow. MOU gently shook his head, bidding farewell to Cersei as he pulled Ching Lin towards a nearby street. As MOU's figure receded from view, Cersei furrowed her delicate brows. Her intuition hinted that MOU harbored doubts about the Magic Mountain Mercenary Corps. Indeed, upon learning that the heart of the Earth Soul Fruit was entangled with the Beast King and the Mulan Valley, MOU had grown increasingly cautious. Although he had saved several lives of the Magic Mountain Mercenary Corps, betrayal and ingratitude were rampant in the continent of Dou Qi, and he could not risk bringing Ching Lin into the heart of their stronghold. After walking down the street for a while and observing the darkening sky, MOU casually sought an inn at the end of the street, secured a room, and settled in for the night. Concerned for the safety of Ching Lin in this chaotic little town, MOU only reserved a single room. After instructing Ching Lin to enter the bedroom, he leaned back in a chair in the living room and succumbed to sleep. Once he had settled, the fatigued MOU did not immediately consume the Earth Soul Fruit, but instead leaned against the somewhat rigid chair as waves of drowsiness flooded into his weary mind. The following morning, as MOU slowly opened his eyes, the cacophony from outside the house jolted him into alertness. Upon discerning a particular piece of information, the expression on the young man's face grew markedly serious. Have you heard? 3 leaders and dozens of mercenaries from the Mad Lion Mercenary Corps were killed yesterday, allegedly at the hands of the Demon Mountain Mercenary Corps. The 2 factions are on the brink of war. Chapter 141, The Mysterious Cave Entrance. The impending conflict between the Mad Lion Mercenary Corps and the Demon Mountain Mercenary Corps? Stunned by the news, MOU paused, absent-mindedly stroking his chin. He had not anticipated that merely one day later, the Mad Lion mercenaries would provoke trouble with the Demon Mountain mercenaries. Indeed, the methods by which mercenary groups resolve their disputes tend to be far more violent and direct than those employed by familial factions. The strength of these 2 mercenary corps was nearly equal. It seemed likely that their conflict would ultimately lead to a stalemate. However, this matter had little bearing on MOU. Regardless of which side emerged victorious, he remained indifferent. The only concern was that the Earth Soul Fruit was in his possession. Should the Mad Lion mercenaries discover even the slightest hint of his involvement, they might suspect him, especially since many mercenaries had seen him enter the town alongside Sei Shi and others. Young master, you are awake. Ching Lin, having risen at some point, looked at MOU, who had been sleeping in the chair, and a flicker of guilt crossed her delicate face. You need not treat me so well, young master. I am merely a maid. The young girl said, touched. Ah, but Ching Lin is indeed my maid, my one and only maid in my heart, irreplaceable by anyone else. MOU replied with a gentle smile, ruffling the girl's hair. He did not genuinely regard Ching Lin as just a maid. Rather, since the girl enjoyed referring to him as young master, he found it fitting to oblige her. Very well, prepare a basin of water for me. I shall freshen up. MOU instructed playfully. Delighted by his command, Ching Lin responded with enthusiasm, her small face beaming with joy. Throughout their journey, everything that had transpired left her feeling utterly useless, as if she were a burden to her young master. However, after receiving MOU's earlier encouragement and instructions, her spirits had lifted considerably. Seeing her uplifted demeanor, MOU could only shake his head with a wry smile. No one understood better than he the remarkable potential of Ching Lin, who had grown from a combatant to a combat master in less than a decade. A remarkable achievement, indeed. By the way, young master, last night I sensed something peculiar deep within the Beast Mountain range. As Ching Lin approached with water for washing, she hesitated and stammered. Upon hearing her words, MOU was momentarily taken aback, then narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he had come to a realization. What have you sensed? He inquired. Under MOU's gaze, a hint of tension appeared on Ching Lin's delicate face as she faltered. I am not certain if my perception is accurate, but there is indeed some unusual activity in the northern region of the Beast Mountain range. Oh, how did you come to this conclusion? MOU asked while drying his face with a towel. I am unsure, Ching Lin replied cautiously, but the aura resonates somewhat with certain bloodlines within me, and in the presence of that aura, Even the purple fire feels significantly weaker. She pressed closely to Mou and spoke softly. Indeed. Upon hearing Ching Lin's words, a knowing glimmer flickered in Mou's eyes. What Ching Lin sensed was likely accurate. For deep within the northern reaches of the Beast Mountain Range resided the ruler of the Lizard Clan, the Black Lizard Demon Serpent King. The Black Lizard Demon Serpent King, a sixth-tier magical beast with serpentine blood, bore a resemblance to Ching Lin, who also possessed the bloodline of the serpent people. Moreover, the existence of the Azure Snake's Triflower eye allowed Ching Lin to perceive the Black Lizard Demon Serpent King quite naturally. Could it be that the Black Lizard Demon Serpent King had set its sights on the? Mou furrowed his brow at this thought. After all, there was the nemesis of cold attribute beasts such as lizards and snakes. What could the Black Lizard Demon Serpent King possibly want with? He was not Medusa. Could he evolve? Shaking his head, Mou decided not to dwell on this matter any further. It was best to investigate the Beast Mountain Range first. After completing their grooming, the two departed from the inn together. Today, they would venture into the northern expanse of the Beast Mountain Range. Within the Beast Mountain Range, magical beasts roamed freely, presenting numerous dangers. Traveling alone in such an environment made one particularly vulnerable to attacks from magical beasts, hence most mercenaries tended to enter in groups. Save for a few exceptionally skilled individuals. However, with Mou's current strength, bolstered by his magical pet, Purple Fire, he no longer needed to tread as cautiously as he did upon first entering the Beast Mountain Range after leaving Wutan City. The only concern was the lizard clan that inhabited the northern part of the Beast Mountain Range. Exiting the town's gates, Mou and Ching Lin walked quietly through the serene forest. Outside the Beast Mountain Range, everything seemed relatively calm. Yet, shortly after they entered, a small-scale attack by magical beasts brutally unfolded before Ching Lin's eyes. The assailants were three first-tier magical beasts known as ice centipedes. These creatures were quite common in the outskirts of the Beast Mountain Range, possessing ice attributes that harbored a chilling poison. If one were to be poisoned and left untreated for half a day, the cold toxin would solidify the blood within, leading to death. Three first-tier magical beasts, the red ice snakes, hung suspended from the branches, seizing the opportunity while a second-tier wind shadow leopard slept. Swift as lightning, they injected the chilling poison into the second-tier beast, causing it to grow limp and cold. The poisoned wind shadow leopard, after a desperate struggle to defeat a frost centipede, could no longer withstand the corrosive effects of the toxin and succumbed, ultimately becoming a meal for the very creature it had vanquished. This scene was inadvertently witnessed by the passing duo, Mou and Ching Lin. After devouring the wind shadow leopard, the two frost centipedes turned their attention towards Mou and Ching Lin. However, in the next moment, they were struck down by a bolt of lightning unleashed by the young boy. Observing this occurrence, Ching Lin's delicate features tightened with anxiety as she cautiously followed Mou. Having accompanied him for a while, Ching Lin recognized that the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range was fraught with peril, far more treacherous than the Tagar Desert. In a mere few hundred meters of travel, they faced three waves of ferocious beasts, yet Mou, displaying his extraordinary prowess, dispatched them all with ease. Upon reaching the shade of a sprawling tree, Mou suddenly halted, and, amidst Ching Lin's puzzled expression, he addressed the empty space behind him with an icy tone. "Come forth. You must be weary from following me for so long." As his words hung in the air, silence enveloped them, save for the rustling leaves stirred by the wind. With a slight smirk, Mou remarked, "If that is the case, do not blame me for being impolite." With that declaration, a terrifying crimson lightning flame manifested in his palm, and the overwhelming aura of the vermilion bird's heavenly flame resonated throughout the forest. Just as the young boy prepared to strike, several middle-aged mercenaries emerged from behind the great tree. Noticing the fierce lion emblem on their uniforms, Mou furrowed his brow and questioned, "Members of the Fierce Lion Mercenary Corps?" He had sensed someone trailing him since departing the town, initially assuming it was merely a fellow mercenary group. However, it became evident that this group had been shadowing him with intent. Thus, after effortlessly dispatching a second-tier beast, he compelled his pursuers to reveal themselves. Upon recognizing them as members of the Fierce Lion Mercenary Corps, Mou was taken aback. He had not anticipated their swift shift and focus toward him. "What brings you here after following me for so long?" Mou inquired with a frosty demeanor, gazing at the mercenaries before him. The mercenaries exchanged glances, and ultimately their leader stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "Young brother, our captain requests your presence at the headquarters of the Fierce Lion Mercenary Corps for a discussion." The previous day, the Fierce Lion Mercenary Corps had suffered the loss of 3 leaders and dozens of brothers, alongside the theft of a valuable artifact, all of which was linked to the Magic Mountain Mercenary Corps. Naturally, the higher-ups of the Fierce Lion Corps had grown suspicious, particularly as Mou had been seen in the company of the Magic Mountain Corps leader's daughter the night before in the town. Originally, Their orders were to forcibly take MOU back for interrogation. However, along the way, witnessing MOU's formidable prowess in slaying magical beasts and the terrifying thunder, their resolve weakened, leading them to extend an invitation instead. As long as they could deceive MOU into their headquarters, their mission would be accomplished. Upon hearing this, MOU merely chuckled coldly. The invitation from the Savage Lion Mercenary Corps was clearly insincere, especially since the heart of the Earth Soul was indeed in his possession. I appreciate the invitation from your esteemed leader, but I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave, MOU firmly declined. Continuing deeper into the mountains with Ching Lin. Observing this, the mercenaries exchanged glances, and with a determined expression, they drew their weapons, pursuing MOU with malevolent intent. These individuals, having joined the Savage Lion Mercenary Corps, undoubtedly possessed some degree of strength. The faint scent of blood emanating from them indicated that they were seasoned fighters, having survived countless battles. Despite MOU's earlier display of formidable power, the prospect of returning with a failed mission was fraught with punishment. Thus, they resolved to fight to the death, believing that a few of them could easily overpower a mere youth. Sensing the murderous intent behind him, a cold smile crept across MOU's lips. You choose to tread paths untraveled by the living, and now you force your way into the realm of the dead. He thought to himself, unperturbed by the presence of these low-tier fighters. Even if the leader of the Savage Lion Mercenary Corps were to confront him personally, he would remain unfazed. Without glancing back, MOU summoned forth the crimson thunderfire from his hand, which, under the guidance of his soul, surged towards the mercenaries behind him. To the eyes of the pursuing mercenaries, they witnessed a torrent of crimson lightning erupting from the boy's body, sweeping towards them like wildfire. As the crimson thunder raced across the sky, a sudden tingling sensation enveloped their skin, and a profound sense of impending doom surged within them. In the depths of the forest, their menacing expressions vanished, replaced by the wide-eyed terror of those caught unprepared, gasping for breath. Their previous murderous intent transforming into sheer horror as they regarded the youth before them, now resembling a demon. Without breaking stride, MOU focused his mind, unleashing several orbs of crimson thunderfire, which gracefully descended upon the mercenaries in full view. Boom! A series of muffled thuds echoed as the overwhelming pressure of the thunder reduced the mercenaries to charred remnants, devoid of life. MOU remained unperturbed, and after effortlessly dispatching the mercenaries, the Zhuke burning heaven thunder returned to his being. Ching Lin, can you sense the peculiar sensation from last night? Can you determine its exact location? After dispatching several mercenaries from the Fierce Lion mercenary group, MOU and his companion ventured deeper into the mountains. Despite possessing the map provided by Lu Yi, the vast expanse before them left MOU somewhat perplexed. Thus, he turned to Ching Lin for guidance. If the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire truly bore a connection to the Black Lizard Demon Serpent King, he would need to devise a long-term strategy. Upon hearing MOU's inquiry, Ching Lin paused momentarily, grasping the implications of his words, and a serious expression crossed her delicate features. Young master, I can give it a try. After saying this, she meticulously recalled the sensations she had felt the previous night and pointed towards the west. Young master, it is over there. At her words, a grave look emerged on MOU's face as he suppressed his aura to an almost imperceptible level. According to Ching Lin's intuition, the west was likely the domain of the Black Lizard Demon Serpent King, a formidable 6th-tier magical beast rivaling the Amethyst Lion King. However, with circumstances as they were, MOU resolved to press on. Let us proceed, Ching Lin. Stay close to me, he instructed in a deep tone. Yes, young master, Ching Lin replied. Her understanding of the situation's gravity reflected in her anxious expression. Yet, she soon looked to MOU, whose steady aura provided her with an unprecedented sense of security. Both of them suppressed their presence significantly, and under Ching Lin's direction, they quietly made their way westward. Unbeknownst to them, the afternoon approached, and after traversing an indeterminate distance, they drew closer to the location Ching Lin had sensed. Young master, we have arrived, it is here, Ching Lin suddenly announced after what felt like an eternity of walking. At her words, MOU paused, scanning the flat terrain around them, which did not appear to be a suitable hiding place for any unusual fire. Just as doubt began to creep into his mind, his gaze fell upon a patch of underbrush approximately 10 meters ahead, where he sensed something peculiar. Resolving to investigate further, MOU wasted no time. He flicked his fingers, sending a bolt of thunderous flame directly into the thicket. The lightning fire descended like a wildfire, swiftly consuming the dry grass. In that instant, a large, pitch-black underground entrance came into view before MOU and Ching Lin. They exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of astonishment, and hurried towards the opening. The entrance was roughly 2 meters wide, shrouded in darkness, with a faint waft of warm air rising from within. Seeing the entrance, Mo Yu looked at Ching Lin, affectionately ruffled her hair, and praised, "Well done, little girl." Noticing his gaze, Ching Lin met his eyes, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks, before playfully winking at him. As he beheld the radiant smile blossoming on her face, Mo Yu offered a gentle smile in return. Gradually approaching the dark entrance, he turned his palm over, revealing a moonlight stone in his hand. Gazing at the inky black entrance, Mo Yu's expression grew solemn as he remarked, "I hope this time we shall reap a bountiful reward."